dry up, we walk home together, we dance at the school dances. I mean, that was it. There was no. I mean, in my mind, that was sexual shit because I was raised with that shit. Right. I got Cuban uncles who asked you at 5, you got your dick sucked? You got your dick sucked? You got your dick sucked? You're like, you start crying. You know what the fuck they're talking about. But that's what they ask you. The sweet, creepy fucking Cuban uncles. All of them would be in prison. Right. Because the shit they say to you growing up as you're a fucking young man. So.
Do you fuck with, I mean, obviously not like in the sexual way, but like, do you fuck with these kids at all? No? Wow.
Because they're young women, and I don't want them to take some wrong and go to their homes and then say something.
That makes sense.
You said something. So I don't discuss anything in front of them. I talk some shit in front of my daughter. She's my fucking daughter.
Right.
But these young girls, no. If they get in the car and they get too good, I'll tell them lighten up on the fucking conversation. And they don't think that way. Guys, trust me when I'm telling you that I'm around these kids. I see them like little boys. They're 12 still. When I was 12, I was trying to bang it out. I was sniffing my aunt's bras. I was doing creepy shit. These guys probably are, but they're reserved. They wear slippers with socks on. These fucking kids, they don't even have cum in their nuts. They're so weak. I mean, they just did a test. Men don't even have testosterone. Grown men have the lowest testosterone rates of all time with the egg whites and the faggotry and the fucking and the phone and the fucking, there's no cum left. You think these 12-year-olds are going to have cum in their little nutsacks? They don't eat like us. They don't eat, When we were growing up, you ate what your mother cooked. Fucking pasta, steak, black beans. These fucking kids got every single option, and there's every single chemical in their fucking food. Right. From Cheerios to fucking, everything. They don't even have sperm. They have nothing. They have fucking nothing, these little fags.
Jesus Christ. Do you think it's going that way? Like, I would have thought it's...
I'm just telling you what I read.
What articles are you reading when they're talking about 12-year-olds?
I'm not talking about kids. But what I'm saying is it's a fucking crisis right now that they've tested men 25 to 34 at testosterone levels across the board. That's why you see these guys with their brown shoes and the blue suits, and they tighten up. They look like fucking faggots. They look like fucking faggots. But it's accepted now. Right. Look at men today. They don't look like men no more. They don't look like James Coburn. They don't look like fucking Salazzo. What was that guy's name? They don't look like that. They don't look like that. And then again, you look at women. If you guys are watching this, if you're young, dig up Playboy magazine on Google. Look at what tits looked like in the 70s. They were thicker, and the fucking circle in the middle was gigantic. Whatever that fucking thing is. Areola. The areola was huge. Titties from the 70s and titties from the 2000s are two complete different fucking titties.
I never thought about what do you think happened to the titties?
Everything changed. Women started putting more shit in their bodies, just like fucking men did. So I know for a fact right now, if you look up the fucking charts, testosterone is down in young men. So it's got to be down in young kids. It didn't even reach. It doesn't even fucking reach. And that has to do with playing. Guys, when you're on a fucking computer and you're running, that's testosterone in your fucking legs. Walking upstairs, walking up the field with your fucking football uniform on. That's what builds testosterone. At our age, at my age, if I sit there and watch TV, there's nothing in your dick. You try to jerk off, it won't get hard. And if you do get it hard for a minute and a half, dust comes out of it. That's proven. You got to stick up with your fucking protein, and you got to fucking do stuff from here down. You got to do stuff from here down. That's your sperm. That's your fucking growth hormone. Then you got to supplement with that shit that's big now. The fucking tit milk.
Breast milk?
Yeah, you get it in powder.
Really?
What's the first shot of tit milk that comes out? It's liquid gold. They call it liquid gold. What's that shit called?
I've never heard of it.
When the baby comes out of the fucking womb and the doctor gives it back to the mom, that first blast of tit milk, colostrum. It's called colostrum, and it comes in fucking packages now. And you got to put 2 or 3 fucking dips in your milk every day or whatever. And watch what happens to your dick. Watch what happens to your head. I started taking it a year ago. I got no hair on my head, but everywhere else, I'm a wolf man. I got hair everywhere. Oh, my God. My wife had to shave my ear the other day.
Yeah.
I got hair everywhere else, on my legs, my fucking behind my kneecaps. It grows hair colostrum, not where you need it.
Oh, I had to do because you've been like hairless. Like I've seen more of you than I've never seen hair on any part of you.
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't even know how we got on this conversation.
I have no idea.
With testosterone. But then I had the best day of my life. The other day when I went to the fucking dentist. I went to a dentist that's high-end. Computers, 3D imagery.
Okay.
This is wild. I mean, you get raped up fucking ass. But you go to these old guys, and they're still working like 1970. You know, you can't fucking do it. So I went to this guy just to check him out. Oh, my God. They print it up on the thing. They show you your teeth. They got a DJ behind you. Action. It's fucking amazing. So I go in there. The guy's like, I got to rip 2 teeth out. I got to take medication the night before. I go in there, fucking 10 in the morning. I put the iPod, whatever, fucking earphones on. And guys, he started popping needles in my mouth. I felt the first 3. And after that, I didn't feel anything. At the end, I go, did you pull your teeth out yet? He goes, I did that in the beginning. I didn't feel 2 teeth. And 16-year-old Cuban teeth. Pre-revolutionary teeth. You know what I'm saying? When there was fucking real thick milk and Russians and
You're not lying. You open everything with your teeth. I've seen you open like fucking like metal with your
I got Cuban teeth, dog. I seen them go like this for a minute.
But and this was your best day?
What?
This was a good day for you?
It's good because I lived it. I thought I was going to faint 8 times, but I didn't. The only thing that bothered me was the stitches. The cotton that came in my mouth. Every time he'd have to fucking put it in, the cotton would hang in my mouth. It was driving me.
Why don't you like cottons?
I fucking hate cotton.
Really?
I like cotton underwear and a cotton t-shirt. But a ball of cotton drives me fucking crazy when you rub it on me. You know, like a Q-tip when you fucking stick it in my ear at first. That's why I always do those Coke pens. You ever scratch your ear with a Coke pen and shit?
Oh my God. I've seen you do that. Yeah, the blue one, yeah.
You pop it, you snort Coke. So before you snort the Coke, you scratch your ear with it. And the wax holds on to that little Coke. The next morning, you'll be looking for that cocksucker.
Did you ever put Coke in your ear?
Anyway.
I don't know.
Why would I put Coke in my ear?
I don't know. Why are you picking your ear with a pen?
Why would I put Coke in my ear?
Listen.
Put it in
What up, Rabbi Goodwin? Listen.
I want to get your animal high. That's what the fuck you do. How was your weekend? Got promoted. You did 3 spots on a Thursday.
Yeah, it was great. Comedy's been going great. I was at St. Mark's Comedy Club too. It was a great weekend.
Look at you and shit.
I walked up the stairs for one of the last times.
I told you when I met you that you were looking for the first woman.
It was not the first.
Oh my God, you are. I knew when you got it. And now you dropped it on me.
When I dropped it on you, it's been since fucking 3rd week since
It's in Harlem. I was excited.
I was excited.
I'm up the corner from a Chinese restaurant. I'm down the block from this. And all of a sudden, under his breath, the hippie was like, it's also 4th floor. What? What you say? There's no elevator, 4th flight. I go, sleep. Get the money back.
You can't get the money back.
You're not going to fucking go up no 4 flights of stairs. I know you for years.
I'm going to go up. I have to over the next couple months because it has AC. She doesn't have AC. I have good AC. She has like minimal.
Get rid of it. This is New York City.
The entire
This is New York City. If you don't got AC.
She has it, but like it's like New York.
Yeah.
Have you ever had the buildings where it's like either hot or air?
Yeah. Fuck you. No, you got to get one of those windows.
Oh, I have central air in Harlem.
Tell you Jewish and you put it in the window.
Oh, I need AC everywhere.
You're a chubby Jewish dude. You're going to die for central air. Oh my God, let's open the window to breathe. Fuck you and your fucking breeze. That shit don't work for Uncle Joe.
No.
People in California pull that.
They do.
They're just cheap. They're like, we live on the beach. We open up the window. Listen. Stop. You're just a cheapskate. You're just a fucking cheap fuck. Put the fucking air on. When I'm gone, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Open the windows, light candles, rub each other's feet. When Papa's here, put the fucking air conditioner down. They shut those fucking windows. I don't want to hear your neighbors fucking doing Yamaste noises next door.
One of my favorite stories with you and air conditioning is I think you were in Nashville or somewhere, and you turned the AC on so cold that it was too cold to get out of the bed to go pee.
Yeah.
You just peed from the bed.
Fuck yeah. It's cold. Sometimes that air conditioning backfires, Jack, and you got to do what you got to do. But these people we have fans. Listen, a fan ain't going to work. They got fans in Cuba. Ask them how it's working out for them. You know what I'm saying? They got fans in Puerto Rico too in August. Ask them
And they always put the string on it so you can see where the air
Yeah, I
is.
don't want to see where it's going. I just want cold. Listen, when I moved to North Bergen when I was 10, my mother made a mistake an air conditioner in my window.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, 73, TJ, how much colder was it 73 than what the bullshit is we got now? We had no fucking buildings. This whole river line, they had no buildings. So that air that comes down from Canada, from fucking, once it would pop up, and then it would catch in the bottom of those North Bergen hills. Your ears are like potato chips. They would just break. They would just break. That's why a bunch of people in North Bergen don't have ears. They got fucked up ears. Chickarelli, all those motherfuckers, their ear broke. Do you know I used to put my air conditioner on in December? By the time I got
Would it even work?
By the time I got up when it was frozen, there was 2 inches of snow on it. I'd have to leave a bucket under the bed and push the bed. My mom would go, "Why do you put the air conditioner on? It's fucking December." I'm one of those types.
Oh yeah, I love opening the window in the winter.
December. Colorado, and you too, where TJ lives, New Mexico. September comes along, you open the window at night. Ooh, you gotta get up at 4 in the morning and shut that motherfucker down. It's cold in there. It drops to like 10 and shit. You're like, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, you're up in the fucking mountains. Colorado in July, leave that little window open. I don't care what it was in the daytime. I don't care if the streets were melting. Leave that window. By 5:30, you'll be waking up going, "What the fuck?"
That is something that I'm loving New York, but this is gonna be my first full summer.
Oh yeah.
And dude, I was here last summer looking for these apartments, and I would walk out of the house and be like, I'd have to change 3 times a day.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not you who takes 3 showers a day normally, but fucking I would be
4 flights of stairs. There is no day to taking that one shower.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm so happy to be getting out of that fucking place. But who knows?
Who knows what?
I don't know. You give me 200 milligrams of fucking coconut gummy. It's already fucking kicking in.
Here we go. We're in
What do
training.
you mean? What do you mean? Here we go. Yeah, we're in training. Oh,
Bitches, we're back.
oh my god, dude! I'm not even gonna remember Austin. I already know. People are gonna ask me how was Austin, but I have no.
You ever see any movies remembering Austin? Nobody wants to. They want to go down there, eat barbecue, shit blood, get chlamydia, and come right back. That's the University of Texas. A lot of dirty pussy down there.
Really?
A lot of dirty fucking white women puke on the street.
Is that good? I don't want to.
That's tremendous.
Why do you want to get chlamydia?
You come home with a crab, a little scratching, and a little juice coming out of your dick. That always makes mama happy. You know, how can you die without getting chlamydia one time?
I'm okay with
that
that.
stupid chick in L.A. who got the fake tits and got married 3 months later. What'd you get the fake tits for? Nobody came on them. She spent $3,000 on fake tits. Nobody came on them. She didn't fuck anybody. She met one guy and got married. That's it. Take them back. What do you need them for?
Take them back.
Take them back. $3,000 down the drain.
That's
now
it.
you're gonna have kids. You gotta take them out to breastfeed. What would you do that for? I spent $3,000 on titties. I'm rocking, Jack. I'm at Rudy's, smacking people with tits. I'm having a good old time. I'm earning. You can make a little good living with a big pair of tits in a bar.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have to spend all that money on therapy. After 20 years using your tits in a bar?
Well, nobody wants to see your tits in 20 years.
Well, yeah, but after
You got
20
a
years of
stomach
being
like
used
mine.
up.
Yeah, she's still gonna have great tits, but a stomach like mine. Nobody wants to see you flapping when your whole body fucking shakes. Okay, you got a short longevity.
Right.
Nice fake tits are like a running back.
Oh, really?
3 years.
And then what happens? You gotta retire
And
them?
then one gets bigger than the other one. The one nipple falls out of line. You gotta work those motherfuckers, jerk. You gotta take them out.
Have you? I've never like maybe a stripper, but I don't think I've ever seen like in person fake tits. Like no one ever fucked has had fake tits. I don't think.
You never been with someone?
I don't think so.
Tremendous.
Really?
Oh, you get the stab and you lift up the tip, you rub the scar. Punch it a little bit.
And you punch the scar?
Sure, you rub, they love it. You press your finger in there, you dirty fucking flat-chested cocksucker. You fucking... Who do you think you're lying to? You press that finger in there, they love it. Pain and pleasure at the same time.
Jesus, I don't like. I did hook up with a girl once who had the reduction. I was really pissed off when she quit. I was like, why would you get it reduced?
Why'd you gotta reduce that?
Oh, the back hurt.
They always tell you that, but that's my back was hurt. Let it hurt, bitch.
Lay down. Oh my God.
The ancestors, they're all bent over. Who gives a fuck if back hurts? I went to school and brother had gigantic pits in grammar school. I mean, they were gigantic. I mean, gigantic. She was cute, but her back started hurting too. What are you gonna do? They had to bury the tits. Now she's got like C cups. All right, what are you gonna do? They still work.
Would you ever do anything? Like, did you ever like think about like any sort of plastic surgery?
All the time. I'm going in next week. I'm gonna do my nutsack, my foot. I'm gonna do my face. I'm gonna look like fucking Mel Gibson. I don't know. Are you fucking retarded?
Dude, they do a lot of shit. Like, they can make your dick bigger.
Yeah, but who needs that?
I don't know.
Who needs that? Why don't you go and get your dick bigger like that?
Because I can't show up now with a bigger dick.
21-inch dick of Jew?
That'd be
And
nice.
do a review and fucking...
A review of my dick?
oh, call it... What's the guy's name?
Ron Jeremy?
No, Ron Jeremy. What's the guy that runs Israel?
Fucking, not Netanyahu.
Netanyahu's favorite missile. That's what it'll be. You just do a male review. You bring Aaron Ferg with you, another Jew.
I don't think he wants to see my dick.
Listen, when it's 2 feet, everybody wants to see your dick.
That could be
When
true.
you have a 2-foot dick, everybody wants to take a peek. They won't tell you. It's like that girl at 3 in the morning. I don't want to have sex. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see your dick. Yeah, they do want to see your dick. He's got a 21-inch dick. 26-inch. Let's do 2.2 feet of dick. 1.8 when it's cold, okay? Everybody wants to see your dick.
Oh my
You can open up an open mic, charge $5. People come in, and for $10 they can touch it, like they can rub it. That's where the market picks
What
up.
was that Mark Wahlberg
You
movie?
sell T-shirts afterwards. I touched a big dick. This is a big business.
I went to New York and all I got was
Yeah, you
this.
want to dig me with business? I got business for you.
What was that Mark Wahlberg movie where he had the huge dick?
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights. And he would just let guys like look at it in the back, right? Or what was it?
Does
Yeah, it was crazy.
Matter? Does it matter?
Of course, you're the one talking about a 2-foot dick. Oh my
If
God.
I had a 2-foot dick, I wouldn't wear underwear.
Why?
I just take the ticket. Why? Why?
What? That's not a ticket. It's jail. What do you mean you're gonna walk around?
Take the ticket. What's the story? You got your pants off. Look at the size of this bucket. On between my legs. You want to fuck with me, concept? It's 10 degrees out. I got 1.8 over here. I'm throwing that. You want to give me a ticket? You know who my grandfather is? You know the size of his fucking dick?
Oh.
Fucking Lee. We're back, motherfuckers, in a big way, and we'll be back with our guest. It's Tuesday, the 15th, the halfway mark. So get your shit together. The Church New Testament is here, cocksuckers. We'll be right back. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of their licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman won't know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come in individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cape, you eat it, and you're ready to rock it. She will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're diving that little Monquois. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into late Memorial Day swinging dick like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Just press in code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches, with author extraordinaire and dear friend, Mr. TJ motherfucking English in the house.
Hey, Joey, how you doing?
Pull that mic up, TJ.
How you doing, Joey?
I'm doing well, my brother. How about you? Always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, I don't see you often enough.
What's happening? I know. I live right fucking here. It's sad.
I know.
I wish I would do more stuff for you. Maybe go to the Blue Note or something.
Yes, anytime.
I know you're a Blue Note type of guy.
Yeah.
I tried to get some shows there, but they were already booked for the year. Just like maybe
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, you gotta get tickets early there.
You've been to the Blue Note? It's one of my favorite places in the
Yeah. He's the fucking king of that. He does what he wants.
And
It's
Mr.
so
Blue.
good.
It was the Blue and Blue. Have you been to the other one?
I've been to all the jazz
Hawaii?
clubs.
Where?
They won in Hawaii.
Oh no, I haven't been to. They have them all over now, though. I noticed.
Seattle.
A
San
lot of
Francisco.
places. I always see an advertisement for something like Houston. I mean, I didn't know they had a Blue Note in Houston.
Wow, that's a big
So they franchised.
What?
Yeah.
Well, how long have you been into jazz?
I think it's funny because there was no jazz around at all when I was a little kid growing up. So I probably never. Well, no, I take that back. My parents had a couple of albums. They had Louis Armstrong, and they had Bing Crosby, and they might have had some Sinatra stuff. So I got a little flavor of it, but it wasn't until I got to college, Southern California, in the late '70s, and I would just go to these great old used record stores near the beach in Santa Monica, and I started buying jazz records. And I just was winging it. This looks interesting. I mean, I kind of knew, okay, I've heard of Duke Ellington. Let me listen to that. And I just started to explore it and then just got into it, man. Just got into it. There's no other music like jazz to me. It's got soul and you feel it, but it's also kind of intellectual. There's like a thought process involved in it.
And I don't know anything about music, but seeing it live, which is new for me, like I saw it at the Blue Note, and then I went to Nashville and saw it at a jazz place. It was great. Like live in a small place is cool as shit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's just like you can really get into it. And I know you're not here to talk about jazz, but I love the Blue Note. I love it.
I paid the last book I wrote was about jazz.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So jazz and its historical connections to organized crime.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's more to that story than you would think. I mean, jazz and the mob and the mafia in the United States kind of all started at the same time in different cities like New Orleans and Chicago and New York.
And were they own clubs?
They owned clubs. They owned the very first jazz clubs. So they were in on the ground floor as the presenters of the music. Most of the clubs are in every city. The large cities and even medium-sized cities were run by the local mob element. That's who ran the jazz clubs.
And just because it was a cash business? Like, why would they pick jazz?
Jazz was. You know how big hip hop was when hip hop just first started to really hit in the '80s and captured everybody's imagination. Jazz was that times 10. Jazz was like a cultural phenomenon. There'd never been any music like that. All there'd been in America up to that point was, bluegrass and folk music, and then classical music from European music, basically. Jazz was like American. It was the blues, it had the blues and the roots of it, and it all started in New Orleans, so it was a phenomenon, man. It was really popular. Everybody went to jazz clubs.
That's whenever I watch a movie from, like, that time, and, like, people are out at, like, seeing music and, like, doing stuff every night. Like, that doesn't happen anymore. People are out seeing something every night. Because there wasn't TV or, like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how big that was. It like a huge part of the mob's business?
It wasn't a huge part of their business. It wasn't so much economic as it was prestige. It was like the hottest thing. Like everyone's coming to your club, and everyone wants to be seen in your club, and everyone wants to be at your club. It was great advertising for a mobster.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it gave them stature. And they became friendly with some of the musicians and hung out with them and stuff. So there was a lot of cross-pollination.
That's awesome.
It's really weird when people. I used to go to when I first started coming in 93, 94, and Cooper had it was in Colorado. Must be one of those ones that Another $75. People would like this. Well, I think that was the way. So you go back to myself. We started doing comedy. And what I look like, comedy. So I did everything. Just a little. wonderful. Colorado. Everybody was there. Everybody. Even told me that the community this part of thing was well with us. And then he said it was so much. He got so picked up and doing that. He said that when he told us about the mattress, it was just blood all over it. The mattress was nose and shit. But it really was, it had done like the 50s.
Yeah.
He had a bunch of people there. I can't remember what I do remember the whole day. It was just, you know, it's
That's a throwback to like the days of burlesque entertainment,
yeah.
where you had a venue and you had all these variety of acts. You know, you had musicians, you had fucking jugglers, you had all kinds of stuff, dancing, vaudeville. And it would travel around the country. It was huge. You'd go to all these different cities, big cities, little-sized cities, and yeah, jazz was a part of that a little bit when it first started. That was fit in the mix for broadcast shows. But I think Sammy Davis Jr. came out of that. Yeah, I miss that kind of nightlife.
I don't know how to say about the street, but yeah, I don't know you guys. I know full service club, sex, mood, you pick that budget, the belly is where they give you a bill.
Oh my God. It was like a nightclub.
You walk to the family store, you will find 55 degrees. You will find one new people because I was in front.
Yeah, that's all back from
One new was fucking prohibition. So you could see what you would watch the shows and things from standing up there. Nobody could see it. There's two-way mirrors all over that fucking place. I remember that once you were off, this was a safe. You were safe to open up and look for the wall like a tank.
Dang it. Hey, that much cash coming in?
You gotta open that door. It was a whole fucking safe.
I know what I'm saying. There's that much cash coming in when it's yours. Oh, okay.
that's all.
No, but you're saying it was when it was here or it was a safe.
That's all from Prohibition Day.
That's all prohibition.
When there was illegal activities like booze and gambling going on in those establishments. Yeah, fuck. I fantasize about that era a lot.
You could go downstairs to the basement and you could take a secret path and you find it. If they got raided, so there's a way for them to get out. Yeah, the valley. I probably fucked it up. It is very, like it's very interesting what they did. And it's funny because when I read this book about the jazz, that's what I was feeling. Yeah. You know, never mind money laundering, making money off the fucking corporation. You know, Mops is just a way of earning money, and it was a grinding factory. So it's very fucking.
And they all wore beautiful suits, all the gangsters dressed fine, man. Everything about them from head to toe was just finery, the best suits, the best tailoring. So when they were in the club, there was this guy, Owen Madden, who ran the Cotton Club when he was in his heyday. And he was a fucking Irish punk, nice picture. And then the leader of the gang called the Gophers. And he did serious shit. He even went away and did time for murder. And he came back and it was a bitter prohibition. He was like, oh shit, none of this existed when I went away to prison. And now he's back and said, I'm going to make the most of this. So he started making connections with politicians and the police. He started using corruption to create a system. To make a long story short, within a year, he was the biggest player in all of New York City. And he wouldn't step outside. So they called him, what was his nickname? I can't catch his nickname. Something to do with Broadway. Because he'd hang out on Broadway. And he had an affair with Mae West. He had a fling with Mae West. This guy was the cock of the walk, as they used to say. But he never went anywhere unless he was dressed to the nines. And he was so fucking public. And the bankers were like that. It was kind of a very elegant presentation. You could see why people were attracted the allure of gangster, you know, they had that sex appeal. They really had it.
You know what? The way you put it, when they go that fair, when they first started, they used to dress for a fucking.
Oh, yeah.
Those people boys.
Yeah. The women too, they dress up in the finery and the dresses. Yeah, that got lost along the way, man. I guess it was the 60s really that, you know.
It's too much aggressive. My mother was making for a fucking tuna. Anyway.
Well,
Yeah, they got over. Now people are wearing flip-flops and pajamas. Dirty ass.
How do you do? If you're like, you know, doing research on something like this, you can't Google like the monster that you interview people. Like, how did you research?
that was a tough one. That's a good question because the different books I've done have different research requirements. This one was tough because it was ancient history and there was no one left, no sources. Nobody was talking. A lot of my books, like this recent one, it's all interviews, first-hand accounts. But this was like everyone's getting on. So how do you recreate that? The first thing I had to read the memoirs and biographies of all those individuals. And I had to find little references in those biographies to the gangster element and stuff. It was there. Usually it was like a chapter maybe in someone's thing. And so I had to coalesce all that knowledge about that. And then I had to find a story to tell. And I found the story to tell by focusing on two main guys. The first half of the book is Louis Armstrong and the gangsters. And the second half of the book is Sinatra and the gangsters. And so telling those two stories, you get like the whole history of that relationship.
And how do you, if you're doing research like that, how do you know what to trust based off of what you find? Like this one memoir, you have to see it, you mentioned they're going to cover it.
You gotta cross check and you gotta verify it. Then there's a thing called folk history, where you make it clear that, all right, this hasn't been vetted, but this is what the story was.
Right.
You know? And after a while, the story becomes a little history. You know? It's what has longevity. Like a good story lasts forever. You know what I mean? You can tell stories about Sinatra. Nobody cares if it's true or not. They're good fucking stories. You know? Just that it was when I was doing the West East, I remember I received the most outlandish stories about the West East. But I knew that stuff they had done was verified. So you could prove that it proved witnesses, that kind of thing. And that shit was outrageous. So anything I heard that someone would say that they did, I'd have to say, well, it could be true. But I heard some wild shit about them in their head, rolling it down the counter in a bar, with their head they cut off. I couldn't verify that true, but they did other shit that was equally as wild other stuff. They did cut off hands and put them in the freezer with the idea that they were going to save the fingerprints plant.
Oh my God. When Joe told me that you were coming on, the thing that I was thinking about is like you have like one of the few professions, and I'm sure it's changed, but like you're writing books the same way like a lot of like 100 years ago people were writing books. Like it's kind of, there's not many things left of writing a book.
Yeah, you know, it's an ancient art. It freaks me out sometimes when I think about it. When I'm writing a book and I'm lost in the middle of it, and you know I got a stack of pages, but still I got another stack to get to the end, and it's fucking intimidating. And I'm always thinking, nobody's going to want to read this fucking book. Nobody reads books anymore. This is like prehistoric. This is so ancient. This is the voice I'm hearing in my head, right? You stupid motherfucker. This is 21st century, is what you were saying. This is like primitive. People open a book of written pages on a piece of paper, and that can hold their attention for sometimes hours at a time. That's a real primitive storytelling if you can pull that off. But now we're in an era where that's a dying. I think that's a dying art. People being able to do that. So we had the attention span being there. So why would I don't know.
or to read it.
You know?
There's what people do and shit, that they don't listen. And then Mr. Buckingham is not blind, it's not stupid. That is the only place I could read on a phone.
Yeah.
It's better than 4 hours, 2 hours if you better. I was just like something else. I read books my whole life. As a matter of fact, I read the corporation thing when I say that. And I touched the truth and I laughed at you out. You said that. Because every time you read a book, you don't always go down there for yourself, but I read it. You can read it. You get a chapter to read. That's true. I read a book once a year. I really like a book. I read a book in Cujo, Corporation, fucking Havana Nocturne. There's another one to read. I read nothing here. What about this? You are the War of Art, Frank Westfield, whatever.
Yeah.
I read that every January just to keep my mind fresh. And he fucking dropped the line in there and I fucking died. He said something about what they call people oriented. Palestinians.
Oh, Palestinos.
Oh my God.
They still do that.
There's men without land.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And the only, that's a Cuban sense of youth. That's a very Cuban sense of youth.
He called me up when he wrote it.
Dying.
Great.
Dying. Los Palestinos.
Yeah. You have no language.
You have
Yeah.
And how do you, because like, what I was trying to relate it to was, I'm like at the very beginning of stand-up, and I have to not only write jokes, but weave them together. And like, putting it here for here matters.
Yeah.
Like, with a story like, yours isn't even a novel. It's like actual thing that happened. Weaving that together into a story must be completely different. You know, like it's just like,
Oh, it's a big task.
yeah.
But that's the creative part. That's where the artistry comes in. You know, where you take all that. A lot of people can gather the material, but not everybody can tell that story in a way that really grabs a reader or a viewer or whatever. I think about what you guys do as writers a lot, because you're right, it's a much different form, but you're kind of doing the same thing. You're structuring a set, right, where you want it to, let's tell a story. Flow. Yeah.
I just take time because you have to do it in the drawing board and also on stage.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Like I would love to write a book where you could, what do you call that shit? Bucket speech.
Yeah.
Workshop it or yeah.
You know, a chapter every week for people. You get like 6 chapters out of you if you just do it once a week. That would help me a lot.
Yeah.
You know, because I know how to touch it. The fucking paddle.
Yeah, but also you clearly, here's another thing, you clearly have the storytelling.
Right.
The storytelling.
Yeah, you learn that.
That's the, you might have to be born with that to an extent, right? The storytelling. I think it comes from the ancestors, you know, like it comes from somewhere and you inherited that. Yeah, first part of me says you don't lick it off a rock. You got it from somewhere, and you got it from your ancestors. So the storytelling, yeah. And then you fine-tuned it with the life that you live.
I have to have a storyteller show on Sunday. And I was hanging my head out the story. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And all of a sudden this morning, I didn't have exactly. And a complete fucking story in there. That's going to weave. Now I can tell the story about the ring against one pussy. All that shit. It's going to work. Now it's going to work.
Yeah. Quick, everything fits.
It took fucking 3 months of thinking. And I was going somewhere else the whole time. And then this morning it hit me from a different perspective. And I was just talking to the girl I wrote the book with. She was telling me that she wanted a father to write because she had a corporate block. And I was like, I've been going through the same fucking thing. And when I go to Starbucks, I can't write shit either. That's fucking terrible energy at Starbucks. What we can write there? What are we going to write there? About days and shit. So I started writing in the garage. And
shit.
Yeah, last night I just went in the garage and got a little freezer in there. I put my pad on there, the computer, and this fucking morning, I think he was sleep.
You're gonna have to set up a little table out there, a little desk, you know.
But even though I was just thinking, you might like that there's no desk, but are you walking around and like doing stuff anyway?
No, I just sat in the garage. I put the Bluetooth on.
Okay.
And I fucking talked for 30 minutes. I made great notes. And I wasn't even going there. If I said to, I wasn't going there. This morning, something came in. And I go, if I added to that, it'd be the fucking perfect.
You know, I often have to remind myself. So, you know, when you have a writing pad, you do anything to avoid it. You know, you do everything to avoid it. And so I'll go for long walks along the river, and I'll be hard on myself because like, you should be writing right now. But no, those walks along the river are really valuable in terms of thinking time. You know, that's part of the process. So you have to do that periodically.
I always think about like the warmer weather because I think, right, and we'll take a note and smoke a joint and cook. You ain't gonna cook for a walk. You leave that alone. Go for a walk. Sometimes when you come back, you may have the answer, and you might not. Or you might get the answer somewhere. Okay, and that's always gonna fucking thing I love also. So yeah, writing is, I wish I would have done a college there. I wish I would have taken more effort into it in my stand-up career early on because I just would have built better habits. You know, if you do stand-up, it's like writing. Yeah, you just put out a book. You're right. That book just came out. You've been writing it because you know you can't just set it down for a year and wait and plan your whole thing in it. You'll come to it. You got to keep writing that muscle. Even if it's just what your page looks like.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's a muscle.
That makes sense.
What is the fucking muscle?
You want to fan your pussy.
If you want to hang your pussy, it's your pussy. You can do it.
It's like Joe, that was you said something before the podcast, like little commitments become big commitments. You said that the entire time I've known you. Yeah. So you've been writing, you were writing that book when I first met you. You were writing it, and it like. How many times did it change? Did it change
Every other day.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't even let what TJ happens to him, where he writes it all, and then he beats himself up. I would beat myself up from the beginning. Like, nobody wants to read. That's how my mother on the floor. Nobody wants to read that I robbed a jewelry store. Nobody wants to hear about you raising your fucking stupid kid. Nobody wants to hear anything. That's what I was going through in my mind.
To talk yourself out of it.
But it's really weird. You write 10 stories, and then what you're looking for is a connector.
Mm-hmm.
You need that touch throughout, and that's, I can tell you stories for hours. Connecting them, that takes time.
Yeah. We call that the narrative.
That takes time.
The narrative, you know, the whole
That takes time.
and that's when it sings, baby. That's when you know you have something that's real, you know, that reaches, that does still reach people, even though books maybe are not popular in that way anymore, but to people who read books, it can have a real impact.
How do you say?
I like to read. Like, I'm a nerd. I have lack of. I have not great comprehension. So when I read a book, it took me 20 years to figure this out. I have to read a book with a marker. I have to learn how to read. I can't go 3 chapters because I'm going to have to wake up in the morning and read those 2 chapters. So I go 2, but I pace myself. Then I'll read parts of it again. And then I'll start on the next chapter. It took me 20 years to read.
So what's the marker for?
To retain the good stuff.
Oh, you underline things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that too.
Why not?
I read in the margins. I do that.
I get into it. There's, everybody says, I like to smoke pot and go for a midnight walk. Go fuck yourself. I like smoking pot, getting a light, and maybe a pot of coffee. And just sit there and roll another joint so you can smoke it with the coffee as you read your book.
Oh, you get high
As
on
a
weed.
Jewish woman,
Yeah, I can't really do that.
Oh.
as
I
a
don't
Jewish
retain it
rabbi,
if I
go
do
to
that.
my fucking Discord.
That might be the retention problem.
Yeah.
Well, if you get too high, you start reading, and then stories from real life come in.
Start going into your head.
This reminds me of the time I
Because
was
you're-
in Philadelphia.
Because your imagination is inflamed, but while you're reading it, right, it's extrasensory and you're picking up a lot of other shit.
At the same time, I want to feel the book. I want to feel hurt when the writer gets hurt. I want to feel like I like reading and crying. Like, let me give you an example. The other night I was switching to a fucking channel, and the last 30 minutes of Carrie was on. One of the greatest 30 minutes of television and movie history. In fact, Travolta, that's how they got you to go see that movie. Was Travolta was in the movie, but he don't come out till the end when he gets killed.
He was kind of a nobody.
He was at that point.
Yeah.
No, he was. It had been like maybe 6 episodes of Walking Back High,
Yeah,
and the girls liked him, so that's why you went to see that movie.
they must have been disappointed because he's hardly in it.
Yeah, he's what?
He's hardly in it.
Yeah, he gets killed at the end.
Yeah.
But it's so weird watching the last half hour of that movie. And I remember reading that book and not even knowing who the author was. Not even giving a fuck who the author was. And then years later, I was writing, and he tells the story of how his wife threw that away. About, what was he thinking about? People move things with their minds.
Yeah,
And they don't get the
telekinesis.
period. Yes.
Yeah.
And his wife threw it away. He got home. She gave it back to him and said, finish this. And that became fucking Carrie. And I'm thinking about how the fuck he wrote that. Like, even with you, with the corporation, Havana Nocturne, the Westies, I like reading a book and then for like a day or two going, how the fuck this motherfucker write that? That's how much
That's
it's
nice.
taking a book.
For writer, that's a great compliment.
Yeah,
Because you want to think in your act, what you do, you want to think. I just want to dazzle these motherfuckers. I want to like make them have to go, fuck, how did he do that? And I know you must get that feeling in your stand-up, right?
Yeah.
You just gonna
You're
kick
flowing.
ass.
Yeah, you're flowing and you're seeing them, and then you start laughing. That's the money. That's the money that nobody could pay you enough for when you start laughing. That's why I was having a hard time writing jokes when I was smoking pot. Because I like to get blitzed when I write. So if I'm giggling, motherfucker, that joke gets written down. As dirty or as nasty as it can be, I'm writing that bitch down.
So as you're writing shit down and you start to call your way through it, how much of it do you keep? How much of it is good and how much of it is just,
So let's go 50%.
oh, that's good.
50% is good, the other 50 is god awful. You know, that's the danger about writing comedy when you get high, that you might wake up in the morning and find some shit that you're gonna go, dog, I gotta see it. I gotta see a priest. This is not good.
No, it's like I got to burn that.
I know,
No,
I'm
what-
lying to you. Now that we break it down, I retain 20%.
I was gonna say 50% is high.
Yeah, I retain 20%. Especially if I'm getting high and I write a page. First off, the first hour, I gotta figure out what I wrote. It's hieroglyphics, I'm so high. And I start writing Joey shorthand. Like I start writing my own shorthand, and I don't remember it the next day. You know, there's a ton of problems.
Yeah.
Tons of fucking
You know what Carlin said about how he did it was he would write his stuff not high at all. He would complete what he thought was an act, and then he would get high and punch it up.
Punch it up, yeah.
And that was the point where he would get high. And he said that was always really good value stuff that you were bringing in, you know.
It's funny because I do that with acting auditions. If you send me an acting audition, I read it. Then I get Then I read it, and then I start making notes. What goes here, where I'm taking a pause, where I'm going to take a drink of water, where I'm going to scratch my ass, everything. I'm going to improvise, I'll put something there. That's when that works.
Weed is very valuable for your creative process there,
And
right?
it's got to be great. Like, I want to drool. I want to fucking drool like a monkey. I want to drool, be left the fuck alone, a little bit of music, not too loud. Snapple iced tea, lemon, no sweetener in it, that shit. I could go for hours, 2 hours writing. and no computer.
Yeah.
I use computers for research. Everything is written by my hand.
Well, you're describing the process of being a writer and how isolated and alone that is.
I'm an only child.
And you tune the whole world out, and you create your own little world that you're working on in your writing.
Absolutely.
That's
I don't even like when my fucking wife comes down. Because you're writing something good, and also she'll come down. Are you hungry yet? Listen. I was fucking hungry, but I don't want to shut the door because that's an insult. I can't. So I gotta wait till they leave me to do anything.
You're maintaining your sanity, though.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You know?
I'm an only child. I'm Eddie. I've always been Eddie. I love smoking dope. It's just discipline.
Right.
Listen, when I was 18, everybody was going to Hawaii and this. My goal was to get $1 million and move to an island by myself and smoke dope and eat chicken cutlets and drink cranberry juice. That's happiness for me.
Sounds pretty
Nobody
good.
bothering me. Nobody talking to me.
That's not bad. How old were you when you came up with that?
18. I'm like, if it was up to me,
That's
at
pretty
that age, I'm
good.
going to move to Cartagena and buy a big rock.
That's so very clear-headed for an 18-year-old.
I knew,
right? Don't you think?
I knew all those things. I also knew at 14 that I was not going to work days. I loved people who had days off. They had more freedom in their lives.
Yeah.
They were out in the corner when it was hot, getting a hot dog, and then they went to work at night when it didn't really fucking matter. That's a complete different discipline. Because I didn't like going out either. I can care less about going to a club or being a VIP. So if you could pay me for the night, and I could have my days to myself, no drama, because when you're walking in the house, everybody's leaving for work. You can go in there, make a cheese omelet, put on fucking Popeye, and sit there. Nobody's going to come in and break your fucking wall. Everybody's at work.
You're living the dream, man.
No, but I've always loved that.
That's what I mean. You had that dream, and now you're living that.
Oh, having a day job for me was always fucking brutal. And I would do it, and then I'd go, what the fuck, I could steal something. I could sell an apple and make $75.
You know, it's a grind. I could see. I know guys like you. A lot of guys like you wind up in the criminal life.
Yeah,
because they can't take the grind of having to do a 9 to 5.
I got to work $12.50 an hour. I'm working 12 fucking 10 hours a day. I'm gonna make $1.25 a day. I can make that fucking breaking into a room. I know a guy that's got that on it in his pocket right fucking now. And that's what would happen. I go, you know what? It's time to become a human being. And I take these jobs in Colorado and I drilling fucking beans, getting bit by mosquito bites. And I felt like, well, once the check came, I'm like, I got bit. I had to fucking eat a salami sandwich.
You see all the deductions from the check.
I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. It's not working. It's not working. So I went without for years just to prove my point. I'm not working days. I would work days enough to get money, and then I quit. And then I'd fucking figure out. When I lived in Boulder, my rent was due. And every day before my rent was due, I did not know how I would get that $400. And I didn't care. And I'll tell you all the times I got that $400. And you would die. Like I remember, I would just go to Kmart and wait for people to drop the seats. And I would pick them up and win. And they'd spend $300. I'd just go in there, flip everything they take, and return it. Not even walking out the store. Wouldn't even walk out the fucking store. I know one time I needed to rent. The guy dropped a receipt with $500 for a loan ball. And I wanted to go to steal it, and they didn't have it in Boulder. So I got in the car, I went to Kmart and Walmart. I had one left. I actually walked in there, put the receipt on it, walked up there, and I was like, what's going on? I go, I just got this out of Walmart. I didn't even buy it at that store.
You can buy it at any store.
So how old were you at this time when you were doing this?
This is out of break.
Out of break.
The only man I could go back to jail every time.
Oh.
And I did get caught one day, and I gave a fake name. And they take me to Boulder. I'll never forget. I walk in Boulder, and all the cops go, Joey, what's going on? Joey, I seen you back. We told you to be back there. I used a different name. When they arrested me, they got the car. Their fingerprints. Still remember that cop
Did you have fake ID?
No, he's calling me Joey. And the card says James something else. And he's pressing, and I'm like, I hope he doesn't get that fucking car. I was in there 36 days already, 30 days over the holidays. They knew who I was. Their fingerprint me, go, Joey, how you doing? I'm like, oh, if this motherfucker looks at this fingerprint card, and he sees this name, he's going to shoot his pants. And I got away with it.
Whoa.
And then when I went to court, they pulled me aside. They go, we know who you are. And I went back to court under that name. I did the probation under that name. And I had to do community service. And I did it just to
Nobody ever asked to see an ID?
No, yeah. And at the community service, I became friendly with I took the HIV building. And I would paint it, take the garbage out, the HIV building. After the job was over, about a year later, I slapped my ex-wife's boyfriend. The cop that came to arrest me was the cop of the HIV building. He wouldn't arrest me. He's like, I'll give him a ticket. He gave the other guy a ticket for calling me a racial slur. So every story fits. See what I'm saying in my life?
You got a little angel over your shoulder.
Yeah. How fucking crazy.
You got an angel and you got a devil.
Oh, I got a big devil. My angel got a big dick. My angel's got a big dick and he's Cuban. You know how those Cuban angels, they ain't fucking around, motherfucker.
Yeah.
What's happening, beautiful people? The NBA 82 game grind is over. Now it's time for the real fun. Playoffs, defense. Make things even more exciting with DraftKings Sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NBA. You could be raking in dough this playoff season. Take it from your Uncle Joey. You're not going to want to miss this one. Listen, playoffs start this week. I think it's 7 games, whatever. Lines are still soft. Go get yourself some. Here's something special for your first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers, new guys, not the old geezers. New guys, bet $5 and get 200 in bonus bets just like that. Make a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and press in code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers only to get 200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. $5. 200 bonus bets, jump on this deal. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. I love you guys. Good luck. And download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So the last kilo, talk to me, brother. We talked about everything. But
Last kilo. There's a little bit of New Jersey in that book, but it's mostly Miami boys, Cubans in Miami.
What's the guy's name? The two brothers?
Willie Falcone, and his brother's name was Gustavo Tavi, but his partner was Sal Magluta. So Willie and Sal, they were kind of legendary figures in Miami, starting in the early 80s, all through the 80s, really, until they got busted. And they created a gang called Los Muchachos. And Los Muchachos were the biggest, by far, importers and distributors of kilos in the U.S. So they created a distribution network based in Miami that was shipping it eventually to L.A., and San Francisco, and Chicago, and New York, everywhere. And they only dealt at the high level. Like in these different cities, they had maybe like 8 customers. But there were 8 customers that were buying bulk. And so they were operating at that level. And interestingly enough, there wasn't a lot of violence in this story at that level of the cocaine business. I really learned some shit researching this because, you know, we're all primed to believe that the cocaine universe is just bloodshed from top to bottom, and you know, Uzis and chainsaws like Scarface. So I just assumed that there was going to be nothing but violence in any cocaine story that you tell. But this story, there wasn't a lot of violence the way they were doing it. They were Cuban exiles, They were tight. They were that first generation of exiles whose parents had been humiliated and had to leave. And these kids were like 10 or 11, and they grew up watching their parents suffer, in a sense. And they were driven by this desire to make it by hook or by crook. And the cocaine thing just kind of fell in their lap. I go into it in the book. It was actually connected to the anti-Castro movement in the CIA. And they were bringing kilos to the United States to sell and use that money to buy arms and explosives for the Contras in Central America. So it was all wrapped up in that political politics of it from the get-go. And so that's how Willie and Sal first got into it. They started doing it to raise money for the anti-Castro movement. And then the anti-Castro movement got busted, led to the Iran-Contra hearings. It was a big political scandal. So that shut down. But by then, Willie and Sal had created a system, and they were like, well, let's just keep doing it and keep all the money for us. And that's when they became Los Muchachos. And they created this very complex apparatus of they'd go right to the source, they'd meet with Escobar. They were dealing with both the with the people from Medellin and the Cali people. They were double dipping. Those two cartels didn't know. Willie and Sal didn't let it be known. If you're following me, like Medellin didn't know they were dealing with Cali. Cali didn't know they were dealing with Medellin, because neither side probably would have approved of it. But they were doing it, and they did it at a very high level, and they came up with a system to bring the kilos into the U.S., and they did that in all kinds of ingenious ways. They had their own pilots and planes, but they also had boats. They wound up being championship powerboat racers. Yeah. I mean, they owned the powerboat racing business. They owned the company that built the engines. The great way to launder money, by the way. The company that built the engines, the company that built the boats. They were designing the boats, and then they got to racing, and they were going into races, borgadas, all over the world. You know.
Well, they had a war now.
They had a warrant out on it eventually. Yeah.
I watched this. There was a series.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
A month ago or something. Ball driver.
Yeah, that's Willie and Sal. So I was able to do this book because Willie Falcone's family reached out to me. He did 27, 28 years, something like that. And as he was getting to the end of that bit, his daughter contacted me. It was like, he knows your work. He'd read the Westies, he'd read Havana Nocturne, and Corporation was just coming out at that time. So he got it in his head that I was the guy to do his book. And he had his daughter reach out to me. And I didn't know enough about him to know whether I would want to do it or not. I think I said no when it first came up. I said, I can't really answer that because I would have to at least meet, have a chance to talk to him, So I tried to get into prison to see him, and prison shut it down. They wouldn't let me in. So I had to wait till he got out, which was a couple of years later. And then when he got out, they deported him from the United States because he'd never bothered getting U.S. citizenship. He was a Cuban. He came over that time when Cubans were being given a kind of special legal status, So he never even bothered to become a citizen. So they deported his ass. And so now I'm getting to know him a little bit because we're doing Zoom conference calls. So I'm getting a feel for him. And he gets deported to the DR. And then the DR finds out, one of the DR politicians finds out he's there and starts accusing another politician of letting a big narco in the country. So they kick him out of there, out of the DR. He's got to go hat in hand, find another country. I can't tell you the country where he's in, although it'd be, I think, real easy to guess. So I had to go there to interview him face to face. And it was right in the middle of COVID. And it was a pain in the ass. get in a plane. I'll say South America. I'll narrow it down, and I kept missing flights because I didn't have the proper COVID test before the plane. It was a nightmare getting there, but I got there and I met this guy, and for like 3 days we just did interviews all day long. We'd start pretty early, like 9 a.m., and we'd go to lunch, have some food, and then come back and do another 3 hours or so. We did that for like 3 days. Him just telling me his life story, and I had it. I can remember coming back thinking, wow, I've never had this kind of access with a source. They tell me their whole life story. And everyone Willie Falcone hadn't talked to anybody. So everyone wanted to know his story. He was like a mystery man, very charismatic. And I got that motherfucking story and was able to tell that story. It was I know he's a criminal, he's a bad guy, and he certainly paid for it and everything. But it was kind of an honor to tell his story. He was he's a guy with a certain code of honor. He's a criminal. Certain criminals to me are almost like royalty in a sense, criminal royalty, because they have that sense of honor about what they do. Especially guys who put crews together, and do robberies. I have a friend who was an incredible source up in Boston. Irish American gangster named Pat Mead. He was kind of a rival and later a partner of Whitey Bulger's. He started out as a thief, breaking into warehouses and shit. And as he started to advance up from that, he started doing armored car robberies. And I've had late night conversations with him many times over some Irish whiskey or whatever. And he's telling me what he knows about his life as a thief, and he would put together crews. And I said to him, one of the things about putting together a robbery crew is something like that. To me, I was like, how do you do quality control? How do you know these got to be people you really trust? Your crew that you're gonna do a armored car robbery with, got to be people you have total faith in and you totally trust. And so you want to know none of these guys are going to break and snitch. We're in this to the end, and I'd say, yeah, but how can you guarantee that? And he said, you can't guarantee it. He said, but you always wanted to try to make sure because otherwise you were going to have to take care of that person. So the weak link, you were going to have to address, so that person didn't want to get killed. That person is the crew. That's just the nature of putting together a criminal team like that. They did. He's telling me stories of how they do warehouse robberies where they pull up a big truck like 2 a.m. in the warehouse. This is back like in the 60s, 70s. And they'd actually pull the open truck right up against the wall, and then they'd get hammers and shit and just break the fucking wall down. Just take out a big section of the wall. And then they go in there like mice, and they just start looking for what was valuable shit, the most valuable shit. He said long-term shit is canned goods and stuff. Anyway, they go in there, they fleece the place, and then he said, you know what their signature was? After they did one of these robberies, and they wanted people to know it was their crew, they find a desk of who they thought was the most important person in there, and they open the bottom drawer and they would shit it.
And that was supposed to be like,
that was their signature. That was their fucking job.
That was the worst signature.
That was when we were here.
You talk about criminals. The American public has been, we love them. We love their stories.
Everybody's favorite hip here.
Yeah.
I still love I love all of
So
them.
Jimmy Cagney movies?
We've got
We come in for.
horseback or defeated
and all that shit. But, it's a market that will never fucking up. Look at this Portfolio movie, I think it died of that. I don't think it was a bad movie.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a bad movie. I want to test it.
I know.
I was getting a reaction last week.
Yeah, no, I just killed it before we even out of the gate.
Yeah, people are Trump is a police. The movie was just shot. It was just taken repetitive. I went to movies every Saturday, just like you did. Every Saturday we went to the Prepping.
Yeah.
We either went to what came out or $2 for $3.
Driving. Remember driving?
Yeah, drive-ins and Clifton, whatever. We've taken that as a focus.
Sometimes I'm gonna
The
sneeze.
lobster, shit, Italian wine is done.
Oh, that was a good one,
Now,
dog.
Mobland,
Tight.
the England.
One of the most famous
Because like I
scenes of
tell
all
you,
time.
there's gangsters,
You are so
there's people
good
who are
looking.
dangerous because there's hell in there. God damn, that bitch is fucking good and everything she does. Did you see her last night? She had fucking good. I told her she came to her head.
I understand, man. Every Latino male I know has a thing for her.
Really? I don't think
Latinos have a thing for
I don't
her.
know about that. Like,
Well,
yeah.
in serious, in her prime.
Oh, she was a bad. Yeah. But now she's old and she don't give a fuck.
She's still kind of sexy.
She's still very sexy. She had boots on last week and mini skirt and a leopard shirt on. She fucking sent me pictures of a leopard shirt on. Unfucking real. But besides that, there's a little brief factual with all those stories. If you go on Netflix, how many fucking espionage movies are there?
Yeah.
On Netflix?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Netflix. Buy a different fucking Paradise Remains, and they're all got off.
There's like 7 or 8 of them.
And they're all got off. The only one that's getting Narcos
Yeah.
and not even lost the fucking thing after a while. Every time you go on there, the Narco, now it's Aaron Rothschild. Aaron, the guy who's Hernandez. How many movies he was in?
Oh, Hernandez, yeah.
He got punched in the head and he fucking shot 8 people. He was something. That's what happened. It's like Bryce Mitchell. Did you watch that fight the other? He got knocked out again. Listen, I always say Christianity and punches to the head. It's a whole mix. Jesus got punched in the head. He left 3 days later. He's like, I don't need this shit. It don't work. But it's funny how, this cocaine thing. Like, listen, I love all this shit. I love all this. I love all this stuff. Because I grew up with it.
Yes.
I saw it. I saw
Yeah.
point A, and I saw point B.
Yeah.
I saw everybody spending $2 for a hit of acid, and 2 years later, everybody was spending $50 for a gram. That's a big fucking upset.
Yeah.
People were spending Nickelback. It was $5 for 3 joints and a little vanilla on below. All over the city. And now the needle just moved to 50 fucking bucks. I was telling somebody, I remember living here up to 83, and we would go out by a half a gram between 3 of us. When it ended, he went home. When I came back 18 months later, people were leaving us Friday from home on Sunday or Monday morning. Like it had just blown up.
Yeah.
I saw what happened with weed in
Yeah.
California, what happened here with
Well, you're Cuban, so you were in the main vein of the Cuban culture. The selling of it, the using of it. You had that Cuban connection. The cocaine was like these guys who I was talking to who were in Los Muchachos, and I interviewed a bunch of other ones other than just Willie. They were from that generation. Cuban exiles, Miami. They just hit the cocaine business, and they just took over that shit. They turned Little Havana into like where all their safe houses were, where you could stash shit. Nobody was going to talk about it. You could get away with the whole culture became part of the cocaine business to an extent. So you were in the middle of it.
So I made sense.
Yes.
There was a gay Santero and he was breaking through ball. And one night he said something to me. I said something to him. I said, oh, I got the word. In my house, you can't say, oh, That means I hope.
Yeah.
I said to them, I hope you fucking die, motherfucker. And they came and grabbed me by my head, my mom, she can't say that. About 3 weeks later, this motherfucker died. Right?
The gay Santero guy?
Yeah, he died. So, we gotta go up there. I gotta go look at him. I'll never forget the story of the streets. And when the Santeria person dies, they can't bring him in. You have to do a thing while the cops are standing there. You have to do a fucking thing. Do not be wet if you don't die. You gotta take the saint out of that head. So while they were taking the saint out of that, my job was gonna be tough. He was telling my mother and another lady was tough. God, while they were doing the fucking thing. So we had to go up there and speak out with a kilo. I still remember being a kid.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah, talking a few years of sense. That was 19, let's say it was 1971. And I still remember being a kid. My mom. Then you fucking know. But I was a fucking kid, guys. 8, 9, 1. Then you fucking know. My friends are here. You know.
Do you think it's like as prevalent as weed is now?
What's that?
Coke? Or like
Not when I was 8, 9, 10. I knew that when my mother's bar, people did it, and I knew that they did stupid shit. They weren't smoking or anything like that. They would just. I still remember getting up in the morning, like the 8th grade, 7th grade, going to school, and they'd leave my living room and say, like, you need your living room open. They didn't grind it open. There was no grinding. You just put the rocks in.
Oh, shit.
And they would just sit there. And I'd go to school and eat my Cheerios.
Oh,
They're smoking coke. And they all felt guilty, so they would all give me money. Hey, what are you gonna have for lunch? Here's $50. I would leave like $200 every time they were over smoking coke. And my mother used to go, don't give me cash. Like, nah, come back tomorrow. You can do whatever you want. Like that.
you know, doing coke that way is a thing.
Well, they didn't go. It was 1974, right? 1975. And then there was a guy that used to come to my house. But in the morning before we had my mother and stepfather and everybody else talking about it. That was all about he used to get paranoid. His name was Vietnam. He had an eye that he did coke. It staggered and shit, right? So when I was a kid, I liked him a lot, Vietnam. He had 2 sons. I liked him a lot when I was a kid. Something happened at the bar. I did something. I stuck up to him. And he called my mother. He goes, I'll come home and take him to Macy's. I was still living on 88, so I had to be under 10. I'll never forget this came over and he took me to Macy's. He goes, buy whatever you want. And I felt like the Hot Wheel carrot cake. And like some hungry, remember that one thing?
Yeah.
And I brought it home. And we got walking the dog. He looked at my mother. My mother goes, is that all he got? That's all he wanted. And my mother looks at me and goes, the guy took a fucking 6 into the cash. I go, that's what I'm saying. He didn't know what any of it. And I saw it. I go, whoa. Let's go back and go get the keys. Because I just saw the James Bond movie on TV. I felt like it was, because I had like I was spend on me because like I said something and covered to his wife. And somebody was in trouble, but I said I hadn't seen. So they were like, sorry, you did before, you didn't lie. You talking stuff out there. So then my mother died. I don't see this guy, but he was tight. Before my mother died, they told me so. He was doing heroin. I mean, up and down. Just around here, somewhere. Daddy money, the right there. And my mother died at least 40, 30 burgers. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. You want to be I mean, I called him and we were playing it was down like 2 days later. First night, he don't post up and I said to him, because I want your Italian friends to kill that family. Because he knew that I lived with Balzano and he shot a guy 8 times in the back. He goes, see if he's over there and fucking have me killed him. Right? I'm sitting, he brings him back to his house, got a wife and 2 kids. The one kid died, the other kid is way older than me. I gotta be 18, 19. And look, he was in the room. You ready for it? He was too cold. Like he was disappearing in the back. He was white underwear, a white t-shirt, t-shirt with the thing. with the gold chain, which comes right back from his feet out. Right, you would get a big margin cut. It doesn't hurt. You get the biggest margin cut.
Is this Gay Santero?
No. The Gay Santero is better better. This is like, let's look at it. He would get full of water into the dish. So the fish would float the water. And then with the coconut, if the cops came, he would just dump the coke in the water. That's a complete different set of pattern. He had bars on his window already, the whole fucking thing. Now we're doing coke, I'm sneaking little coke lines, and he's just rattling along. And his eye is looking all over the place. And he would carry the 22 or the 32 in his waistband. And do you know what in the morning goes? He goes outside to look up in the
Well,
one slips and shoots himself in the fucking foot. And his wife comes running in, the son, he's on the floor, and they're like, call the ambulance. But he's like, don't call nobody. And his wife goes, he shot himself last month. And I looked at his feet, he had like 3 little bullet holes in his pocket. Every time the gun fell, it'd go off and shoot something. Jesus. Like that was 84. And by that time, the cat was out of the bag. But all these stories that we're reading about now.
That's a good one. Have you ever told that story before?
I think so. I think heaven so. That was a wild night with that one. It was a Monday morning. And the music at the time was Jennifer. And give me a higher luck. It was August or September of 84.
Yeah. Those songs really placed it in time, right?
Yeah. Jennifer.
I feel for you. That's that one. I feel for you.
That's a good one. That's good. Yeah.
She still looks good. I'm on her social media.
She looks really good. First, I listened to Street Set. She was still with you. That motherfucker stood at the top. There's nobody to the car.
She was huge back then.
She was what?
She was huge. She was adorable.
That was my
She was like in her 20s. I will love you anyway. Even if you cannot say it. She had a good throw.
She was hot.
Yes.
So all these books and all these things, it's like, who the fuck says America? Like, they fuck this. And listen, I had a great time doing coke for 20 years. I'm not going to say this and be generous, but we got stuff. You know, because you read about all these different organizations and stuff. Everything was great so about the 80 early years. And then the government got involved. And that's when everything fucked up.
Like the war of drugs.
There was no war. It was a silent war. Yeah, we were going to make peace with the people. That's why they went down there and got no relief. Right, they didn't really give a fuck about no relief. They were going to knock them down. They wanted to call the agent. They wanted to get 15%, right? Just the way it is. And that's what they always fuck do. That's what they always do. And that's what we have to support. You watch all these documentaries, cocaine cowboys, this and that. How many of these guys work? How many of these guys work?
In the cocaine business.
Everybody's got a cocaine business. So,
Yeah, well, there are many layers.
There were morons. Yeah, morons. That was a lot of money to the Rothschild. They didn't know what they didn't know. I got locked. Before I got locked, there was a family called the Martin in Long Run, Colorado. This is 86. I got locked up in 86. By the time I was locked up, they were already counted, ready for sentence. I didn't know this story. This is what I read. It was a father and son landscape. And one day it was, and I was supposed to start selling it as a thing for ball. The thing for ball. Like they couldn't even, and they were so sick, they were rednecks. They didn't know how to launder the fish, but just up my landscape job. They had all these fucking stuff that you could buy. These people were making serious fucking money. And when they got busted, the cops busted them and sat there the whole night and smoked coke. Just double check the amount that they were fucking making on the weekends. Plus they post over the kilos, the whole fucking thing. I get locked up and I meet the little boy. And we're talking today, and I'm like, what the fuck are you motherfucking night, my man. We started with an ounce, and we're picking up 5 kilos every other week. These guys got to use. They're 2 idiots. The feds are all fed. With Markley, with young Markley, lived with his wife downstairs. She was pregnant. After they got arrested, they found out that the father knocked her up. When they were doing coke together, they were rednecks, bro. They were white trash motherfuckers.
Wait, they were doing coke together.
The mother and the father.
Oh, okay.
So the young Markley, who was married, who I was doing time with, they got divorced during sentencing. She went with the father. I mean, this is just cocaine shit, man. This is just, I heard all these fucking stories. And that's how they got him to plea bargain. That's how she ended up ratting on the both of them and fucking, because she was fucking the both of them. Just crazy shit. It was a crazy time in there.
When cocaine, you know this, when cocaine hit, let's say early 80s, this period you're talking about, it hit like a fucking tidal wave. And it hit everywhere in the U.S. This was really in the South. They were bringing it to these different places. They were selling more coke than anybody in L.A. By the mid 80s, and it just hit everybody. You know, the early media about cocaine was mostly positive. It was on the cover of Time magazine, a Newsweek magazine, and they were like, everybody's doing it. All different class levels are doing it. You don't get a hangover. There's no hangover, and all the the PR on coke was very positive up until crack, and tarnished the image a little bit. So if you're a coke dealer, you have blood on your hands by the crack era. It hit like a phenomenon. We all know it from the club. The way it took over in nightclubs. I mean, come on. But what always got me was up in New York, and I'm sure this is true. Actually, I saw it in Cleveland and some other places. Cocaine had hit the working class. So you go to the local barn store after work on a Friday, and all those working class people were doing coke. They made it affordable. This is one of the things where it's out there. They brought in a lot of product so that they could bring the price down. The price came down suddenly, and they got it to the middle class and the working class.
What they did was they did something that nobody, they got the biggest form of free advertising in the world. If anybody ever been in the cocaine, because in the early 80s, somebody went to the bathroom, and they came out, they went to their drink, and you heard,
Yeah.
that was, and people come on right up, man, is it cool? These really cheap things? You hear that, they'd ask you 50 questions. But it just took one thing, yeah, sure, let's try it. And boom, they were hooked because
You say no to it.
yeah, because you believe that it brought you into a different.
You're at a club.
Are you doing it like a chick? Chick lives in the projects in North Bergen. You got her in the city doing coke, drinking Dom Perignon, she's sucking your dick because nobody's ever made her feel that way. All of a sudden, there was no VIP in those days. But think about it, that was the VIP. If you coming out of the bathroom, oh my God, I'm doing all that shit. That's
What do you think changed? Like, why do that? I mean, I've seen cocaine out, but I've never it wasn't. I don't think it's like that anymore. I don't think that's the type of drug it is.
It's out there.
it's out there.
Oh, it's definitely out there, but I don't think it's like a
Not
status
like
symbol.
that. Not like it was. No, we're talking about.
Now it seems dirtier. Now it seems like people to me, who's never done it.
Somebody, it's like people, I don't care. I always win. When we go, every time I go to Vegas,
Yeah, they
I
usually.
clean up. Well, Vegas don't get bigger and bigger.
Those are the people who do a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. If you're winning it, everybody I know wins. How the fuck is Vegas getting bigger and bigger? These cartels have all the money in the fucking world. When in the 80s, when they were doing all, didn't these motherfuckers make Forbes magazines early on? The Escobars. That dude was making what, $6 million a day?
Escobar.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
So, it was, I remember it feeling like if you did coke, you were a little better person. Celebrities are doing coke. Rock stars are doing
status.
coke.
Yeah.
Athletes are doing coke. And I'm telling you, I grew up in northern New Jersey,
Yeah.
blue collarville, and when somebody went and came out of the bathroom, it was like fucking all hell was breaking.
Well, you had a better chance of getting laid if the ladies heard that sniffing too. They loved the coke.
They fucking loved it.
Yeah, no, it was, and I wasn't even that into coke, really.
I was. I loved it since day one. Loved it. I didn't get high for like the first year. And I think they play the trick.
But you know, the whole, sorry to interrupt, but the whole world can be divided into two groups. The groups are when they lay out that line of cocaine at a party club for the first time and said, you want to try some? There's the people who said no, and there's the people who said yes to that. And there's two very different kinds of people, right? Totally different kinds of people. I personally would rather spend time with the people who did the line of coke than the people who didn't do the line of coke. The ones who didn't do the line of coke are ones that just probably became boring.
I was gonna say,
They lived a boring life.
Yeah. When my mom sold the bar at 78, she had some money. She invested in the fucking jewelry store in the city. But she was buying more jewelry than she was selling. And then she was going to fucking Yankee place where and fucking
That's amazing.
money
Good on
came.
you. I want you to know that
So,
I don't stream
my
my life.
last year with her, she
I
started
don't know
holding
you
drugs
or anyone else on kick.
downstairs.
I do it for one piece. I don't know if people have more anymore. So here you are. You can see all my bots going at
And
once.
those yellow
And that's what
back,
essentially
it was the worst weed
inundates you every
in the
single day.
world. Never grew
I
it.
just am also
Touch
going
the
to do
seed,
a
put the
shout
seed
out
back
on
in.
social
So
media.
it means every time you
Everybody
spark it,
follow
it blows up.
Amaranth. She's
It
like
blows up. You couldn't even smoke a joint. I gotta keep
here's all
like.
her information. She has 3 dogs,
And
3
then,
horses, 3
Never heard
ponies.
of that.
when I went downstairs,
Speckled
big
cock.
bag of coke.
She wants another
I'm
one
talking
she
a
can
big
have
bag
one.
of
All
coke.
right,
And
here
I
we
look
go.
at it. I
Socials.
would ask her
Here's all
about
her
it.
stuff.
And then one day I spoke
Just
to
go
her.
to it.
I
She's
just
a nice
blew a face.
person.
I couldn't do
And
something.
if she wants to know
You
where she
use
can
this
find
guy,
Rabbi
let's
Rothschild
do
for this
coke
video,
business.
here it is,
Once you
Super
get this
Rothschild.
done,
And then look at all my other stuff on
one day,
YouTube
before my
by
mother
going
died, one
and
day
just
we went
typing
to
in
Archer County,
Flyro.
parked and dropped beer and Albertsons and went to my buddies.
All you need to do
And while we were down there, we were in the basement.
and
And I walked
you'll
upstairs
find
and I was
I have more content.
he was 16. So we were drinking vodka.
Everyone that's slightly homeless, they're an amazing
You're
streamer.
16?
Here is
16,
all
we
of
put in the
their
freezer, ripped it that hard. And then it came out, that's how you do it. You sprinkle the coke out there first. Like, we called it like snowball. We went back down and we're talking to these kids who are not doing drugs. And we're like, what's in the snowball? And they're like, what's the smoke? They didn't even know. And then finally we went upstairs to the line of coke. And we were like, don't say this to nobody. We did that coke. And I don't remember I didn't get high till
You guys were little hoodlums, right?
then we used to bring it.
You were like Jimmy Cagney and
Dog, I saw him at Judy Eve bring it to school. There was a football player that sold grams at school. And we would bring them into the classrooms and pass the package back and forth during the class and do little bumps. The kids were looking at us like we were fucking Martians, man.
that's hilarious. I guess you were destined to do coke, you know? You just got there way faster than most
I'll
people.
tell you the funniest story is in the 6th grade, I'm dating this Cuban girl in New York for a reason. And my man, Papi, comes over. And he comes over, I fucking hated Nina, he comes by himself. And he was like a broad Cuban guy, same like that dude probably had a big thing. Because he was like 6'1", 180, but he had big hands and big feet, and he was thin and hard.
It sounds like a big dick.
All right, so one day he comes over and he's like, your mother tells me you're dating some girl. Like, my mother went to him to give me like advice, talk to me, not him. I mean, you got to think, this guy used to take me to a barber shop on the way back. Those little apartments on Boulevard East by the 60s, right there. That's little, like, they've been there forever. We would go in there, and that was one of his places where he weighed coke. But there were 2 girls that were always naked. and they'd be eating each other up. He'd go, let's watch for a little while. I'm in a 6 fucking grade with this guy. You know, this is Tati, dog. He knows the legend of Tati. So one day he's like, you eating a pussy? I'm like, no, I'm not doing anything. I barely kiss her. He's like, this is what you do. And he fucking went in his jacket pocket. He took fucking something out. He went. He had a capsule. And he emptied it like a fucking contact. You know, contact. Remember for the 16-hour cold relief? He had like a contact, and he emptied it, and he filled it up with coke, and he gave it to me. He goes, next time that girl comes over, you put that on a pussy. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know what he was talking about. He's like, gotta eat a pussy and all this shit. I'm like, I didn't sell lunch for nobody for fucking like 5 months.
Wow.
And then one night my mother came over with Steve and her. She goes, get fucking down here. She goes, Bobby gave you fucking coke. And you, where is it? It was in my drawer. She's like, go get it and give it to mommy. I could hear her on the phone. How dare you give him coke? He's 12 fucking years old. What were you thinking? And he's on the other line, but Paul, trust me, he's going to put on a pussy. You know, you know how they talk. Like those old school revolutionary dudes. Bobby gave me a fucking capsule filled with cocaine. So that's what I grew up with. So at first, I would look at them and go, I'm never going to do that. I'll smoke dope, but I ain't putting nothing in my nose. And then I discovered THC crystals, Gorilla Biscuits, a.k.a. fucking parrot tranquilizers. And then cocaine came along like 6 months after that. I swore I wouldn't do it. It was my fucking hook. That was it. 1979 to 2007. It was fucking hook.
It was a hard thing to not do because it was around.
It was everywhere.
You know, you go to a party at somebody's house, it's definitely going to be there. Go to a club, it's definitely going to be there.
Go to a women's bathroom, it's there. Go to a men's bathroom.
Kind of everywhere. There might be a line at the party. They're like the coke was there. There'd be like a line.
But it was crazy because if you went to New York in the 80s, you put it out on the table, slaughtered. People were doing it at restaurants,
Yes.
clubs. But then I went out in the city in '93. I took a taxi shop. They almost fucking called 911.
Yeah.
They threw me out. They had to do that here. It's New York City.
Yeah, no, that era was bad.
It changed completely.
Well, what about like the history of like cocaine and comedy? Because I was thinking like comedy might have been one of the worst places for you to go, like cocaine wise. Like they must be out every night.
Somebody should write.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's a cool.
That's a book somebody should write. The history of cocaine and comedy.
Well, again, that was my favorite fucking comic, Richard Pryor. So he lit himself up.
You should write that book.
Cocaine and
The history of cocaine and comedy. You got another book in there?
I was just talking to the guy the other day.
Because like yeah, everyone did it. It seemed like it. Even
Freddie Prinze,
Oh yeah,
all those vets,
Pryor.
you know, all those fucking great. Those guys got hooked. Marvin Gaye was fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Marvin Gaye was fucked up. A lot of those guys. My favorite, Hollywood Henderson, was fucked up, you know. And that's why cocaine was easy, because athletes were doing it. You know, the only person that broke my heart when I found out he did coke, there was only one person I was in shock, and that's Joe Montana.
Oh.
When I found out Joe Montana did coke, I was fucking pissed off like a mother. Why?
Really?
Because he was like my hero. You know, I didn't want my hero.
You put him on a pedestal.
Yeah, I didn't think Joe Montana did coke. Then I heard horrible fucking stories. So,
Yeah, a lot of athletes of that era, football players were doing coke. Basketball players, I'm sure. Baseball players. Remember when the whole big scandal with the whole New York Mets in the 80s? Keith Hernandez, they were all cokeheads.
Fucking the Phoenix Suns with Gondrzak's younger brother.
They were doing
Walter
coke
Davis.
in the dugout. They'd make jokes about how they were going to run out and sniff up the foul line on the field. Like it was a line of coke.
The fucking San Diego Chargers had a problem that even Fred Deep left. Called them a bunch of free bakes and motherfuckers when they went to the Niners. Yeah, it was real, man. And you know, listen, it was sold a Bill of Rights that it didn't do anything for you. When I found myself in prison for kidnapping, I was like, they were fucking wrong. Okay, they didn't really know the effects of cocaine. They didn't know the effects of long-term. They just didn't know the effects of long-term cocaine usage with alcohol and the imagination.
Yeah.
Because cocaine is the imagination, life is imagination. Imagination sometimes gets you in trouble without you don't even know it's imagination. I just had something 6 months ago where I'm like, what made me do something like this? It was imagination. So something that I thought would happen in the TV show I watched or something, it's just happened.
So are you saying when Coke first came out, you didn't think it was bad for you?
It wasn't great. It wasn't good. It was something you did, it made you drink, no hangovers. You're going to go home and fine.
Yeah, there were no case studies of long-term users because there hadn't been any at that point.
Fuck, and I just thought you knew it was bad, but it was fun.
No.
I mean, the other night, something was
Like
very
Time magazine said, there were no bad consequences from it.
In 1987, something happened in this country that was really weird. And I was just coming home, and it was the death of Lenny Bias.
Mm-hmm.
That was very controversial death in my world, because I was about 20-something at the time. He got drafted, and he died the next day.
That night at a party.
At a party.
Yeah.
He said he never did it before. So if he had never done it before, this was his first time. Well, he died, and they would have to let the dry up. But the moral of that story was, this is how crazy it is. I was here. I just went into something here. And I was in the city. And something I went to get coke or weed. And somebody goes, "You got the bias." Oh, shit. I'm like, what? I didn't even know what he was saying. I thought he asked me, "Lenny Bias died." He goes, "Nah, we got what killed Lenny Bias." And I was like, you cold-blooded motherfuckers, But it was cocaine was such a bad, like,
That's wild about the drug world, right? There's that, I don't want to call it evil, but there's a certain level of that business where, like, if they hear there's a certain coke that's taking people out, they want it.
everyone.
There's a very self-destructive tendency, to use that shit. And, that takes over. We're all in bad shit.
I once saw something that said cocaine was a curse from the Incas to destroy white men.
It's possible they used it.
And after what I saw, what I've seen, what it made me do, there's something to that. There's something, and it comes from the natural. But the shit they put in there, once you find out what they actually put in there,
It's a plant.
you're like, no wonder I had T-shirts that had this was brown. White T-shirt. You would put chlorine on, but the sweat was brown. God knows what's in there. You see it with gas, and acetine, and fucking, beluga juice. It was just so many fucking things, and that's why I'm pissed sometimes when I go back into the 80s and the late 70s of cocaine. It was like they were fighting a war that they were help supplying.
Yeah.
And that's what got it.
Yeah. That's the corruption, the whole thing.
That's what really pissed me off. And listen, like right now, I feel at times like one of those people that sues Marlboro getting cancer. Me talking this way. Like going, I'm pissed about what they did, but I was that weak and I like it.
Yeah.
Can't be mad at Marlboro. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at the Colombians. And you can't be mad.
No, it's a plant. When I was in Peru, I did coca leaves every day.
It felt like $1 million. It was clean.
Well, first of all, it's because of the altitude. Keeps you from getting altitude sickness. And so you have just a little wad of coca leaf in your mouth, and I liked it. It was kind of like a wad of tobacco. I've never done that, but I was doing it every day. And the hotel where I was staying, they had like a bowl of coca leaves when you come into the hotel, and you could just help yourself to it. There was always tea that was made out of the coca leaves that was there for you to have.
Do you feel yourself getting addicted to it?
No, hell no. But you get a little buzz. It was like coffee. It was very much like coffee. It gave you a little caffeine buzz. And I used it one time when I was going up to see a shaman, a woman. All I knew is this woman was elderly, and she was in this village outside of Lima, and we could go see her and, have a session with her. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. Well, we had to take a bus to get there. And then when we got off the bus, we had to go up a hill into a very remote part of this little village. And then we get up there, and one house out in the middle of nowhere, and there's a line there. There's a line of people waiting to get in to see this curandera. And so I'm in the line and finally get in to see this old lady. And she's about 95. She speaks a local dialect, not Spanish. So there was a translator there. And I sit down in front of her, and she says, okay, you got to take a bunch of coca leaves and put them in your mouth. And by then I'd been using coca leaves almost every day while I was there. So I was like, great, no problem. Boom, put it in there. And I'm vibing on it, I'm getting the juices from it and everything. And she's looking at me. She's looking at me, and she's a translator. She says, is he married? She was turned on. I think she was turned on by the fact that I was taking to the leaves with great gusto. She liked it. She was turned on by that. She thought that was great. So it's like a bonding thing, the coca leaves. It's a ritual from long ago, just like coke, cocaine.
But that's the spiritual way.
Yes.
Once you like gasoline, you people chocolate or anything else.
Yes. Well, that's man. That's man. That's what man does, right? Man does things in this. What do you want to say about that?
This is where it was rough. The fucking
Hey, you feel good. You still sit there and talk stories, able to enjoy the stories. That's okay.
it's okay. I gotta be a concert to do that. So we're here to get going off we go back there.
Really? There is. You do get to a stage, I guess. You don't get to a stage where you have to say, shoot me dick. Yeah.
That's a different world, but they will respect them.
No, that's already happening. I have this. That guy I was telling about in Boston, a gangster friend of mine. He had some, and he got it on the black market for another gangster. And he took me one day. He said, "I got to take this over to this guy. This injectable fluid with the needle that they inject into their dicks because they were both probably pushing 70 around that time, or into their 70s, well into their 70s, yeah. And they were having to inject their dick. So he's going over to see this guy to give him some of this liquid. And they're making a deal. He's paying it for it. He got it on the black market. And so they leave me in the car. I'm sitting in the car. And they're like standing in the street right in front of the car, and I'm watching this transaction. And the one guy who I didn't come with, he comes over to the car and he taps on the window. And I roll it down. He says, "Hey, you're the writer, right?" Yeah. He said, "You're writing a book?" I said, "Writing a book? No, not at the moment. Not writing a book." Because he says, "You're not putting this in a book, right?" He didn't want me putting in the book to these guys, having to do a black market deal to buy stuff to inject into their dicks, and they had any action at all. And they tell me, the older guys, the older fellas tell me that that's one of the next stages. You're probably not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. But that's what we have to look forward to.
But what is the gel doing in your dick?
I don't think it's a gel. I don't know. I think it's just something that stimulates your blood. I guess.
Go to China, you buy those fucking lizard balls.
This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Like,
Listen, I remember I was in Hong Kong once, and you go to one of those little place where they sell all that shit, and the variety of stuff they have, and like that Chinese pharmacy, all those ancient herbs and shit they have.
They're all for the dick.
A lot of them are for the dick.
Dick.
but they shoot themselves
That
for
black
it.
stuff, that black tar that you eat that breaks, that's for your dick. You have to go to a Chinese pharmacist. They say you can't turn that shit back. That's your dick. That's like Okinawa dick. You just keep giving it. It's the dick that keeps coming. You know what I'm saying? TJ, always a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure. Man.
Fucking
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
having me.
leaving the book. Thank you for being
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being my inspiration. I love reading your stuff. Hopefully one day I'll grow up to be like you.
So for the audio listeners, TJ, what's the name of the new book?
The book's called The Last Kilo. The Last Kilo. There's a subtitle. I don't even remember it anymore. But yeah, it came out as a hardcover book 2 months ago, and it's out there. You can get it anywhere. You can buy a book. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And that's it. We got Austin, Texas. Lee, what do you got?
The 19th Saturday, I'm with Steve Simone at the dojo.
For the Dojo of Comedy. There he is right there. Fucking perfect. A Saturday night. What else you got going on? You doing any shows that fucking you, DJ? You doing any shows at the Blue Moon, whatever? The Blue Note. The
Blue Note.
Okay.
Blue Note. Shit, the conversation is deteriorating rapidly all of a sudden.
That's what happens.
It's just crumbling right before your eyes.
I love you guys. See you next week. Stay black. I want to thank DJ. I want to thank Lee, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys for always having a back. Have a great week. We'll see you next week, I guess. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of their licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman will know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come in individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cape, you eat it, and you're ready to rock, and she will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're diving that little Monquois. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into late Memorial Day slinging dick like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Just press in code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here and Lee Syatt. Welcome to the church, New Testament. What's up, you savages? Uncle Joey here. It's Tuesday, the 8th of April. The year is moving fast, cocksuckers. What's up, Lee Syatt?
I'm good, dude. Happy to see you.
Happy to see you. You're looking good. You had good news last week.
Yeah, dude. It's like getting into the clubs in New York. It's like my first experience trying to get past at places. And it's been a little bit of a grind, like a lot of a grind. But I got a good news from Broadway Comedy Club, so I'm said I'll be there a lot this month. And I'm a broken record here, but I just love being in New York, doing stand up in New York. I'm having a blast.
Good for you. You sound like that song. Remember that song in the 70s? I love New York.
I do.
That's you.
I never want to leave
New York. As you say in New York, you get in there with a stick from behind.
Dude, every fucking day.
Me too. I just got an email yesterday.
Has they got mugged?
Yeah, they got the over and under.
Oh, you should
gonna
put that
follow
on.
you one day. Take the mugging. It's gonna be family, and I'm gonna beat you up.
What do you mean?
Just get the cash in your wallet. Get the picture of your girlfriend. Whatever. Hold on to the wallet.
Do people still put pictures in their wallet? Do you have pictures in your wallet?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I've never met anyone other than you who has pictures in their wallet.
Picture of my daughter in first communion. It's like 9 years old.
You got that? But don't you have the dude, the weightlifting
Rago,
dude?
yes.
Dan Rago?
Yes.
That's awesome. Dude, that's good. That's changed now since the phone, I bet. You're like one of the few people, I bet, who still has it. Old school phone.
If the phone goes up to 2,300, I'm going back to a Canada strip. You know what I'm saying? 2,300 is what they're saying. This is just giving people an excuse to raise prices.
Oh,
All you gotta do is mention tariffs already. They're starting tariffs. Tariffs. Everybody was buying cars this week like a motherfucker. Because that's it. And now your parts, if you thought your parts took long during the pandemic, forget about fucking that. Especially if you got
thank God I'm not buying shit. Not a thing. And it's the only time I've been happy to not have investments. I'm the only Jew without investments, and I'm thrilled about it.
Everybody's like, I lost $2 million. Bitch, if I lost $2 million, I'd be burning down a town, all right? You didn't lose $2 million. I lost $8 million. No, you didn't. If you're saying it like that, I don't believe it. If you're saying it like as you throw your wife out the window, she comes home with, I just got a new Range Rover. What? I just lost $8 million fucking dollars. That's what I want to see. Don't just tell me, I lost $3 million.
Yeah, but you're right. The iPhones are going to be expensive as fuck. Yeah.
Everything.
They're already expensive, $1,400 a month. Dude, I have that Mint Mobile that sponsors us. I got so sick of, even before the tariffs, paying $100 a month for a cell phone. $100 a month, and Mint is $15 a month, and it's the same thing.
Yeah, but you call people in another country.
It works
That's
great.
the problem with that shit. You call somebody in there like, and go, Bulgaria. Mint. God damn it.
Oh my God.
I didn't do shit. I'm feeling a lot better.
You seem like you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I started smoking again, not guerrilla style. Just because, listen, let me explain something to you. I don't like not having an appetite. I have the control to go, you know what, I'm not going to eat that. But the worst thing is when you have to eat and you're not hungry. I feel like that as it's going down. I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm not hungry.
And you're not hungry without weed? Fuck.
And the edibles, listen, let's be as honest as we can with everybody. I think I'm coming to the end. I'm just waiting for something to happen with heroin. Like, what do you, something. They put in a gummy.
Like an improvement in heroin?
Something, like heroin gummies, something, because that's my next level. I smoked weed after 5 weeks of not smoking. I thought I was going to see the devil. It was okay.
Right.
It was okay. And then I've been eating, I throw down 800, 1,000 milligrams of those ABXs. I'm expecting to eat the kitchen.
Right.
The other night I ate 2 little donuts. The tiny white ones. Because they're disgusting too now.
You don't like those?
They're all fucking disgusting. Listen, donuts are done. There's no donuts on the East Coast no more. Dunkin' Donuts blows. We fucked up when we left LA. And we didn't bring a franchise of Yum Yum Donuts with us.
Call
We
them
should have
up.
brought a Mexican with us. Those are Mexican-made donuts.
Oh, they're good.
Fucking delicious Yum Yum Donuts.
Well, because they make them fresh at the store.
At the store.
Dunkin' Donuts, dude, especially, I see them in the city all the time. Oh my God, have you seen what's at McDonald's now?
No.
Krispy Kreme is at McDonald's. They're just trying to kill us now. They deliver in the city. They have Krispy Kreme at every McDonald's. Just in the back of like a U-Haul truck, they bring it all again made.
Last time I had Krispy Kreme, it tasted like this, okay?
Yeah.
When we, Dean Delray, when you're coming out of fucking Irvine, or Ontario, is it? You're pulling out of there, it's 11:30, ain't nothing to do, and there's a fucking
Krispy Kreme.
And I go in there and get a dozen
For the drive home.
of just the regular
The glaze.
There he is.
glaze.
How you living,
Oh,
pimp?
my.
What's good, son?
Oh,
Yeah, Marilyn Martinez.
How many games in a row are you going to lose? All right. How many games in a row are you going to lose? All right. Well, we're going to prove you wrong. You have an invitation. Should you choose to accept it, I'm going to whoop your ass. Okay. So, how many games in a row are you going to win? I don't understand your logic, but that's cool. That's that wild Australian logic. Look at my shot. And look how it just fucked you. Well, yeah, in the past. Right now, what? How did you fuck me? I want to know. You mean made it really easy for me to get a three putt and basically made it impossible for you to score? Dog, you're already down one hole to none after I make this shot. Like a sexy beast that I am. Dog, you're down 1-0. What are your thoughts? The people demand answers for your shitty mini golf play. You said that you were going to win, and you're down 1-0. Everybody wants you to win. Dude, this fucking tree is in my way, and it sucks. Okay. You also are sucking major donkey dick at mini golf, just in case you didn't know. You ready for this shot? One of the best shots we're ever going to see in the history of mini golf. And you got to witness it, Zoot. You got to witness it. Are you going to make your shot? That's definitely a miss. Definitely. You're down 2 holes to none. You need to have the kind of comeback that I had on you yesterday, or it's all over. Look how sexy this shot is. Did you like the shot that I just had? Dude, are you going to hit the fucking ball, or are we going to just sit here and listen to you jerk yourself raw? Zoot. Zoot, hit the ball. Zoot, you suck. Zoot, you're terrible. You're a terrible person. You come in here saying that you want to play, and then you don't hit your shot. Garbage. There you go. That was almost a good shot. Just fucking perfect shots. I can't fucking miss. I've already won one game against you. All right, well, that's not where your head should be. Your head should be in a little app called Play-Doh, in a mini game called Mini Golf. That's where your head should be right now, son. One of the greatest shots. It go in the hole. Oh, that would have been one of my greatest shots of my career. Zoot came in here talking all big and bad. I'm going to beat you 100 games in a row. I can only play 4 games because I've got to get all swole. And then he just got slapped in the face. You're Chris Rock and I'm Will Smith, dog. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. You're going to hit the ball, you're going to jerk yourself raw. You need to have the greatest shot in your career right now. Zoot, make your shot. That was not bad. Not good, but not bad. Zoot, you're going to allow me to get a perfect game against you. Oh, I hate this hole. Oh, fuck that. Fuck this hole. Oh, Zoot. Zoot coming up with an amazing shot. Too bad my man Zoot is down 4 holes to none. Make a good shot and don't suck. That was terrible. Oh, dude, I just keep getting thrown out of this fucking X. Zoot, make it. Zoot, you're not even going to score. Dude, I didn't even get outside that fucking X. I hate this hole. Make it, Zoot. Zoot, you haven't scored in 5 holes. All right. Are you ready for Squid Game? Zoot, Squid Game. Are you proud of that shot? I would be. That's a good shot. Not as good as this shot, though. Dog. I'm so sick, dog. You haven't scored in 7 holes. Dog, you are so fucked, it's over. It's over for you, son. Are you fucking sure you can make it? Zoo, you haven't beaten me on 8 straight holes. You have not beaten me on 8 straight holes. That is, you're not coming close to touching me on this hole. 8 straight holes. I'm gonna make it 9 straight holes right now. Yo, dog. Dog, you are Chris Rock and I am Will Smith. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. Oh, we both screwed up. But look how sick this shot is. Dude, I went all around that hole. Dude, you gonna make this shot? Dude, you haven't scored. You haven't outscored me on 8 straight holes. Nothing's impossible, dog. Yeah, so like multiple people could. Yeah, multiple people could hit. Absolutely. You're in the water though. Are you sure about that, son? Because it looks to me like you just got water bombed. Oh, I don't think so. Why not? That was good. No, I didn't. I gave myself a perfect position at the hole. That sucked. Fuck you. Great shot. Dude, dude, we're tied. Oh man, that was an amazing shot. Thank you for the help. Oh no, Zoot, I up. I fucked up. I caught that corner. I don't want to talk with you right now. Why would you do that? That was so stupid. That was so stupid. You have a chance to win. I'm gonna make you regret that shot, son. Look at this go in the hole. Zoot, you have to make this. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. Dude, make it, make it, make it. It does it does matter because I'm getting the W and you're walking home with a big ass L. Straight up L. You are walking home with the 12th letter of the alphabet. All right, go to the gym. I may be asleep when you come back because I'm tired. So give me some time to recover when you awake me with your Australianity. Take care, pimp.
Who was in the car? We're like, Dibs 4. That's how good they were warm out of the fucking box.
Dude, it's my favorite part about doing Mohegan Sun. If anyone asks, I'll do a free spot of Mohegan Sun because they have one of the ones that with the conveyor belt and that gets hot. Oh, that's amazing. But when it's like room temperature, it tastes like cardboard.
I saw a Cinnabon the other day.
Ooh, I still like those.
I haven't had a Cinnabon in 15 years. I was like, Mercy, you want to go inside the Cinnabon? And she was like, hell no.
Really?
Yeah, no. It's like, that shit tastes like ass. Like,
But
I
like,
mean, what else they destroyed in New Jersey?
what?
The apple turnover. It does not
Throwing up
exist.
gang signs, Rabbi
It
Mark
tastes like
Goodwin.
that. And I
Suck
bought
these
3 or 4
nuts.
of them just to try them out. I think I threw away all 4.
Fuck. So, what about Carvel? Carvel, you don't go to just Carvel get a little ice cream?
Every once in a while, I go in there now and I get a little cone. But the problem is, you got kids working with Carvel, and they don't know the spirit of Carvel. Every time they go in there, they just fuck it up. A bunch of kids with acne just fucking it up. There's one by my house that's a drive-through. You have to, if you want something original, you have to go in the daytime. When the owner's there, she's my age. And she'll make a fucking egg cream that'll make your head blow up. If you tell her thin, she'll make it like milk. Whatever you tell her, she's dope on it. The kids that work there at night, they're 17, bro. They have no responsibilities. You know, whatever they pay, $12 an hour, they don't care. The fucking pineapple has shit in it. You have to take the pineapple and move it around every hour on the hour.
Right.
These kids just sits there.
Dude, if you're high, if you have 800 milligrams in you and the stuff doesn't taste good, there's a problem.
A lot of shit don't taste good. Wait till you get older, you're gonna go, wow. I used to eat 22 of those. Now I eat one of them, and I want to shoot myself. Your taste buds change.
And I know you're half joking around, but they're like, do you get the munchies on heroin? Like when you were doing heroin, did you get the munchies? Or are you just taking heroin because you want to be fucked up?
I want to be fucked up, okay? Nobody takes heroin and thinks about the munchies late.
Well, you said you want to be able to eat.
That's why, if you don't want to go on those Ozempic, just do heroin. You'll never eat.
You'll be asleep the whole
You'll
time.
never eat. You'll sleep, get up, shoot, snort, whatever the fuck you want. But I'm just waiting for heroin gummies right now. That's it. I'm done with the THC. I moved to a different level. 50 years. I'm a doctor. I got a doctorate in THC. What do you want from me?
So, but do you think, and I know you probably don't keep up on heroin, but I would imagine now, because they were making edible gummies in their kitchen in California, like
Yeah,
the
that's all
stores.
fentanyl.
But
I don't want to. Listen,
You don't think they're making heroin gummies?
they probably are. I need to do it with legit chemist. Somebody who went to Yale. I don't want to do it with Nicky's uncle.
No.
You know, he went to jail and he knows how to make. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I want to make it legit. I want them to get China White. That shit that makes you fucking play Jimi Hendrix music.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know how to play the guitar. You do a line of China White, you're in here playing like Jimi Hendrix. You don't even know. You're in here going like fucking Jose Feliciano. No eyes and shit.
Holy shit.
Is Jose Feliciano still alive? He's still alive.
How old is
Blind as a bat. He's got to be 80 because he sang Chico and the Man song.
Damn.
And that was 77. So that's 23 and 25, 48. Right, no, 58. No, 53. What am I thinking?
20. You said so many numbers, I don't know what. When was the last, what was the last time you were, completely sober for, a week?
1988.
And you don't, what goes through your mind when you're completely, you just hate it, it's just boring?
Boredom. Nothing. It's bad enough my mother died. When your mom or your dad dies, when your mom dies, the rest of your life it's like eating food with no salt. That's the best way I can tell you. When your mom dies, that's what life is. No salt.
Right.
And then when you stop smoking, I mean, there's positive things to it. I don't want to say I had a good time the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Things started coming out, the comedy writing was horrible. The getting loose on stage was horrible. But I liked where my mind went.
What was the difference?
Clarity. A little bit of clarity. I had a lot of noise in my head at the beginning of the year last year. A lot of shit, And sometimes, believe it or not, that's what makes you sick.
Really?
You're thinking too much about shit. Listen, I know comedians that go on the road, they don't even worry about that material. And here I am at home going, I'm going to cancel that gig because I only got 20 minutes. Just, there's so many things that I worry about, that I should worry about. The shit I should worry about, I don't worry about.
Do you think that's what was fucking with your stomach, the worry?
No, just, my daughter's getting older. I'm getting older. Listen, I didn't have a midlife crisis. What I did was had a kid. You know what I'm saying? When you're 50, you go out and chase some 20-year-old hoe, and you crash your car, and you go back to doing blow, and you cash in your 401k, and then when you're 58, you go back to your wife begging, sorry, like a fucking animal. I didn't go through that. I had a child instead of 50. So I knew at some point it was going to catch up. And I thought during the pandemic I had to deal with shit, but I did. But it was different. After I got out of the hospital the third time, I was like, what the? I'm certified old. That's it. Once you go to the hospital 3 times and you're 60, you're certified old. Your body takes a different turn, and I have to accept that. I got to accept that. And you have to accept a lot of things that you're like, fuck, I'm not going to work that. I'm not going to go out and buy Jordache jeans and get a tattoo on my hand. And, I'm not going to do that shit. Right? I'm just not going to do that. You got to Corvette to prove something. But I got to do something.
I don't know if heroin gummies is the way to go.
Listen, please. You're talking to me about serious shit?
Of course I'm talking to you.
You're talking to me about heroin shit? That's something in the future. That's eventually going to be fucking made.
So what do you want? Are you talking like you want to have like a midlife crisis sort of?
No. But I was just thinking about the fucking big question with me the last 3 years was what the fuck happened?
Over the last 30.
What happened those 23 years in LA?
Right.
How did I go to LA with a fucking horrible drug problem and leave there with a kid and a wife? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just very hard for me. Right, comprehend. The other day somebody came up to me and they're like, I saw you with this. And I'm like, I never did that. And I was wrong. I did do that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like just little shit that I'm like, wow. I forgot a bunch of shit. And I just want to know.
Well, I think that happens. I feel like that happens a lot in life. Like, thinking back, like going looking and back at a lot of the church clips that people are posting. I was 23 or something, and now like I think life just happens fast. But then for you, like you focus so much on just like what's in front of you that like you don't seem like you go back in your head and like ruminate over like the past a lot. Like you just are really focused, or at least more on just like just the present.
You have to always go back every once in a while, figure out where you went wrong, what you could do better, what you should have done. What you'll do the next time, that's just a part of life. That's just not.
You do that? I
don't sit there and go, I shouldn't have robbed that gas station. Okay, I did it. I'm happy. We moved on.
Okay.
But there's little moves. Like you think about little things that you did that just fucking drive you crazy. Something you said when you were out one night, you shouldn't have said it. You're like, what the fuck was I fucking thinking?
Yeah.
When you're on stage, you say something, you're like, where'd that come from? That you go on stage and you're in the middle of 20 minutes, you're having a great set, and then you just decide to just fucking say something.
Yeah.
And nobody catches it.
Only you, but it drives you nuts.
Only you. Nobody catches it. People just go, what the fuck is that? Whatever. That's it. When you said it, when you walk out of there, you're like, thank God. George and Lee and Nick didn't say, Joe, what the fuck came out of your mouth this time? Right. So I think about that shit. I shit in a bathroom. That in my house. I put that there purposely. The bathroom. No. Oh. I didn't build the fucking house, genius. So what do you put there? I put on the wall, G8. Not wrote it out, but when I went to do this gig at New Orleans, they gave me a plaque. The House of Blues. I don't know what it was. They gave me like a plaque. G8, New Orleans. I hang that in my bathroom for a reason. Because I bombed so fucking bad that day. And I want to see that thing every fucking day and go, what the fuck was I thinking? And then I bombed The majority of people are African American, and what do? Start doing African American jokes in front of these poor people. And then I had to walk out in front of all of them, and they all started hugging me and talking to me. And I'm like, oh my God, who's gonna stab me over that black joke?
I can't believe you kept the plaque.
This is what I told them they're gonna do, smash it. I said,
If I bomb that hard, yeah, like you don't bring home a lot of shit. Like you're not really like a sentimental person. Like I'm surprised if you just knowing you, if you bombed that bad, I could just see you being pissed and like throwing it away in the hotel.
oh, I brought it home to remind me that can't ever happen again.
Fuck.
That cannot fucking happen again in your life or in your next life or the life after that. You cannot let something like that happen. And it wasn't like an intentional bombing. It was a bombing when you're prepared, when you're overconfident. You just came from the store on a Thursday night.
Right.
And you think you're Johnny Bananas. Yep. You fly in and you go up there, and it's your body language. It's all about your body language. This motherfucker's coming out like he's James Bond. This is not going to work for this motherfucker.
Yep.
And they refuse. That's the way life is sometimes.
And what does that? What does that do for you? Like just remembering it.
Not to do it again. And you and I both know I'm stupid. It's going to happen again.
Right.
But in your mind, that sits there that it can't happen again. A bombing like that cannot happen again.
At the beginning, did you like try to forget your bomb and forget it happened? And
No, you don't have to fire it out. Yo, I've always been at home after my bomb. Even when you had like 3 shows, and you do 2 of them at the middle one time, you still go home and think about the middle. You don't think about the 2 that people are off, you say, girl up on stage, you put it out. They don't remember that. They remember that bomb. So you remember that bomb. And I didn't go all on court. I'd be sitting there, this is not going to happen again. Like, you're not bomb. I try to listen to the jokes. It's like I would stop after the first show. I would take my face and go, this is worthless. I'm not doing this shit.
It's amazing. But it's cool. It's cool that like you use that as motivation. Like to think about that you still do that and like it still gets to you.
And ask it. This is what I was saying before the podcast. As a comedian, as a lawyer, whatever you're doing in life, you have to work yourself up. This is work yourself up. You get that later. But now it's a different type of work that you have to do. Now it's more intelligence, it's this, it's that. It's just so many fucking things. And you're like, when does it end? When do I stop struggling? You don't. You don't. You don't. Jay-Z sits there with black people jumping up and down and they're smoking blunts all day. At the end of the day, eventually you have to get back to work. And you have to cut 12 songs and whatever. And it's just, I don't know my point.
Do you think I was as you were talking about that, I was saying that when you started this and like how like the goal of the last little bit has been to like figure out what happened. And maybe when like things were going crazy in LA, you thought you could, but you really couldn't look back at everything. So you, in 4 years, you did 30, 20 whatever years of looking back.
But just to keep that in line. There's a line in The Godfather that I think about. I do think that. And it's as fucking real as it is. Whenever and I wrote it, my notebooks. It's written in a lot of my motivational stuff. And this is a fucking horrible saying. It's misogynistic. But it's true. Women and children make mistakes. Men cannot make mistakes. And we make them. But that's in the back of your mind. A lot. And listen, it's in the back of my mind. I still make fucking mistakes. You think about that a lot. Women and kids can make mistakes. Men can't make mistakes. That'll fucking kill you forever.
So why do you think men can't? Like, what do you think that means?
You know what that means? That when a man is a man, listen, when you're 19, you think you're a man, but you're a fucking moron. And guess what? When you're 25 and you think you're still a man, you're a fucking idiot. And then when you're 32, you think you're really a gangster, and you're still a fucking idiot. It's like there's a certain time, like when you're 44, that you see the field a lot better. That's what happened to me. Once I got to 40, I started seeing the field and where this fucking game is going. and what we need to do to keep this fucking march alive. Okay, and that's it. That's it. Is how we gonna keep this drive alive? With the Giants, we're down 3 points. There's 3 minutes on the fucking clock, and we gotta keep this drive alive.
And now you're in your whatever 20th year in the league, and you've seen everything. And before, when you're rookie, you have no idea what's going on. It does seem like life's coming at you really fast when you're young.
No idea. But along the way, we think we got it. But you really don't got it. You're trying the best you can to compose it, and you're chuckling and jiving. You know what I'm saying? And it's like what I said, you become a professional in your mind. You're an amateur until you become a professional, but it has to click in your coconut first before you can go on to the next thing. So we're done with the fucking Nirvana hour here? Absolutely not right. What was I say? I was thinking about, I have never in all my fucking life, since I started this podcast, been hit up so much about this fucking captain of police in North Bergen. Shit on his desk. I have never been hit up so much of people going, and then I guess the lieutenant got a DUI in Bergen County somewhere or something like this. I have never in my life been hit up from so many people, and it's like a combination. Oof, fucking like Joey, what's going? Like some people like Joey, what the fuck is happening in North Bergen?
It seems like an Onion article. Like it seems like a joke.
Like something on the Onion. And every 3 days a building gets hit in North Bergen, a dump truck goes into Target. It's always something down here. Like we've never had this bad luck in all our lives. If we did, it's because Carmine Balzano shot a guy 7 times in the back. It was good, worthy news. You know what I'm saying? Right. Not taking a shit on his fucking desk. And people keep asking me, what the fuck is going on up there? And the simple thing I can say is this, man. I've been back here for 5 years. I drive around North Bergen. Parts of it look fucking beautiful. Other parts of it look like it's 1955. Where my mother has the house down there, had the house where I grew up. It looks like 1955. Today, I got a call from a friend of mine that lived on the edge of my block. Grace, we were talking, and she goes, Coco, I went to visit a friend of ours, Lisa, who's
love it.
Claire,
she telling my house till I got our
dog, they weren't ready
see him.
for 2025.
Understand was that
North Bergen just was not ready for 2025. They were not ready. Like right now, half these New Yorkers are dying to move to Jersey, dying to move to Jersey.
I don't care. Just a West Side gangster, and everybody knows
and aren't
it.
taxes really high?
Really fucking high. They're about to get higher. And the only way I can think about it is, like, listen, man. First off, the mayor in North Bergen is like a mob boss, right? Like I'm not
obvious over anti-Semitism.
I'm just saying this to you guys understand.
Calm down, dog.
He's hurt. He's down. He got shot. All right. He's like Vito Corleone. So when you have Vito Corleone shot, you got all your underlings trying to figure it out.
He may not be as
I don't think any of them really have to fill that void. I really don't. I look around this town like I don't understand what happened here. I grew up with this town was fucking straight up gangsters. This town was straight up gangsters, man. My 8th grade teacher's coming on the show next month. I swear to God, he went to fucking jail for murder for 13 years. My 8th grade fucking teacher.
Before or after he was a teacher?
Oh.
During. What the fuck is wrong? He was the mayor of Weehawken. Up the town hall we take. Jesus. So we were raised here by fucking pseudo gangsters and they stole. But everything looked up to date and everything looked great. I look at towns surrounding. Like I went to Jersey City a month ago. Looks like a fucking new city up there. Fucking Jersey City is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I come up, I get lost sometimes, and I end up in Hoboken. Fucking gorgeous. And then you come to North Bergen and there's all these Puerto Rican bands and stopping on Kennedy Boulevard. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what the future is.
But why did he shit on the guy's desk?
I don't know. I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call 911 and ask him, hey, why did the fucking chief of police shit on the fucking desk? That'll fucking baffle him. Like, they'll sit there like, I don't know. Hold on, we got to get...
I bet they've gotten a couple calls about it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Have you ever wanted to do that to somebody?
What, shit on their desk?
Yeah.
No, but I shit on the kid's box and put it in his drawer.
In jail?
Yeah, I shit in his cheese box.
Yeah, but
the American flag on it and fucking the welfare cheese. And I put it in his drawer, and he found it like 3 weeks later. It was a skeleton. We'll be back with Dean Delray, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? This episode is brought to you by the best nicotine pouches you're ever going to try. Nicked. They're top tier. Nick pouches are made with natural coconut fiber, which means they're not going to tear your mouth up. And the experience is way better. With flavors like strawberry, watermelon ice, wintergreen, berry lemon ice. They even have an unflavored option that'll get you covered. Listen, I love Nick. I started with the low batch because, I can't be seeing the devil and jumping up and down. But you take one of these, look at this coconut fiber. They even got a 0 milligram option that's launching soon. That means whether you're looking for a little extra punch or you're trying to reduce the habit altogether, there's something for you. Like I said, there's my favorite, this little berry lemonade. It is tremendous. So it's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through our link at nickedpouches.com/church. That's nickedpouches.com/church. For the slower people, nykdpouches.com/church. nykdpouches.com/church. Use the code up to 3 times. That's how much Uncle Joey loves you. And don't wait. You get 35% off now on nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some of my favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church. CHURCH. Nick products are only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't even think about it. Warning, the product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. Enjoy Nick. We're back, bitches. My main man, Dean Delray, is in studio. It's been close to 4 or 5 fucking years since we did the original church with Dean Delray.
I couldn't believe you said that. You go, I've been out here in Jersey for 5 years.
August 19th, it'll be 5 fucking years.
Dude, it hit me like a fucking sledgehammer because I remember specifically exactly how it went down. I was living around the corner from him. I go, all right. I
Are you still living there?
No, I moved. I had to get out of there because, once COVID was over, I go, holy shit, I'm in the Burbank flight path. They're encumbered, no planes. Then all of a sudden, COVID ends once in a while. And then after about 3 months, from 7:10 a.m. to 10 p.m., every 8 minutes. Dude, it was fucking insane. And I was like, that's why Joey's on the edibles, because he can just pass out through this fucking planes, because you were getting that too.
I never heard of it.
Oh, shit. Where did you live? You live in the valley? I was right across from.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't live one plane. Oh my God, dude. Well, also they said that the fucking some snafu went down where the rich people of Pasadena pulled some kind of shake and fake and had Burbank Airport switch the flight pattern. So they're suing them right now. And all of a sudden, they used to fly out and then go over Van Nuys, the industrial area, and then head out towards Pasadena.
Mhm.
Now it's straight over Studio City and then take a right down all the way down Ventura Boulevard. It's crazy all day long now. So anyway, I'm on the couch and you go, hey, are you home? And I go, yeah, I'm coming back. I go, all right. So I'm out front, cocksucker, come down. And you were just standing there, your Subaru. I'm out of here. I'm leaving tomorrow. I go, what? I mean, I was fucking floored, dude. Like the wind was taken out of me. I go, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm done. Bought a place in Jersey. I'm out of here. And I still will never forget it because I was like, wait a minute, this is a guy I see every fucking day of my life, and now he's going to be gone.
We went to tacos.
Yeah, we went to
We all went to tacos.
1986, which are open in New York. Fucking crazy, right?
I mean, one of those guys coming out here, they're just going to...
I hope so.
It's 2 white guys.
No, I think one of the guys would come out.
Yeah, I need those motherfuckers out of here to show these peasants.
Got to get the flavor.
Gotta get the flavor.
Yeah. But that was it, man. And now here he's up sitting on the couch just now. And you said 5 years, and I mean, we've hung. You flew in town one time, and then we did the Sony haul together. But other than that, man, you know, text and calls.
It's crazy how fast.
I really can't believe it. Actually,
We could have gone to college.
yeah,
We would have been graduating this May with Phi Beta Kappa.
yeah.
With
Yeah.
2 fucking things told the comedy world to suck our dicks. Want the bigger and better things.
Sleeping in our own
I
beds.
said that when that shit happens, I get so angry. Oh man, I get so angry when I go. That was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I could have joined the army. I could have been out right now with insurance and benefits and fucking a new haircut. Not wasting my time in South Jersey.
Also, you could have been dead.
Yeah.
I'm telling this bit right now. I'm at this age where I go to a big party. I just went to one of Jerry Cantrell's from Alice in Chains. I'm looking around the pool. The sun's out. I'm like, oh, I'm at that age now. A couple months ago. Yeah, Steve died. You go, I just saw him at Jerry's party. That's the age we're at right now.
No
Right?
Shit. No shit.
Yeah, it's fucking scary.
shit.
I just saw him is going to come out of our mouths a lot in the next couple years.
Dude, why does everyone over 60 talk about dying all the time?
There's Roundup in the soil all the time. Everything's poison, man.
It's even 50. When you guys stop turning 50, all you will talk about is dying.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a reality.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about it every day.
When you look ready, you go, I'm gonna die. Whatever.
Yeah.
How the fuck did he do
You're
that?
like, I'm living like a doctor. Then you hit 40 and you fucked a chick with AIDS and you didn't get it. You know, and then you just start going down the ladder and all of a sudden one day you can go, I'm lucky. But eventually, I'm going to fucking die.
Yeah.
And now you start doing preventive shit or whatever. You start going to church. You don't curse.
Start going to church, says God.
Yeah.
Man, boy, did they find God quick.
Oh,
One bad
God quick,
misdiagnosis. We think it's a stroke. They're like, oh, Jesus.
And
In the church.
when you're 60 or 50, you want to live.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't want to live?
God, yeah.
But then you start looking like there's a couple 80-year-olds that do everything. You know, somebody was telling me the other day, their 83-year-old still works, their father. They do everything. Some 80-year-olds can't get out of their fucking wheelchair.
Yeah.
Can't get out of their bed. So it's a card you're taking. You know, so instead of taking that card, do something about it.
These
Start
damn
getting ready.
things work so
Yeah,
fucking well.
so you won't fucking be a mope.
Better
You
than
know, you have to go to
Robinson?
the doctor now.
Yeah, dude, you know how many fucking.
And get older.
Oh,
And
dude.
you still think you're so fucking invincible. And you're really not.
You capture that fucking recapture. Worst
Okay,
shit
I was watching them do
ever.
like, I couldn't handle
I couldn't imagine.
a fucking line of that now.
Just your heart alone, you know that. That's fucking scary. When you're young and you're like ride it out, you're hitting some wild turkey, trying to come down a little bit in the corner. Imagine you're 60 and you do fucking bump and you're hoping it doesn't have any fentanyl. You're asking the guy, this stuff's cool, right? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And you're rolling the fucking dice.
Can you imagine being
So this
65?
athleticism. Dog.
No.
Look at this one.
Marathon last month. You're like,
Look
damn
at
it.
this.
I just saw him at Jerry's
It's
party.
all been everybody.
That's gonna be the callback of my set this year. Holy shit.
Insane. Look at that shit. Like, listen.
Hey, Rabbi,
My guys are good.
On the way up here,
suck
there was a little bit of
one
traffic.
of these
And I got around
nuts.
cars, and I made the biggest mistake. Yeah, I put on Judas Priest. Help that fill up the hour. And like song 3, I thought I was gonna crash the fucking car because there was just too much going on.
Yeah.
Guitars and cars and people yelling. And I'm thinking about Halford when he fucked the hairdresser in Chicago and he busted his whole ring in his ass. Did you read his book?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Whoa, what a book, bro.
Oh my god.
Really is it out there?
Dog. And I always liked him. I didn't care if he was gay.
I don't care.
I knew he was gay the first time I laid eyes on him.
Dude, you and I are from cities, and you saw, especially San Francisco, I saw guys all day long, the denim with the chaps and that hat. When you got that leather hat on, you know what the fuck's going on. You don't wear that hat unless you're out ass chasing. You know what I mean? That hat. And it didn't bother me ever. I was like, this guy looks fucking badass. He's out there full leather, gay daddy, and he's looking at the metalheads going, if you only knew, you know? If you only fucking knew.
Well, I knew he was gay the first time I saw him because he had a whip.
Yeah, he had that whip.
Now with a fucking whip, and he's whipping the fucking floor. I'm like, oh, this guy's a great gay guy.
Yeah.
He's a great fan. He must be great at parties.
He's unbelievable singer, man.
He's still out there.
Oh my God, come on,
He's
dude.
still out there.
I had him on the podcast, Joey, and I was telling somebody a couple days ago, Brian Slagle, the owner of Metal Blade Records, he has a metal podcast. So I chose my song was Screaming for Vengeance. But I was telling this story, I interviewed him, and the most professional guy I've ever seen. Every couple minutes, he uses your name. So you'll be talking, he'll go, you know, Dane, the first time I saw Zeppelin, Dane, he'll use your name, fully engaged, man. And for 2 hours, just your name, he remembers shit. He's not punching at all. And this guy's like deep in his career. He could be like, who the fuck is this? I'm on a TV screen, you know what I mean? But no, killed it.
Well, that's part of being the singer, the articulation.
Yeah.
That's why I always said, if you're a comic, you got to watch singers because they're doing the same thing without music.
Yep.
They're getting to the fucking audience. That's what it takes. But it's just, I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, he's my favorite. It's like, okay, I was talking about metal singers. So I love Bon Scott, of course. We know I love Bon Scott. But when you get down into metal, you got Bruce Dickinson, Iron Maiden, right around that time, right? 82, Number of the Beast. And then you have Rob. And when you listen to Rob, how fucking crazy he is on that live record, you just go, it's Rob. That's all there is to it. Victim of Changes, Sinner, Green Man Alishi.
That's a great fucking album.
Unbelievable.
I still listen to it.
Unbelievable.
To lose my fucking mind.
Oh, Unleashed in the East.
It was so intense in the car. I had to switch to the Smiths.
Yeah. Oh, the Smiths.
I had to switch to the fucking Smiths. I was like, and I'm thinking about you when I'm listening to the Smiths.
Yeah.
Because there's something a lot of people don't know. When you're raised in the city, you just go for a beer. George is gonna laugh. You just go for a beer. Then one day you move to Colorado, and you move to a college town like Boulder, and they have beer, and then they have 3.2. It's like a different alcohol level. You ever heard of that?
Oh no, yeah, the
It's
higher
lower.
alcohol. Yeah. Oh, lower.
It's lower than beer.
Oh,
Near
okay. Near beer.
21.
Was it called Near Beer?
No. Budweiser made them.
Oh, wow.
All those companies had it. 3.2 beer.
Wow.
And they sell it. There used to be a club called Pogo's, an 18 to 21 club. And I remember I'm driving, listening to the fucking Smiths.
Yeah.
And I'm, you don't know what's objective in your memory.
Yeah.
The girl was from Cambridge, Mass. She worked at Abo's Pizza. There was Abo's Pizza, a driveway, and then downstairs was Pogo's. This chick was so fucking hot. I had just moved to Boulder. I hadn't met Kathy King yet. Within 2 weeks, I already know where to get a package. I'll never forget this. Like only I could. That was all weed heads. But one of the weed heads goes, I did coke last night. He's like, yeah, 50 a fucking half grand. All right. So I'll never forget, I went to the pizza place. She started talking to me, real cute girl from fucking Cambridge, Mass. Forgot what her name was. First girl, maybe the third girl I met. Well, we're talking. I go, what do people do around here? She goes, well, I'll be at Pogo's tonight if you want to join me. I'm like, bitch. I went home, took a shower, and I saw my buddy Ed. I gotta get me a half gram of coke. I went to that thing. She's surrounded. She's an East Coast girl with strength. She's got like 6 gorillas around her. And I went in there like Carl Hall. With that half gram package, that bitch went to go. She was ready to go when she saw that little package.
Travolta style, staying alive.
Yeah,
just
not even
split the line.
no conversation, excuse me. You saw that packet, and then you just turn around and start walking. And she walks right behind you. And I dated her for like 3 days, then I don't know. Yeah, like 3 days she came over. That was fucking insane that I still remembered about 3.2 beer. And then this motherfucker goes to a party one night, and he takes my weightlifting gloves to Pogo's or some shit. And I go, where's my gloves? He goes, I think I left them at Poke. I was going to fucking strangle him. My fucking weightlifting gloves. He thought he was Rob Alford.
He's going down there, coming in as the dice man. Oh,
Yeah,
he's got the gloves in.
God damn it. I don't even wear those gloves out. That's embarrassing.
Dude, I was just in your bathroom, and you got the fucking king on your wall in there. Kelly Leak from Bad News Bears.
I don't put that up.
Oh, let
The
me tell you,
artistic
man.
director did.
That fucking guy, man, and that movie is just a
Great.
masterpiece.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Come on.
Then they tried to remake it, right?
Yeah, with Billy Bob, yeah.
Billy Bob's a bad motherfucker,
Oh, I love him.
but he's not the bad
No, he's Sling Blade to me for life.
Yeah, but he's good on this oil show.
I heard he's killing
Hey,
it.
what else is a good show? Mobland
Mobland.
with the London people.
I heard that shit's great.
Fucking Helen Mirren, dog.
Oh, yeah. She's
She's the
amazing.
sexiest old lady. You got to see her in this show.
Oh, she's fire.
She has a leopard top on,
Yeah.
a leather skirt. She gives her grandson. The grandson says to her, Mammy, I wish I had cocaine. And she goes, well. And she goes in her bra last night. She takes it out. I'm having a little taste for you right here.
Whoa.
Who gives their grandson cocaine?
Granny finger.
Helen Mirren isn't even a bad motherfucker.
Oh, I love her.
She is, she's past it.
Yeah.
Like, that's Denzel Washington.
She's a legend.
Helen Mirren is up to like, because then I watched her on 1823. 1923.
Oh, yeah.
And she was shooting motherfuckers last
The
night.
Western one?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great show.
Yeah.
In fact, I got the other hour to watch because it was a long one last night. But that's what I'm watching. What are you laughing about over there, Tricky Dicky?
I don't want to. I think it's Helen Mirren.
Who?
Helen Mirren,
That's her name, right?
not Myron.
Myron Mirren.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Old English.
Yeah. I'll
That's
tell you
cute.
a crazy story, Jerry, about her. She was up for an Academy Award about, I don't know, maybe 8-9 years ago for something like The Queen or something. She did some movie I saw, and she was fucking fantastic. So every Sunday morning, I would go riding with Mike Beach, the actor. You know, we did this movie together. So after that, we became really tight. We'd ride every Sunday morning. So we went to that Starbucks on Sunset across the street from the Griddle. At like,
Yeah. The hamburger place.
right, exactly, right there. So we pull in at like 7 in the morning, and we're going to get coffees, and then we're going to ride out Sunset to Malibu. And we park, and it's Academy Award Day. And this car pulls up. She gets out. It's like a limo, like a black car. And she comes walking towards Beach, and I hit Beach like, holy shit. She comes up. She's all, gentlemen. I go, you're going to win tonight. And she goes, oh, thank you. And she fucking won. And Beach and I were like, hell yeah, we saw her this morning. You know, amazing story. That's like a Hollywood type of story where you run into people, you know, like, did that happen? Yeah, she is. Oh my God, I love her.
I love TV shows. I love watching like that for like 2 months. It was nothing.
Yeah.
And now we got something, and I'm excited because now then the mayor of whatever will be back. Mayor what? Oh, that's my movie.
Oh,
My TV show. and shit.
I still haven't watched TV in like 16 years.
Really? You still gave up?
3 shows: The Wire, Sopranos, Breaking Bad. Those are the shows I've seen.
Tell you what, man.
I hear it's great out there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I hear it's good.
Finally starting to pick up, but I've watched The Wire twice this year.
Oh man.
In a year, I've watched the
Yeah.
series. It ended. I gave it a week, and I gotta go back.
Oh, it's fucking
I gotta go back. I don't
phenomenal.
understand. It is some type of show that. Listen, I love The Sopranos. I had The Sopranos on a couple days ago, just laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
But that Wire, that fucking Michael B. Jordan,
Yeah.
as a young kid, he's a fucking kid on that.
Yeah, he's dead now, right?
He's what?
Did he die?
No.
Which guy
Black
died?
Panther died.
Yeah, that's right.
Black
Fuck.
Panther died.
That was
Combo forever.
God, that's awful.
That's awful because he
Awful.
was great too. I just watched him. It's Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
great movie.
man.
That's a great fucking movie.
Awful dude, that guy's gone, man.
37 or something, just a baby.
Man,
The fucking
The Wire.
The Wire is just
come on.
the cops on there. The English black cop.
Yeah.
He's also. I just saw him in something else. They have a bunch of people from The Wire. Dominic Lombardozzi, a detective with him. Just the gay cop.
Dude,
That you see the captain, the chief. You see him at a gay bar one
the
episode.
crackhead lady.
The crackhead, like
Come
the
on.
guy Bubbles.
Unbelievable. This show, dude. I remember I went to a meeting. Is it on HBO or Netflix?
HBO.
So I go to a meeting. You know, you go to like HBO, right? I go to a meeting. And I'm in there trying to pitch this fucking show back in the day. And when you're in the lobby, they're like, "Oh, if you want some DVDs, go ahead and take them." They got all the box sets there. I just brought down a fucking like duffel bag. I'm like, all right, I got The Wire, I got The Sopranos. I just grabbed them all, you know, and just fucking would sit home and watch that shit on the weekends on DVD. Back when you had the player, you fucking put it
I
in the
still got my DVD.
fuck.
Yeah, because I told my wife, we had over, I don't know how many goddamn movies.
Yeah.
I got a ton of movies.
Oh my god. I'm on the Criteria channel.
I have thousands.
Really? Thousands?
I
At your
used to
place now?
They're in my mom's place right now. But yeah, I would go to like a place and get used DVDs all the time.
Yeah.
Newberry Comics for people like in or FYE.
Amoeba.
Oh, Amoeba for sure.
Amoeba.
I would go, dude. I went to Amoeba and buy like 12 at a time.
Yeah.
These are like $4.
I stopped going on Amoeba.
Oh yeah, why?
Because the money.
Oh, it's a demon. You go in.
Oh, it's amazing.
What I spend in there is absurd.
And then you buy shit you already have.
You
How
buy.
about that?
How about when I cleaned out my office? Me and my daughter took out 11 hours down with Douglas.
Fuck yeah.
It's like that. You not forget. I had so many good hours.
Yeah.
Still doubles.
That happens to me all the time. Go in, ooh, Saxon, denim and leather. I don't think I have this.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I have this. I fucking obviously own
That's
this.
crazy about Amoeba though.
Yeah.
I was looking for a particular hour, and I went online. Everybody had it for $100.
Yeah.
I went on Amoeba. It was $6.99. Became a fan after that.
Oh yeah. The owner lives in my building. I run into him. I couldn't even believe it.
Are they still right there?
Yeah.
No, they
They moved to a new place right across the street from the theater.
I haven't been to it yet, but I know they moved like right
you
around
know,
when we left.
You know, Frolic Room where you just fucking pound the Stoli Collins for $3.
Yeah.
Fucking get DUIs. Right across the street from there. What's the theater next to it? Like Seinfeld sometimes does big runs in there. They do Broadway plays. It's right there on the corner. It's beautiful. No. Next to the Fonda kind of, you know, I forget what. There's Pet Boys there, and then there's that theater.
Yeah, I know you.
Yeah, it's a famous theater. I forget. They do like plays there. But yeah, man, they moved in there, and it's real nice. And the owner lives in my building. He's got the Berkeley one still. San Fran one's gone. I thought, oh no, it might be still there. Yeah, it is still there. He told me, yeah.
You know, I was this weekend something happened that I would have been excited for.
Yeah.
25 years ago. Now I'm too old to be excited. I saw some of the tape on it. It is what it is. I'm so critical of myself that when I see somebody, I'm expecting the album.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw Rat got back together.
Who did Rat? Oh yeah,
Ron
yeah.
DiMartino.
Yeah, DiMartini and him, yeah.
And I watched some guy put it on Facebook, and I went to YouTube to find more stuff. I didn't see Back to Wall.
Right.
When I saw Round and Round and something else,
Yeah.
I don't know. DiMartino can still play that fucking guitar.
That guy's a smoker.
He's a fucking animal. I didn't know they had Carlos.
Yeah, they had Carlos for a long
Really
time. Yeah.
today. But I was just, you know, it's so weird how every summer I go, I'm going to go to a concert, I'm going to go see this one. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck that. Once I look at the price tag, I'm like, fuck that. I got to walk.
I got to get you in the Sphere. This is going to be your last concert.
To see the Dead.
You got
Yeah, I
to go.
want to go see
Have you been to the Sphere?
Let me just tell you something right now. After you go to the Sphere, you will never go to another show. You're going to go to your local town, whatever fucking venue you got, and you're going to be like, oh, because this thing is like VR goggles on 1,000.
Did you eat the mushroom?
Dude, I'm doing a bit right now where I say, I got there with the mushrooms. I get in my seat, the band goes on, the screens come on, and I go, oh, fuck no. And I put those things away because I know what's coming. It is so radical of a venue. These visuals, I don't care. You got to be a seasoned tripper to be able to handle what's going on with these visuals. I've never seen, first of all, this venue is only like 6 months, a year old. which means they've been working on this for the last 5 years. I don't know where the fuck this stuff came from, but they went from way back here, the 2 screens, to you're living in the venue. It's like, what the fuck? At one point, I'm watching Dead & Co., and you know, they've got the San Francisco Bridge and shit, and you're like, whoa, this is crazy. And a satellite flies over your shoulder. And you just go like, whoa, fuck. I mean, dude, goosebumps, scary, amazing. One of the greatest things I've ever seen in my
Did you
life.
see perform?
What's that?
Who else did you watch perform?
I saw U2 on the Octung Baby record. Unbelievable. So I've gone 3 times now. 2 Dead, once U2. And man, each time I go, this is fucking unreal.
The Dead just got a residency.
Yet they do like 16 shows or, 6 weeks or whatever, 3 a weekend. And I'm telling you, you don't even know the band's on. They are the music to this psychedelic ride. Some of the greatest visuals you will ever fucking see in your life. At one point, they got a giant fucking bear, and it's walking, and it turns into 100 pieces of acid, the sheet acid, and it's floating across the screen, and then the sheet acid just blows up, and the bears are coming at you, and you're just going like, what the fuck? I can't even tell you, Joey. I couldn't exaggerate how radical this fucking venue is.
After that bear turning into acid,
You have
I'm
to
going.
go.
Yeah, I'm going.
I mean, just a flight in, I'll get us in. You sit in a great fucking seat. The place is not giant, and it is insane.
What's a suit?
It holds a lot, but feels small. It holds like 16,000, but it feels small because it's a ball and it's just a wall that goes straight up the seats like this. And then there's a floor, but I sit in the seats. And you just get this whole fucking thing, man, that I can't even describe it.
Doesn't matter where you sit.
It doesn't matter where you sit, as long as you're not on the deck 101 back, because then there's a hangover that you can't see the visuals. Other than that, though, every seat in the house, and then it has something like, 10,000 speakers. There's speakers in your seat, everything. It sounds like a record, man. The sound is the greatest sound I've ever heard, and I'm telling you, I only go to the Sphere now. It's
A lot of people performing there now. A lot of
Yeah, they got the Eagles, they got U2, they have Dead & Co. I think it's Backstreet Boys or whatever just announced they're doing like a run there, which would be wild. But what I'm waiting for is like Tool. I think Tool in there would be fucking insane. And then we got to get Gilmore or Roger Waters, one of the two in there. And if we could give them $1 billion and do one last run, hate each other, but stay on the sides, the greatest of all time will be Pink Floyd in there. Of all time. There will be nothing that will come close to it.
Yeah, because they did all that shit.
They did all that
did
shit.
shit 40 years ago.
They did that shit when you were making it. They're in the back making, flying pigs and planes flying over. There's no screens. They're making that shit in the backyard.
That was,
Fuck.
it's crazy how they did that.
They did that.
They did that with The Wall because that first song has a plane.
It crashes right into it.
Right into the fucking thing. And I was like, and I did some heavy duty acid now.
Yeah.
I was 16. I was mentally deranged. I was a mental midget, and I was fucked up.
Where'd you see that one at?
Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah, that's right. Because they only did like
First night.
14 and
Yeah.
14 shows.
Yeah. First night, and I was fucking, I left there going, what the fuck was that? Creatively.
Yeah.
Creatively, when you go somewhere and see something that you go, how did they even think of that?
Yeah. That's how the Sphere is. When you see it, you go, who the fuck give them all the awards, the visual awards, the sound awards, the venue award. This is how insane it is, too. I don't even fuck with bad food. They have pizza in there from some place called Pizza Rock in Vegas. So I go, fuck it. Let's get a piece of pizza. We're at a concert. I eat this pizza. I'm blown away. I'm like, what is this? Even the pizza's fucking good. Everything.
How far from, like, it's on the
It's right behind. It's kind of connected to the Venetian and the Wynn. Right there, you can stay at either hotel and you just walk in. Easy, you'll love it. No bullshit. You walk in, you sit in your seat. It's perfect climate temperature, and you know the whole thing is a screen. The entire fucking place. So when they, at one point, I'm watching U2, and they're dismantling Vegas. Whoever does these videos, man, it's insane. They start taking Vegas apart over a song, and by the end of the song, it's just Vegas desert and that old Tropicana sitting there. And you feel like you're outside. You're
I
like,
can't
what?
imagine doing ass in there.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Because you're sitting there going, fuck, Vegas is falling the fuck apart.
Oh, yeah, you feel like you're seeing it. You're going, oh my God, we got to get out of here. Oh, man, I can't wait to see it. So here's what you got to do. You book a gig in Vegas so you're not just out there.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I don't just go nowhere.
Yeah.
I gotta pick up an envelope. Fuck
Yeah.
that.
You pick up the envelope, and then the next night we see that, man, and it's a glorious
On
one.
a Sunday night.
Yeah, Saturday or Sunday.
Or even
Sunday.
flying Friday, do the mushroom Friday.
100%.
Go Friday night and then do the show on Sunday.
I would actually take mushrooms with you there because I've been there now 3 times, so I've got my bearings. But, you know, first couple of times I go, I don't want to fuck around in here. This is crazy, you know? Oh, man, I'm telling you, Joe, it was fucking epic. And John Mayer just destroyed.
He's so fucking good.
It's fucking nuts. Guy is unbelievable. They
Fueled
got
by pussy.
yeah.
That motherfucker has fucked everybody in Hollywood. Everybody. He has destroyed every snatch with that guitar. He just walks in like one of those Latin Mexican guys playing the guitar with a cape on.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
he's
Zorro.
Then he fucked this chick, right? She wrote a song about him, the skinny chick that's dating the football player. Yeah, he fucked her too.
Oh, fuck.
He banged her in the head with the guitar. He just said, here, take these off, bitch. He fucked her in the head with the guitar.
The guy can play. The guy can sing. Holy shit.
So you're doing something that I'm very proud of you to do. I know you've been working on it for a while. It's your new special. We got a bunch of symbols surrounding it. I mean, this is just, it's great for you that you're doing this. And how seriously you took it, the sets, you know, there's not a lot of people that work like you. There's not a lot of people that are out there working like you. And when you're a person like you, your attitude has that type of animalism. Shit doesn't really bother you.
Yeah.
Because you're not focused. Like when you said, I promised you on the Apple show, and then you don't hear them the next day.
Yeah.
But you're so used to your stuff that that's what happens. The only time you get uncomfortable shit like that when you're not doing the work.
Right.
That's what people don't realize. I know it's bullshit, man. But like, I can't get stuff going because you're not putting in the work.
Right.
Don't tell me that you're not getting this. Just like me with stand-up. I'm having a hard time, but I can't put the work in. It's so much fucking work.
Oh, my God.
You know, with so many notebooks. I sit there for hours in the morning, and I just write stories and shit like that. I got to do Ari's storytelling show. I'm in no danger.
Oh, my God.
I don't even have a story.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
It's,
nothing has happened exciting in the last 5 years.
oh, fuck.
You know what I'm saying? Except my daughter hitting a double or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing
But
exciting.
that's a fucking story because here's the thing I think is interesting about you right now in this thing, and I try to convey it on stage also, is like, this is funny because you've been this tornado your whole life,
Tornado.
and now you're like, hey, fuck all this. You know what I mean? I just want to watch these Little League dads fight. And I'll just have an edible and laugh at it, and then I want to go home to my house.
That's what I do.
And that is a fucking interesting thing to hear from somebody that achieved such high status in comedy from the fucking ashes all the way up to, you know, you and I, you sold out the Chicago theater. You got specials, you got a book, you've been on TV. So it's cool to hear that side of it, like, get fuck off. I just want to do nothing. You know, there's something funny about I want to do nothing, and it's so hard to do nothing.
Dog, I get up in the morning and I try to like be like Charlie's CEO.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Johnny CEO.
it just ain't working. No. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't working. I used to wake up like with this fucking voice in my head. Like, you know, go out there and make people suck your dick today. And I go to Facebook, I'm like, I'm not even gonna write on that.
Yeah.
Because they're way beyond that already. They're still fucking in the woke world.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that on Facebook today? That went to Facebook on fire.
What's that?
That post, people on Facebook are like old, like, I don't think they could handle that today.
What's that?
You saying, like, you get ready to have the day suck your dick. Like, all that
I
stuff.
used to say it all the time.
I know you
Yeah,
used to. Yeah, I'm saying now.
And I can say it now, but the one thing they don't let me say on Facebook is like, I'm gonna move to stab a motherfucker.
Oh,
my
yeah,
God.
Oh,
Don't write your letters. You can't use violence. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're suspended for 2 weeks. High school
That's what
shit.
happened to me.
Yeah.
Stab 3 Puerto Ricans suspended for a fucking.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You can't even stab
Yeah.
a Puerto
That's
Rican.
just a saying, man.
But it's so weird how. Listen, and I've said this for years. I've tried to buck it. Dean, when I went to the comedy store and I sat on the stairs,
Yeah.
and I said goodbye to the building,
Yeah.
and I rubbed my name on the wall, I knew.
Yeah.
I knew that this was going to take them because that was my bread and butter. That was the nucleus.
Yeah.
The last 23 years. That was home base. That was everything.
That's the cocoon.
And when I wasn't there for those 6 years, I improved, but not really. I
Right.
wasn't doing much. It's not that I went back there in 2014, and then when you're around those type of people, you grow.
Oh, yeah. You got to rise
You
up.
grow quick. You got like a month. You got to follow the Leah. You got to follow this one.
Yeah.
Once you learn it, now you got it. And once I got on that plane and I said goodbye to the store, I always knew it was going to be real because in my mind, I knew I wasn't in the major leagues anymore.
Yeah.
I'm in the major leagues in my heart, but in my mind, there's no way, I'm in that level of people will never understand those 4 years at the comedy store, the last 4 years.
Incredible.
I always looked at the first 4 years as my college, but it really wasn't. It was the last 4 years where it became like you got to go up there on your fucking A game, like 4 espressos, fucking 2 joints, an edible. Like I had to have a plan to go up there. It was my A game. You didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know what was going to happen. I still remember getting angry up there, like motherfuckers dropping in. You want to drop in, bitch? I'm going to make your life a living nightmare. I'm going to show you why you got to work at this bitch. And they would leave. I just saw that Judd Apatow made a comeback 3 years later after I buried him at that fucking store that night. And then he started going to Largo with all those Largoians.
Yeah.
And the other night he went back. He was looking around. I heard. He was looking at the lineups, making sure the boys are fucking. The gangsters weren't in here. You don't like that. You don't like following that heat.
Well, it's a different animal.
Yeah.
When you were coming up, and when I started there 15 years ago last month, I tell people, you don't understand the hazing and the radicalness and the brutality of you've got to kick ass. You can't go up and go, where are you from? What do you do for a living? You can't do any of that shit.
Are you married? Listen,
Somebody pull you aside and go, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah.
It's like
It's a different machine now. And, there's guys like me and Hinchcliffe and Gerard Carmichael and Melissa Villasenora, Tony Baker. These people, when I started, you're just there till 4 in the morning. You didn't leave because if you left, they were like, that guy doesn't want it. 4 in the morning. Yeah. So,
walk the big dot,
yeah.
get a sandwich, and walk back, and then sit there and pump Eddie Griffin about how Bruce Lee fought 100 samurai the night that he died. And you got to sit there and go, wow, this is interesting shit.
Yeah.
How many cocktails did Eddie do? Fucking hysterical.
It reminds me of when I stopped music when you told me that story, because I thought about it and I talked about it on my podcast yesterday. 2 days ago, Genghis Khan announced that they were closing after 40 years. No, 40 years, dude. And you and I know it well.
I
Done
used to
comedy.
stand up there.
Exactly.
They had a good egg roll for a while.
They had a great pot sticker.
Yeah, they had a good egg roll
Yeah,
for a while.
they got good parking
Yes.
and a cool little room on the side.
This con is going.
So check this out, Joey. I played music 25 years, and on the last 10 months of those 25 years, I did a kind of a world tour, playing all over America and Europe and stuff. And when I came home, I was like, in my mind, this is kind of it. People aren't buying music anymore. They're downloading it, CD selling, And so I get booked at this gig at Genghis Khan. And I get in my Dodge Super B and I put the acoustic guitar in the trunk and I drive up and I walk in and it's packed. And I go, oh shit, yeah, it's packed. And there's a girl on before me, like a pop girl. And as soon as she's done, the place empties out. And I'm next. And I go up there and I'm playing a 10-song set. There's people texting, they're talking and shit. And in my mind, I go, this is it. I'm going to count down these tunes. And when I'm done, I will not play music ever again. So I was like Burr on that thing. 10 more minutes, blah, 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 blah. 7 more minutes. I was like 5 more songs in my head, 4 more songs. And when I got to the last song, I put the guitar in the case, put it in the trunk, drove the Super B out of there, and never played music again other than the Bon Scott thing once a year. But it's amazing how quick people just forget. They're not like, hey, where do you get, a couple weeks ago, when's your next gig? And after that, it kind of goes away and you're selling Harleys in the valley in the 114-degree sun. Having some guy go, pull the blue one out again. I want to see it in the sun. It's like, motherfucker, it's 117 out and your wife ain't going to let you buy this. Get out of here.
When I got here, I was looking for a job.
Yeah.
Like during the pandemic,
Yep.
I was close to get a job at CVS, Stock and Shelf, Ohio.
Whoa, really? Doing what?
Stock and Shelf.
Whoa.
I was like, but then I realized nobody would hire me.
Yeah.
I couldn't get hired if I fucking wanted.
Thank God for that felony, huh?
No, but felony, people like Joe, if you come to work here,
Oh, yeah, you get mobbed.
it's going to be mobbed. We'll make money, but then when we're not here, we're not going to do nothing. So
Yeah.
it just was like,
But also people are like, aren't you Joe? Hey, can I get a photo?
yeah, that's the reality.
Oh, my God, yeah.
How can I get a fucking job in the warehouse? People want to fucking torture me and shit. This is how fucking crazy I am.
Yeah. Well, why were you getting a job?
I just wanted to try the love of life. Man.
Yeah. I tried it.
It sucks.
It's just like The Godfather when they go, I'm out, and they pull me back in. Because there I was. I did music 25 years, and then I go, I'm going to sell Harleys. I need health care. And then the Tarantino people come walking on one day out of fucking nowhere, and they go, hey, we need an advisor in this biker film. And next thing you know, I land a role and advising on Hellride, and then I start doing movies and then comedy. So it was like, what the fuck, the weirdest way to get into comedy. The long way.
But it's crazy how I was like, you know what? Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy into a weed store. Somebody will have a fucking hospital business. They need a partner or something. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck doing stand-up. And it's just fucking fine.
Yeah.
I can't be on planes every weekend anymore. That's one thing that the tours,
It's worse than ever, the planes.
the planes are worse than ever. I don't have the patience.
No.
I just don't have the patience.
The animals in there, man.
If I get there and they go, your plane's delayed,
Oh,
I fucking snap like a twig, and then they're walking and they're switching, and
yeah.
they lose your luggage, and you're like, you know what, man? And every once in a while, you do get a great flight.
Yeah.
You do get a great flight, but
No air traffic controller guys anymore. You're like, hey, are we cool to come in right now? A wheel falls off.
there was something wrong. They were taking the diverting people on a new one. There was a fire in there. Yeah.
Fucking
You
crazy.
see the flame from the fucking highway. Some shit. Every time you get on a plane now you have to take that insurance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And your family gets nothing. They get like $5,000. Well, if I died the plane ride, I got a couple million.
Oh, yeah.
You get $250,000, $175,000. a percentage of what you're going to make for the rest of your life. That's the big. Look at these people in Minneapolis, the plane that flipped over. They told me the 30 Jews to go fuck yourself. Go fuck myself. I'm calling fucking the judge that's getting that poor bastard out of Nicaragua. That Trump sent down there by mistake. You see that poor bastard?
Oh yeah.
They got him in a prison. I didn't do nothing. I had to do something.
Well,
Somewhere along the line, you ran a package for the Nicaraguans. You did something for Valle del Norte, whatever that gang's name is. I don't know what the fuck their name is.
oh my God.
No, the other fucking guy that, Trump just sent back. He iced some people, right? He sent back a bunch of Venezuelan gang members. Well, he took this dude that was like a UPS driver in Minneapolis. The judge told him he's got to be back by Monday. And they're like, listen, that ain't going to happen. That prison owes like 40 G's deep. By the time they find him, he was raped already. God knows what's happened to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got some crazy times.
Really? He's staying? Yeah, because it was on 60 Minutes last night about the tattoos.
Yeah.
And how they found this guy had a flower tattoo over his mouth. And he's like my favorite soccer player. They're like, knock it off. You're a fucking gang member, cocksucker. How long did it take you to work on the special team?
Well, I was the first half of the material. I was kind of working up to do Conan for my second time, and then COVID hit. So there was a chunk about my back. And I was just going to go like an Al Magical style, which I really like his style, where you pick a topic and that's the thread of the 5 minutes. And from there, Burr started touring. We did a Texas tour right around COVID, and COVID was ending. And then from then on, I went on a 2-year arena tour with him, and I started working this stuff. And about the last 4 months of the tour, I was like, 2 things scared me. I had this weird acid reflux called silent reflux, where I didn't know I have it. It's not like the reflex where you go, goddamn, heartburn. It's silent. My voice started fucking like going away because the acid flies up on your vocal cords and it just trashes it. So I went to the doctor and I was like worried, like, I have no special in 15 years. If I died right now, it would be like I didn't do comedy. Like, yeah, I heard he did comedy, but I never fucking saw it. So immediately I was like, I got to get a special going. And I really felt ready. And I remember Dave Attell telling me, he's like, don't rush it, because once it's out there, if it's a piece of shit, it's just out there forever. So I really fucking dug into it. I was ready. And at the right time, I ended up interviewing this guy named Todd Mayo. And he owned this cave in Tennessee where they do bluegrass concerts. He has an Emmy award-winning TV show called The Cavern Sessions on PBS. It's like the other show, Austin City Limits, but it's bluegrass. He found this cave. He was just down in the dumps in his life and went cave fucking hiking, found it, went, I wonder if we could do a concert in here. He does Chris Stapleton, his first show. 12 years later, I'm interviewing him because he wrote a book called The Caveman Chronicles. Mid-interview, I go, I got to shoot my special in there. He goes, man, we've always wanted to do comedy. Let's do it. And a month later, Bill Burr, myself, and Marcus Price, who directed it, flew out there, took a full gamble. No one's ever done comedy in there. We don't know what it sounds like. We don't know what it's going to be. And it's an hour and a half outside of Nashville, which at the time, if I knew that, I would have been nervous too, because it's in the fucking no man's land. And these fans got to come out there. But they came out, 2 shows sold out. We shot the special. Marcus killed it. Bill produced it, financed it, it's self-financed, and it looks fucking insane. And it's the best thing I've ever done in my life. I absolutely love it. I don't care if it's one of those ones you could trash it with your comments, and I'd be like, yeah, it's not for you. It's just, I love it, So, yeah, we got it. We shopped it. I was like, here we go. We're going to shop it. They're going to be like, what the fuck? The $1 million special. No one called us back. No, Netflix, we couldn't even get them to get a 1-minute clip. And this thing's phenomenal. Like, if I was Ted or whoever the head guy is over there, and somebody said, you might want to look at this, I'd go, I don't care what it is, just buy that because they're going to click on it with just the look of it. Just the look of it. Everybody that sees it, they go, what the fuck? And, you know, nobody's really done a special that looks like this. We're in a cave underground. It looks like fucking Mars. It's insane. And at one point, a bat flew over. I was like, oh shit, a fucking bat. You know, like in the cave, it's a real cave. It's not a Hollywood fucking lot. People are in there, and there's one door in, one door out. Anything goes down, you're fucking done. And then we had all these cabins there, and yurts and tents, and people flew out and stayed camped out there. Partied for the weekend and came into the show. It was goddamn magic, man.
And now it's out on Patreon. What?
It's on Patreon right now for 10 days, and I put it on there really for my Patreoners that really helped me through COVID, man. Without the Patreon, I would have been fucking on the streets. I gave it to them last night. We watched it together. And now you can buy it on my Patreon for $10. You know, it's self-financed. So anything helps. And then I drop it the day we hit Austin, April 17th, the Paramount Theater. I'm dropping it on YouTube for everybody for free. And all I ask is just to share it or fucking just watch it, man. You know, it's pretty fucking insane. The look of it, and I love the jokes. The thread is great. I was ready. I was definitely ready. You know, I put you on the front. The intro has all these photos of people that helped me in my career. And if you stop it, it's kind of cool. You can stop it like a slot machine and see who comes up. Like Joey, San Francisco, when it was fogged out and I had the headline for you while your flight was stuck.
Oh, shit, that's right.
Yeah, that comes up. Then you and I in the Comedy Store hallway the last week before you left. Boom, photo in there. I put everybody in there that really meant a lot to me in my life and my career. And then I dedicated to my mom, who passed away a couple of years ago, who didn't get to see this, unfortunately. But, you know, Marcus Price, who did the recent Keith Robinson special, he directed the shit out of this thing. And he's in a cave. He doesn't know. It's not like we're all in a cave. Like, what do? I think you just get a crane and fly it. You know, we had a crane in there. It was fucking flying over the people. It looks cool, man. You saw some of it, right?
Yeah, it's really crazy how I don't know what's going on in the special world anymore.
Yeah.
Some they buy, some people on YouTube.
Yep.
It's
I mean, they didn't buy like Joe List, but these guys are inspiring to me. You know, like a Sam Morril or, you know, Tim Dillon and all these guys that put them on and they blew up. Shane, you know, these guys put them on and then they blew up and then people buy it. And it reminds me exactly of the music business right now. The music business just sits back and they look around and like, this guy has 10 million followers and these 3 songs are 1 billion streams, give them a deal. So now it's almost like they're kind of laying back and they're waiting, and if something blows up, then they come at you, and then that's when you grab all the money. You know, because you go, well, I already made this, so you got to, you know, come with something. Because I already got it going on right now. Now, I am not delusional. And I tell people this a million times because people just go like, yeah, you just put your special up, man. You get like 3 million views and you're selling out theaters. That's if you're like, you know, say like on Rogan Weekly and you're getting people sharing it and you're getting the viral thing. This thing could easily just do 5,000 views. But in my heart, I'm fine with that because I made a special that I fucking love. And that's all I cared about. You know, I love this thing. That's it, man. You know, you either get clicks or you don't. It's not going to make you stop, you know.
it's not gonna fucking. At least people get to see it. That's the number one thing about a special. It's a shame that HBO doesn't really put a lot of specials out anymore.
Right.
That they do with some of the older.
Yep.
Now, it's just everything has changed so much, but it's also changed that we have the power.
It's great.
We control our own destiny.
Yeah.
If you want to put a half-hour special, put a half-hour special.
Yeah. YouTube. And then there's this new Venmo TV coming out that I've been reading heavy duty on. I think it's just going to get better and better for self-made people. So Venmo, what they want to do is you have your platform. They do Venmo TV. There's no algorithm. So you're not battling like, oh, nobody saw mine because I wasn't in the algorithm. It's just straight up your own TV channel. You have it hooked up to your Venmo, and people just tip you or whatever. And everybody with Venmo can just watch this shit. They're going to have like a TV channel, dude. It's going to be crazy, I think. That it could take off because, like a PayPal did a PayPal TV. Everybody has PayPal. So you're on PayPal and you go, oh, fuck, look at this, a special. I'm going to watch that. It's kind of a wild world, that we're about to probably venture into.
But they also, I've seen a lot of comics like get their old specials bought,
Right.
like later on. So like maybe they don't buy this one, but the next time they'll buy both.
Right, when they blow up like Shane Gillis or something,
Yeah.
they license it, and then you really got it because you still own it,
Right.
and then you can do whatever you want. Constantly chop it up, put it out, make clips, sell it to a different market, put it on the hotels, the airplanes, anything,
When do you think you were ready? Like, because you said you're at 15. Like, you think you're ready at 10 to do a special, or like when do you think you were ready?
To do another special?
So when do you? No, like to do this one.
Oh yeah, about a year ago, I was like, I'm ready. I had done this material in an arena all around America, opening for Bill, and that's a tough gig when you're opening for one of the biggest comics in America, hands down, and he's a slayer, and you're coming out stone cold, no host, and you're doing 20 in an arena, and people are just looking at you like, where's Bill? And now you got to get it going. It is the fucking truth.
Yeah.
18,000 Garden. You just did the Garden. It's so fucking electric when you walk on.
Yeah.
Dude, I got goosebumps right now. You walk on, you're like, I'm fucking right where, some of the greatest shit of all time happened. You saw concerts there, like fucking Zeppelin played here 6, 7, 5 nights or whatever. And you're in that dressing room, you see all the photos, and you're like, all right, I gotta fucking get this. It is. So you really figure it out right away. Is this material working? And once you see it's working, you're like, it's time to shoot this and move on.
Did it change at all going from like doing it in an arena to doing it in a club?
No, it's just like in the arena, like somebody told me when I first started doing arenas, they go, the tip is go slow. That's it. And I was up there after a while. I was almost kind of cocky after a while because I was like, oh, another one of these. Because once you're inside, they're all kind of the same. It's driving up to it. You're like, fuck, we're in an arena. But once you're in it, you're like, oh, yeah, where are we?
If you go up there and do my style, it's a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Because all you hear is a person yelling to a microphone.
Right.
Because I'm on a rant.
Right.
And those rants don't work that well in the arena. At least Bill has a tip.
Right.
But a fast rant, you just hear boom, 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 boom. It's like fucking listening to,
Yeah, you got the
So you
echo.
have to do the joke, let it magnify, and come back.
Yeah.
Hold your finger, do it again. And it's hard to learn, but that's why you do the theater. That's why there's an evolution, Nobody goes from, I did. I went from fucking 18,000 seats to 60 last Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I died a slow death. Like I just died. Everything that came out of my mouth was horrible that night. And I'm like, I couldn't make. Like I just came from the garden.
Yeah.
And here I am in a back room at a fucking sandwich place.
Dude, the same thing happened to me. I did the Garden, And the next morning, I did the Sailor Brunch show and ate the biggest dick of all time. Of all time.
You just came out of this fucking garden.
Dude.
You're good. You're good for a month.
Yeah.
If you bomb within that month, it don't matter. Because when you walk off, you bombed tonight. You went, bitch. I just did the garden.
Yeah.
Check yourself, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I meant to ball.
Yeah, 99 problems, a bitch ain't one.
Was that your first time doing the garden?
Second,
Whoa, who'd you do it with? Rogan?
Tony Hitchcock.
Oh, Tony. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's out today, man, everybody. It's on Netflix today.
The New York?
Just came out.
No, not that new. It's a new episode.
Oh, Kill Tony?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the garden thing that they
No, they just recorded it. It
Oh,
came
wow.
out last night. 2 nights ago, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, the one with Shane and all those guys.
I think Rogan's on, yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
wow.
it.
Yeah, it's out today.
Yeah, that's amazing, huh?
Fucking
Wow.
crazy.
Kill Tony, the belly room, and now they're on fucking Netflix.
Dude, I look at a lot of people from the store, and I look at the success they've had, and all of them crazy hard workers. There's not one person that blew in there and they're like, that fucking guy was like here 2 weeks and he did arena. No, man. It's like grind.
I had a situation a couple weeks ago. These guys know about it. A friend of mine wanted me to put her podcast up. And it was a really weird conversation. And I did it because I have history with her and she's a wackadoo. And 2 hours later, she goes, I want you to take it down. You know? And then I heard from her like that night, like at 10 o'clock. And she was saying that she really wants to do a podcast, but she thought about it. And she just destroyed herself. Like, you know, when you're talking to somebody, I've seen people do this all the time. Like, you know, I want to be in this, but they just put all the negative.
Yeah.
You know, and I said, okay, whatever you want to do. You know, it's up to your choice. I really don't give a fuck what she does. But I thought about it for 2 days, how people don't see themselves growing. But I thought about how when I did comedy all those years, I thought I was just going to die of boom. Okay, I was just doing comedy instead of doing criminal activities, whatever. My point is, but then you're running in this circle. You're in a circle, and everybody in that circle is poor. You're all struggling. This guy's got 2 roommates. This guy's mother sends him money. And then in my world, it was like Josh Wolf living in an apartment, eating turkey burgers. He gets a $500,000 deal. And then, you know, I saw Ralphie May in a studio apartment. And 6 months later, he's in a fucking house with a pound of weed on the fucking living room table.
Yeah.
You know, I still remember Joe when he was on news radio.
Right?
And that's next to something like that. He sold the Chicago
Yeah.
to the skinny kid at the store and bought it on NSX.
Oh, an Acura.
You know? And
Yeah.
like you see, so when you see people, like when you grow up in Bergen and you hang out with 10 guys, yeah, one of them might hit Eureka come to the start line, whatever the fuck they did. But unless you see it, you don't believe it.
Yeah.
And that's how because this isn't the problem. I wasn't just pointing her out. I pointed even people in LA that come to you and they go, I really want to write a script and I just need your help. You're like, whatever you need. And then a week later, they talk themselves out of it.
Yeah.
Just talk themselves out of it. And you're like, you want to like talk them back into it, but you're worried about, I got a daughter. I got time to convince you
Yeah.
to get your life together. But it's so weird how, unless you see people grow around you,
Yeah.
that's when you start believing. Like I had Josh Wolf, Ralphie May, Bobby Lee. You had all these fucking people blowing up around you.
Crazy.
You know, and all of a sudden you're like, here I am in a 1-bedroom studio eating fucking ugat for breakfast. And then one day, something just happens. And now you're at least, like there was a time I had to call my wife every day and go, can you put $20 in the bank?
Oh, yeah.
I would have like 4 the night before.
Yeah.
So now I got 24. I could actually take 20 out and buy a bag of weed.
Yeah.
You know, I never thought I would be out of that. This was at 40. I was still calling my wife every day. You put 20 on my books. Joey, you know, we don't have money for the rent. I know. I'm going on the road, all this shit. But not even that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about having good sets when people put you on a special or Comedy Central or whatever. It just switches. But unless people see other people growing, it's tough for them to believe that they're going to grow. And that night, and like I said, I just pointed her out because her attitude went from hero to 0 in 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like, it's not for me. I want to work behind the scenes. What? You know, I mean, and I just, all right, good luck, whatever you want to do. I'm here. And for 2 days, really like, wow, how people got, I know, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, I know so many comics that was so much funnier than that was.
Oh, man.
And then they went a different route, they got scared, they did this, they did that. I saw so many people talk themselves out of a career that way. They were close, because you never know how close you are.
You don't.
So why, like the words of my girl Cheryl Crow, why quit before the miracle happens?
Yeah.
Let the fucking miracle happen. You know, it's a fucking miracle. For me to have more than $20 in my checking account, that was a miracle.
Yeah, man.
Because if I got $300 for a gig, I bought an 8-ball.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
An 8-ball.
Yeah.
So it's a fucking miracle. And people don't, it's really hard to make people believe that you have to get to the slot. It's like you're in LA doing open mics. And the day somebody says, come to the improv with me. You go, the book Elisha, they make you do sets in the front. You just moved into the chamber.
Totally.
Now, it could be a chamber of a fucking machine gun with 1,800 rounds.
Yeah.
Or it could be a chamber with 6 bullets.
You don't know?
You decide, and you don't know.
Yeah.
And you don't know. And you get into that. The next thing you know, you book a national commercial. And now, it's no big deal booking a commercial. But people can't fuck with you. Because they know you got a chance now. I don't want this motherfucker to blow up. They don't talk to me.
He's in the machine.
So, yeah, you're in the machine now. And then you might book a 1-line role in a movie. And then it just keeps going and going. But you're in the fucking rotation, you jerk off.
Yeah.
Don't give up now.
No.
Now is not the time to give up. And even if you're not in the rotation, get into the rotation and quit.
Yep.
You know, it's so weird, jiu-jitsu. People quit after their first blue belt than anything. People just want to get a blue belt and they don't show up.
Yeah.
It's just so weird how people don't see themselves. And to me, it's like a fucking shock because I didn't see it either. But I think when I got off the coat, I started to see it. And I know if I ever had an opportunity to do it, it's now. And it's worked. So I think people should really give themselves a fucking shot. You know, and go, I got this. And if I don't, I die doing it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter no more.
Nope.
Because you're going to be broke anyway. You're not going to buy a car. I mean, it's just what we're going into the next 5 years is going to be horrible for everybody.
Yeah, so do what you
So
fucking love.
do it. Who gives a fuck?
That's what I say.
I got into comedy when I was in the worst spot of my life.
Yeah.
Out of prison, fucking divorced. It was fucking horrible. It was horrible. But I wouldn't have wanted, it's like I told Lee, nobody ever pulls up to an open mic in a Lamborghini.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody pulls up to an open mic
No.
in a Cadillac fucking Escalante.
It's
Whatever the fuck they
even
are.
playing field at an open mic. Even playing field. We're all in
All the
there.
same. I tell
No
people,
man's land.
it's like people who work for an hourly wage. That's great. But you're telling me you got no fucking balls. Take a chance. Columbus did because guess what? On the first, we're all fucking even.
Yeah.
Whether I'm the number 1 salesman, number 10, we're all even, bitch.
Yeah.
So I got another chance at the first of the month. And I love that. I love that we could throw away a month in your life. Fuck it, I'm smoking dope. I'm getting herpes. I'm not fucking sleeping this month. And then you come back, you take your herpes medication, and you're fucking back. That's what this whole thing is about, man. And as old guys, you got to explain it to these young motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah, man.
I've seen it. I've seen it. People fucking hit a home run right in front of my fucking eyes.
Oh,
I
God.
go, holy shit. We were just
That parking lot at the store is a fucking plane, it's like, here comes this car, like, whoa, someone got a deal.
Yeah. I still remember writing a one-man show with this fucking loser. And I would meet him at that hamburger place in Burbank,
Oh yeah.
where people bring all their cars on Friday nights.
Oh yeah. Big Bob. Bob's Big Boy.
Is that out of business?
No, fuck no.
That burger, that gives you hemorrhoids.
Oh
That
man.
burger's sit next to the fucking Starbucks.
Red Band and I used to go there at night, late
Right
style.
next to a Starbucks.
Chili burger. Yeah.
And I was in there one day. What the fuck was I going to tell you? God damn it. I forget now.
Cars pulling in.
No, I know what the fuck it was. I'm sitting there, I'm writing a one-man show with a guy.
Oh yeah, the loser.
I forget what the fuck I was going to say. God damn it.
Damn it.
Those edibles are good. I'm writing a one-man show with a stiff.
Yeah.
And as I'm walking out here, Joey, what are you doing here? And I turn around and Billy Gardell.
Oh wow.
And I go, Billy, what's going on? How you doing? We start talking. And he's telling me how he's thinking of moving back to Pittsburgh. And the Funny Bones just offered him a deal. And it was horrible money. And I was about to tell him that they had called me too. And the money was god awful. And then I had to call him back and say, I'll do those weeks, but I'm not doing Sunday. Then we're going to prorate it.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, you have to do Sunday. I'm like, listen, this deal is not going to work.
Yeah.
And I still have Billy Gardell telling me this. And a year later, he's on a CBS show. And now he's the host of a fucking, wasn't he hosting? He's had 2 shows on CBS that are fucking recurring, whatever the fuck that's called, syndication.
Right.
And he's touring now. You know, he's going to be here somewhere.
I see him in Flappers.
Yeah, I know he's a flapper.
Yeah.
He's a funny
Good dude.
motherfucker.
Oh man,
I
good
still
dude.
remember seeing him.
He lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
He looks killer.
Yeah. I still remember seeing him. He was a killer comic.
Yeah. He's one of the nicest dudes, man.
Dudes in the
He'll
world.
come up and go, God damn, that fucking joke's strong.
Yeah,
You know?
he's a good dude.
He'll tell
He's
you.
a very good dude.
Yeah.
He's an old school comic.
Yep.
And I still remember him going, I don't know if this is going to work out. Motherfucker, you got a billboard on fucking CBS and shit now. And you know, and I remember those things.
Yeah.
Ali Wong.
Oh man, I tell the story all the time.
Fucking, you know, Happily Whitney. Well, no, I didn't know Whitney before the operation.
Ali Wong's incredible. What a superstar.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't meet her. I didn't meet her until after she had the TV show. But you see all these people, and you see them make explosions. Now you're like, okay, that could happen.
There's been a lot of explosions out of the store.
A lot.
It is
The
nuts.
chick on Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah, Melissa.
No.
Oh, fucking Punky.
Punky.
Dude, bartender to SNL. Great story. Great
I
story.
bumped into that black woman.
Leslie Jones also out
Yeah,
there.
Leslie Jones.
Fucking Melissa, 3 SNL people, you know? Crazy. I love it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And I remember meeting the black dude from Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. Oh, yeah.
I forget what
Forrest Whitaker.
Michael T.
Oh, okay.
Williams. Michael T. Williamson did the pilot for Miami Vice. And years ago, we did a new Law and Order mock-up show.
Oh, wow.
I got a call from an acting coach. He goes, keep this under the fucking wraps. Law and Order wants to do something else. It's called Law and Order Judges Circle or something.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to use a couple of actors, and she used me. It was me, the kid that's always on. He was on our podcast. He's a guitar player that came from Northern California, and he was Joe Bonifacio's student. I forget what his name is. I see him a lot on Twitter.
Richie Kotzen?
Huh?
Richie Kotzen?
No. It was him and Michael T. Williams.
Oh, wow.
And during the breaks, I would talk to Michael T. Williams. And he goes, I saw you at the store one night, good stuff. And we started talking. And he goes, I used to hang out at the store a lot before I got Miami Vice, because he was on the pilot of Miami Vice. And he goes, I used to see Trudy. Trudy was on Miami Vice.
Yeah, that's right.
She was a waitress at the store.
Wow.
She was a fucking waitress. He used to see her. And he was like, well, where is she today? And he goes, she owns a clothing store in Compton, or, you know.
Yeah. That place has churned out the stars.
What's that?
The store. It is crazy. In the last 20 years since I started, I'm 16 years in now, I just look at the people and go like, wow. You know, Ari, Burr. I mean, Burr, of course, he's, 30. Right, but I'm just saying, like, when you really look at like these guys that became these giant killers in there working all that material, you know. And then Gerard Carmichael and who else? Somebody else fucking shot their special.
There was so many
Yeah.
shit that came out of it.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time. Told Lee a couple weeks ago on this podcast, I don't really care about shit. Like, I didn't do nothing comedy, but I held my own on Tuesdays and Thursday nights the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And that meant more to me than anything in the world. Those are the best lineups you're going to see. And we were right there. And they were always, just being around that, you knew you had to be on top of your game. There was no fucking, and that's all I ever gave a fuck about. No matter how this ended, I came out of Comedy Store Marine.
Yep.
That's all I ever gave a fuck about. Here we are.
You get that name on the wall, and sometimes you're rolling down Sunset, and you turn the corner, and you see your name on the marquee. It is fucking awesome.
I wouldn't even look. I would just shake my head, go in the parking spot.
It was awesome. You
The
just
first
go,
time they put your name up there,
oh,
you come all over yourself.
oh. I sent it to my
As you're
mom.
leaving, they put the name up the night before.
Yeah, they put it up. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm up there.
shit. And then you get that, it's a different name.
Oh, yeah.
They just put that up. Then somebody called in to pop in.
Yeah.
And you come down there and watch this, bitch.
Yeah. Oh.
Barry Sobel, motherfucker.
What the
Motherfucker. Any dates, brother?
Huh?
Any dates?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. This comes out tomorrow. So I will be with you at Moon Tower, 17th and 18th, and Lee at the Paramount Theater. Then I go to the Vegas Cellar for 7 shows, May 12th through like the 16th. And then one of my favorite new clubs in America, the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins, Colorado. I was telling you about it. It is fucking amazing. The owner's great. I'm there in June. So, yeah, and then the special once again comes out April 17th on YouTube free. Go to my website, ddelray.com, all the tour dates, everything, the Patreon.
Congratulations, bro.
Oh, God, I fucking love you, man.
Lee, what do you got, cocksucker?
Yeah, Lee.
Look at the shape of this beauty.
I got a busy week.
Yeah,
I'm at Broadway Comedy Club Tuesday and Thursday. I'm with you on Wednesday in New Jersey.
Dojo of Death.
yeah. Dojo of Death.
And then I got May something, May 17th at Philadelphia. That's sold out. NJ Packer sold out now. We got tickets going on sale for August something at Parks, right? August 15th.
Where?
Parks Casino, Philadelphia.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's my
Oh, yeah. Where are you telling me you guys do like a run there?
Yeah. I've done 2 shows.
Oh, that's cool.
I got one more next month. I love the place. So where you gonna be again?
Broadway on Tuesday and Thursday, and with you at the Dojo on Wednesday.
Lee got cooked. What'd you give him?
What didn't I give them?
He's got some slurring going.
Oh yeah, it was that last fucking.
Lee and I rode the bus over, man. That was wild.
Where'd you have to ride the bus home with him, carry him?
No,
You have to sit on your lap on
I'm
the
going
bus.
Uber. I got to go to the stand.
It's good to see you, brother.
Goddamn,
Congratulations
I
again.
miss you,
You're my
man.
brother. I miss you too. And just being here right now brings me back to those last couple
Oh,
of weeks in LA.
that time I smoked the 24 karat at Snake Bite, and I was drooling, and you were talking, and I just came out like, Joe Montana's the best. Just
Oh my
I was writing down the stories with Lee on the bus ride over here. That fucking family brawl at the Gotham, with the tables.
Oh my God. What about the time we saw the guy with the pirate?
The driving.
The guy driving. And
Oh, yeah.
we were right next to him.
Oh my God.
Pirate. And the guy looked at us.
That was the fucking funniest, dude. Pirate. You're a pirate. Look at you.
Let me tell you something. There's nothing like a comedy run.
Oh my God.
You have to go to a gig and there's traffic. Me and Lee had to go to San Diego one night. We could not stop. Like, we had to pull over.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was laughing so hard, my head was ringing. That's what I was telling Lee about. How you have to come in a woman's mouth and then punch her in the stomach. Then she comes and then you make her suck it up with a straw. And he was like, how do you do that? I had never done that in my life. I'm just pulling his leg. So wait a second. You come in that stomach. And then why do you punch him to get it out? And then what? Then you make him suck it up with the straw. And he was like baffled.
Oh,
He had never heard that at Jew summer weight camp.
Also, and I could be wrong. Isn't this also the ride where you told me that You were pregnant?
What's that?
Isn't it also the lie that you told me that Mercy was coming?
I don't remember.
I think it was that same lie. Like you told me those two stories.
I don't know. That's when we went to Harrah's in San Diego.
Oh yeah.
We were fucking late. We were fucked up. We took like 2,000 milligrams on the ride down.
Oh
When we got down, the guy's like, the show's starting. No, it's not.
Yeah.
We're eating first.
We gotta sit down for a minute.
Yeah, they can wait all they want. The guy brought me fucking lobster bisque in a rush. I was like a Chinese container. I'm like, I'm not getting on that stage. I'm Jack. He said, what do you mean? I'm fucked up. So you better get some food out of here. We was eating right out of the fucking container.
Yeah.
They gave him like steak or something. Oh man.
Well, dude, I don't
Great
think
food.
I had an iPhone yet, maybe. Or dude, our song didn't work. We kept getting lost.
Yeah, we kept getting lost.
You had to get out of the car at one point because I think you had to puke or something.
What?
Did you have to puke or
Oh
something?
yeah, I was we ate like fucking everything.
Oh my god. And you're driving.
And we're driving and doing 90. 90, you know, that San Diego traffic.
Oh yeah.
Always
Oh no, the worst. I did it last Thursday. I did a one-nighter at La Jolla.
Oh,
You know, it's 7-hour drive down. You could just go to SF if you wanted.
I'm done. That drive always used
Oh
to
my
get-
god.
and people never understood. It doesn't work.
It is
It
gnarly.
doesn't work.
I like the train.
It doesn't,
I got the train.
it doesn't work. It's too long.
It's far.
When you drive back in an hour and 30,
Isn't that
it
nuts?
takes you 40 hours to get. It takes you 4. You leave at 2 o'clock, you're not getting there till 6.
Nope.
Forget it.
I leave at
I'm
10
not
now.
doing it. I'm not fucking doing it.
Crazy.
It was always horrible. That was the worst drive in America.
Oh,
How does a 1.5 hour? Bro, I even made it back an hour. When I was doing coke,
oh yeah.
my drug dealer used to close at 1. I made it back in an hour 20.
Oh yeah.
That's 90 from Irvine all the way to fucking Hollywood.
I did an hour and 43 minutes Thursday night.
And
No
on the way,
problem.
Bro, on the way down, it's fucking 4 hours.
Oh, easily.
Easy every time.
Easily.
No.
Whoa.
I don't even like that San Diego that much. There's nothing down there for me. You know
I
what
love
I'm saying?
that club, bro.
I like the club, I like the beach, I like the sushi, but
Yeah.
after that, be in the fucking car.
Yeah.
4 hours for this shit? I can just go to Sushi's Eye, whatever the fuck, by my house. The one next to the comedy store. Sushi's Eye, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, yeah.
I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. We'll be back next week. Don't forget to watch Dean Delray's special. And don't forget to, I don't know, keep it alive, cocksuckers. Stay black. We love you. What's happening, you savages? What's going on, doctor?
I had a great week, dude.
I know mom was in town.
Mom was in
play. You tap dance.
It was great. The play was a lot of fun. But just like, I don't know. Every couple of weeks, I just realize I'm in New York, and I just had a good stand-up week. I did the dojo. I did Broadway Comedy Club. I just had a good week. No complaints. Every week something shitty happens at some point. But last week was a good one.
Bro, you get good weeks in life, and you get bad weeks in life. So when you get 3 good weeks in a row, then you have a flat tire on the Parkway at 4 in the afternoon. That's fucking humiliating. That makes everything good. You still want to shoot yourself.
Oh yeah.
Whenever you get a flat tire somewhere, it's a fucking watch. I'm gonna get a flat tire tonight. We're talking this fucking nonsense.
I got one in New Jersey right before I moved here. An Amish dude had metal shit fall out of his truck. He went, sorry. And then he just left. And then New Jersey has weird, corrupt rules where you can't have a tow truck come to you. It has to be New Jersey has to send a tow truck to you. And luckily it was okay. But they tried to overcharge me too. They told me one number on the phone, one number in person. So yeah, the dude, that and getting your car broken into. I don't know if you remember, but right when we left LA, someone broke into my car at my apartment complex. That will piss you off. Oh yeah, it was just in my garage. And I came down and my podcast bag was just gone. It was just the window was broken, and they stole a backpack. And it's just like stuff like that happened. It's like you're not even upset almost. You're just like ready to kill yourself. I don't know what did it. Just the worst. But
When I was living in Hollywood with my wife, We had the 1-bedroom shit apartment, 9 fucking cats. But we had a garage. Did you ever even go? No,
No, I was way after
I met you in the valley.
Yeah.
Before I met you, her and I couldn't make $700 a month rent. This apartment building was rent control, and it was old. The bricks would move. One time there was an earthquake, and those bricks were going up against each other. They evacuated us, and somebody paid. Like, don't worry, the building's going down in 3 years anyway. It's next to the gay and lesbian center.
The YMCA is right there.
Yeah, the YMCA, right there in that corner. And what the fuck are we doing?
I'm assuming someone breaking in, or.
And one night, everybody fell asleep. I was sitting down. Boy, I had the monkey on my back. I was fighting it all night. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to live back until like 2 in the morning. When I went out to the car, I went back. When I came back, there was a girl downstairs. I think she was a half hook. Her and her sister were half the hook. The one was like mediocre, but the one was killing it. And she had a boyfriend. One day the boyfriend came up and he goes, I don't know if you remember me. No, I don't. He goes, I'm the guy that jumped off the roof at Open Padre one night. And I lived. I broke my both nebulas, whatever the fuck you like. This is the shit I dealt with in Hollywood. But when I came back that night, I was already blasted a little bit. And I remember going upstairs, and I never closed the car. We had a fucking Xeon. What did we call it? Neon. Yeah. We had a fucking whatever Neon. It was a death trap. Didn't have brakes, fucking windshield wipers. And you know, for a long time, I had change in the fucking ashtray. That fucking was a lot of money in there. It was like $22 to me in those days. That was a lot of money. That's like an emergency Chinese lunch. That's 1,000 things in those days in my world.
That was your savings account back then?
And bro, it was like holding on. Like the ashtray was starting to bend. More quarters and shit. And I had CDs in that. And the next day I came out and they stole the whole fucking ashtray. And it did kill me. I forgot all about the feeling of pain that you had.
And you can't even, for that, like, I at least got some money for the stuff they stole because I had receipts, stuff like that. I got new podcast equipment. It was just annoying. You can't call the cops over $20 in quarters, or did you?
No. The way I looked at it is, hey, how many times did I rob people for quarters? You know, I used to work in 1993 on the George. I used to work at the Jeep store on 12th Avenue, New York City. Okay, 11th Avenue, whatever the fuck that Jeep store is. You know how many times I showed up there at 8 in the morning with not a dime in my pocket? And I would go right to service and start going, I sold this guy a car. Maybe I left my wallet in there. And I take everything in the glove compartment, including the fucking tokens to get over the Lincoln Tunnel. Remember those little tokens with the Y, because you can sell those things. I would fucking take like tons of those tokens and just walk around New York. You want to buy some tokens? Yeah, what do you got? Give me 10 for fucking $8. $8 to me in those days? In 1983, $8 was a lot of fucking money. That's a nickel bag. And a train ride to Harlem. I still got to walk the bridge, but fuck it. It's worth it. I'm getting exercise. I'm smelling some good fucking air. Maybe. I don't know. When you walk over the bridge, man, it's fucking beautiful.
I've never done it.
Oh, you walk over George Washington Bridge, and it's nothing. It's really nothing. I don't know how far it is. Break it down, George. How far is the walk? A mile and a half? Yeah.
See, but most people do it for health. You're doing it because you were broke. That's a different.
You gotta, and listen, you gotta win a little. Like I would steal from ShopRite.
Okay.
Right? I would go to ShopRite. Because my mentor taught me this trick. I would go to ShopRite. What is it? I don't know. I used to steal the screen for pepper. No. The big money was the shit that women put in their monkeys when they had a yeast infection. That preparation is for hemorrhoids, please. I know preparation experts.
You're like a street pharmacist. You're like, no, not the preparation age.
Not in those days, which he fucking forgets, was the yeast infection medicine and Tylenol. Tylenol extra strength. And Safeway was on the other end of the Fort Lee Bridge, right there. It was right there. And they had the best lobster biscuit in the business. And I would walk in there with a suitcase, like a businessman suitcase. And I'd walk in there, and they would have, these poor bastards would have the yeast medicine, but up on top, they have the backup. I wouldn't even fuck with this. I'd just take a case and put it in the bag and walk out of there. There was no security. I got there before security. Security would get there like at 8:05. They gotta drink coffee. They gotta put their costume on. I was already on my walk over the bridge to see Pepe at the bodega on 181. Like, damn, that's where you took me. And that was like, look, when I was selling cars and doing comedy in the beginning, that was my morning walk.
I just have this image. Did it have like the middle clicks at the end where you click and then like and it's like two little like has little codes on it for your little briefcase? Like that you put them in?
No, this is what Jimmy Shooter gave me this.
Okay.
So somebody gave me that. I don't know who the fuck gave it. So then Jimmy Shooter gave me one. When I first got to LA, I had that one for years, but I didn't even know Jimmy Shooter.
How many days a week would you do this?
Whatever was needed. If I walk, listen, some nights you picked up $60. You stopped at 181st Street, you picked up a fucking G-Bow or two, you walked home, you fuck whatever, and then you wake up in the morning, you got $2. At least that's a bus ride. And those days that got me into the city. Once we're in the city, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. You know what I'm saying? I believe in my opportunity. You don't know who's going to leave a person on the bus. You don't know what. You're going in there with open eyes, ready to stab a motherfucker. Jesus, and this is when you're a hunter. This is when you just become a hunter. You want to be a comic. You don't want to be part of society, correct? When you become a comedian, you don't really want to be part of society. You want to be a renegade. Yeah, okay? You want to party at night, get your dick sucked, party with people, you know, whatever the fuck it is. Your alcoholism leads you to be a comic. Who the fuck knows? For me, it was all those things. What were we talking about?
Why you were stealing every day?
Why you were stealing. So to sacrifice that love and not having a full-time fucking job, I can't sing a dance. Right. It's interesting because I never wanted a day job. Right. I thought my days were too valuable. Back when I was 90% of the city. It's either that or work at White Rose Warehouse in Secaucus fucking loading lobster tails all night. Yeah, but I never wanted to work days. Never. I don't think a lot of people want to work days, but most people don't go to. But they don't have a choice, and they never made that decision. Right. You know what? I'm going to make me happy. I got to make me fucking happy, okay? I like my daytimes. I like going home when nobody else is home. Yeah? Go home, nobody else is home. You get home at 6:30, you smoke a number, you make 3 eggs with fucking a steak, you watch The View, you bang one out, you go to bed at 10, you get up at 5, mom's there, whatever the fuck. You know, working nights is been good. I love working nights. You know, Friday nights, maybe you got a job, and all you got to do is go in at 7. And they send you home at 9, and maybe there's 3 trucks to load. Very interesting. That's why we're talking about trucks. This guy's going to be upset that I brought him up, but you guys are going to love this. Friday night, my wife and my daughter have to go to a tournament. I can't go because I would never make it back. The first game was at 11:30 on Saturday, and it's a 2-hour minimum to come back. I don't know the town, but we have a beach. That's all I know. It's a town in Jersey that have a beach. So Friday night, they leave at about 7:30. I'm sitting there. I can't watch basketball. And I can't sit there another fucking night, especially without my wife. At least my wife will find the show. You know, I don't know how to fucking do Amazon and all that. Paramount Plus and fucking whatever. So she always finds that shit. I'm good with the regular channels, and, you know, whatever, TBS and all that regular shit. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do with my life? I can't smoke a joint. I really don't drink. You know what? I'm going to eat some mushrooms. So my wife made chicken cutlets before she left. And I had 2 of them, ketchup, and I was eating fucking chicken cutlets and stuffing my face with these mushrooms. It was like 10 grams. I waited and everything. What are you doing? Dog, I was solo, and I wanted to see the devil. I can't smoke reefer, and I was going to pop an edible at some point in the night. Not yet, though. Not yet. Okay. Aaron Berg, you don't love this shit. So I go, let me go get sushi. In my mushroom mind, I'm going to go get sushi. Right, so I start driving on the 9. I make the U-turn legal, and I go into the place. And I pull up. There's not a beat. I thought it was a Japanese parade. There had to be. There had to be. You know, a bunch of Japanese people, a bunch of white people that were waiting to pick up their orders and deliveries. And they were waiting for people to go online. I go, you know what? I could probably go in there and get like a table for one. They have those little tables. Yeah, of course. But I'm not walking through that crowd. I'm fucking mushrooms. I don't deserve this. So I turn around again. I get back on the Route 9. I'm going on. I'm like, man, there ain't fucking nothing around here. Also, I go, you know what? Hey, I'm going to Burger. And I'm like, that's a bad idea. The fucking chief of police just shit out of his desk. Oh, yeah. What am I going to do? Drive up and down Kennedy Boulevard and shit, right? And all of a sudden, I go, oh, shit, Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street is a little fucking strip club. When you get off the Parkway onto the 99, there's two big strip clubs. There's whatever it's called. I forget what it's called right now. Triple X. That's live and kicking. They got fucking naked women in there, women flying through the air. The whole thing. I went there like 2 times when I first moved here during the basketball playoffs. Because the kid I grew up with from Bergen owned it. So he invited me in there and I went up there 2 times. Always very, it's okay, but it's not, you're too old. You're too old to enjoy a strip club. For me, I felt insecure when I go in there, but not this night. I go, you know what? Here's the deal. It's 5 to 9. I'm going to fucking go in there. If things are creepy, I'll have a drink, whatever, and I'll leave. And I'll go home and deal with this fucking mushroom hell. I'll go and do something. I'll find something. I make the U-turn. I go into this thing. As I pull up, my friend calls me. We're talking about music. I grew up with this kid from Avila. He was on the podcast. We're talking about bands and all this shit. I get off the floor and my body walked in there 10 after 9, guys. I went to a corner and sat next to a little skinny black dude that looked like Marvin Gaye. And it was me and him in the corner. The mushrooms are hitting me. I'm on fire. And there's purple lights in these places. And there's music. But every time the DJ girl would come up, the DJ would go, watch my girl Amanda. She's going to fuck up that night. Like he was just talking like I would talk. And I'm howling at him. And the mushrooms are hitting me. And then all of a sudden the girl comes over, what do you want to drink? I go, you know what? Fuck it, let's go for broke. Again, it's something completely out of my character. Heineken. Go give me the coldest motherfucking Heineken you got. And I started drinking Heineken. Finally, the brother recognized me. And he's like, yo, can I buy you a drink? I'm like, no, let me buy you a drink. Boom, I bought him a drink. We started talking, and boom, out of nowhere, they had knockout women. I don't know if it's like that 7 nights a week, but I know Friday night, they were off the hook. They were clean. They didn't fucking work. There was no gangster shit. It's like a neighborhood strip club. That's very good. You go in there, you can talk to the chicks. I'm sitting there minding my own business. And this beautiful African-American woman. When I look up like this, when you turn in a restaurant or a bar, when somebody taps you, go like this. When I went like this, I thought she was Shaq. That's how tall she was. But guys, beautiful. Just stunning with the dreads wrapped around her head. Stunning. A beautiful face, 23 years old, 5'10". What do you want to do? 265. You know what I'm saying? Bam! Bam! And I'm looking at her, talking to her. I'm like, this girl's fucking gorgeous. And she had a sense of humor. She was from New Brunswick. And we started talking in college. She's a dancer off the thing. She showed me the pictures. Me and the brother were just laughing. And when she got up, both was like, man, that girl's fucking cool as fuck. But my daughter's 11 years old. I can't get a lap dance. I'll be fucking, you get a lap dance, you're thinking about your kids, you're thinking about your nieces, you're like, what the fuck? What kind of pedophile am I? Dancing with these women. So I just went in there and tipped them. When they circle around, I just went in there and tipped them. They come over and you just give them $3. I went through fucking cash like a motherfucker. Did not even give a fuck. Like when you go to a strip club, I gotta save $50 for gas. I don't even give a fuck. I got quarters in the car. I don't give a fuck. And the next thing you know, fucking, at the end of the night, the owner's like, listen, I'll get you something. A lap dance. I need that because I would hate for you to leave. Great guy, Joe Juan. I get a lap dance with this beautiful Russian girl, another one. Fucking, I thought it was, she was 6'1". Just beautiful. It was the best lap dance I've ever gotten in my fucking life. I was sweating. I had tap out at one point. She was a fucking knockout. I left there. It was like we were family. Everybody's family there. I met 2 guys, this Persico dude from fucking Staten Island. They were sending over tequila shots. I couldn't drink them. I can't drink and drive. I can't handle that shit at all.
I said 10 grams of mushrooms, so you're okay.
Oh, solo like a motherfucker.
Okay.
And when I got home, I thought I was sober. When I got home, that mushroom trip started again. I went to bed like a 4. I didn't walk in my house till 2:15 again. Very on Joey Diaz like. But everyone, the next morning I woke up and I meditated on it. And I go, you know what? Nothing happened. And I had a fucking good time. Organically. You know what I'm saying? When something's organic, yeah, like if we had to go into the city and spend $800 and get VIP, that's unorganic. Yeah, you better have a good time. And you're not going to. You're going to sit there all night, with 3 other fucking morons. You and I both know this, right? Girls come over, and they leave because they're a bunch of morons. That at least, that's always very planned. I got a table, I got a limo, we're going to sling dick. Nothing going to happen. They go over there with no package, they're unprepared. You got to have a package, put on the table. These bitches love that shit. They love that razor blade at that fucking table.
Also, how is this? I'm with you. I'm glad you had a good time. But you like the line at the sushi place was too much.
It was too much.
But the strip club with the lights and people touching it.
Listen to me. At least I'm looking at beautiful women.
Yeah, I get
dark.
Yeah, I can see that.
I had face for an hour. I did this girl with a fat Italian dude for an hour.
Right.
I go up to pee, and one of the guys was Joey Diaz, and he told him. The manager knew. And then next thing you know, what am I going to do? I got to let myself go. I'm going to be an uptight bitch at a comedy club, at a strip club with like a fucking animal of mine.
Were the lights good for the mushrooms?
Oh,
that's a good place to.
And the DJ was the king. Because he's going to fuck this motherfucker.
Dude. Speaking of DJs, George Perez looks like he's killing it. George Perez is on Private Planes. I think he's opening for Gabriel now.
Yeah.
George is killing it. I'm so happy for George.
My son George love. I love you.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you had fun at the strip club.
I did. I really fucked it.
I
got up the next morning. I'm like, you know what? Number one, I gave every dollar I had in my pocket away. Every dollar. I knew what I had there. Trust me. I gave away every fucking penny, and I didn't even think about it. I didn't give a fuck. Those girls got me laughing so much, and the shit, watching other guys go crazy. That's worth the entertainment for me,
Right.
And I could be myself. Just so I can go somewhere and be myself, and 20 people don't come up to you and go, "Hey, big picture." That is so fucking dynamite.
You probably went on a good time because it wasn't like a super late when it probably gets packed there, but just a couple people.
No, I was there from 9 to 2. What the fuck?
Oh, you were there until 2.
I stayed
forgot about that.
baby. When they told me we were closing up, I couldn't believe it.
I forgot.
It wasn't like I blacked out or did a gorilla biscuit or did a Quaalude or a pill. I did mushrooms, and it felt like 1 minute it was 9:30. Then it was 10:15. Then it was 12:30, and I'm like, "Fuck, I should go home now." 1:15, man, this is way past my bedtime. And about 1:30, like, "Yeah, we're closing up now." I go, "What? God damn it, these mushrooms are on fire!" And I think I stuck to a bit by McDonald's and stuff. Everything was clear. All right, let's bring our guest on here, please.
Let's do that.
Let's do this shit. Hey, good morning, Uncle Joey here. Just want to fill you in. The summer is on the way, and if you need a quick fix for that lipstick, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex. It's all done online. Just consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, bam, you get your prescription in days. Listen, Blue Chew is tremendous. They come in little packages you can leave in your glove compartment. You bump into a victim, you tell her you got to go out to the glove compartment, boom, it's all over at the shop. Get your confidence back and get ready to sling some dick like a runaway slave. You understand me? Uncle Joey's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay, for the church family. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right, motherfuckers, free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 for shipping. That's all I'm asking you. Go get a prescription for this stuff. It'll cost you $2,000, $50,000. You don't need that. $5 for shipping, and you'll be slinging dick like the old days. That's promo code Joey, Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. It's my little brother Aaron Berg coming to join us tonight. You guys asked for more comedians from the local area and the scene. We going with. We look good. Yeah, we need to make sure we look good. We're just going fucked up tonight. Don't matter. You know. What's up, my brother? Daytime strip clubs. That's when I go. You're a disgusting pervert. No, Joey, you don't get it. I get it, but no, you don't get it. No, that darkness in the day. No door, people. There's no security, first of all. It's day shift. No one's working. You roll in. These girls are money hungry, uglier than the night shift girls. More friendly. And they'll do stuff if you want. I don't fuck around on my wife, but if I had to, day shift. These girls will never tell, and you never, because I'm unknown enough to go, what do you do? I'm a plumber. I tell them I'm a plumber. Then they go, oh yeah, what union? I go, 420 out of Newark. And then once somebody goes, that's the Longshoreman Union. And I go, I made up the plumber union, and someone thought it was the Longshoreman Union. But I stripped for 2 years. Strip clubs are the greatest place in the world to forget yourself. Mick Jagger said, strip club's the best place to go if you want time by yourself because no one is looking at you. Everyone's looking at the naked chicks, thinking about what they can do. Even if people see you do it, that's that guy, cool. Oh, pussy. And then they go right back to pussy like that. And I love stripping. Was the greatest time of my life. 23 years old. Not a Chippewa. You're mixing it up with you're hybriding it with the Juggalos.
Yeah, no. I think it was a mix between a Chippendale and Gigolo. Yeah, but it sounds like an ice cream flavor to me, which was really great.
I thought it was an Indian tribe.
Yeah.
We are a proud people and we represent this land. We are the Chippewas. They call me the one who fucks for $3. It was the fucking best time of my life. Yeah, it was Fantasy Male Review. I started out low down. I started out dirt floors, stripping for female strippers, and I fell in love with it. First night, I made $300. Couldn't dance, couldn't get hard. You're supposed to get hard before you go out on stage. Get hard, you tie an elastic around your cock, and then you go out. That took me 6 months to learn. I would go buy this lotion at the sex store that'd make your dick more sensitive, and you'd rub it on your dick. Stop it right here. Okay, you're confused.
I have so many questions. Holy shit! Would you go out and full just showing the dick? Like, why did you
get hard? You tie the elastic around it, and at first you hide. You go over there. This is how many strippers work in a night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they'd be like, you're on, in 10, your buddy be my friend Johnny Thor. You'd love this. He was a pimp, crackhead, great dude. And he would fuck everybody. Jacked. One of the original Chippendales in Canada. Full of roids, fucking didn't give a shit. You put a condom near this guy, he'd slap you in your mouth. You go, what the fuck do you think I am? I'm not using that. He'd say, and he would just fuck everybody. Always had a rash on his crotch. And always had, I'm telling you, he called them Bobos, Joey. He goes, I got a really bad case of the Bobos. You know what I mean? Lotion, and he just put baby powder on him. So it'd be a red rash with white cake baby powder. The reason why I'm looking at you is I have the same problem. Have you tried baby powder? Fucking rash. You got a rash? Oh, I got a rash. Like a fungus living in my body. It attacks my toenails first. Oh, and then it just stayed in my system. Yeah, it's like a bacteria type deal. And it flares up. Yeah, it's like herpes. It just, I will have it for 6 months. And then one day I do something, there's moisture. I do something and there's some type of moisture. I go to the pool, I keep my underwear on. Yeah, shorts on like a fucking savage. Yeah, I'm done. The next day, no matter what I put on that night, wash it, dry it, I'm done. And it's like those things that the first hour when I go to bed, shit gets dry. Yeah. And so I started putting cream on it 20 years ago before you go to bed. Go 10 minutes later, I'm scratching like I got fucking, and I ripped the skin. Yeah. My sheets are bloody. Now it's by my stomach. It's on this side here. And it's tangling with those little fucking things you have on your body, a tag. Skin tag. Every time I scratch, I hit the skin tag. The skin tag. No. I'm getting tortured. Trust me. Yeah. My medical condition is getting fucking tortured lately. And I scratch, and then I got to put up. So now I got to put special cream. And then fucking got everything for my calves and shit. Yeah. Like tonight, I'll go home, I'll take these black things off, and I pull them off, fucking powder goes all over. And it's from my knee down. The skin gets so dry. So every night, when I come out of the shower, every time I shower, yeah, which is 2 to 2.5 times a day, I gotta put cream all over. Yeah. I'm like the fucking driest. What's the half shower like? The half shower is like you take a nap. Yeah. And you got to do something, but it's not too big. Yeah. Like you're not going to see nobody who matters. Yeah. So you're clean. You didn't work out that day, so you just stick your head under the shower. Okay. Because I got a hairdo. I got to fucking tighten this shit up. You know what I'm saying? My shit's getting old, so the hairdo's getting dry. So it's like the old days, right? The water on the sink, and you're ready to fucking fly. No. The hair will stay permanent. Yeah. That's it. That white hair is done. Yeah. I'm done. It looks good. Yeah, sure. I was gonna say we don't have to do the half shekels. No. All right, so back to your dick and how you tied up with a rubber band. Yeah, you tied up. Johnny Thor, you fuck everybody's girlfriend. He didn't give a shit. And you know how drug dealers lie. You know they'll be Joey. I'm 10 minutes away. Just wait. I'm 10 minutes away. He hasn't even left his house. You know what I mean? He was a crackhead drug dealer. Good guy. I still talk to this guy. 63 years old, still strips. Skinny, ripped. But looks like AIDS, you know what I mean? Like ripped, but barely any muscle. Just looks like he's got AIDS, but shredded and he'll fuck dudes for money. He's real over the fucking edge, you know what I mean? Where does he live? Toronto. Yeah, you might watch the show. He's a good guy. But he would fuck anybody's chick. So he's jacking off one night. They finally got a VCR. This is when you used to have to just use a magazine to get hard. And you're going through, everybody come on the magazine. These guys are fucking savages. You love them. And you jerk off, and Johnny's jerking off, and then some guy comes in at the top of fucking fantasies. Motherfucker, you want fucking people's girlfriend? And Johnny turns, and he doesn't stop jerking off. He's on in 3. He's a pro, right? And he keeps going. He's like, dude, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. He goes, you fuck Stacy, man. Stacy, my fucking girlfriend, man. He goes, bro, she told me she had no boyfriend. You gotta talk to your girl, man. She's fucking crazy. So he turns it around on the chick. While he's doing that, Midnight Dream comes in. Big black dude grabs him. He goes, motherfucker, wrong place. They throw him down the stairs. 3 guys fuck the shit out of this guy. Oh, gun goes flying. Someone grabs a gun, puts it in his mouth. You want to fuck with us, motherfucker? Blood everywhere, teeth. And then, Johnny! He goes, yeah, you are. Shot through the heart. And Yucca just runs out on stage. Hard, fucking his chaps on. These guys are still beating the shit out of the guy in the background. That's a professional. That's true. Yeah, dude, this was insane. It was fucking. My mom came one night. This was bad. Her and my aunt. My aunt's this famous cookbook author. My mom's this Jewish mom. She didn't know I was doing bad stuff. You know, when I was a kid, I got arrested. I broke into cars. That's what I did. Broke into cars. I got caught one night. Me, a bunch of Jamaican guys. I was the only white guy. We're breaking into cars with spark plugs. You know, they throw the spark plug through the window. We touch the window. The whole window just shatters like that. We'd steal whatever out of cars. So this guy leans out his window. Call the cops. Fuck you, fag. And we run off down the street. Best night of our lives. Go to the McDonald's. The cops come up. Me and all these Jamaican dudes. And the cops go, you're not with these guys, are you? Because I was the only white guy. I go, yeah, that's my crew. So they arrest all of us. I was a fucking idiot. going to lock up. It's awful. Parents come down, get me the next morning. I come out chained up. Like I'm the only white slave with all these other people. 8 of us going chained up, ankles, wrists. My dad looking at me just like, they go, we're going to release him on his own recognizance. He's got an 11 p.m. curfew. And father goes, I'm a lawyer as well. I'd like to have that curfew made to 8 p.m. I'd like to have him not associate with any of these people. They go, all right, confirm. Go out. So I get sent off to this boarding school, and then I come back from this boarding school, and I get into bodybuilding after college, and then I start stripping. And fucking, so my mom is just so proud of me that I'm not in jail. And her and my hand come and watch me, Joey. And I tell, she goes, so you strip? And I go, yeah, but it's just fun. We don't get naked or nothing like that. We're just having a good time, and I'm making good money. And my mom, I didn't know she was there. And I'm fucking up there, fucking cock dangling out and shit like that. Fucking desperado. Women wrapping $5 bills around my cock, yanking it and shit. And the next day I go over, my mom goes, Aunt Rose and I came to your show last night. And I go, what, the early one or the late one? Because the early one, you don't go naked. The late one. I go, oh. You're really good at what you do, and it seems like the women really enjoy what you do. And Rose could not believe I diapered you. I mean, she said that you really have a big schmeckle. From my mom. Now, when did you get the cowboy? In the mix of this whole fucking showing your dick. That was up and down. You never did that, did you? What's that? You never did that, did you? What? Strip? Look at me. Nobody wants to see you. Used to be jacked. What? You were jacked. But I still didn't want to go out there. That's just crazy. You never thought about it? No. Just because morally or because you couldn't do it? Just didn't want to pull it off. I'm sure there are like strip clubs with dudes in it in America. I haven't, but is it like the same thing that like Joey went to for girls? Is it just like it's a show? It's like a real show. The women go insane. Okay, so it's more of a show. Okay. Oh, they're trying to fuck you there. But I've gone to girl strip clubs where they'll lap dance for you and to do this stuff. Low hot breath on your dick through your jeans. You ever had that? No. They just get down in front of you and they're. And I'm married, so I don't get that a lot, and it feels like a real blowjob. And I was in Niagara Falls. I go, you got to stop. I'm married. I'm going to cum my pants. Yeah. I told her. I go, I'm going to cum my pants. Yeah, you have to stop. They don't even touch it. They go real close to it. But I started comedy in 2001. So what year was this when you stopped stripping? 96. Because I was running a girl. I had a girl strip, give me money, and then I had to get out. That was it. That was too much. So it took you 5 years to get on stage. Yeah, I thought I was going to be an actor. I was in Detroit Rock City. I had 2 scenes in that movie with Kiss, and I was young, good looking. I had hair. I couldn't act, but I was like, I'm gonna be a movie star, and then it didn't happen. And then Yuck Yucks in Canada, they had amateur night. You'd call in and try and get up. And the first time I called in, I got on. I went up. Did very well. So bad. Comedy is so bad. I'd be like, Michael Jackson. This is before all this stuff. I mean, oh man. No, it was George Michael. I go, man, he should change his song to I'm whacking off before I go. Don't leave me hanging in the bathhouse, yo. And I was like, oh, I'm great at this. And then I did it. Then you go do it outside of a club and you bomb. People looking at you and you're trying to tell jokes about dead hookers and stuff, and everyone's just staring at you. And I ate dicks for 6 years. But what's worse, bombing as a comic or bombing as a stripper? Bombing as a comic. Really? Yeah, when you're a stripper, you could just get angry and be like, what, you dumb bitches? You don't respect this? You do that when you're bombing as a comic, you can't get it back. Bombing as a comic is the worst heckle I ever had. From that long, dark room, narrow. Someone just yells out, next!
Oh, and you can't see him to say nothing to him. And for months, ate me up. And I go, I should have said I'm not waiting in an alley to fuck your mom.
Holy shit. Let me tell you something, man. People will never know the pain of doing comedy for 10 years. The fun pain. I was watching that show, 1823. Did we see that shit?
Yeah.
Watched the episode last night.
Oh, no, I just know about the show.
But Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren. I watch it every Sunday. So, watching it last night. There's a purpose to that show. Who has a girl, she's like the girl that went on Epstein. She brings home other chick. This is 1823. And there was a guy that would tie these bitches up, like the stuff they torture you with your 2 hands.
Yeah.
And then that, and he would talk to you in English, like, first, make her feel the pain, and then turn it into pleasure. And then, after a while, you hold her, and the pain becomes your pleasure. And, he's got the show, he's got a finger in it. You don't see a monkey, but you see a hand going, and he's whipping her. He had another chick do it. He just sits there, smoking a cigar, having a cocktail. Fucking old, disgusting pervert. That shit drives me crazy. I couldn't imagine just sitting there at 31. Yeah, I think you're going to see 2 chicks coming at it. They fall next to you. You know what I'm saying? I was telling some guy the other day, the guy I lift weights with once a week. He loves me. He loves me. I was listening to Don Henley's first score. It's a fucking masterpiece. It was like maybe 3 years after the Eagles broke up. And then the other guy struck, but he struck first. And I thought about a story. There's a book out. You gotta look this book up, guys. It's been out since 1997. You won't have who wants you in this town.
I remember that.
It's a book about a booker that wrote stories about everybody she slept with in Hollywood. I mean, she threw some heat. They went after her, but she didn't give a fuck. They sold the rights to a movie, never made the movie. But one of her stories was that one of her big clients, one of her biggest was Don.
Yeah.
And Don would make me go over there on Friday and Saturday, forward. He would sit on a chair, and there was a fireplace, like a table. He would make them bend over naked and just stay in that position. And he would stay there and do coke by himself and smoke a cigar, and then get up and put his dick in one of them, bang him for like 8 minutes, and go right back to his chair. Yeah, and sit there. The chicks would have to stay bent over. Like how crazy. This world is crazy. And listen, I've had my moments, especially when you're doing that double powder. Crazy things go into your mind. I never had to fucking, I don't know. I just want to eat somebody's monkey and have some fun. And giggling. I don't want to come through a wall and that shit. People choking you know. That whole world was just so fucking bizarre to me.
I didn't do a lot of coke. I did it maybe 20 times.
That's 40.
Yeah, but I was in Vancouver, and I did some, and I was like, I'm gonna have some fun. What do I got? $600. Let me see what I can do. I called up this place. Like, I need you to send me 2 girls, 2 Asian girls, same time, and they showed up, and it was such a great night. But they would do this weird thing. One of them would blow me. And then I'd go, now you. And before she would, she'd grab a disinfectant wipe and wipe my hog with this disinfectant wipe. And I go, well, why didn't the first girl do that? And then I realized, oh, I'm not the dirtiest one in this room. That first girl's probably got something. And after I was done, Joey, I looked in the mirror when they left, and I looked at myself and I went, man, I'm cool. You know how good it feels after doing something like that? No, it doesn't matter you paid for it. It's still fun.
She just
Toronto.
And then, when did you decide to move to this great city?
It took me 10 years. I had to get paperwork, because you have to immigrate here. I'm an immigrant. I had to get all these documents and stuff, and then I left. I had a good fiance there. I left her behind. Moved to New York. Moved to an 8x10 room in Astoria, Queens.
Cockroaches, some other comics, they failed. They moved back to Canada. They couldn't make it. And that was slugged it out for years and years. I've been here almost 15 years now. This is the greatest place to do comedy in the world.
It's just, you have an interesting story. I don't know all this shit.
I didn't mean to offend you. I know.
No, never. I'm not.
That's what people say is you're easily
No,
offended.
fuck yourself. Never offended. Nah, how can you be offended by somebody's past?
You
So
can't.
they've gotten to a certain place in life. You cannot be offended.
Yeah.
Listen, man, people make mistakes.
Yeah.
At a certain time in their fucking lives, you have no idea what was going on the moment before it happened. And the moment after. You have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
So, I see somebody fucking kicking ass. I'm always happy.
Yeah.
Because there's people at home who won't be there. And they don't complain about the system. Yeah, they've done their ground for me. I can't live like that. I cannot hear that
I
shit.
saw you said this thing. You were talking a bird or something. You go, comedy's changed. It's not comedy anymore. Talking about politics, talking about all this other shit. It's business people now. You know what I mean? There's just to go out and have fun and make those people fucking die laughing while you're there. It's those moments. That's all that matters. It's the time on stage, right?
You know, man, I came up on somebody. I came up on Richard Pryor earlier.
Me too.
That was my, you know, I like Carlin. I like Lenny Clark. Lenny Bruce. I like Bruce.
Pryor's the guy. Pryor's
Pryor was always my guy.
the guy.
You know, and he had a, I don't know, that style. I like that style. He was dirty. He was talking about drugs. He was talking about what happened when he did drugs, you know. And it's just some people like it. Some don't. When I saw the one live on the Sunset Strip, I leaned right towards that light. I just didn't know how to start. Or, you know, I'm a kid from North Bergen, New Jersey. Where do you go? It was always sat in the back of my mind, but I wanted to act more.
Yeah.
I love those two movies.
Yeah.
And my passage, you know what I'm saying? I became a fucking, I don't know. But we're here.
Yeah.
I had the weirdest experience recently. Because you're talking about politics on stage. I was at a show, and I never had this comic before me to like 15 tourists. Just went around asking person by person who they voted for, and when one person said the wrong answer, the comic tore into them for the like 10 minutes. It's just about like how they're a terrible person. They hope all their kids have terrible things happen to them, and then I had to go up. And it was, honestly, I was actually proud of myself because I got them to laugh, but I just had I don't do anything. My whole thing is you go to comedy shows to forget all of that shit, so I don't talk. That's why I make fun of myself. It's I don't want anyone there to have any, all I want them to do is laugh. It was such a weird show. I've never had that experience of someone just not even trying to be funny, but just being mean to it, like an audience member.
There's different styles for different people. People agree. That's one of the styles they incorporate for one. When they don't get laughs, they attack the audience. I did it. Yeah. You're angry at yourself. That's what you're angry at. You're not right.
Right.
You're not going home and fucking getting Judy Parton's book and sitting there doing the exercise. Right, George? It's still there. Here we go. You know, it's very weird that people want all this, and especially in today's society with the IG, fucking this and that, it's incredible. How many people you look at? I don't even know you.
Yeah.
You know, why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours? Why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours?
Yeah.
So everybody wants to fucking go to heaven. Nobody wants to die.
Makes sense.
And Aaron, I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but you did a special a few years ago that honestly is one of the reasons why I wanted to move to New York, because it was called something like 35 spots, or it was you did a crazy number of spots.
25 cents.
25 sets.
Yeah.
In one, how did
That
you
was
do that?
the appeal of why I wanted to move to New York, because in Toronto I could maybe do 5-10 sets a week. And then I was and then I'd look at, remember when they used to have all the shows in the paper? There was a website that had listed all these shows in New York. It'd be like open mic, blah, blah, blah. It might have been The Voice. And
No,
like,
no. The voice had some. What was the name? Stage.
something, yeah. And it'd be like, here's
Wednesdays late and Thursday morning.
yeah. And you look at it and go, oh my God, look at this. I could do 10 shows in a night. And you didn't know most of these were like shitty open mics.
Oh my
fucking
God.
horrible.
Half those motherfuckers on that list.
But there was just this love to get on stage. My goal was always to get on stage so I could just talk the same way on stage that I talk off stage. That was the whole thing about getting stage time, so that there was nothing disingenuous about it. And when I moved here, I started doing it. And then I got into some clubs, and on a Saturday, I'd be doing 8 or 9. And I'd be like,
even that sounds great.
it does sound like a lot, but then I'd be like, I'm on for 2.5 hours, and I'm sitting in Greenwich Village smoking, and I'm like, there's got to be, I could do more. And then I researched it, and I'm like, oh, Steve Byrne did 13. And I was like, I could fucking crush that. So then I went home, came up with this list of like, and I was like, oh, I can do 26 in a night if I line this up. And then I made all these calls, and then I talked to this girl, and she used to work with Morgan Spurlock. Remember the Super Size Me guy that ate over McDonald's? And she goes, I work with Morgan Spurlock. You got excited by the McDonald's?
No, I just remember that. You're crazy.
And then he got canceled. Do you remember that? He did something. I don't think it was one of those. Is he dead?
Oh yeah.
I don't even think it was one of those bad things.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think I'm almost positive. I'm like 80%.
Did you? Yeah, I don't think it was a bad cancel though. I think it was like, hey, good job, Toots. I think it was like one of those cancels, you know what I mean? Like, he called me Toots. And it's like, I'm so sorry, I'm going to check myself into rehab. But she goes, you should shoot this. So we put together a crew, and I was like, all right, we're going to start at 4 in the afternoon. And we went until 2:30 in the morning. Ran around. And, you know, shortest set was, I think, like 4, because I was like, I got to go. I can only do 4. Longest set was 19 that night. All different, you know, a couple same jokes, but it wasn't the same set all night. And then, and then the next night I went back to work. I was like, all right, I'll go host again. So I went out and hosted shows.
You know, it would be an interesting show for the internet right now. A guy like this, we do 6 episodes of you, especially now in springtime. Before it gets really hot, you can't walk the streets in June.
Yeah.
Just you leaving the house in the car. You know, and going, parking, and going your game.
Yeah.
Stopping to get pizza, stopping to get a bag of weed. Whatever it is that you do when you're visiting.
Yeah.
Very natural. And it's like, Dave Hotel.
Yeah.
Except for the drink.
Yeah.
If you're going to have booze while you can.
Yeah.
You know, look, do you stay out late at night after you do comedy, or once you do your last set, those days are over?
I usually go home. I mean, I try and get up with my kid at 7:30.
These 2 years, lately I've been missing my like just like the other night, I couldn't do it. I could not do it because I would have been out for fucking one thing. I would have got home to 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
A lot of food in my stomach. I wasn't moving. There was too many people. I like, you know, 6 or more.
Yeah, small night.
You know, and now these restaurants close at fucking 10:30, 11. You can do 2 shows and go out and go keep the restaurant open. And you go to the back room, lock the council too. You just gotta take them heavy.
Yeah.
You gotta give them a taste of the t-shirts.
Yeah.
Listen, you gotta go deep. You gotta go deep. You're late.
Yeah.
So you gotta make it worth their while. Gas money. The baby's still the wife. He's not gonna bang her because he was gonna go home. So yeah, that's those days are ended.
If it's you or but the other night I ate with Dice because he's like, what do I eat? And I was like, all right. But then you're like, it's 1. That's late for me. I'm like, all right, it's 1. I'm gonna go then. But I'll do that. I'll do 1. No later than 1. That's crazy.
How far is your drive home?
40.
You know, like, yeah, 35 to go to bed. Yeah, think about shit process would just happen. Remember, maybe as you were driving home, you put up a joke.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fucking, that's why when you're lit, that nighttime light up, and you get home, you go, I'm going to bed at 10:30. Fuck you. You sit home, and let's just say you smoke dope. Get home, eat, take a shower, sit on the couch, and I'm going to bed, and then you lick 2 bong hits, that shit wakes you right back up. And now you're reviewing your material. Why was that guy looking at you like that? The guy that pay you for those 8 people in the balcony, you know what I'm saying?
remember. I have no idea what I was going to say. I just forgot.
Happens to me all the time, bro.
Something I can stay up with. Oh, if you gotta shoot something the next morning and you got a 6 a.m. call, you're dead. There's no way your body adjusts that quickly. Even if you go, I'm not gonna do spots, I'll go to bed at 9 o'clock.
You're not doing
2 a.m.
It's not gonna happen. No, your body's like that. No.
Yeah.
That's the worst. You book a movie, it's a 5 a.m. call, and you're like, I got two options here. I can take a half a bottle of fucking Rain-X and try to fall asleep, or I could just stay up and pray for the best. Pray that you're not shooting first. It's a 3-hour setup, and you can catch a little Puerto Rican back and you're a little flat. You know what I'm saying? I did it many a time. Many a time. I fell asleep with that. Then finally, for the longest time, I just brought a sleep apnea machine.
Yeah.
Because it was the same trailer every day. What am I going to get back? Fuck it. In the afternoon, I get tired. I put the sleep apnea machine on right there.
Did you have a nice trailer?
Huh?
Get it bigger, like a half?
Yeah, it was
half trailer.
Oh,
God. If you've never been in a half trailer, boy, you feel like a star then. Because normally they put you in one with this little tiny bed. It's like a jail cot.
Dog, it's a fucking jail.
It's like a jail cot. And you can't turn, you can't sleep.
I'm not a rat, but it's one of my favorite TV shows. I've done it a few times. I love doing it. But the fucking quarters, you feel like I can't believe I'm in this fucking thing.
Well, you feel
It's
like
just
a piece of shit.
a room with a little couch that goes. It's like you went to summer camp.
Yeah.
That's where you lay down. Your feet are gonna dangle off.
Yeah.
Lee would love it.
I was gonna say,
He'd
come
go right
right
to
to
the
me.
corner there, and he would love it. But you sit there, and it's, I'm not complaining. You're on a fucking set.
Yeah.
Of a tremendous movie. Every once in a while, they forget. They put you in a big trailer, and that's very nice.
Oh,
But there's one that's bigger than that one. The second one to that, it's the cousin.
Yeah.
It's the one with the bed. Now you got a mirror.
Yeah.
You got a little sink. You got a counter there. So you can put your notes down. You know what I'm saying? They don't, no drawer, nothing like that.
No.
What are you even doing? I can't imagine you jerk off and
No, you can't.
No.
So what do you do?
Come up with something. I'm doing a fucking
Jerking off at work,
There's
man.
a bed.
Fucking tip off is paying you $1,200 a day. You jerking off?
If you're there for 18 hours, it's not gonna cross your mind once.
No. Why would you want to?
So what do you do? That's what I'm
What
asking.
the fuck is wrong with you?
You just talked about jerking off in front of his mom. I don't
That's
know.
why I don't jerk off in front of my mom. How'd you just make that story so big? Jerking off in front of my mom.
You see, I gotta live with. Joey D is here. Hey, beautiful people. It's springtime. The birds are singing. The clouds are blue. And you can relax with Via. Via combines high-quality hemp-derived ingredient with powerful cannabinoids to create some serious results, if you know what I'm talking about. Whether you want a laser focus or deep relaxation, Via has products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels. And there's something for whatever effect you want. If you want to see the devil, they got something. If you want to relax, they got something. If you want to live in danger, they got something. If you want to see the devil, maybe get a little horned up, they got something. So you can finally ditch those sketchy parking lot meetups and enjoy life at night. You get home, you take one of these two. They come in 100s, 50s, 25s. This is a great company if you're just starting out with edibles and the higher unknown. Listen, you got to be 21 or over. Check out the link to Via in our show notes and treat yourself to Via's annual Spring 420 sale, baby. That's right. It's right around the corner with Black Friday level savings up to 35% site-wide right now and up to 50% off packs and bundles. And get a free gift with your first order using code JOEY, Joey. Plus, enjoy free shipping on orders over $100. That's code JOEY, Joey, at the link in our show notes. Support the church and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday experience of life with Via. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. This is just not you. It's fucking not next.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. I hope you stop jerking off.
I've never started.
Yeah, no, because I know you're a little Jewish mind. You're like one of those dogs. I grew up around you motherfuckers. Every morning,
can't lump all Jews together.
Listen to me. I saw it. Don't lie to me. I'm looking through your blood. I would fucking get off the Port Authority bus right there in the morning and walk to that corner. There used to be a tremendous strip club on the corner of that. The whole time I was growing up. Remember on that corner there? That's where the first time you see a guy with the mop in the fucking room, and you go in there, and the floor is sticky, and there's some chick in there with fucking like a bandage, and she's blowing a guy with a skinny dick and one nut, and you're traumatized, you know what I'm saying? But if you did the survey outside, we went in there the most, it was the desert people. Yeah, there was the fucking, the one with the ponytail.
Right.
And right away there'd be a fucking dude with tokens.
Yeah.
He gave him like he had the old circus thing. It was like he was going to the circus as a kid. He had the pouches. In the old days, they put like quarters, nickels, dimes, and pennies. No, he had tokens in all four of them. And you pay him, and he give you tokens. It was like 8 tokens to go in there for 2 minutes. You didn't even have 2 minutes. You had like a minute to bang out. Then the thing would close. And you'd be midway. So now you have to dig a big deep in your pocket and throw tokens in there like a fucking animal. Tremendous. And then you'd walk out of there, and before you were out 3 feet, a little Mexican dude came in with a bucket, put him on the floor with hot water, and then put it back in his bucket. And by the time he was out, another guy went right back in there. Close that motherfucker. Those are the days, guys.
Was there ever a line to get in?
Never. Because there was 4 stages. And then there was one across the street. Then if you went like 2 blocks uptown, there was the nasty one where you saw like, and you went in there before. But then the crazy thing, like, people going there before work.
Wait, they had early morning?
I'm talking about going into the city 7 a.m. and there'd be people getting off that bus, getting a cup of coffee. And then in those days, there was no Starbucks. It was that hot dog man. He had the best coffee in town. 1 cup. Blue cups with a white lid. I don't want to hear that shit. Regular, what else was it? Black, regular. But what else? There was another one. Huh? Cream and sugar, regular, and fucking black. That's it. There was no macchiato. You fucking momos. There was no frozen whip. This is something they sold to society. And people did great. People were up 28 hours a day drinking that coffee. We get 3 cups of that shit.
Oh, the country was great. Everybody was getting along back then.
Yeah, what the fuck are you kidding? Anyway, not to get me off the communist rant, but what are we talking about? Oh, the perverts. That
Jews.
The Jews love that shit.
I will say this. I'm Jewish. He's Jewish. I think Jews at first repressed their sexuality a lot. And then, here's how I like sex. It's got to feel really wrong. So I'll tell my wife, I need to go in the basement in 20 minutes. She never does. But I always try to get her to. Because she goes, no, we do it in the daytime when our daughter's at school. And it's never as exciting. I want it to feel wrong. That's what I like about sex. It's got to feel, ooh, it's sneaky. We could get caught. Let's go in the bed. And the basement's this little fuck cave. You know, it's all cold down there. No one ever sleeps down there except me. It's a good king-size bed, but it's harder than the main bed. It don't make squeaking noises because I got ADHD. So if I'm fucking my wife and the squeaking happens, I go, my dick gets all soft. And she goes, what's wrong with you? I go, this noise, it doesn't bother you? And she goes, no, you're autistic. So I'll try to get her down to the basement. She won't come down, but there's something about it being wrong. So most people now say that, well, the Jews run this big sex cabal at Epstein Island. And you want to, as a Jew, go, hey, that's wrong. But then as a Jew, you're also like, it's possible. You know what I mean?
Especially for the Orthodox Jews. Like, I'm like, the Orthodox Jews hate me. Because, like, they take it so seriously. They're the ones who have sex through the sheet. They also do, like, I was in Israel, like, they'll walk and, like, not look at women. Like, like, they take it so seriously. So, like, for them to live in New York and live like that, but then also, I would bet there's a lot of, like, religious people who go in. But the Jews, you can just tell, like, that's, like,
I went in there as a young kid, which is why I'm fucked up today, because you're not supposed to see that shit as a kid to that level. I saw pornography that was fucking one level up with fucking an animal. I saw pornography in the 70s. When it was raw, there was no directors, there was no plot. There was nothing. It was.
Insatiable with Marilyn Chambers. You ever see that?
Listen, I have no idea about that. I'm talking about the dirty movies that got sent to your house
Oh,
that you had to hide. And I saw some disgusting shit as a kid. And I was like, I saw a chick. I don't even know.
kissing.
Huh?
Kissing. Real gross stuff.
Kissing? No, I didn't mind that shit.
No.
I made my mother get HBO
Yeah,
to watch the group too. Because
that was a good movie.
some chick was running naked with the titties.
Yeah.
I was probably like 11.
No,
Yeah, I was 11.
Tube was good.
So Groove Tube and the Kentucky Fried Movie.
Yeah.
They're both like cousins to each other. And you know what? If you watch it now, you go, Joey and Aaron, you guys are fucking retarded. That is the worst shit you've ever seen. I gotta tell you something. When those movies came out, I saw a Kentucky Fried Movie in Jersey City. And I'll never forget that scene when they're in court. And the guy takes a rubber dip and he puts it on the top of his head. And he goes, we off another planet. And, you know, when you're fucking 12 and you smoke 2 joints, you giggly, that's that 70 giggly weed where people threw you out for laughing. Come back when you throw up. Because you sit in a diner, fucking high as fuck. And the waitress come over. Hi, boys, can I help you? And you would just bust out. It was uncontrolled. Here, call me when you throw. You know, it was always like they yelled at you. Or threw you out because you laughed your fucking ass off. I'll never forget that. Group Tube I saw at home.
Hot Dog, the movie.
Hot Dog. Cheech and Chong. And the fucking van was made out of weed. And they fucking lit it on fire. What a great idea. Oh, that's when the chicks wanted the coat.
Yeah.
What was that? What? Ajax. When you're a fucking kid, you just lose your mind. Now they come on and you're like, oh, I should have gone a different direction. Something's not working here.
One of the girls I dated, and this reminded me, and I forgot about it and blocked it out. She worked in one of those sex shows, like in a peep show. And this guy I stripped with, they were like a couple in the show. And I didn't know that. And I started dating her. The guy Garrett goes, "Oh, you're going out with Trudy?" And I go, "Yeah." "Yeah, I know her." And I was like, "Would you date her?" He's like, "No, not exactly." And I go, "What do you mean?" And then she told me, she goes, "Yeah, we used to do like simulated sex scenes together." She worked at a peep show. She had 2 kids, 22 years old. C-section scar, fake tits, but those old ones with the scars underneath. Remember those tits before they could do them through the nipples? No. Oh, yeah. Just right. Then they just put a bag in. No one knew what was in those bags. Could have just been poison. It was fucking hot. Dead brown tooth, Joey. She had a dead brown tooth just dangling there. One of the hottest chicks I ever dated. C-section scar, 2 titty scars, and a dead brown tooth. How long did you date someone like that? That was 6 months. And then she thought she got pregnant. Because we wouldn't wear condoms. Pull out, you know, like a man.
That never worked.
This is getting too sad. And then she thought she was pregnant. And then I go, "We better talk about it." She goes, "No, there's no choice." I go, "But I already got 2 kids. I don't believe I'm getting rid of it." And I go, "Oh, jeez." And I
Is
go,
that when you moved to America?
I go, "That's my life. It's done." Luckily, she wasn't pregnant, but was ovarian cancer. And we're still counting how lucky we are to this day. She was fine. She lived. They removed it. But it was a big scare. You know what I mean? I was 23. I was going to have a kid with a stripper. She already had 2 other kids. The fathers were hooked on Oxy. I would have been the breadwinner for fucking 9
You
people.
gave me so much anxiety.
Yes, she's fine. I don't know what happened to her. I got
What about me? I'm over here dying.
I'm
2
sorry.
slits, 2 kids. Mother,
It's a lot. I didn't know
She
that.
lost her leg roller skating. What else? Anything else?
I didn't know this was too much. She lost her roller skate.
Anything else to break my heart here to bring me down?
She was a nice girl. She loved me. That's what she said. She used to say she loved me. That she was from a trailer park.
I'm gonna tell you something. I told a couple of people. I just kind of thought about it. That's what you were saying. Your disgusting stories.
I didn't know these were disgusting. I figured I'm going to come on. Joey's going to go, "Oh, I got stories like that."
No.
And he's looking at me. All he's thinking about is his rash.
My brother, run and roll. Second move. Fucking run.
All right.
But I'll never forget it. 1985, and I'm living in a fucking hotel in San Francisco with my ex-wife at the time, who was just dating. She was a young kid. I was 22. I didn't know what was going on. But, I mean, guys, right now, it's 80 yards from where I walked out and said it's a beautiful day to be alive. Right there. And across the street, there was a hotel. If you went maybe 30 more yards on the corner, there was a place called Coffee Run. And it was 24 hours. It was topless. So there wasn't one kid in there you ever wanted to see. And they had donuts and coffee in the morning. You know how many times I just went in there high as a motherfucker. I'd smoke a joint and go in there dressed in a suit on. Why? Because I was ready to fuck him. In those days, I was a hotel dude. I'd work the hotels. Yeah, I used to make a fun of you. Yeah, get a fucking donut, have a cup of coffee, and look at the chicks' titties like they were junkie. You know, they had to be topless so you could tell they had needle marks. Yeah, tremendous. Tremendous. The owner was a big fat fucking Greek guy. Tremendous.
Welcome. Aquarius.
If you have
You ready, girl? That's right. And don't you apologize. Best friends are important. How was your day? It was lovely, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you for asking.
Oh yeah, they were looking for me in Boston. Met this girl. I had to tell her the truth. She was a sweet kid. She was coming with you. I go, let's do it. We went to the airport. I shoveled off to San Francisco. The first night I stayed at the Hotel California. Across the
You got it.
episode. I robbed that joint. Like
2 games coming up.
Oh my God, I went on a fucking spree. It's a fucking like a young kid. And
I think so.
for a cheap hotel. Then we
You got it, girl.
Virginia Hotel. Other countries come in hostile. And it was on top of the bodega.
Get it.
And it was probably the best
Get it.
kitchen. My mom had, when I stayed here in North Bergen. I hadn't spoken Spanish. I go to San Francisco. I walked 3 blocks from my for a week.
Wood, wood.
And also I hear guys that will see time. I go,
Get it.
tell me that you're Cuban. Yeah, we started talking. He sold me some weed and we're all Cuban on this block. If you want to work, they were nice as shit. I was there 2 days later working with them.
Oh.
Buy the guy on the corner a bottle of rum. That was your tribute for the day. For an old guy that was like maybe 70. He would just sit there and goof on everybody, fist fight. It was like 20 of them. And I became friends with them. There's so many levels of this
Get
story,
that strike.
which I learned because came, I was sent them over in 79. Criminals, not these guys. Very well.
Oh,
These
that's
guys
good.
were
Good job. And
invited to his home. Yeah, we used to sell stolen.
bingo, bang, bongo.
I was
Remember Traveler's Check? I not stolen one.
American Express Traveler's Check. They replaced them with no question. And you could bring them into a Chinese place or a Japanese place. They don't look at the idea of the numbers. They would just take them and give you back change cash. So somebody gave you $100 travel. Usually when you flip the book, you had $2 grand in there. So you have to spend $300 to get your money, your cash.
All right,
You get
let's get
13,
these.
They're doing nothing. But you had it.
Get it. Oh.
My karate suits. Whatever the fuck I needed that night. A bag of rice.
Get it, girl.
Yeah. You got $100 one. They gave you back the change, man. On some ones you won, some you lost. No big fucking deal. interesting. I got a.
Get it.
I walked into this
Oh,
place
it's a
looking
tough
for a
split.
job. No, first of all, I went to the American Bartending School in New York City. Yeah, February '84. It's lifetime placement.
I'll take it.
I call them up. Yeah, come on down. We got a job.
That's right, Mr. Cruz.
They sent me on an interview. It was a nice part of it. They said they want to see you between 10:30 and 11. Me being in the Cuban, Hudson County. At 10, that's how I'm ready. Yeah. I get there, I walk in. Hello? Nothing.
Get it.
I keep walking. Meanwhile, my girlfriend's outside. Nice girl. She don't know nothing about that. I keep looking in there. Hello.
Get it.
Nobody answers. I keep walking. And there it is. The door is wide open. The bank is on the fucking desk. The safe is open. Cash. I took the cash. But you know the Cuban, I took every chain that was in there.
Oh,
So I remember walking out there, the jacket was twisted from all the quarters. One was longer than the fucking other one. And we ran
get it.
Did you get the job? Come on.
All right,
I didn't know what a
you're
bus
going to get this one.
I just got on the bus.
I know it.
I started pulling out.
I know it.
Right. You get back to the hotel.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, not good. Not good, Mr. Paris. Too far to the left.
Talking about. Yeah. Well, send them over, and they never came. There was no big deal. Yeah, I went back. I went to a different place. The guy looked at me.
Get it.
Like, kept checking. Shit. Tequila bar in San Francisco. It was busy at lunchtime. I went there like 11:30. The guy actually saw me. Looking at me. The fucker sat down. He goes,
Ooh.
my name is Jose Diaz, and I'm from Union City, New Jersey. And we just started talking.
Ooh.
He was like 10 years older than me. He went to Emerson High School, played football. I was me lunch. And he goes, I don't have a job for you, but I'm going to get you a job.
Get it, girl.
Go to this. Already called.
That's what I'm talking about.
They got me a job.
That's a big strike.
It was a bar on Ashbury, across from McDonald's. Yeah, it's still there. You had all Cadillac things inside. And whenever you put the lights up, the lights would go off and shit like that. And I worked there till the cops started looking at me, and then I had to move on back to Boulder.
Ooh.
No, in San Francisco. You don't stop you don't stop the fire. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Get it.
feed the whole motherfucker.
Like when you get a job, things we bouncer, bartender.
But I had a bartender license. They gave me a bartender job on Monday nights.
Yeah.
It was like karaoke night. There was a bunch of
No one's touching you.
and the other nights I went.
Yeah.
Saturday.
Oh, let's go,
The
Mr.
adventure wasn't
Aquarius.
that job. It was the
No one's touching my girl.
I hate Ashbury. And when I got off the bus, the 3-block walk,
Good job.
there was always adventure. One night I made a fuck the hill by the park there, and there was just a dude laying there, fucking
You and
under him.
let's go, Mr. Aquarius. Alrighty. You get your beauty rest.
It was just freshly done. The blood was traumatized.
Night night, Mr. Aquarius. I'll see you in the morning.
I just
Good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you. You are so nice. I love you, Mr.
Fighting
Aquarius.
a black dude with a sword. That was fucking.
Thank you. Sweet dreams. I will do my best. You too.
Like a hippie black dude. Like, I'm not doing anything. But you should go to Sylvester's store. Sylvester was an old black fella. One of the first fucking guys that dressed up like a woman, he said. And he had 2 or 3. You make me feel in the other one. Do you want to fuck with me? Da, 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 da. Trading Places. Eddie Murphy would have the party back in his house, and they're all dancing. He did that. He was very flamboyant, and I just wanted to go see him. I asked my girlfriend, let's go see fucking Sylvester. We went to this movie theater. It was 2,000 gay people. You could smell sperm in the air. Some guy came up to run this and I said, fuck yeah. Me and my girl said, I don't know what we should do. Fuck it, it's San Francisco. Some of the offers you asked it, fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? Especially in 85, you had to fucking do it. I'll never forget, they invited us to a party after fucking drugs. There was acid, booze, and me and her. Oh, no, nobody. The guy just thought we were cool. He got the acid from him. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. And then there was a picture of Bruce Lee that I've never seen before. I kept looking at the picture. And Kathy would say to me, what's going on with you? And I go, hold on, talking to Bruce Lee. What? Well, I'm not going to say nothing. And I started that shit with her. And she fell right into the trap of the I'll never forget that night. She's like, why is Bruce Lee talking to you? I don't know. You have to go pick your father up at the airport. And I kept talking to Bruce Lee. I didn't even know my dad was landing. I mean, it was fucking insane. Where me and we were just spoken. I'm goofing on you. And then we started giggling. It was just one of those nights you walk home. It was not planned. You know, the guy offered us the tickets on the corner, whatever the fuck. Like, I had so many crazy nights, but then again, I saw some shit that in the 21 years of growing up here, I never saw before. They stabbed the motherfucker in one of my favorite Italian restaurants. Another guy, guts were out. They don't fuck around the Tenderloin, dog, you know. They don't fuck around. It's like, I don't know how many blocks. Look how big it is. But that little area, anything can happen. Anything at any fucking time.
You still, I know the answer is yes, but I can't believe you went back to that restaurant after you saw the guy get stabbed.
Every other day was the best restaurant in San Francisco. Original Joe's, motherfucker. In the Tenderloin. Anybody can go to the Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
And they'll eat out there, bitch. Not fish. He don't eat. They closed that.
They did?
They closed the one downtown. They had one in Fisherman's Wharf by the moved by the Cobbs, but the problem is, it's an hour and a half wait. Yeah, it's an hour. But then you go to San Jose, bam, there it is up the corner from the comedy club. Living like a doctor for 3 days. Oh my God, we got to go to San Jose to take this motherfucker to Original Joe's. Those Italian hamburgers with steak fries. Good movie, dog. I missed that. That's one spot. We used to go to San Jose just for that.
Yeah.
Just for those 9 meals. I didn't eat fucking
joking. He's not joking.
9 meals, Original Joe's.
Every day.
Every day.
3 times a day.
Timed it perfectly. I would walk in there, breakfast, kill it. Smoke more dope. Go in there about 2:30, kill it. Maybe go to the gym, read a book for a while, leave. We're going at 6. Kill it again. Excuse me. Go back to the club.
And it's all like heavy Italian food. It's not.
Oh my God. It's all heavy as hell. They got a chicken parm. Tell these devils.
I love that you can get ravioli on the side. And they'll do half and half.
Oh yeah, they always give you fucking pots of it.
Oh,
tremendous. And but here's the quicker. Boom! When you leave your hotel and you're flying out of San Jose, guess who's at the airport? Bam! Original Joe. And you get your two eggs with a steak and 7-grain toast with butter and light tea with lemon. Come on, dog. Yeah, that's when the gate is right there, and you're right here, living like a doctor, like looking at them all stacking up, like all the Chinese people standing online and correcting me. You're like, I'm gonna have to stand online right now. I'm gonna have my little steaky brew with my fucking 2 eggs for like $8.99 too. No big deal. No, they're good people, good fucking Italian family. God bless them. God bless the fucking Tenderloin Jack.
And that one has in San Jose. Doesn't it have like a counter you can sat at? Like you don't have to sit at a table.
Yeah, because Butch's father was sitting at the counter. Yeah. We would sit at the counter.
I love counters.
Yeah, bro, this place got all of them got a counter. And that place was the first place in 1985. And yeah, it was the Tenderloin, but the waiters were world class, classy, world class.
Lifers,
work their life. Union,
yeah.
You know, union. $20 an hour before they even sit down. You know what I'm saying? Tuxedos. And the one Chinese guy, fucking, he was such a good waiter in 84. Like, I was going there just to see him at the tip because he turned me out to, all right, you guys are going to laugh. I don't like alcohol. He would make me Nutty Irishman, Frangelico maybe with cream, Irish cream, and a little taste of vodka. And I would do it in the afternoon back then because at 3 o'clock, Mission Impossible. So I would get a little jazzed up, smoke a half a joint, go home and watch Mission Impossible with the girlfriend. And there was a gay guy across from me. And I would keep the curtain and he'd be in there with his thumb. And he'd just dance in front of fucking the window. Stevie Wonder. No, that's Stevie Wonder. You know, not isn't she lovely? One of those jams. And he would just look at himself in the mirror. She was no problem. You know what I'm saying? Your friend wouldn't fuck him in the buffalo.
San Francisco, transients. Everybody went to San Francisco. They were like Joe. There were people running from something else. That's why people went to San Francisco.
Now it's something different, but back then in 85, I caught the end of it. It was very interesting. I loved it. I went back and I saw the change immediately.
Yeah.
This is how insane I am. I hate saying this story, but it's honest. I got married. This happened to me in 85. I got married in 89. And the night of the honeymoon, I go, I gotta get an April. I gotta get some clothes. She was 6 months pregnant, and she ain't going nowhere. She was snoring already in the hotel room. And I got up and I went to the tender one. I rented a Z200 Nissan, like Joey Bananas. I couldn't afford that shit. But you get married on the Visa card. And I went to the Tenderloin and I looked around for Mamusi. That was my main Cuban. He was an engineer in Cuba. This guy told me shit that, you know, they filled me in on where I came from. The shit my mother never filled me in on, kind of. So I really like this guy. And I went and somebody goes, if you look at the Bamboozle, I haven't seen him, but he usually hangs out in his bar. And whatever, Yote or something. I walked in and there's Bamboozle. And I needed an 8-ball brother. He cried when he saw me. We were partners that summer. And we made a lot of time with his family, you know. We hugged. I brought an 8-ball from him. I did things like, I went back to the hotel, stayed in my car with like a 12-pack of beer. And I drank, did the 8-ball in the car. I finished about 6:30 in the morning, like a loser that I was. I threw the shit away. I went upstairs and walked in. She was still sleeping. I just got next to her. I went to bed. She never knew I left. I'm disgusting. You know what I'm saying? You pay for your sins, cocksuckers. Fuck. That story haunts me, George. It haunts me, but it happens. When you're a fucking fiend, you're a fiend. But I got up that night to go to fucking the A's against the Yankees. And they had fucking Canseco and his cousin. And then that night, guess what I did? No, guess what I did the next night with her? You wouldn't believe this one, motherfucker. Opening night. The Giants in San Francisco, Snowy Joey, Montana, at the old fucking place where if you thought you've been cold somewhere, you better check yourself. All right, because you were free. What's the name of that place? Candlestick Park, with the river right next to you, the ocean. You just freeze at night. Tremendous, tremendous. I lasted like a quarter and a half. Yeah, we gotta go. It's too fucking cold there. There's a bar down the corner. I like the Giants, but yeah, I need to see this fucking. I need to be out here being a penguin.
Have you seen a guy in that by that park? Is that? And they have a guy with a kayak who like goes and gets the balls.
Yeah,
that go over. Like he's done it for years.
yes.
I don't.
There's a few guys up there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So do you remember the club? Holly something, the comedy club downtown Toronto. I'm talking 98, 99. Comedyville, Comedy Land.
Oh my God, no, I got it.
The guy was a magician.
Comedyville. And your picture was on the wall there.
Yes.
And there was one downtown, then he had another one uptown. And his name was the Incredible Boris. Yes. And he was a hypnotist, and not a very good hypnotist. He'd bring people on stage. You know, you bring about 20 of them. He'd maybe get 1 or 2. You know, a normal hypnotist gets 10, 15. These other people just looking at him. And he was a clean hypnotist. Do you remember he'd be like, you're on the beach right now? He'd speak like that. You're on the beach and the sand is warm and the sun is warm and you're just drinking it in and you're thirsty because it's so hot out. So you order nice frozen drink, your favorite drink, and you sip it, and people just look at him like, they knew it was bullshit. And he would book people, and then he'd try and get booked off of his bookings. So he'd book people to come work his club, and they'd be like, I should come work your club. Like he was hypnotizing them.
That was a good 2 weeks. I worked it because you have to work it 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
It was $1,200 for 2 weeks.
yeah,
You had to stay there for 2 weeks. You lived upstairs on top of the fucking vending machine.
yeah. There was a bar down
There
below.
was a bar down below where the food was, like, and there was a Cuban neighborhood there in Toronto. They had a couple of Cuban restaurants.
Yeah.
I went there. Another education. Those are fucking nice people.
Comedy Wood.
Comedy
That's what
Wood.
it was.
Comedy Wood.
Wood.
And here's the deal. They had 2 different clubs.
Yeah.
We did 1 week at one club and 1 week at the other club. The 1 week you lived on top of the club and you shared a room with somebody else. Somebody had a door. I mean, the door you could blow on it.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter. You were not safe at all up there. Then the second week when you went there, you stayed with his cousin's house. The basement.
Big, tall cousin. His
And the
big,
cousin,
looked like a mobster.
what do you think he did for a living? He drove hookers.
Yeah.
So every night he's knocking on your door. Hey, I got one here that's half alive. I'll give you this for $40. You're like, dog, come on, man. Come on, man. It was surreal, When you're a comic, man, it's so surreal shit that you bump into on the road. Yeah. And at one point, you're like, I'm too old for this shit. I can't do this no more. Now I was the last 20 years I was fine. It was what I was doing on the road till 2005, 2006. That I think about now, and I'm like, I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it, especially now, because there's no real bad comics on the road.
Yeah.
There's no comics that get fucked up on the road.
No.
It's not like the old days when people do heroin. People are drinking. People are getting drunk on stage. People are pissing themselves on stage. It's a different fucking animal. Yeah, dog. I used to call you. The guy's name was Kipadada. He pissed himself in Las Vegas on stage.
What, are you drunk?
He was fucked up to the gills, coked up. You pee your pants on coke and you don't feel it? That's good coke, dog.
He didn't feel it? He didn't know he was being himself?
Nah.
Larry Horowitz shit himself. He took some egg salad from this first gig. They did this gig. He goes, can I take some of the egg salad? They go, whatever you want. Takes it, leaves it in the back of the car. They drive all day in the hot sun beating down on this egg salad. Gets to the next gig. He goes, I'm gonna eat that egg salad. You want it? That's the other guy. He goes, no, man, I'm doing the sun all day. Fucking pussy. Eats this whole thing of egg salad. The other guy does the MCs for about 20. Larry Horowitz goes up. Blazer comic. Blazer, Jewish guy. There's this big act there where he fills his face up. He's like a tomato about to burst. Goes into that pit. Shits himself from the egg salad. And he goes, oh, and the people in the front row are going, the fuck? What the fuck? And he goes, I'll be right back. And the host comes up on stage and says, cover me. All right, everybody. Larry just took a step out. Where did you say you're from again? Goes into that. Larry comes back, doesn't have a change of clothes, takes his blazer off, wraps it around his waist, comes back up. All right, everybody. Goes into the closer, finishes up, and he's like, thank you so much for coming out. And he leaves. Shit is bad. And it's like an urban legend in Canada. And they go, what's the lesson of the story? You want to be like, don't steal egg salad. Don't eat hot egg salad. The lesson of the story is always do your time. Always do it. You still have 5 minutes left. You go up and you finish that 5 minutes. You don't leave the other guy hanging out to dry.
I had that early on. When you get that first good 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Some guy took me on the road. Great guy. But he was a boozer. And one night, I had already done my heart out. He told me that. I asked him, when somebody says, you got 20 minutes? Yeah, but you really got 15.
Yeah, you don't got
And that's if you remember something good. You got 15. They're watching you. They're going to pay you. I'll get $50 for that. Yo, I went up there and poured my heart out. Did the 20 minutes. It was great. He went up there, second show. Fucking dang. 10 minutes in, he's like, Joey, come up here. And he fucking went to the bathroom. He puked. BP. I had to go up there and do 15 and wing in it, dog. They were ready to throw shit at me. But you understand me? I mean, that's the painful shit. Yeah, that's the shit that you remember. That's what people look at you and they go, "Oh, you got love." Yeah, I got lucky. Let me tell you a story where a guy called me back. Well, I had no fucking material as it was. Okay, I was like hanging on to life, and I got him. I was very happy. But then 10 minutes later, he's like, come on stage, cover for me. I was up there fucking 13 minutes. Dog, come on. I have no idea what fear is.
Oh, you say
When that
the
sweat
same
starts
shit.
coming out, and when you feel it in places you've never felt sweat before, then you start to panic. That's the panic button right there for me. Then you got to breathe it out. Make sure, remember something good. It's fucking crazy in life with the stand-up motherfuckers. Don't ever, see, I forgot all about that type of shit.
You used to tease me. You used to be like, I'm not gonna give you the light. I'm gonna let you make you do 45 when I had.
Why not?
10.
That's the only way you learn.
Oh my God.
I still, one of the biggest lessons I ever had doing stand-up was my dog Jimmy and Bail in Denver. I remember living here and going, this is too much work. I gotta fucking bring 5 people. Jimmy Bader's got rooms all over the place. He's a Mexican hustler. He had bars, taco places, fucking Red Robin. It didn't matter. He made everybody give comedy a shot. Yeah. Some places didn't work. They had a pool table. They don't want to turn the Nugget game on. They don't want to turn the Colorado hockey game on. And I get it. And fucking, he had a room all night. He would call me on Sunday. And go, Tuesday, I got this. Wednesday, there's a room here. I can't get you paid. I get you 15 minutes. Yeah. Thursday, I got a room here. He's one of those. Yeah. I forever thank him. And fucking, what we calling it? Yeah.
The struggle.
I tell you what.
How you had to stretch.
This is very interesting because I bet somebody who's done it to you, or they're going to do it to you. He was a good looking. This is 1993. He was a kid. I was a kid. I was 30. And 94, I was 31 years old. And, these bars had women in them. And one night, he made me walk on stage. And he goes, 2 brothers. If you panic, let me know I'll work with you. Well, he was supposed to give me the light. What happened was he got in the car with some girl. He started making out with her, swap the spin. He forgot. I'm up there throwing heat because I'm not conscious of the time. Do you follow me? I was having such a good time. And thank God I run up there and riff for 15 or 20 minutes. Because then I started to panic. And then I go, okay, but at least I got my material to sit back. Yeah. And finally I saw the lights. I got up and I go, Jimmy, what the fuck have you been? He goes, Joey, 43 minutes. And I remember my head blowing up. What are you talking about? 43 minutes. I barely have 18. He goes, bro, you just did 43 minutes. I was looking at my fucking clock. In those days, you had the tape recorder and the fucking stopwatch, like a fucking, nobody had phones and nobody had fucking none of that shit. We were death. Yep. Death. And it's crazy. We didn't talk about this yet. I had the opportunity Saturday night to open up the Tom Segura garden. And it was great. It was a great honor. I had a great time. I was loose. I was nervous all day. Listen, it wasn't 2020 Joey Diaz, but I still got a little what's left of me. You know what I'm saying? And it's so weird. Lee asked me when I came in here, how was it? I'm very happy. I had the opportunity to do it. But being up on that stage, it reminded me of that comedy club you did, like your 6th-year comedy. And you got that it wasn't the stage, it was the ping pong table. And you were basically on top of the audience, kind of weird. It took me right back to that. Like when I was out there, I didn't see anything. All I saw was this. I just saw this. And this was what got me through. If I would have looked at this, I would have shit in my fucking pants. When I looked up, I can't see. So it doesn't matter, it's dark. All I see is like a city. That's all I see up there. Seriously, I don't see nothing. I just see a fucking city up there, But it took me back to the importance of doing shitty work. Like that's all I could think about was Lee, all of us. How important it is that Yeah, it's great to do improv and theaters with your friends. But I respect dudes that still go to the dungeon twice a week and work it out. Because that's the only way you get better. Anybody can go to whatever comedy club and they walk in, they're already mentally prepared that they're going to laugh. When you go to a bar, to a back room, and, you see a guy giving a chick giving a guy a hand job under the table. And I've done all those rooms. I know you have. It's crazy how you got to keep doing it to stay really sharp, to remind you of the piece of shit that you are. Yeah. Like, that's when you fucking walk out and go, next time I cash this check, I'm going to put a mask on so I don't even know because I'm a fraud. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a fraud. That, because that's what that mentality does to you. For me, I always had, I spoke to Rich Voss today, so he talked to Felipe, because he used to whatever, because Felipe said he sent you his love, and she got in a call. We were talking, I go, Felipe is one of those guys that gave me $80 a week. That's $320 a month. I go, you're like, Joey, I'll give you $320 a month just to fucking light your cigarette, whatever. No. Felipe, this is $40, $40. $40. You're like, wait a second. This is a little fucked up here. But him and Willie Barcena had Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you showed up, they gave you a burrito and $40. And that started the night off. At least you got a $25 bag of coke and gasoline money to get you back to the comedy store. And you still had other stops. Like, I learned, I cut my teeth on the Mexican room. Yeah. Get 2 tacos and do 15 minutes and they give you $25. And on the way back to the comedy store, it just make stops. It was like picking up little envelopes. 25 here, 35 there, but at the end of the night, I'm back at the store with a buck and a quarter. That's fucking big, 5 nights a week. When you Fridays, no. Saturdays, you got to work on your own. But these motherfuckers they were such hustlers. They had all those rooms that you got to work in a dungeon. Now, you follow me. It's spotty, they're drunk, and you got to work yourself out. That's real work. And that's what I always think about now. I got to get myself one of those. I got to get involved in one of those. You might get hit with a fucking can.
Yeah. Chicken wings, coins. I had everything thrown at me. It's fun for me now because I'm in my 8th year, so now I'm just starting to the first time I was in those rooms, I would not do well, but now I'm seeing that I'm doing better, and that those rooms have helped in heckler situations in clubs. It's Nick is here, and I just said it. I was kind of stealing one of Joey's lines, but at Parks, a huge show for me, 1,500 people. I had my fly down on a screen the size of the Madison Square Garden, and this woman said, pointed it out, and apparently I said, I'm gonna leave it. I thought I just said I'm gonna leave it down. Nick said I'm gonna leave it down, bitch, and I did. I left it down the whole set, and it got a big laugh, but it was it's crazy how I guess those the hard rooms give you confidence, so it's I don't know.
Doing a hard room is like working out with a weighted vest. That's what I compare it to. Yeah. If you do 3 hard rooms tonight, you go 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3. You know what I'm saying? Like the other people are drunk. There's a lot of variables. There's people shooting pool. There's people who are there to get a package. There's people who are there to get a cheeseburger. There's people who are there to watch whatever the season is, whatever baseball, college basketball, they're there. Some people are listening. I got 50 people here that want to watch college basketball. Sorry, I can't turn it on. Yeah. You got to fight through that. And you go up there and you start fucking around, and next thing you know, when you go up there, you got to go up there with a different mindset. If they're eating, and I'm going up there cold, all I want them to acknowledge me. I'm not even going for a laugh. I just want them to eat their steak and look up and go, and then back to the steak. If I get them to do that, I already won this. Next week when I come back, I'm going to get them to eat, look at me, and breathe. What is this guy talking about? By the 3rd week, it's the same much. The room I started at, Tuesday nights, I was the house MC. It was the same people because they gave you $15.95. Yeah, they gave you a prime rib and a potato and a fucking thing of that dirty shrimp in bowls. Remember the broker in? So I love that place. That place taught me how to do comedy because I had to go out in front of the same people every week. So every week I had to come up with 7 minutes. 7 minutes I had to come up with. I would stay up all night Monday. Monday night I wouldn't even sleep. Tuesday afternoon I would stay up and go do that show. And that's how important it was to me. They give me $100 a week. I did that job for 16 months. Then I pushed the fucking manager to a book show because I had enough of that concept.
I did 5 the other night. Saturday night I did 5. First 4, just ripping, rolling, going, what am I doing in these clubs? I should be big time. Then the 5th set comes up. The host sucks. He goes, go up there and wake him up. I go, that was your job. So I go up. Yeah, they don't know what comic. I'm doing shit that kills out of the gate. They're staring at me like I just fingered one of their daughters, just looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy saying? And there's a brother over there just on his phone the whole time. I go, what are you doing? You just gonna stay on your phone the whole time? He goes, just keeps going on his phone. Well, 2 girls are with him and they're kind of giggling. I go, what's your problem? What's your fucking problem? Why does everything have to be gay? Like, what do you mean? They're laughing whenever you do gay jokes. They're laughing. I'm like, yeah, that's the world now. It's gay. Did you not catch wind of that? And some guy goes, that's true. My brother's trans. And just yells it out. And then all of a sudden the brother is on the phone and he goes, yo, man, ask if the brother got a pussy. And I go, your brother got a pussy? Yeah. His brother got a pussy. He goes, no, man. And he puts his phone away and he gets into the show 13 minutes in. He goes, ask him what the pussy tastes like. I go, what's your brother's pussy taste like? He goes, I don't know. And then everybody comes together off this guy that hated me. It's a show. Then you think it's going to maybe turn into a fight, and then all of a sudden it comes around.
No, that's what people like.
Yeah.
That's what people like.
Yep.
They leave, they go, man, you didn't do a joke.
No.
You didn't do a joke. You were there for 45 minutes just banging. You didn't even do a joke.
Yeah.
You got off there going, ooh. Wow, that was fucking amazing.
And you're just trying to survive up there. You're just trying to turn them.
You got some dates coming up?
What do I got? I'll be in Florida at some point. Key West. I don't go nowhere good, man. It's gonna be Florida, Comedy Key West. I'm gonna be doing that Marco Island place. What's it with the captain guy that wears a suit? What's his name? Captain Brian. Off the hook in Naples. I'm gonna be there. And then I'm around New York City all the time. Now I'm on Jimmy Fallon, Fox News, Saturday nights.
So,
I haven't done Gutfeld.
what did you do? That's it? Wow.
Fox News, Jimmy Fallon.
You're a Fox News.
Regular in there.
And,
Regular in there. I watch this all the time. Yeah, when you can Fox.
what's up with you, Lisa? Where you at this week, my little bitch?
4th and 5th and that the New York Comic Club in Stamford with Josh. Very excited.
This weekend?
Yes.
Keep an eye out for Lisa. He's making moves. He used to be the director from Israel. Now he's making it happen in other venues. And I want to congratulate him. I'm doing the dojo next Wednesday. Entertainers Wednesday. This week, what's Tuesday? Wednesday is the 2nd times 7. That's 7. That's 9. April 9th. And we're still doing Moon Tile. And that's it. That's that, guys. I'm happy that you came on today. Different flavor. We got a nice New York, young, nice comic. I got the other Jewish flavor over there. Lee Sayat. Look at that.
So funny. The other Jewish flavor.
That's the other Jewish flavor.
No, Aaron's the other one. Mine is the normal.
Relax, Lee. It's a joke.
What do you mean relax?
By the way,
If you're out there just listening to the podcast and you picture a Jew, draw a picture of a Jew, it's okay. It's gonna look more like me than it looks like Aaron.
Yeah,
there's no Jews that look like Aaron.
He looks like Nazi propaganda.
I really do.
He looks like fucking the guy that sits on a plane, the rapper, DJ Khalid.
He looks like he should have his fingers together. And should be like around
mushrooms. Last time I saw you, I was doing mushrooms. I looked at you at one point. I'm like, what's DJ Khalid doing there? That's Lisa.
All I do is fin.
I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Tip Top Magoo. And don't forget, Blue Chew to keep that little helmet strong. And fire with the tremendous flavors. They got every different color, and listen, they taste good and they take you where you need to go. And that's Uncle Joey deal I'm laying on you right now. Stay black, have a great week, and that's it. Support my man, Aaron Berg, and my little brother over there, Lee Syed. And I'm Joe Diaz, the old goat in the room, but I love you. Stay black and stay black and have a great week. Hey, good morning. Uncle Joey here. Just want to fill you in. The summer is on the way, and if you need a quick fix for that lip dick, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex. It's all done online to boot. Just consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, bam, you get your prescription in days. Listen, Blue Chew is tremendous. They come in little packages. You can leave them in your glove compartment. You bump into a victim, you tell her you got to walk to the glove compartment, boom, it's all over the shop. Get your confidence back and get ready to sling some dick like a runaway slave. You understand me? Uncle Joey's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay, for the church family. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right, motherfuckers, free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 for shipping. That's all I'm asking you. Go get a prescription for this stuff. It'll cost you $2,000 to $50,000. You don't need that. $5 for shipping, and you'll be slinging dick like the old days. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you savages? It's Tuesday, the 25th of March. That's it. It's a beautiful day to be alive. This is the church New Testament. Let's get this party started, gentlemen. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means. It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers. And once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet when you're ready for war. Bam! There you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, here's what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you're going to go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. Yo, we're back like a hemorrhoid. What's going on, guys? It's a beautiful week. It's going to be tremendous. We got a guest today, a sensational guest. His name is Myron. That's it. All right, you ever see that Bullets Over Broadway? When the guy would call fucking Chaz Palmer, it's just Cheech. But Mr. Cheech, it's just Cheech. That's how it's going to be tonight. This is Myron, a dear friend, family, and as usual, our Jewish friend, Mr. fucking Lee Syed over there.
Definitely not family.
What's up, my brother?
Good to see you, dude.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. I had a good weekend in Boston. Did a bunch of shows.
That's what I
It
heard.
went awesome.
They called me from the bar. They said it was a nightmare.
Oh, the bar was.
What
The
the
late
fuck were you
show
thinking?
Saturday got canceled, so I went and did just a bar in Dorchester.
Sometimes go home and hug mom. Sometimes you just gotta go home and hug mom. You
No,
know what
I
I'm
like it. It's fun.
I like
It's
it.
funny. You just yell into the abyss.
saying? You're a fucking trip, you know.
Do it. How's your weekend?
My weekend was peaceful. It's something that I haven't fucking peaked. You know, the bridge broke. You're gonna get a fucking steak. You're there chewing like a fucking, you know, it's a nightmare. You know, they can't even put them until June or some shit.
Till June?
Yeah, because they have to dig it out and remove 2 teeth that are still good. 2 teeth that go to waste, like fucking waste. And they want like 15 grand a fucking tooth. And the insurance, they pay for like the towels and anesthesia and like a cleaning. What else? Without these teeth, how am I gonna fucking survive? But anyway, what are you gonna fucking do? You know, we live, we get stronger, we get better, you bad motherfuckers. And don't forget, Friday, you can't eat meat. Lent, you know what I'm saying? Remember that. Whether you're eating that monkey, whatever you want to eat, you gotta give it a pass. Nothing. Fucking, you gotta sit there with the white cape on and look up at the sky and wait for Jesus to touch you. All right, that's enough of the fucking religious moment. What's going on, my brother?
Well, not much.
Great to have you here.
Thank you,
The
brother.
reason why I wanted to bring you in is because you have an occupation that was one of my favorite occupations of all time, which is being a police officer. You know, I wanted to be an attorney, and then I got 4 years, and that dream went out the window. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes your dreams just go down the shitter. So, you know, it's always been fascinating to me, like from regular North Bergen cop to a Hudson County cop to a, you know, an FBI agent, and then the DEA, you know. And I became in love with all this shit when, believe it or not, when I watched the first year of Narcos.
Okay. Yeah,
I just didn't know that. They were saying when the DEA started, it was in D.C., it was a little office over a strip club that nobody even knew they fucking existed.
Right.
And they went from, just like we did, they went from a big bus with a pound of weed with some sandals, some hippie dude, maybe had some speed, and then they started getting kilos of coke, and the machine guns came out, and it was so fucking surreal to me. Like, I don't watch all the bullshit stories. I'll just read. I'll just buy a book at Barnes and Nobles, and I'll just read about that whole thing. Even though you came out in 90, the shitstorm was in full fucking blast. You had the fucking New York mobsters going off. You had New Jersey mobsters going off. You had tons of drugs coming into this fucking area by the shitload. And then that's when, not really, there was still a couple of Quaaludes around. I don't know what.
I never did it for him.
No, you didn't need to do it.
We did ecstasy, though. We did a lot of ecstasy.
You're in the DEA.
Drug Enforcement Administration, yes,
So you
sir.
were telling me you went to Fairleigh Dickinson. Run with it.
So I was in Fairleigh Dickinson. First off, I went to Woodbridge High School, so I'm a New Jersey guy. I graduated, Woodbridge High back in '83. I played basketball, and I ended up playing basketball at Fairleigh Dickinson. After a year, I said to myself, because we had to be there like a lengthy time during winter and everything, I said it wasn't for me, and I just stuck to my studies. And I was a finance major, believe it or not, and I ended up doing, what I'm about to talk about. So I went from being a finance major to basically being a law enforcement guy. I graduated in 1987 from Fairleigh Dickinson, and then shortly thereafter, I made my way to the DEA. That was the process started, I believe, in 1990. They had a hiring freeze, so I had to wait. Actually started in '88. Excuse me, when they said that back. I ended up getting hired in '90. There was a hiring freeze for like 2 years, so I had to wait. In between then, I worked in a prison, a local, a county jail. So, yeah.
What kind of education was that in the county?
I mean, it was, I tell you what, once they lock the doors and you're in there with 150 guys and, you don't have any weapons, you don't have any clubs. And to be honest with you, maybe the guy you're working with, you have 2 guys in the pot you might be like 5'6", maybe 130 pounds, and I was pretty in shape, but you had a lot of people in there, so you had to be on your P's and Q's. You had to like watch your back, because there was a lot of fighting going on, a lot of people getting shanked. I remember one little story, and I'll tell it quickly. This white dude came in, and off to the side, I said to him, "Watch your sneakers, because someone's going to take them." Lo and behold, about 3 hours later, I hear, "Oh, boom, boom, boom!" I go upstairs. One of the guys from the pod took a what do you call those mop ringers and busted him over the head. And I tell you, it was the worst sight. Then when I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit!" You know what I mean? I really got to watch, because there was like brains on tile. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but the guy was bleeding very badly. And I was like, "Holy shit, man." Excuse me? Yeah, they took his sneakers. They took his underwear. Yeah. But, that was my first major incident. That happened quick, so that woke me up.
Why did you go from a finance major, I would go to a finance major to avoid doing shit like that, and then why did you switch?
You know what? I mean, I always loved numbers. I mean, to be honest with you, growing up when I was a little kid, my mom used to play blackjack with me, poker, and I was always good at math and stuff. So I said, maybe I'll be like an investment banker, maybe I'll be an accountant. So as it ended up, as I get out of school, I actually did pretty well in school. I graduated top 10% of my class. To make a long story short, again, I got a job here in Hackensack at United Jersey Bank, which then became Summit Bank, which then became Bank of America. But I lasted like 1 year, because, I mean, the people I was hanging with, like when I went to work, right? I mean, it's got to be fun too. You know what I mean? You just can't go to work and like crunch numbers, because you go insane.
Yeah, things aren't that fun.
No. I mean, it's nice when you get a lollipop when you're young, and you smile. If you put your $5 in the kettle.
When you saw the brains on the wall, did you ever at all think about going back to the bank, or?
I thought about doing anything else but what it was, man. Especially because I had nothing on me. You only have your mouth and like your mouth and like just your instincts. But I did, like, from working inside the jail, you develop a lot of instincts, because you can't use anything else but, like, your brain,
They don't give you anything?
They don't give you a walkie-talkie. You can hit the panic button. By the time I hit the panic button, it takes about maybe 5 minutes before anybody to come in, so you're on your own.
Why don't they give you a stick, not anything?
Because they're afraid that if they gave you any kind of weapon, that somebody would use that against you. And back in the day when I was here, and I'll tell you, it was Middlesex County, I still have, I think, 1 or 2 people still working there. I mean, there was always a lot of people in that jail. So, like, when you came into that particular location, they would put you in D-Pod. And no shit, I think it would probably house like 40 people. But what ended up happening was we had to get all mats to put on the ground, because there was so many people breaking the law back then, even now too. But I think they don't allow all those people in a particular pod. But there was like 160 people with 2 officers, like checking them, So like, if something went wrong, to be honest with you, you're fucked. But I used to play games in there with them. They loved me. They called me Robo, because I would have like talent competitions, no shit. So what I would do is I'd give them the fucking mic, the PA and shit. And some of the brothers would sing, some other people would dance, and some other people would do like some comedy and shit. And whoever did the best, we'd actually like vote on it, yeah. And I would give them 2 cheeseburgers from the grill, because I brought it in, from the kitchen staff. So that was cool. It kind of gave me a little respect, where they knew that, at least I was taking care of them. But then again, they probably, do whatever they needed to do with me, if they needed to. So,
I always loved stand-up, but where it came to life was when I got locked up, And you just brought up a memory, like one of the nights they showed the worst movies. It was in the cafeteria, and they showed the worst. PT 109, like those old, and this is 1988. Yeah, and they're showing these black and white movies, but every night, every time there's a movie night, the projector broke. There were those old projectors, old porno projectors, and it would break. And I don't know what happened. I think now in my mind I see the guard. He was a chubby dude. Yeah, a little tan. He wasn't Spanish. He was something else. And he came over to me. He goes, You love talking shit in the kitchen. Why don't you get up on stage? Why don't you get up on the table?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. And then I heard some of the black guys saying, get him up there. Get him up there.
How old were you, though?
I was 25 years old.
Yeah, see, I was there in '88 too. That's when I started.
No, but that was in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little different
I
than
was in a
Jersey.
complete different fucking
I got you.
state. But it always stuck with me. Like, in fact, I was just talking to somebody about the confidence I got, doing whatever I was doing on Wednesday nights. It was like 3 months of it.
Right.
And I was doing everything. I was a Jamaican. I was the attorney.
Right.
I was the fucking house attorney. So if you got into a beef, I went to see what a little judge would do. And we cut a deal. You got to do laundry for 8 weeks. You can't eat bread, shit like that. And then I took over pretty much the entertainment.
Yeah, that's
So
a good thing. Yeah.
you would go in, but it's really weird that I didn't forget. I knew I always did stand up in that.
Right.
But till you said that you were the guy in the talent contest, I was like, Jesus Christ, God bless people like you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's definite. I mean, because you get bored in there too. Because what's in there? You got you had like a little TV, like you said. They would do that movie night, and then chow time would come up, and everybody would go nuts because they want their Slim Jims, they want their Reese's. You know what I mean? And then the meds, all of a sudden you hear meds up. Everybody would run. Everybody was on fucking meds. So
Sure.
it's just the way it was. And yeah, I
Like
learned
Tuesdays
about it.
and Thursdays, you get commissary.
Yeah, and it came in a little brown
Nuts.
bag. Yeah.
Take a shower and shit. You get ready for that motherfucker.
But that was problem like too, because then people would be fucking heisting people's shit. Give me your bag. Now I got to go over there and most of the time I just turn the other way and let them handle it, because most of the times what would happen, to be honest with you, they wouldn't fight because they were scared. Some of them would though, and you knew which ones to stay away from.
I think in lower capacity, like I got 4 years, and I was in Boulder.
Yeah.
And right away they told me when I went in, they go, we got overcrowding. You get shipped to Texas or Oklahoma. And I'm like, what? And they're like, sit tight, we'll let you know. Then 3 days later, they came and got me. And I go, where the fuck am I going? They go, you're going to Summit County Jail.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, Summit County? This ain't in Jersey.
I was in New Jersey. Yeah.
This is Colorado. This is a fucking ski resort.
Oh shit.
And all of a sudden, I'm in a ski resort, and they're like, I go, where's my prison uniform? They're like, where the fuck you are? And it was maybe 20 people, 20 of us. But it was like 20 of us. And there were like maybe 4 guards. And I thought I was locked up. I was going to a state, I was waiting to go to a state prison. And like the first night, the guy comes to me and he goes, Diaz, what do you want? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, what do you want? I go, commissary? He goes, fuck commissary, we go to Safeway. They would go to Safeway.
There you go, you had good.
Oh my God. And they had cable TV, carpeting. We played handball outside with whatever clothes you had. But I met an interesting dude in there. I had a great story, and I read his paperwork. This motherfucker got in trouble. He got caught with 2 kilos of coke. He sold it to the FBI. Forget what his name was. New York City guy. He got in trouble. He got paid. Part of his deal was to buy 2 kilos with these 2 undercover cops inside. Are you ready for what this motherfucker did? He got a house that he knew was already vacant. He set it up inside with a light. He went in and he dug like a little bath. And he came on. He took the money, the 2 kilos of coke, and he came back from New York for like 8 years.
I mean, the guy that they wanted to.
The feds couldn't find him. They had the whole neighborhood staked out. This motherfucker slipped right through.
It was the FBI, though, right?
It was the FBI.
It wouldn't have been the DEA.
No, they let him slip right through. He was there because they caught him 8 years later. And now he was living like 28 fucking years.
Oh, no.
Tremendous. This was a great program they ran up there. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's funny because it reminds me of something quick that I'm going to just talk about. And I won't really mention an office, but we have like 19, 20 offices. But there was an office that locked up 2 guys. And let's say this is about maybe like 12, 14 years ago. So what ended up happening was there was a big marathon that most of the agents, and there wasn't many agents in this particular group, that they went to this marathon after they locked the guy up, and they thought somebody was still with the guy taking care of him. So it was a Friday, you know what I mean? So this guy is in one of our lockups, our cell blocks, because what happens is we have a holding tank, and then we'll take you, like if it was Eastern District or Southern District, we take you to Brooklyn or Manhattan. But this guy, for some fucking reason, they forgot that he was there. So this guy stayed in the fucking holding tank, no shit, for 3 days. And nobody was there, so he didn't eat anything, but he was drinking from the toilet bowl. So thank God that, we have a toilet bowl in there. But I tell you what, I mean, a lot of you're laughing all and stuff. The guy, I think, come away with like $6 million because there was a massive lawsuit. This is legit, this is what happened.
How do you forget about somebody?
That's what we all said. But again, I won't mention the office, and it's my own people, but it did happen.
$6 million for fucking toilet water?
Yeah, I would do that too.
I'd do that too.
Yeah, I'd eat my own. I might eat my own shit.
I bathe, yeah. I use it as skin cleaner.
Yeah.
Right? It might even hit. People wash themselves with their own feces at their head. Gloria Stefan is doing it.
How long did it take him to start drinking from the toilet?
I mean, I think the guy was a little high too. From the,
fuck you,
when
gotta
they
be
brought
high.
him in. It was a couple of kilos they got him with, but I think it was like the next day because I think he was still like yelling for people and like nobody came. He's banging from what he says on the toilet bowl is like metal, so he's banging on it. You know what I mean? Nobody's coming. They're all at a marathon. They're going like in Vegas, right? So I'm talking about a division up close to Vegas, but sometimes shit happens, man.
So what were your 3 first years with the DA about?
Oh Jesus, my first day. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, I came in full of piss and vinegar. I had a nice suit on. So they said, you're going to group D22, So I says, okay. So I go, I meet the guys. They're all laughing at me because I got a suit on. I go, well, it's the first day. Go, take the suit off, Okay, we're going out tonight. So I go, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And there's like 10 guys, 12 guys to a group. Everybody has their own car. You have your own desk. We're going to the Washington Heights, okay, where the Dominicans are. So I go, let's go, So I go in the car with my senior partner, and I'm riding shotgun. He's talking to me, and we got a deal going with. We have 2 of our informants, and they're meeting with some Dominicans, and we got like transmitters going, and everything's, we're watching everything. All of a sudden, the hit signal goes, get out, we got to go get him. So now I get out of the car with my partner, and I was in good shape because I just came to the academy, so I was one of the first ones there. And I got one of the guys that went in the bodega on the ground. Everybody else started scattering because, again, you're in the Heights. They think you're coming for everybody. No shit, there was kilos coming out of the window. You know what I mean? Money and shit. And I'm in the bodega, and we're looking for 2 other guys that escaped. So I left the guy with one of our other guys, and 4 of us went off looking in the streets for these guys. We were going to apartments, and no shit, one of my partners, he was carrying a machine gun. And he goes, take the machine gun. And I go, what do you mean? I never was even trained on a machine gun. Even in the academy, we only shot it a couple of times. So I just threw this motherfucker on my back. And I remember when I was running, it was hitting me in the head. I was like, oh, jeez, I had like lumps on my head. But we ended up not getting the rest of the guys. But the moral of the story, I mean, it was a fun first day. And the thing I vividly remember, so now you make the arrest, right? You go back to the office. Now they're having the new guy process him and do all that bullshit, taking pictures. Now I got to stay all night with the guy, you know what I mean? And then in the morning, I got to take the guy to arraignment. So it was a long day. I think, honestly, I probably slept like 20 hours after that, to get my energy back. But it was fun, and I was like, wow, this is where I want to be. This is fun. I mean, it's not the bank. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was far cry from the bank. So
what you're telling me is when you rob a bank, it's the best day of their lives.
Yeah,
Get
absolutely.
some action in there.
Yeah, you gotta have that. I love that.
I see them managing a big slap. Papa, give me the safe.
Yeah.
Well, why did the DEA go and not the cops? Like, why are you brought in? Are they just bigger people?
I mean, it really depends on, like, you work, like, for instance, in New York. I was always in New York. I had to do a tour in D.C. When you're in New York, there's about 20 groups here, and each group specializes in possibly something. So, like, and then you make your own cases, So, like, you make cases based on informants. If you don't have informants, you're not going to make cases. But we did make cases, and I'll get to that later, in Brooklyn without informants, and that was difficult. But I mean, once you get your horses, your informants, they're just setting up deals, and you can do deals basically every night. I mean, you really don't want it because then you're in jail. Excuse me, you're in jail. You're in court all week long, and you got to do other things. So, I mean, it's not like we're doing bigger cases. We are. But we got to remember one thing too, that the DA has a lot of money. So in order to make buys, like what I'll get into later on, like if you're with NYPD, the most you're going to do a buy for is like $400 or $500. Where I was like giving like 40,000 to people, and letting them walk and doing it 2 or 3 times. So I mean.
How hard is it to convince someone to be an informant? Because I think I'd flip immediately.
No disrespect. I think you probably
I would flip. I would offer it immediately. But some people they act like they're not going to do it. Was it hard to flip people?
Not really, because let's just take for instance, like in the Heights, when we worked the Heights, right? We would do crack cases. Okay. So there was a mandatory sentencing federal guidelines where if we got over 50 grams of crack, you're definitely doing 10 years. That's a long tour. You know what I mean? So the Dominicans, to be honest with you, because they didn't speak much English back then, they didn't really know what the fuck was going on. So you bring them back to cell blocks, they wouldn't talk, right? And they wouldn't talk, and they just you know what I mean? And I just say, we all, my group would say, let's just take them down, we're tired. 3-4 days later, they'd be crying. Now all of a sudden they're speaking fucking English. To the attorneys. Hey, can you get me out of here? You know what I mean? And I go, well, your time might be lost because people know you're in jail now. But to be honest with you, I was always a decent guy when people, cooperated because I feel people make mistakes. You know what I mean? If you make a mistake, you know what I mean? Instead of doing 10 years, perhaps, with the judge's approval and some letters written to attorneys and stuff, maybe they'll do like 5 or 6, or sometimes maybe they'll do like 0, depending on what the circumstances are. So,
and can you stop being an informant, or are you just an informant forever?
We let you know when you stop.
You get shot in the head.
No, I mean, and you know what?
They come to the funeral. His son was a great informant.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. He did a great job.
Did a great job.
But you know what? Yeah, I mean, some people, to be honest with you, I had people that just came in that just wanted to be an informant because, let's just say you were doing a money case, okay? Meaning you're looking for like $1 million. You're looking to do a reverse on somebody. Instead of buying cocaine, you're saying you have cocaine and you have heroin, right? If somebody shows up, let's just say with 200,000 and stuff, okay, and we come and we lock you up, federally, I mean, it's a conspiracy. You're still going to get hit for, what you were negotiating for. But what ends up happening is we collect the money. Now, if the informant was not a defendant informant, we would put it in for 25% of that cut. So, for instance, I would cut a check, not me personally, but it would come from headquarters. Maybe 6 months later, that person might get like 60, 70,000. And let's just say you're doing $1 million. Let's say you're doing. I had informants that made more money than probably my whole group. And you know what? It was like we'd be like, motherfucker, maybe I should just stop and become an informant because here I am not making peanuts, but these guys are making real money, So
I didn't know they got paid like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you could put them in for 25%. Like I said, some guys would just walk in and say, "Hey, I know somebody who's got money," and you take it from there, and we're not going to turn them down. So, it was fun. I tell you what, it was a blast, man. I wish I was back there. Still doing it, but I tell you, the commute for me, I'm talking about silly shit now, but the commute was horrible because I lived down south, you know what I mean? So every day you have to make that trek down. And, sometimes, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, you're looking like the fucking Holland Tunnel is jammed up. And I'm like saying to myself, what are they doing, waxing the fucking tiles again? It's like you never got home, It was hard, especially if you had kids. So
now, before you started making buys and all that stuff, do they actually train you?
You really can't train someone to make a buy. We had like undercover classes, which is silly over at the academy. Most of the people, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to tap myself on the back or whatever, but for a white guy, I did a lot of undercover. And I enjoyed it because I don't mind getting in front of people and talking if I don't know them. If I do know them, I don't give a shit if I make a fool out of myself, and a lot of people ask me to do undercover for the cases. So I did a lot, you know what I mean? And that was fun. That was the best part of the job for me, doing the undercover. I frankly didn't like doing surveillance because, you have to sit on somebody for 10 hours. You might not see shit. Maybe hear a dog barking in the place, or maybe the guy finally leaves his house, but he goes to Burger King and goes back. But you need a surveillance. You know what I mean? You gotta keep eyes on these guys to see, what they're doing, who they're meeting with. And a lot of these guys are night owls. So, I mean, a lot of times you got to stay there a long time. You just don't leave, you know what I mean? You got to leave when the boss says go. And if you had a good boss, sometimes he let you go a little early, but,
It's tough to have a marriage with that job.
it was rough. I gave my wife, obviously, Denise, I mean, a lot of credit because we had 2 sons and, they were in school. She had to do everything. And, by the time I got home, I tell you, she had, food on the table, even if I came home late. So, and then the kids would be in bed. So I missed a lot of the kids, different things that they were doing with sports or with school functions, their friends. I missed all that. And that's horrible, so.
Which is crazy because for years, as George knows, I'm a Miami Vice fan.
Yeah.
Like so was everybody else my age at the time. And I remember guys going to buy 10 kilos and not doing a line of coke.
Yeah.
Like just looking at it with a tube and giving the money, and the guy would leave. I'm like, bitch, I gotta see you do something. Like that's always been my thing.
Yeah.
And then I got locked up, and it's a federal case.
Okay.
So they arrested me for 3 hours and they put me in a federal bench in Boulder. But I was in there with some dude who I'd never seen before. He was dressed like he was going to a Michael Jackson party. This motherfucker had a tuxedo on. The tuxedo was loose. Like Elvis, not Elvis, but like Tom Jones. Yeah. He would let the tuxedo top on. The fucking guy was beautiful, sharp hair, moosed up. You could tell he had done coke for 4 days. And we started talking, I go, what happened? And he's like, no, this is the wildest thing. And we just started talking. And he said that he went on a trip with a girl and another couple. And on the way back, that guy was a fucking undercover Fed. And he goes, he was doing coke with me line for line. And I'm like,
yeah, the guy was bullshitting, man.
But then you watch a movie like Rush.
Yeah.
I know you've seen it.
Yeah. I try not to watch it, but I tell you what, I enjoy Narcos and stuff like that. Because
not Narcos.
The guy movie with
the guitar player, the crazy piano player.
Yeah.
He dated Cher, George. He was a piano player in that band that does the Allman Brothers. Did you ever see that movie?
I probably did, but it's not coming to me right now.
It's a movie about he's like a kingpin somewhere, but the moral of the story is Jason Patrick, Jackie Gleason's grandson, and a pretty girl from Fast Times. I'm undercover agent, but their boss is Sam, whatever his name is, and he just tells them you gotta get high with these people. And these guys go off the fucking deep end. And then they go to a rehab. By the time they go to court, they look like, Johnny Barucci, and there's no blood test, they piss positive, they shave their hair. I don't know. Yeah, have you heard of this shit, or is this just jailhouse bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it is probably a story, but when I was doing my things, or anybody does their things, if you're dealing with legit businessmen, because you might be thinking about maybe some mutts on the street, you know what I mean, some kids or some, but with the DEA, most of the time when we were dealing with normally, I mean, you'd have to start low sometimes. You're talking, these are businessmen, Colombians, you know what I mean, Mexicans now, right? Whether it be the Italians. So, I mean, these guys ain't really doing this shit. So, when I was posing and doing some of my things and stuff, I mean, nobody would even ask me that. And I met some pretty top-heavy people. And you know what? I would just be like, if they asked me, I'd be like, get the fuck, I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? I just make money off it. I mean, that's just poison. So, could be stories. I know, with the DEA, I mean, that doesn't go down at all. But, again, it depends on who you're working. I would never go, although I have done this. I mean, you're not supposed to go in people's houses and stuff like that, or in apartments or nightclubs and shit. I've done that on a lot of occasions.
I go to nightclubs.
Yeah, but they don't want you going in because then surveillance doesn't see you. I mean, I have a story. I don't even. I have so many favorite stories.
I mean, like on the way home, there's a club, where people hang out.
Yeah.
And on the way home, before you go home, you stop and then get a drink, see what's going on in your neighborhood. I thought it was like that.
No, I'm talking about like if I'm going even to go make a
okay.
buy and shit. I mean, it was times that, I would go, to be honest with you, I have a drink or two before I go and make a buy. And, I'll tell you, I'll give you one quick story. I don't know how it's going to come out. My memory's a little shot, but one of the guys from DEA was working this guy. He was a Russian guy. He was a big motherfucker, about 6'5", 300. And I didn't know him from Adam, nor did the DEA agent have the case, but apparently he killed a cop in Queens, so they're like, hey, Myron, I'm like, what? You think you could try to meet this guy? I'm like, do you know him? Do you have an informant? No. You have a phone number? I got a phone number. So I ended up calling the guy, just out of random. You say, fuck it, let me try it. I forgot the guy's name. I believe it might have been Steve or whatever, but he was a Russian kid. He didn't speak full English. And I'm like, I call up, I go, hey, man, I know you from somebody from somewhere. And, you know what I mean? I know you're over at it was the Limelight with Pete Gameshin and stuff. Because to be honest with you, our office was right across the street, so we would watch it a lot. And he ended up wanting to meet me. Based on, I don't know what the fuck I said, but we ended up meeting. But again, to make a long story short, he wanted to meet in an area, maybe it was about 6 blocks away. And I got there early with my surveillance team. And I said, man, I'm here early. I'm by myself. And I'm like, I'm a little nervous too, because he's a big guy. He might have killed this cop. And it was a big story back in the day. The cop in Queens they come up to the car and they pull the trigger and they put one in his head. And so I got there early. And I'm like, fuck, I'm looking around for a bar or something, So I see one and I go over to the bar. Now everyone's watching. I didn't give a shit, my surveillance. I go to try to get in the door. The guy goes, you can't come in here. I go, what do you mean? I said, I want to get a fucking drink. He goes, you're not allowed in here. I'm shaking my head and I go, why, I'm looking around though and I'm seeing something a little peculiar, you know what I mean? Because there was nothing but guys in there. So what ended up happening was now the guy calls me and says, are you here? I go, yeah, I'm here. He goes, where are you? I go, well, I'm by this bar. I go, but I can't get in. He goes, I'm inside the bar. I go, really? He goes, try to come in now. So I go back, they let me in. It was a gay place, you know what I mean? With all guys in there. I mean, it was crazy shit going on. I can't even recall because I was like a little nervous to meet this guy, and he was big. He met me at the door. He went to everybody, but there was guys on the bar, like, shaking, and, everyone's drinking shots. They're all dancing, bumping each other. All of a sudden, he goes, come on downstairs. Now, there's all marble going down these stairs, and I'm going to myself, motherfucking Myron. I'm saying to myself, you're by yourself, man. You go, I got to go. I'm fucking ready in here, So I follow him down there, and I stop at the end of the stairs. Now, he goes in the urinal, you know what I mean? And this guy's huge. I don't know how he got the fuck in there, because you got to squeeze in there. It was like Superman. And he's in there. Now I'm a little nervous, and I don't normally get nervous like that. He opens the door, and he goes, come on in. Now, we're in a gay joint. I'm not trying to pick on it, but I'm thinking, what's this guy going to do? Is he going to do something in there, whatever? I'm just thinking crazy thoughts, So I go in there, and he goes, you got the money? I go, yeah, you got the money. He goes, the stuff's underneath the toilet. I look at him, and I go, I'm not fucking bending down to get that shit. I go get that shit and give it to me like a fucking man, you know what I mean? But he was nervous too. I was nervous. We ended up doing the deal is the moral of the story, you know what I mean? When I came back out and I went back to the office, everybody was pissed at me because I went inside, but I did the job. But again, those are the kind of things you don't want to do because a couple of our other agents, like namely, I'll mention one that I had a case, was Everett Hatcher. I don't know if you all remember Everett Hatcher from Staten Island. Gus Faraci was going bananas there in Staten Island. There was a movie made about it. Actually, Tony Danza played Gus Faraci, and he was out of control, and he killed our guy, Everett Hatcher was doing undercover, and something happened. I don't want to get into it, but the guys lost him, and he ended up getting killed. And basically what happened after that, which was obviously very sad to see somebody, getting taken out like that, and that somebody could actually do something like that over drugs. But I guess Faraci was just nuts, you know what I mean? So what ended up happening for like a good 6 months after that, we rode them all the guys, the Italian guys, every fucking family broke down their games, did everything until somebody, came up with where this guy's at, Karachi. I don't know if you saw the movie. I mean,
There was a yeah.
I mean, Tony Danza played him. I think it was Tony Danza. He plays all those movies. He was in another one of ours, that Mob Over Miami was another movie that was made about that Chris Ludwigson kid who was dating Madonna.
Yeah.
But he had issues that nobody knew. He opened up a club in Lauderdale. It was Club Liquid. It was one of the biggest clubs.
Boy, Pussycat.
Yeah.
I went there once. They gave me a cock ring. On a Monday night, I went there.
There you go.
With some people from the improv. I was in shock. I didn't even know what a cock ring was. I ain't gonna lie to nobody yet. I was like 40 years old. I had no idea. That's how deep they took it. Let me tell you how hot the club was. On Monday nights, it was very tough to get a plane ticket out of Newark or LaGuardia to go to Miami. That's how hot it was.
I mean, now even today, that's hot. I mean, Miami's hotter than Vegas. I mean, it's unbelievable. But I mean, that's a whole.
Where is Chris Ludwig now? Let's get to it. The last I heard, he had a pizza place 2 miles from me.
He might. I mean, like I said,
he opened up 2 restaurants in LA again. Yeah. Let me tell you who else he dated. That everybody forgot.
I know Sofia Vergara. Yeah, but then who was also in that mix was Sandra Bernhardt. They were all, that was, back in the day. Obviously, Madonna was the shit, And this kid, I think, you know what? And the reason I know this because what ended up happening was we did a lot of cases, and sometimes when you do too many of them, you give cases away. I had given that particular case away to another guy who worked it, but I still was involved with it. But he was like 23, 24 years old. He was running Miami. I mean, and he had a lot of people behind him, that were mob guys. But he was a tough kid. You know what I mean? He was hurting people in his clubs. You know what I mean? They disrespected him. And he did get a lot of respect there until what ended up happening was his history came back on. And that was he did a push-in job in Staten Island with this other kid. What's that?
What's his name? He did it with.
Well, I mean,
it just got out.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give up names. There was one kid. There was actually all 3 of them were there. I think Paciello. Then he changed his name to Ludwigson because I guess he broke off from his father. I mean, he was with another kid by the name of Reynolds. And Reynolds. It was Tommy Reynolds. And then there was somebody else. Again, I had dropped that kid.
Just got out of jail.
Yeah, but they did, a decent amount of time. And I tell you, it was horrible what these kids did. I mean, they knocked on the door because in Staten Island because they thought there was like, I think 300,000 in a fucking cereal box, whatever it may be. And the lady come to the door, the husband was behind her, and the kid Reynolds just come boom and shot her, and Jesus, man. And so that's what came back to him, where he would have been gold there in Miami, but he had to do his time, and I think he ended up doing 16 years maybe, or I'm not actually sure, you know what I mean? Because I didn't follow. Again, you can't quote me on some of these things, even some of the names sometimes because it's been a little while, but yeah.
Did anything like that happen when you were undercover? Like anyone pull a gun, anything? Like, and what do you do in that situation?
Well, thank God nobody ever pulled a gun, like I said, because I never would have a gun on me. Because when I worked a lot of these mob guys, and I worked some older guys from the French Connection day, and that's when I was getting that, giving $40,000 and letting it pass. I let it walk 3 times. That's how much the bosses loved this case because we got involved with some good people. But when I started meeting these guys, and I'll mention, and this guy did more time in Connecticut, and I think he just got out again. After we locked him up, he got out. He just likes to be in jail, I guess. I guess he likes the commissary, the Slim Jims and shit. But, I was meeting a guy by the name of Frankie Catino, and he was an old fucking guy. And I would meet him at a place called La Maganette over in the city, which was on like 53rd and 2nd Avenue. And I tell you, that was a fun case because, and I'm kind of losing myself here because this case initially was handed to us through an informant from Jersey, actually. And I'll say he's dead now. Joey Eppolito was the informant, and I got to give props to my partners and the case agents on this, on all these cases I'm talking about. One is Eric Stangby, and the other one is Robert Brizzolari, who are great agents, and we did a lot of things. But I was meeting this guy at this La Maginette, and like they would pat you down right away. So if you had a gun on you and shit, you know what I mean? It wasn't working. They would pat you down for wires. And I remember I used to bring a whole lot of cash into La Maginette. And I felt like a king because, I really didn't have that money, but I was taking it from, the government, So I remember the bartender, she was a good-looking girl, you know what I mean? And she liked when I come in because I'd say champagne, boom, boom, get this guy this, whatever. And I'd always give her a good tip. But that's when I first, started meeting, we called him Herbie, Frank Catino, in La Maginette. And that was a big case. There's something, he was involved with the French Connection Day. You remember the French Connection? Back in the 70s, where that was the boys from Pleasantville Avenue. Okay, Elvis Presley sung about that, right? What was the name of that song? The Purple Gang. You know what I mean? So that was fun because I was meeting with 3 or 4 guys at that time, and that case took about a year, and it all came from. That one informant who now, unfortunately, who ended up, to be honest with you, he was a really good guy. He just made some mistakes, and he was involved with O.J. Simpson, and back in the day, that's how popular this guy was. He was a very charismatic person, and his father was big in the mob too. His father was Joey, and Joey was a big marijuana coke guy. So he's the one. I had to actually meet his brother while Joey was in jail. I met his brother in Point Pleasant for like a weekend to go over our game plan because I had to remember like all these people because I was supposed to be like Joey's like guy, that took over. So I was spending a lot of time with them, and then they set me free. And for like a year and a half, we went up on a lot of wires. We locked up a lot of people again. Rob Brizzolari and the group, he did an outstanding job. And, we actually got into the heroin was coming from China. And there's a big difference between heroin. There was Afghani heroin. There's all kind of crazy heroin, right? There's hillbilly heroin. But the shit from China, man, when he brought that shit to me, we always met at La Maginette. I'd say to him, hey, Herbie, I go, you got it, right? Because we'd be sitting having some pasta and shit, like on a little table outside, and I vividly remember I could smell the heroin. That's how strong it was. And I'd give him 40,000, he'd give me the fucking brick, and we'd go. And that was that. And we did that for a year. I made 3 or 4 buys of them. So we spent alone just the money, do the multiplication, 4 times 4, it's 160,000, right? But we ended up getting good players. Again, I can go into a lot of other names and stuff that maybe you all know or maybe you don't, but they were like, this guy was related to like captains from the Lucchese family, and a lot of high level people. So, yeah.
It's crazy. Those guys make millions of dollars.
But this guy, but you know what? The funny fucking thing about it is this guy Herbie, he looked like Mr. fucking Perdue. He was skinny. He had no fucking hair. He hardly had a car. So, like, for instance, he had the juice enough to get the heroin. But these guys like that, like, and you'll see a lot of guys, like, they don't really have the money. They're not really the businessmen. So this guy would do whatever he can to, to make $1. And I don't know what his cut was when he took off the end. But then again, on another occasion, he loved the fact because I was fucking winding down. Then I bought him a warm-up suit. I gave him a case of fucking this. It all went together where it gave you like kind of credibility, So that was fun. That was one of my, I don't want to say best on the covers there, but it was like just fun to do because I didn't have to go to the office. My one big boss, you could wear sweats, you could wear shorts. I'd make phone calls from around my house now, because they knew I was from New Jersey, so that was cool.
Do you ever have to be careful of like not going to that area of the city when you were just off, so like they wouldn't recognize you, or that wasn't something you worried about?
I really wasn't worried about it, but one thing that happened, and it's a good thing that you brought this up because again, my mind is all over the place. The thing that happened in this case, okay, is when this thing fucking went down, we locked up about 20-something people, okay? And what happened was the undercover's not allowed to be there for a takedown, obviously, because they don't want to see, like, I called myself Chuck, by the way, when I was doing undercover. So what ended up happening, they did the takedown, and during the takedown, afterwards, I came into cell blocks, and they were trying to figure out what the fuck happened, and all of a sudden Herbie saw me, and they overheard like someone saying, "Hey, Myron, come here." Herbie goes like this: "I can't believe I got digged by a fucking guy by the name of Myron." And I looked at Herbie because I had promised Herbie. I says, "Herbie, in a week or so, Stone's around. I got fucking tickets. We're going to go." I said, "Well, you know what, fucking Herbie? You ain't going to the fucking Stones concert either." So, yeah, but, those were the kind of guys, like, we locked up, like, a lot of the older guys. They didn't really give a shit. They didn't mind doing time. You know what I mean? It was like, like they go and play probably fucking dominoes or something. But then again, I just found out with Coutinho, I'm looking through some articles, he got out after doing 10 years with us. He went right fucking back in. Like a year later, he got caught in Connecticut. He had a lot of ties to the Cases in Connecticut. One of them was like this guy, Anthony Bawat. He was well known. He was just, one of the captains and stuff. They were involved with Jesus gas pipe. Gas pipe. He wanted to blow up fucking MDC. He wanted to escape there. He was going to do it. You know what I mean? So you can't make this shit up. I mean, when you're on a wiretap, and a lot of times I would be listening, like the first wire we did, which I didn't even get into. I mean, the shit that these motherfuckers say on the phone. I mean, you just gotta laugh. Because they're saying, shh, don't talk, you know what I mean? But yet they're fucking telling you everything. And I'm laughing. And back in the day, I mean, nowadays, the kids that, and I call them kids because they are, the agents have everything computerized. Back in the day, I'd be on 4 fucking phones with our group. I'd be in a chair that had the wheels like this. I'd have to, like, one phone would be going off, I'd wheel over there, right down the other one's going off, wheel over there, You'd be going nuts, because they just talk so much, and that's how you get them, And that's how we did get them, and it was fun. We locked up 75 fucking people on that first case with me and Eric Stanby. Again, I want to mention him because, he was my senior partner, and it was unbelievable. I mean, we started with a beeper. Back in the days, that's why it says we normally start with informants. Right. We backed out of a beeper. They were wearing beepers back then in Bay Ridge and Bensonhurst. We backed out of that. We got 80 fucking guys, man. 80 fucking guys. It didn't stop. I wanted the case to end because it was like, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a story. When we did the fucking takedown, this is a little side note. I had one group. There was one guy that was doing some shit because the conspiracy in the federal system, you're still going to do the same amount of time. But this guy was dealing low level with this crew, but he fucking lived in no shit. He lived under Avenue U in a fucking box, like a cardboard box. And we wrote the instructions onto all the people that when you go out and do the takedown, there's like 5 guys to go do them. We said, yeah, you're going to find this fucking guy Matt. He's going to be in this fucking cardboard box. And lo and behold, they come back to the lockups after he goes, Myron, you're fucking right. He was in the cardboard box. And, here he is involved with all these other guys and,
So let me ask you this, because I get mad at my friends who, will text about buying weed from, when they don't go to a dispensary, but they'll be like, hey, do you have trees tonight? Or I'm looking for...
Yeah, you ain't
cops know what that means. That's they're being stupid, right? Like, if they text about, buying
I mean, of course, but back in the day, but nowadays, I'm going to be honest with you, man, nobody bothers with that shit. I mean, back in the day, for federally, see, we used to do a lot of the Italians on the marijuana, but we would do them on RICOs. If you all know what a RICO is, you have to have 2 predicate felons. So they might be doing gambling, they might be doing prostitution, they might have had a couple of murders, and we bang them. And that's how, actually, Giuliani started this shit, with the RICO. So when you get them, they're doing, just about life. And basically, they got to flip. But nobody's bothering with that shit. I mean, it would take 1,600 pounds back in the day for me to actually have anyone do a little bit of time. But when you put that together with other charges, then it makes a difference.
1,600 pounds?
Yeah, that was the federal guidelines, I think, for you might get 5 years.
5 years?
But not even that, because you probably get out, early. But we did, like I said, we did that as we did RICOs. We put that on top of other charges, so.
Dude, they scared us so much in school. I thought if I bought $10 worth of weed, I was going to jail forever. I was scared.
Well, it's good that you were scared, to be honest, because you got to fear something in life.
Yeah,
so let's do it. But the weed stuff. I mean, even now, everything is different now too. So there's some jurisdictions I went out to LA, and again, that goes back to the Eppolito thing, and we were doing more buys from this. It turned out to be the OJ thing, but what ended up happening was sometimes they wouldn't even want to do the cases if you could get them 10 kilos of coke. That's how different districts work. Like Southern District and Eastern District were great. They would do whatever you wanted. But you go out to, like, when we talk about now, and I don't want to get into politics, but like California is the worst. You could do whatever the fuck you want over there, you know? So, I mean, 10 kilos back in the day, they didn't even want it. But because it was a mob case and bosses called bosses, we went and me and Brizzle Airy, the guy I mentioned, we went and we bought off a couple of guys, and that was a funny story too. That all came back to the OJ thing, which there's been a lot of articles that, when OJ was actually driving that fucking Bronco, he was talking to Cowens, and Al Cowens called our informant because he was out, saying, how does he get out of town? You know what I mean? So a lot was spoken while he was in that Bronco, OJ. And what ended up happening was the ADA in California didn't want to use our informant. They probably thought they had enough, and like maybe he would ruin the case. But as it turns out, you know what I mean, you saw what happened. But that particular case, see, and I'm going to say it because they called OJ the snowman, okay? Because my informant, not my informant, but our informant, DA's informant, was giving him coke. He was a big cokehead, and then in return, see, Joey Eppolito had a guy. His name was Charlie Tuna. He would run his business, and Charlie Tuna. There's a lot of Charlie Tuna stuff again, but this one I remember. But he would actually go and give OJ shit on the arm, but OJ would then hook these guys up with legit customers that would want kilos in Hollywood and stuff, and that's how I believe that whole thing started with OJ, killing Nicole, because she was good friends with Faye Resnick. And what ended up happening was this guy Charlie, I think, was there that day, and he was starting shit with OJ, getting them all revved up about, hey, your girl is with this Resnick girl, they're cokeheads, they were in Mexico with some guys doing coke, and I'm just saying maybe that put him in a rage, and you know what I mean, because he wrote a book that if I did, if I did kill her, I believe he did. But I think this also had a play in, the drugs was a big play, because to kill somebody like that, I don't know about you. I couldn't hurt a fucking squirrel. If they were coming after my family, I'm gonna take care of my family. But that was a gruesome murder, so there had to be something behind that. You know what I mean? The way he was enraged. So
I heard that 2 years after that murder, the restaurant Mezzaluna was closed down because they're selling fucking keys out of there.
Yeah. I know the informant that I'm talking about, Joe, he owned 2 restaurants there, and that might have been the one. I'm telling you, and I think you're right.
That's where they were.
Well, he didn't even give a fuck about that. Like Joey, and I knew Joey, well, and from just meeting with him and stuff. But in regards to, he didn't even give a fuck about his restaurant. Like, he'd have a million of these Hollywood people come in. He didn't even want to talk to him. But he was good like that, It was nothing to him. And that's why he said, fuck it. He sold that restaurant. But you know what? He ended up getting into, problems. He had to face the music, right? Because he was looking to do 15 to 18 years. He fucking escaped out of jail. That's another thing. And he went back in. But then he decided to cooperate. And you know what? I like the guy, man. I spoke to him a lot. He was, even though what he did, he was a nice guy. And I just talked to my partner the other day, and he loved him too. Not in a way like I love, but he was a good guy. But like he said before, he died at home. He was able to come home 3 years. We got him out earlier, and he called my partner, Prince Larry, right before he died, and he thanked him. Thank you so much for giving me, the time I can spend with my family, because he had cancer, and he ended up dying, and that was more or less could have been the last person he spoke to, So again, these are people. Some of them are real cool, some of them are real bad, and you know the difference. I'm sure we all know the difference, but some of them are not that. They just could get caught out there doing their thing, So.
Hey, it's March. I got to talk about some stuff about drafting and some other people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take a 5-minute breather. We'll be back, Jack. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, everybody's looking for crazy rewards. And if that's what you're looking for, DraftKings Casino is the right place. They got huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. It's time to get on the action. What have you been doing all your life? Listen, I love DraftKings Casino. Why? Because I can do it anywhere. At the dentist office, in the bathroom, on a trip, Bing, bang, boom. I got my favorite game. I'm entering into my pool. I'm entering into my points. And voila, the excitement is only getting started. Because right now, new players, you ready for this? $5. And I'm going to get you 500 casino spins on a featured game. Say that again, Joey? Yep. $5. New players. Don't come back. New players. $5. 500 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with code Joey Slots. JOEYSLOTS. Again, JOEYSLOTS. And wager a minimum of a fin, $5, 5 pesos, and receive 500 casino spins on a featured casino game. Who's better than you? Nobody. DraftKings, only the most rewarding place to play. DraftKings Casino, where the crown is yours. You're walking in there with a cigar, taking your Johnny Bananas, and it's you in your living room. You know what I'm saying? That's where your mind goes. DraftKings Casino.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Connecticut and Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for feature game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 4/27/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Uncle Joey here again. This episode is also brought to you by the best nicotine pouches out there. Nick, they use the best ingredients and give you the best experience. These pouches are made with natural coconut fibers that won't cut up your gums. They have a bunch of different flavors and different strengths so you can mix and match. These two are my favorite right here. Strawberry watermelon is tremendous. And lemon twist, I can't see without my glasses. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all their flavors are delicious. These two are my favorites. Check this out. Nick is launching a new 0 milligram option soon, helping you gradually reduce your nicotine usage at your own pace. Whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors just hit right. Listen, it's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners, you're going to get 35% off when you order through our exclusive link at nykdpouches.com/church, CHURCH. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Who's better than Uncle Joey? Nobody. So don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykdpouches.com/church and check out the new church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church, nickpouches.com/church. Nick products are only for adults of legal age. So you're too young, take a hike, go drink a cup of tea. And every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical, okay? Uncle Joey loves you. Thank you for supporting our show, and thank you guys at home for watching. All right, we're back, Jack. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, wherever the fuck you are. Anyway, my man's still here. Byron, I want to ask him some questions about the Mexicans. Before I ask you a question, Byron, just to be honest with you, I'm a big book guy. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing I hated more than reading a book and 6 years later finding out they turned the book into a movie, and you go there with your dick card, and it's completely different from what you read. Yeah. All of a sudden there's a sister involved, and she's dating a midget in the basement. Yeah, for sure. Like, where the fuck did I come from? There's only 2 books I stand behind. Silence of the Lambs is just the way it is on book. As it is in the movie, great movie. And there's another one. God damn it, it was just Sleepers.
Oh, Sleepers. I didn't see that. I did. Silence of the Lambs was a good one.
Sleepers. But those 2 books. Everything else I watch, I know where I just came from. I know people's story. And next thing you know, they rewrite it, you're fucking pissed. But they throw you another $1 million to shut your fucking mouth, of course. Because if not, you're not gonna have dick, okay? You told that little mistress you're gonna be in Hawaii with fireworks and pineapple. That's over. That's over. So now you go, okay, add my sister and make my mother black. It doesn't make a difference anymore. And that's it. And you don't know it until he goes on a show 15 years from now and says, you know, my mother was white. They wanted me to do that for the script, okay? So when I watch Narcos and shit,
Right.
I know it's 50-60, 40-60. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's 40% correct and 60% made up for your imagination.
Right.
You know, I understand. But when I first saw the first season of Narcos,
Was that with Pablo?
yeah, I dove into reading. I didn't watch the other stupid shit on Netflix. There's 82 shows. Netflix should just be the Pablo station.
Right.
Look at it. Look at it.
To be honest with you, I watched all 82.
No, you didn't.
Just
horrible.
recently, yeah.
Horrible.
You can tell I live a fucking boring life.
No, man, but no, don't get into that shit. It's just the same fucking Puerto Ricans over and over.
Yeah, it's hard to follow it too, man.
Yeah, it's hard. You don't know. The best two that I recommend is I love Narcos until the last season. He shipped it over to the Godfather of Harlem and shipped it back completely. They just got a bunch of fucking people jumping up and down. The last season is god awful. God awful. Because I'm telling you, as a fucking fan, you know what happens.
It peters out, man. You know what I mean? After a while. I mean, it's redundant.
The writers get deals somewhere else. So now it's me, you, and him. We wrote it. We wrote the first 9 episodes with Pablo, and we got fucking 9 more in the can. They're gonna sign us up. All of a sudden, you got a weird bug up your ass. I want to be one of those fucking Lifetime shows. Really, we just fucking wrote something tremendous. They got to double my pay, and I got 3 kids in college. But there goes the original Jackson 5. Now we bring in 2 other guys. They don't know what to cover. They just came from a fucking soap opera. We're here trying to write about people getting mugged and gangsters, Please.
Yes.
It'll be all right. You know, Alka Seltzer.
I do.
It's good. You want some of your sick?
I got a little sniff. I'm good.
But, so I read about it. I really read about it. And the other show I really like is Hota Hota.
I never
seen that show.
What's it called?
Hota Hota.
No. But I saw, what's a good one? If you're talking about drugs, is, what I'm here for, to do drugs. But the Griselda was pretty good.
And Griselda Blanco.
Yeah, Griselda. You know what? That's actually DA locked her up at the end.
Wasn't that the guy from Miami?
But that was also tremendous bullshit. First of all, the show was going to be real. You had to get somebody look like me to play Griselda.
Well, you know what?
That woman was ugly as dog shit.
No shit, bro. You're right. I mean, in real life,
that was terrible. I love that girl. I love her. Don't get me wrong. I loved all her work. But that fucked up nose, she looked like a Pink Panther when he played the fucking Italian guy.
Though, man, because honestly, in real life, she was a dog. But
Sophie did her. Yeah. You did her with a blindfold on, dog. You're crazy.
Well, she had strength, man. She was legit. I'm going to be honest with you. They really were scared of her. She ran a fucking great organization. I mean, I wasn't around for those cases because the DEA again did that. I know they picked her up at the end, but they were looking at her. She was doing shit in the Bronx. But she was legit, man. She made a lot of money. I mean, that's when, like you said, when the times were roaring in the 80s with Miami, that's when everything came out with Miami Vice, the Go Fast boats. You know what I mean? They were sending shit in planes and just dropping it in the water. I mean, there was so much money to be made.
There's only 2 changes that I ever saw that were dramatic. Before I get into it. I'm going to grab 2 changes. You came from Woodridge.
Woodridge, yeah, not Woodridge.
So you saw changes when you were in high school. And especially if you went outside of Woodridge. We were raised in this fucking neighborhood, right? With your wife. So we saw. So all I remember was this. We were spending $4 a night to do a hit of acid, split a hit of acid, and get a 6-pack of Nick's or whatever. Not Nick's, at the pizza joint. The liquor store in the corner or something like that. And then, okay, everybody got cooler. We started eating Quaaludes. Now your night went from $4 to $4. And you drank 2 drinks if somebody served you, and you were good to go. Then out of nowhere, people started going, come here, come to back, try this coke. And you're like, I'm over here at Joe and Mary's on Bergen Line Avenue. What am I, this ain't no discotheque? And you started, and all of a sudden everybody was cool. Everybody was doing a package between 4 people. Nobody was ODing, nobody was jumping up and down. At 2 o'clock, people were like, good night, good night. There was no drum. I leave for Colorado, I come back. Oh my fucking God. People went from going home at 2 to going home the next day.
Yeah.
Like people started going out on Friday nights and not going home till Sunday afternoon at 5. Just in time for Mom's meatball. Like nothing happened. What's up, Mom? Where you been? Oh, I gotta tell you what happened. I went to a concert. What happened? What happened to your head? You know, there was always something. And then it just went to people going out on Mondays and staying out till Thursday. And all those Tully Avenue hotels, my friends would rent 4 fucking rooms. Wow. From one side to the other. The end was a jacuzzi room, and they would just go in there. From Monday, I was like, the growth of this shit. Yeah. When I left here, you had to really look for cocaine. Yeah. You got to go to the city. You had to know a cousin in Union City. Something. When I came back, just on 82nd Street, there was 3 coke dealers now. Yeah. All you had to do is walk on Smith Avenue and, hey, did I tell you I got some coke? If you can move it for me, you're like, yo, you went to Catholic school. I knew you as a kid. You never even had a beer. Now you're dealing coke. So the explosion.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, it's a money game. All of it. It all goes. It's all cyclical. Look how long. I mean, Coke is making a comeback. You know what I mean?
It never went away.
Yeah. No, I know.
It never went away.
No, I know. But I mean, everybody, come on. All these kids with the fentanyl and the heroin and stuff like that. I mean, that's been big, and that's why we're losing. You know, all these kids. Really, the fentanyl. You know, which. You know, it's a shame because some of these kids might try it one time and they're just unlucky, and you know, you get a couple of little pieces of fentanyl on you, and you know, if it's a bad type, you're gonna die. And we changed all our rules too with the fentanyl. Once I left and stuff, we had a whole new lab area where if you did think that you got something related to it, you would have to have special gloves on. It'd be a special room, you know, with all kind of special filtration systems in there. So the game has changed, but it's horrible how, you know, these young kids today in their 20s, you know, even older people, you know, are still doing this stuff. And it's sad. It really, it's truly sad because life is precious. You know?
It's never fucking changed.
Yeah.
Since 1980.
Yeah.
This has been a revolving door. I'm very fortunate to still be here.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed going over to Harlem. I enjoyed it. It was just somebody. It was who I was for a long time. But listen, when we were growing up, people were dying too. Yeah. You know, they were fucking going into the city, whatever. And now, I wouldn't try anything on the street. Not even. No, when I left California, you could already tell there was an issue of marijuana dispensary where when you ate this guy's cookies, you didn't get high. You saw fucking Pluto. And for me to see Pluto, there's got to be something in that cookie.
Yeah, I like it. I need one of them cookies now.
No,
Put me to sleep.
I ate one of those cookies on a flight to Pittsburgh. My leg wouldn't stop twitching. I was sweating profusely, and my leg, it was horrible. I didn't fuck that edible. Yeah, what I'm saying to you is that they put an edible out of that in Mexico. Yeah, because you could. God bless New Jersey. A lot of people are going to hate me for this. Because I came here and I was withdrawn on Xanax. And I thought I was going to walk into a doctor and go, hey, let me get a script, guys. Like,
yeah, they don't prescribe that shit.
You don't give you that shit at all, yeah. And then I had the knee surgery. And it was tough to get paid. Like, tough. Like, come on, I just had to. Well, we don't know. We got to contact the doctor. He's got to contact CVS. And CVS has to call DC and see if you're on the list. And you're like, what the fuck? And then somebody told me that next time get surgery and go to Staten Island because they just go nuts out there. Yeah, they don't give you 28 pills. They give you 90 stuff.
Yeah, we had a group that actually just dealt with that. It was called our diversion group. So if you've got a script, that third copy, I believe it's pink, you know, that goes to the DEA, and they can tell by, like, and not that I did, I wasn't in this group, but, you know, the pharmacists, the doctors, they were locking them up left and right because, and the pharmacists, they were getting like $500,000 cash out of their fucking apartments because that's how lucrative the business was with like you said, whether it be oxys, whether it be Xanax or Dilaudid, all these things. So it's a big business.
Well, I saw some documentaries that like people who got addicted to the pills would switch to heroin because it was cheaper. But it's crazy.
True. No, it is cheaper. It is.
That heroin is cheaper than a pill.
Of course.
When we did heroin?
I don't know if we did heroin. When did we do heroin?
Oh wait, I got the date. I got the episode.
I can't see what you're doing now.
I didn't. I don't even think. But
Just a little marijuana joint.
let me ask you this, because I just moved to New York in September, and I had one guy ask me if I wanted party supplies, but other than that, that's it.
What, like paper plates and fucking?
Who knows? Well, like how much on a daily basis? How much shit is going on in like plain sight in New York?
I mean, it doesn't even have to be New York. It's all over. I mean, like you said, I mean, even with the marijuana, the dispensaries, I mean, I got places in town where I live, you go in there and get what you want. The other stuff, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been in a big city since I've been retired. I hate to say that. I have no interest in going back to New York, man. And again, that's just me because, to be honest with you, man, I had enough of it. I'm living in a small town now, and by the beach somewhere, and it gets boring. But some of these big cities and the people around them, whether they're doing drugs or something else, they're fucking nuts. People are nuts today. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, there's different cultures out there, right? They're coming from different countries. You see what's going on. I mean, actually, a guy I work with who's now in the head of the DEA, and I'll mention his name, Derek Maltz. He's on TV all the time, and he's out there in Colorado sending all these guys back to Venezuela and doing all these cases and stuff, But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, those are some dangerous people. I mean, we could laugh in here and be like, but they'll do whatever, They'll do whatever, these people, because they don't give a fuck,
How we get to the fucking Venezuela?
I don't know how we got there. Because what they're doing is they had that one gang from Venezuela. Now, that was causing, they want to start shipping these guys out, obviously. We got a new guy in there, Trump, and he's saying, hey, you got to be legal to be here. And they're going after the people that are causing, havoc, that are dealing drugs, that have records and stuff. And they're easy to find, you know what I mean? Because they let you know where they're at. They're not dumb,
So it's crazy how the Pablo Escobar stuff was good to me.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed it as entertainment. The one that really got to me was when the Mexicans started selling the weed. And then in the middle they go, fuck you. Let's put some cocaine.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I went and read up on the people. And, I was blown the fuck away with the money they were making. And they made a big mistake when they killed, rest in peace.
Yeah, our guy.
Yeah, Kiki Camarena.
Kiki Camarena. As a matter of fact, he was just in the news,
Right.
Because what ended up happening was they got one of his torturers, and again, the name escapes me.
Miguel,
Yeah, and when they brought him to arraignment, they put Kiki Camarena's cuffs on him, which, I mean, okay, you know what I mean? It's sad that we lost the agent. It was a while ago, but they got him, you know what I mean? And that was a great thing, and it, at least gives the people, from DEA anyway, to say, hey, listen, we got you guys, and Kiki's cuffs are on you, and now you're going to do your time, probably rot in jail, which is a good thing. But Mexico's a whole other story, man. Like Mexico, like they kicked us out of the country for like a year or so because it's so crooked. Even like when I used to back in the day go to Cancun, Acapulco, I did a lot of fucked up things when I went on vacation. You know what I mean? Johnny's over here too, and he remembers a couple of stories we did. But I tell you, when you go out there, I remember I went to this place. They said I was all fucked up, drinking beers all night. I was with a guy by the name of Pete. Make a long story short, I go, I want to go to like a go-go joint, I was sick of seeing all these young kids, whatever. I was only 24, and I get in a taxi, and they go Chili Willy's, you know what I mean? And I go, yeah, let's go to fucking Chili Willy's, I get into a taxi with Pete. I'm bombed, man, and I'm drinking beer in the taxi, and I'm whipping beer bottles out of the fucking taxi. That was stupid, you know. We ended up getting a Chili Willy's. I go to the front door, and there's two fucking big Mexican guys, but they were carrying machine guns, and they had the fucking bandolier, you know, the bullets all over here. I looked at Pete, and, you know, I kind of sobered up a little bit, and I'm like, hey, you want to go in here? Fuck it, we're here. We go in. It was the nastiest fucking bar. They had girls up there. They were nastier than that girl Griselda, you know what I mean? Griselda face and shit. And I remember I had to take a shit so bad because I was drinking that Mexican beer. I went in the bathroom, and there was no like doors or anything. You know, just a fucking like, I don't know, something you shit in. I don't even know what you call it. I fucking just lowered my ass over the bowl. You know, I let it explode because I don't even think there was toilet paper there. I don't know what the fuck I did. But I know when I got out of that fucking bathroom, and I says, Pete, goes what? It's time to fucking go. You know what I mean? And I look back at that day, and I said to myself, man, that was stupid. Because normally what the cops would do, they see younger kids and whatnot, and it happened to some of my family members. They'll pull you over. They'll want whatever's in your pocket, $300, $400, $500. You know? Getting back to it, they don't make no money there. You know that. And that's why they don't make money. That's why they were all crooked. You know, even during, with Pablo, he bought whatever he wanted to buy. He was the man. He owned everything. You saw the movie. That's legit.
No, but I read up on that.
No, but some of the shit they showed in the movie was a little I'll even say something like with the DA guys, they weren't doing all that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, but they were there. They did a very good job.
I forget what the bottom line. Yeah. The bottom line was just unbelievable. Yeah. It was an amount that you could not even fathom coming into your home every fucking week. And the more money he made, the more he paid out. He took care. He did what the fuck he wanted to. I remember I was reading something online about him one night that I was just blown the fuck away. Just to think that he built his own prison.
Well, that's it. That happened. That's legit.
I was just talking comedy in '91. And I remember it would come up on the news that they're building a prison for this fucking guy. And I remember even writing a joke. And I didn't even know who the fucking guy was. I wrote some stupid joke at Mom. Yeah. He opened up a hotel. Yeah. And it was funny because Boulder, where I was, the county jail was voted the number 2 county jail in the country. It was clean, sanitized. They gave you cigarettes. They gave us TV.
It wasn't like Chili Willy's.
No.
No, that was
not like Chili
I still
Willy's.
remember that.
But I'm going to tell you just a perspective. I'm a fucking nut, okay? And when you add an addiction to a nut, it's never good. And I'm going to be honest with you motherfuckers, either you believe me or not. I worked El Paso as a comic. The first night they came to me and they said, we're going to Mexico. You coming? I was a little apprehensive. And I went in the daytime. Yeah. And that was enough for me.
Yeah.
And then I worked San Diego one time, and I went to that side of Mexico, and that was okay for about an hour at night. And I'm like, it's time to go. I like crazy shit. I'm all in. I'm all in for yells in the night, people screaming, but that was just a little too out there for Uncle Joey. And I just came home, and then I went back down there with my wife. We were dating. A bunch of people when they went on to Mexico, we got lost. It was the worst. It cost me like $2,000 to get out of there in fucking nickels, because that's all I had. Every Mexican had nickels. I was giving out nickels like fucking, I swear to God, I just had an ashtray and the center thing. It was all like nickels and dimes because they don't work on the fucking.
And the kids would shake you down too.
Yeah, the kids shake you
come out here and they go chicken.
Yep,
and they start going like this, you know, like they're trying to get your fucking wallet. So you got to go
steroids. Steroids.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
get whatever you want to
find. Even if I buy this, I'm going to get over. That's my biggest thing. I'm not a fucking smuggler. I'm never going to smuggle. I don't mind. You give me an ounce of weed, I'll take it to Jersey. That's for me. I'd rather get caught and have to be out in the street in some fucking stupid weed store. Let them, the turbines, go fuck yourself. There's 22%. It's supposed to be my dog shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
That's all right, man. No,
but anyway.
Yeah, so you're talking about Mexico, you're talking about Pablo, right?
I'm talking more about Mexico, how they did it, how they, went to the Colombians and said, we're going to be your transport. they pretty much locked him out. It was, it was fucking brilliant. Like when you look at these guys, it's a shame they became criminals.
Well, because they were in the right business to make the money, but sooner or later they were going to get caught. If they spent that energy on a fucking legit business, even to keep it to weed, there wouldn't have been a problem. But getting back to Mexico again, I was a senior partner too, and I'm going to bring up another name because, he deserves it. Pete Gudowitz. He's the one that indicted that chopper. So I was his senior partner. If you see when he comes off the plane, you'll see two DEA guys. The taller one with the glasses is Pete. And he worked hard on that case, and that was a rough case because a lot of people had him indicted, but they always bring these people to the big house. So the big house would be New York. So they gave they arraigned them in New York. You know what I mean? So, but there was another guy. You know what I mean? El Chapo, and
That was like a fucking magician.
yeah.
Was he not? He was getting out of prison with a suit on.
Yeah,
Like what happened to Chopper? We go sideways.
yeah, they were building tunnels. He was the tunnel guy.
Building tunnels. And, I did read something. This motherfucker was buying up land.
Yeah.
And digging tunnels underneath the U.S. side to the Mexico side.
Well, he thought about that. That was unbelievable because
all this shit is like,
yeah.
You're like, all right, I'll eat a bunch of pellets and shove the rest up my ass. Meanwhile, this guy's buying a house from the other house, and it's like they dug underneath. They put roller skates on it with a fucking thing that you push. I'll tell you when, and they push it, and it gets to the other side, and that's it. Who thinks it was simplicity?
Well, how the fuck could you even think about a tunnel and the way they built it, even to get him out without? The thing about it is they were making a lot of noise for the prison, so they were all paid off. I mean, you can't tell me that they ain't hearing like fucking people blowing, or even picking shit out. I mean, so yeah, but getting back to what you're saying, like how the Mexicans with the Colombians. I mean, back in the day when I first came on in the 80s and stuff, it was the Colombians, especially in New York, you know what I mean? And that's where I was doing my stuff. But the Mexicans are a lot more powerful in regards to, I got to say, they got bigger conines, they got bigger balls, you know what I mean? So if you fucked up with the Mexicans, honestly, they were really, they tortured people. Like, they were ruthless, you know what I mean? You had some Colombians like that, but a lot of times the Colombians would be little, no disrespect, little motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And they got their business suits on. You know what we used to do to the Colombians back in the day? When I first came on, we would go to Queens, right? And they would have all payphones. And we would know what payphones they used because they had so much fucking money from Pablo and stuff, you know what I mean? And we would know they would be carrying a suitcase. So we would just randomly go up there, take their fucking suitcase, and what's in that suitcase? $2-3 million. And you know what? Once you took it for them, they just fucking ran. We let them go. You know what I mean? We just take the money, and again, it goes into a big kitty for the Department of Justice and stuff. And I never did anything fucked up. Like there are guys that did do that, but you know what I mean. And they got a lot of them got caught. But there was a lot of money, and the problem with drugs is, what do I do with this money? Where does it go? Because you guys like us and shit, I don't know what people make here or whatever, but you got a couple of dollars, you feel good about yourself. Imagine having enough money to fill up fucking 3 of these fucking places here. What are you going to do with it? What do you do with the money? You don't even know where to put it. That's why, even now, they have the Chinese laundering the money. And what the Chinese do, and you can see it, they've been buying up a lot of real estate. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because think about us going to China and getting real estate and buying a house or something. It ain't happening. We ain't coming to China, but yet politically here, we let everybody come here unvetted. They come in and they're buying places with this illegal money and
they grow weed.
Yeah,
they buy it.
Yeah, they buy. Well, yeah, they grow by military.
Fucking weed, right? Yeah. They got it down.
Yeah,
and nobody gives a fuck. So I'm not smoking weed no more. So you know me, I'm good. Yeah, I'm not smoking that commie weed. I like Chinese people. I'm cool.
Yeah. I like the lunch specials, man.
It's really like that dude that they just brought back. He was one of the leaders. That's the dude that was in charge. And it's so weird looking back at it. And this is 30 years ago. This is like, you look at this shit, you go, wow. I kind of remember this. Like, I remember the bust in Stockton. That big bust in Stockton. I kind of remember that.
Yeah.
And me going, somebody's getting backhanded right now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking coke in that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to think about it like this, though. And I'll tell you, you got to remember all these products, whether it be heroin, coke, marijuana, they're all plants. So we had groups back in the day, back in the 80s, we called them Operation Snowcat. In fact, we lost some guys come out of the helicopter and whatnot, and they're plants. So what happens when you fucking exterminate them? They just grow more. You know what I mean? So it's like you really can never stop it because you remember they're plants, right? I mean, you just got to find a location, and whether it be coke, right? Coke paste, and however way they make it, and the heroin. I mean, there's all kind of heroin, but it's always going to be there, like you said. Like you were saying about it's going on, it went on back then too. Yeah, it did, because they're plants. They're always going to be available, and you're going to always make money. You're always going to make money on it, right? You got to. Because we have a society that really wants this stuff, like even alcohol, you know what I mean? I know I'm getting off tangent here a little bit, but it's the same thing. People get addicted. There's addictions, and sometimes it's hard to break,
I remember we asked a question before, and the answer one of the main reasons I left this area was because, how far are you from New York City right now?
10, 15 minutes.
It was 15 minutes away from any drug you wanted to buy. At whatever time you wanted to buy it. If you want something to clean the water, you'll find it in New York City. You have to walk a few blocks. You might get mugged, but you'll find it. That's crazy, and that's the scary thing to me. That in those days, from keep going over there, you bump into more and more people. Who are you going to bump into in New York City at 3:30 in the morning? You're going to bump into a stockbroker or a fucking army recruiter.
Yeah.
You're bumping into people trying to fucking scam people.
Yeah.
And now you're bumping into people like, hey, dog, if you ever need a 45 or any guns, I got you. I'm 19 years old, and you're asking me if I want to buy a fucking gun. Now that sits in the back of your mind. If I ever get into a beef, I'll be over the bridge getting a gun for $1.25, whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck it is. That's how accessible that city was. I can't imagine what it is today. I gotta guarantee that there's not as many spots as there were when I was growing up, but there's gotta be something happening in Washington Heights.
Oh yeah,
And there's gotta be something happening in the Bronx and all the other things. It's not as visible, right? But the scary thing is downtown. Because downtown, I know a guy named Tony, that's what he tells me his name is. He tells me to send me his driver's license as long as that's his address. From now on, I'm your delivery guy. Call me 24 hours a day. Something will be there in a half hour. I will send you a menu every day. You will not look at the prices. You're already paying $4,000 a month for rent. Right? You're already going dead anyway. You might as well pay the prices. He's going to have an 8-ball of coke for you there. In 1 hour, the best shit you ever bought. That's the business guy. That's what I assume. Right. That's what I'm assuming. That there's got to be an app now. I ain't that fucking, I'm an old man, but I'm just thinking about some Chinese kids in the city that love to jump up and down with the lights and all that stuff. Right. He's got an app somewhere that you buzz. This guy gets buzzed here, and every day the code changes. That's how slick these kids are today. Don't tell me.
The kids are so slick. I mean,
Slick.
But even it still goes on in the Heights. And I remember when we first started doing the Heights, and it was just easy. We had a lot of informants. And make a long story short, man, they had the kids working on the corners with walkie-talkie. So as soon as you came on the fucking block, they know you're 5'0". They know you're whatever. So what we used to do is get like maybe a Spanish guy. I'd be in the back of a van. He'd park the fucking van. The van might say like painting or plumber or whatever. And I'd sit in the back of the van like they wouldn't think anyone's in there. So then you could take pictures and see what's what. But the kids, even at the ages of 11, 10, you know what I mean? And the stash houses. I mean, we had special guys that used to basically know how to infiltrate any kind of special trap they might have. Because it was like really fucked up, really crazy traps that these guys think of. I mean, unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I was there the summer of '93 when there were kids on the roof when a cop was walking, uniform cop, and they dropped the bucket of spackle on.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that. And I remember it was tight. But it's interesting. In 1993, I used to go to a place. I mean, it was like stealing. You just had to get over the bridge, and you made a left, and you went right in that place, and you double parked your car. Cops would even go right past you. Beep, beep. And you parked. Somebody went into the building. You rang the bell, 503, come on up. You went on up there, and there was a guy sitting there with a gun and a bag of blow. 2 bags of blow. One was for 25 a gram and one was for 35 a gram. He gave you a taste of it, and you had to make your choice. If you busted them, that's all they had. It was 2 ounces, maybe a little less at that point. They're going to be out there now, these guys. They already had it down to a science. You know, now I see these weed stores that open up in LA, and they put their whole inventory on the wall. When the feds show up, they lose everything. And I'm like, those Colombians had a point. They only showed you what you needed to see. You need that? Give me for 10 minutes. And they make a call that's around the corner, hidden in somebody's fucking Corvette, or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, it's difficult, even for us it was, in regards to trying to find, you know, where the stuff is. First off, everyone's a bullshitter. I mean, like, I got the money. Nobody had the fucking money. You want to see the dope first, you know what I mean? Whether it be coke, heroin, or whatever. And that's the games we would play. I mean, sometimes we would flash them. I actually was giving the guy 40,000, but sometimes we would have, like, flash rolls. But really, like, cops only flash money. You know, that's what I would say. Like, for instance, if a cop will show you money, like, to think he's legit. But the real fucking bad guys, if you're good, you get the shit on the arm. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like, you know, if you got juice, you're going to give me 10 kilos, you're going to trust me. You know, so, I mean.
Just like that.
Well, yeah, because it's not a lot of people trust anybody. I mean, even today or back in the day, I mean, I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years ago. It was hard to do these cases. You really had to have good people that infiltrated these organizations, whether it be the Heights, whether it be the mob guys, whether it be the Mexicans. I mean, you had to have, like, serious guys that had connections, you know what I mean? You just can't go in there and, you know, do whatever the fuck you want to do. No, it doesn't work like that. People don't trust people, you know, but, you know, money does talk. You know, what's the old saying? Money talks, bullshit walks, man. You know, like I said, when I was giving the 40 G's and it went to the first time, they were like, fuck, this guy ain't no cop. And I did it 2 more times, 3 more times, right? He ain't no cop. Until the end, when there, motherfucker's a cop. You know?
You don't even figure it out until that you got the handcuffs on. And once they put you in that cell, not on the drive, but in that cell to wait your arraignment or whatever the fuck you're waiting on, you just sit there like, God damn it, I never figured it out, that motherfucker. You start thinking about shit. Where you fucked up. You were too high. You were too caught up in what you were doing. You got caught up in walking into the club. And there's VIPs. You just get caught up. And you make dumb mistakes. I did it. That's all that happens.
Everybody does. I mean, even the best guys. I mean, we, like I said, in regards to what we locked up, people, you wait. It's like a stock. You know, you're waiting on this fucker. You know, you buy whatever. You buy, I don't know, you know, Tesla and shit. You want to buy low, so you got to hold. You got to wait. You got to have patience. And people fuck up. You know, when you're on wire, sometimes you might have to be on the wire 3, 4, 5 months before they make one fuck up. That one fuck up will put you on another line, and then you're going, bro. And then you got a talker. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're like, holy fuck, you're meeting with the attorneys, you know what I mean? You know, oh, we got this now. We're going to lock up this. We're going to seize this. We're going to take that. You know, there's a lot. The game is patience, too. But everybody makes mistakes, so. I mean, in the end, like you said, people can go 15, 20 years. They got all the money in the world, and then that one day comes and you're fucked. You know, it's like these guys now you're talking about. I mean, I know El Chapo, you know what I mean? He's done. You know what I mean? His family's done. I think his son tried to come into the business. He's done now. His wife, you know, it's new people come on the block. You know, change. Yeah, I mean, it's all done. You're done. You know what I mean? You had your ride. And it's over.
Didn't El Chapo get caught because he, like, did an interview for a movie, like, about him? Or, like, something?
He got caught because... You know, there was a movie like that, but that was
Sean Penn. But like whenever I watch a movie like that or hear about something like that, to think about someone like building a case against you and you have no idea for like months or years, and they're building a case and you just are going about your life as normal.
When you were building a case, they already had him by the balls. We just finding him.
Well, just anybody, just like anyone,
just finding that motherfucker.
You know what it was? Not only if it was find them, but the other thing too is like, do they want to give them up? Do they want to extradite? And that's the whole game. You know, when we were playing, you know, when we were trying to play nice with the Mexican government and stuff like that, you know, they'll give you some things, but then they won't give you everything. Yeah, like I said, it all goes back to money. Life always goes back to money. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. These guys are making so much money off these guys. Even if you're a top politician in Mexico, this guy's giving $5-6 billion. You don't listen to some American DEA guy or some, you know what I mean? You know, I don't know, cabinet.
You know who Lisa has never had. No, sorry. Anybody Lisa had? No. Trae Colombia. Right. Yeah, they don't know nothing down there. That's why, listen, I don't have a passport. And there's times when I was still living in LA, people go, I get you in. And I'm like, not in a million. I mean, I ain't going in there with documented. There's no fucking way. They do some nasty shit down there. Yeah, it's cute. You get great burritos. I'm okay. I'm good. I just didn't trust it. There was something about Mexico. I thought I was a coke fiend. I didn't trust it. There's no reason to go to Mexico and get coke. Snort it, they're going to rob you. And what, are you going to bring it over that fucking bridge? Now you have to do 55 years. Just to go, leave me alone. I can find it in San Diego.
How frustrating is it from like your point of like the agents, like the politics of it? Like someone gets away because of like a mistake or like, you know, just the politics of it. Does it piss you guys off?
The politics plays a big part. It actually played a bigger part with the, and I have a lot of friends that are first grade detectives that are retired now, but the reason why they retired, probably like when I retired, is, you know, when you start locking up people and, for instance, they got 2 guns on them and then the ADA's letting them out fucking like a week later. You know, that's what hurts. You know what I mean? Because then, you know, like drugs is one thing and that kills people, but, you know, guns, I mean, come on, man, you know what I mean? And you see what happens when these kids or guys go back on the street. They're doing harm. And you know what? It frustrates you, you know what I mean? Because you could take the fact that, you know, okay, I was going after this drug deal. I didn't get him. There's a lot of guys I didn't get. My group didn't get. But, you know, eventually somebody will get them. But a lot of times they weren't really hurting anybody. There's certain ethnicities, I hate to say, but like, you know, that really will hurt you. Like the Mexicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? The Jamaicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? You know, Italian guys, they that's business to them. You know, these guys like Sandy the Bull, and you know, I know he's out doing his shows now, and you know, a lot of these guys, they were doing things to their own people. You know what I mean? And you know, you got to expect that in the game of life. You know, if you're going to hurt somebody that's a drug dealer, well, they're going to hurt you back. You know, is it fair? I don't know. I guess it is. You know, but when you start hurting innocent people and kids and bullets start flying, that's when you got to draw the line. And, you know, like what happened with our agent, you know, Hatcher, you know, this guy, you know, he was out of control, right? And he ended up killing him over what? Because he was high and, you know, he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. I mean, Faraci. And again, me and my partner, Eric Stanby, we locked up the guys that, Mario Gallo was one of them on that first case I did, and Jimmy Gallione. Now, these guys were the ones responsible for killing Gus Faraci. They killed him, you know, because of this. And when we locked them up on the drug charges, we also superseded with the murder on Faraci. So they did the time. They're out. I think who knows where they are now. But that's the only guy. I mean, I'll say Mario Gallo was one of the guys. It's just a name you guys don't know. But when we locked all these motherfuckers up, he was the only guy that basically said to me, "Go fuck myself." He's not cooperating. You know what I mean? And I shook his hand. And I said, like, wow, you know, all right, I'll leave you the fuck alone. You know what I mean? He did his time. The other guys, no, they right away. I mean, I was moving one guy, and these guys are all over. You know, they're all in these podcasts and these YouTube shows that they got these guys hosting these shows and they're talking about mob related things and whatnot. And I know it's sexy and people like that, but the reality of it is, man, you know, it's a dangerous game. And it's a shame that, like I said, when you're a young kid and you get involved in this shit and you're going to do 20, 25 years for what? You know what I mean? I don't know. You know, jail is fucking horrible. I started as a corrections officer. It's hard to be in jail. You know what I mean? It sucks. You know,
nothing like a man kicking your bed.
Yeah,
telling you to
get the fuck up, right?
You know what that
We're ready to eat. You know, let's go, motherfucker.
Boy, they would kick the fucking bed until you get the fuck up and put the light on. and your first instinct is to grab him by the neck.
Yeah.
And he's got to sit there and go, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So that was enough for me. But I got to ask you something.
Mhm.
Listen, I don't know why, but I love smoking pot, and then the 80s came along, and I'm not going to blame that on my mom. I have a mind, and I can make my own decisions, but I saw what drugs did. I saw people get high and taking hits of mescaline and drinking. They were fine. And then there were the idiots. There was always a patch on Bergen that did heroin, whatever. But all of a sudden I saw this community just get taken by cocaine. That's, never mind Westernburg, Union City. That was that's where they were cleaning it down there. It was Jewish. So it's kind of weird how for fucking 15 years, right? 84? Only Reagan in.
The early 80s. Yeah.
His wife went on, and we're going to fight the war on drugs.
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening?
It happens quick, man. It gets out of control. Listen, again, it goes back to money. There's so much money to be made because there's a lot of people that are depressed out there. There's a lot of people that, are just in a bad way. And, for whatever reason, that might be their cup of tea, whether it's drinking, whether it's this. And you're always gonna find it's never gonna end. Well, somebody's got to be there, and I'll say like the DEA, NYPD, all other cops. Someone's got to be there to make them know that there are repercussions and there is a risk. So you always got, you know what I mean? You just can't let, like a lot of people legalize this, legalize that. I understand the marijuana. I don't have a problem with that.
I do at some stages.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that some other time.
Yeah.
What are we going to say?
No, I was actually going to ask about that, because there are some cities that have completely decriminalized it.
That's it. It's illegal. We've got the nerve to take a joint off you when you're in a fucking rental car and bring in. Unless you act like an asshole or have alcohol in your breath. Then anybody would bring in. But forget about the marijuana. Look at all the synthetic stuff they're bringing in. You got meth that's making a comeback. Meth is never gonna.
Yeah.
Like my buddies whatever.
Yeah, I got
In
you.
LA, and he told me that during the pandemic, I sold a bunch of coke. When the pandemic ended, it became meth.
Yeah.
It was meth by the fucking ton. I couldn't even get it in on time.
Because they're making meth also in the Midwest with a lot of things you can buy at the pharmacy. It's like hillbilly shit. You know what I mean? They actually, there's been so many times where they're cooking, and they're blowing themselves up. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, someone opens the door, and the whole meth lab explodes. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts, man.
It's just, you sit here now, 30 years, and listen, I was a consumer. I remember when Nancy Reagan said that, I'm like, man, you better start snorting coke.
Yeah.
Because of the war on drugs, you better get as much as you can.
Yeah.
Because it's real cocksucker. It'll never end.
Yeah.
And then, listen, I really love smoking marijuana. I can't do it anymore.
God bless you.
I enjoyed it. As a kid, thinking back, it just took away that piece of anxiety.
Yeah.
Just did something.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it made you feel, you turned the button a little
I
bit.
didn't like drinking. I loved that feeling. I could fall asleep at night.
Yeah.
Did I think? I always thought buying marijuana is getting your check on Friday.
You're getting it back.
Stopping at the liquor store. And then stopping at Benny Blanco's house and getting an eighth for $90.
Did you see Benny Blanco?
Yeah.
From the Bronx?
Yeah, and putting it in your trunk.
That was a good movie.
And driving home in fear. Like that you might get pulled over. That was the whole thing. Now we walk into a store. Hi, how are you? Let me see your ID. Oh my God. Returning customer or first time?
You know what? It's fucking funny you say that because I'm not going to get into names again, but for someone's 60th birthday party, the first time I ever went in as a DEA guy, I went to a town down the shore, and it's a big place. And long story short, again, I go there. I'm a little nervous. But it's like fucking legit. You can go in there. So, no, what does Myron do? He pulls in the parking lot. I'm surveilling the place. It's just legit. Who's going in there? You know what I mean? Okay. I walk in there. It's like you're at Best Buy. I go to the fucking counter. How are you? Where's your license? No problem. Now go to these other two doors. I go to these other two doors. Now I'm in a fucking assembly. That's like the DMV. You know what I mean? And I'm behind a whole bunch of people. Then all of a sudden, a guy goes like this. Over here. And I go, okay. I go, I'm looking to buy some, marijuana for a birthday present. You know what I mean? He goes, well, and I go, I don't know what the fuck you got. What do you think? I don't want to kill the guy and shit. He goes, well, I would try this. And I go, this is the first time I've done this. I says, I used to be a fucking DEA guy. And we used to like, he goes, DEA, you get 25% off. I go, holy shit. I says, nice, But it was like, I'll be honest with you, it was fucking funny because, like, wow, you know what I mean? What's that? Who would have thought? And the guy was almost like, park closed, you know what I mean? Like Wally World. Remember that fucking show? That one thing, it was like the guy looked just like that. I was laughing. I went home, told my wife, I said, I took care of him. I got 25% off. Yeah.
Wantopia has a drive-in. You go online, order it, and you go to the window, and you don't have to get out of your fucking car.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, and then you have to pay cash. That's the only thing they have. They have the ATM set up.
Yeah, cash is king.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
For you fucking early birds.
Wow.
And for you insomniacs that close at 11. And then midnight or 1 on the weekends. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, shit. That's big business.
That means 10:30, another do. Also, 11 o'clock, The Exorcist coming on. Fuck it, I'll take a run to ShopRite. Drive through a weed store. Ba, ba, da, ba.
Yeah, I still can't watch that show. That scares the shit out of me. Yeah, that's one.
When you see a guy get in there with a golf club and there's blood on the front.
Yeah, no, that don't bother me. But I'm telling you what.
That don't bother me.
No, The Exorcist is one of the movies that bothers me. That's a kid.
I consider writing a book. I know you're retired now, and you can't sleep.
That's the fucking problem. Did you ever think about writing a book?
You need to start writing a book.
Yeah, there's a lot of
interesting guy. Get yourself a little security job where you just watch a guy walk from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Listen, you're on your own. They start shooting, I don't know.
Well, I got to say one thing. Besides the DEA, you know what I mean? And I know Johnny, I brought a friend over here, Johnny. He could tell you stories, man. We had the best times in our lives. We always had shore houses. He still had them up until last year. He just purchased the house. But, I mean, the shit we seen and the shit we did is, I mean, I could write a book about that. Never mind the fucking DEA. Now, he could tell you stories about fucking vacations we went on that, I mean.
What did you specialize in the DEA? Like,
I mean,
you were everywhere.
I was first, we were mob guys. We worked the mob, we did that for years. And then, it was just then like a knock around kind of group where we did whatever, which turned out to be some mob guys too. And then I ran at the end of my career, my last 5 years, I ran asset forfeiture. I had like 35 people under me, but like for instance, when we do all these cases, long story short, if we take airplanes, we take your money, we take fucking everything, we take horses, we take cars, I can go on, gold bars, coins, stocks, and they all come through my group. And we were going to Brinks once a week, and I kid you not, in the 5 years I was doing that, every week it'd be at least $2 million in cash that we would have to take to the Brinks, and we'd have to have 2 or 3 guys go, so nobody could, you never know, somebody might get a tip on us and, try to fucking steal the money, you know what I mean? So I ran asset forfeiture, which was it was a slowed down pace, but it got to be too crazy, and then I said, let me pull up the stakes because of the things I said with the way just law enforcement was going. And I've been there over 30 years, so I think that was enough blood to give, you know what I mean? I could have done more, but, I was tired. Now I'm fucking tired and I can't sleep. So I might have to take you up on one of these fucking Slim Jim that you got.
You'll be up for 2 days. Happy as a pig and shit.
I tell you what, as long as somebody wakes me up every 4 hours to eat, you know what I mean? I gotta fucking eat.
Nah, we got one of those piss tubes that you take home and just push onto the mattress.
I like the piss tubes. I asked Johnny before. I had to take a squirt before. He had a can. Back in the day when we were on surveillance, man, we couldn't get out and piss, so we piss in, like bottles. I didn't piss in front of the place here if there's any cameras, but I did across the street. Right, dude?
Myra, whenever you decide to write a book, let me know.
All right.
I'll hook you up with a girl that's really good.
Oh, yeah?
You got some good stories. Why fucking sit there like a bush? Guys like you can't fucking retire.
You know what?
I've been around you for 3 hours. I'm like, this motherfucker won't retire. You still got a lot of life left to you.
Yeah.
You're not ready to go to South Carolina.
No.
Just sit there.
Although I do like Charleston, it was nice.
Yeah, you know what? I like Hawaii too. That don't mean I'm flying there tomorrow and sitting and look at a beach.
I
We're
agree with you.
We're not PI 100.
Yeah.
We're not going to move to the beach or arrest people.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of the house. You got me out of the house. I know my wife probably said, "Hey, get this fucking guy out of here."
No. I was just sitting there one day, and I told Myron I wanted to get him on and talk to him about whatever, and here we are.
Yeah.
No
So-
blowing smoke up your ass.
Yeah.
You're an interesting fucking
I
dude.
appreciate that.
I know you had to keep some of the names and dates, to
Yeah, I
protect the
mean, so
innocent.
like I said, my memory has to be jarred a little bit, but again, I thank you all, for inviting me, a good group of guys here, and I tell you what, it brings back a lot of memories,
Yeah, I'm happy we got you out.
Thank you.
We'll give you an edible on the way out.
Oh,
Banana.
good. Yeah, nothing with caffeine in it, bro.
Listen, those Spanish people, they know how to cook.
Oh,
He
absolutely.
was past the fuck out. They put Xanax
Oh,
or some Mexican, the Cuban put something in there.
yeah.
You fall asleep eating the empanada.
Klonopins and fucking, right, the Valiums.
No, they put something in their fucking food, the Cubans. 1 minute you're home eating empanada, next minute you wake up at 4 until the moon goes on. You know what I'm saying? People fucking go back and forth with maracas. You're like, what happened?
I just wanted to give one little shout out, because I was talking about a lot of these cases, and when we first started bringing the cases to Eastern District, the mob cases, it was a AUSA over there by the name of Jim Walden, and Jim Walden's running for mayor now from New York as an independent, and he's a very good guy, very knowledgeable, and I wish him well, and I just wanted to throw his name out there. He's got his stuff together, and it might be a good change to get away from what New York normally elects, you know what I mean? I want to get into politics,
The
but
show is all felons, so forget it.
oh, okay.
This is not a
Nobody's
good vote.
done it. You can't vote when you're in jail. That's
Listen, all of you are felons. Cover your ears.
Do you have anybody else calling in over here that for you got any other guys, mob guys, or
They call in.
yeah?
I don't like people calling in.
Okay.
Just random people.
Yeah,
They're fucking crazy.
yeah.
They'll sit there on the phones, and
I got you.
next thing you know, they're banging on your window. I've been on the phone for an hour.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
And they're probably gonna have some of his empanadas if they find out how good they are and shit.
Listen, man, we saw. This is my world right now. We saw The Godfather. We saw Goodfellas. And then at the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you tell me,
Yeah.
we saw a TV series that swept America off their feet.
So Miami.
What Miami? I'm talking about the fucking Sopranos.
Oh, the Sopranos. I thought you were going back to Miami. I'm sorry,
For
brother.
an example,
Yeah.
Miami Vice is Miami Vice. But it's like I tell people, in 97, I did a show and I had to send a resume. And the agent called me immediately. She's like, I got to talk to you. I'm like, what? She goes, you got to take North Bergen, New Jersey off your resume. She goes, I don't really want people to see that. We don't always go to New York City. I'm like, all right, but New York City now, give me a role. This is what Springsteen was out. All these animals are out. The Sopranos came out. It was completely different from New Jersey on your resume.
Oh yeah, man. I love that show. I mean, I never missed an episode. That was amazing.
And I'm at the point in my life right now, at least I am, that I think I've seen the best of it. When people approach me for mafia scripts now,
Yeah.
if I see Gino or Vinny,
Yeah.
the second page goes back. I'm not interested.
Yeah. I don't blame. I'll be honest. I don't blame you.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
It's not interesting no more.
Yeah.
Give me the mob 2025. You got 3 black dudes now.
There ain't.
You got a Dominican.
Yeah.
80 years are in jail. The other ones are fat and old. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's kicking up to these guys.
No.
They're 80. You're done.
That
If
don't
you
work.
can't shoot nobody, you ain't good to me. Get the fuck out, I mean, give me something like that that's real.
Yeah.
So I just can't. What were we talking about? You said it was a big
Sopranos. No, you're talking about the Sopranos and how
The Sopranos was so
yeah,
good.
yeah.
What's gonna replace that now?
Nothing.
What story are you gonna come at me? As a matter of fact, your boy just became councilman in the town.
I know who he is.
Okay.
John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw him.
Yeah. No,
He's all over the news. People,
he was legit too. I mean, he was
he's the real deal.
You know who he was with, right?
Yeah, I go to the weed store. People are like, you know John? He went to me. I don't know fucking John. I don't know no John. He's like the mayor of the town now. So that's the best weed store in town. The fucking.
Well, that's. How could you believe
And
that?
I love John, and I believe John.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, there's 22 guys now running their mouths.
Yeah.
And 11 of them turned evidence.
I mean,
And I'm a big fan of Sammy.
yeah, and I seen some of his things, and listen, no disrespect towards anybody. I mean, they did their thing, but they're doing their thing now. They still want to be there. They still want to talk about it. They love it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's in now.
I stop by Sammy on Instagram every other day.
Yeah.
And he's talking to you like it's 1984. I talked to Paul.
Yeah.
And I told Paul, and you're like, you think these kids even have an idea what the fuck you're talking about?
No.
Try to sell anything Gotti down. You're not going to sell a ticket. People don't want to hear that shit no more. Gotti's been beat up to death. They're not just throwing mobsters every Sunday. It's the same episodes since 1998.
In fact, with Sammy, let me just cut you off. Sammy, you know, he went back after he got out, and DEA, and I know about this because I know the people that were involved with that. You know what happened to him when he went out when he was in the program, right? He went to Arizona, and he got his kid involved with a lot of things, and they got locked up again with that ecstasy thing, which I never even hit on because I worked a lot of the Russian guys, and that was fucking unbelievable stories with the Russian guys and the ecstasy. But yeah, and another little thing, you know, perhaps if you have me on another time, maybe you don't want to hear my shit anymore, but because I get very dry in the mouth right now. I been doing it, man, but I've been thinking about that, taking that edible, and that's even drying me out more. But getting back to, you know, we were working a guy on mob rights. We locked up Mike. I was a supervisor there, but we had locked up Renee Graziano, you know, and then the big person in that is Hector Pagan. I mean, I don't know if you look him up. I mean, yeah, but he was actually. He was with us when he was on the show, if you catch my drift. You understand? And well, he did his own. Then he come out, and I think Graziano Anthony, he testified against her father, who was a big weed guy over in Brooklyn. So that was very interesting. You know, yeah. And you could see it. A couple of YouTubers did a nice little thing on him. You know what I mean? That I saw recently. It was pretty interesting. Because I didn't realize all the shit he did. You know, he was actually pretty well liked, and he was with like big guys.
PG Graziano.
No, I'm talking about Hector Pagan. You know, he was good friends with Joe Massimino, who was you know, very big, and you know, well, you know, they all get caught. Yeah, that's
he ran at the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And he was fucking brilliant at the end.
Yeah.
Because he came out, he said, "Fuck these hangouts. I don't want you hanging out no more. Everybody's got to get a job. Everybody's got to get off the corner. No more fucking jumpsuits. You know, more gold chain.
I have a silver. There's a guy over there. There's a Sergio Takachiro.
Yeah, we'll fucking hide. You know what I'm saying? And he shut it down for a while, but you're always going to make big fucking mistakes with cash. The accountants came in. The FBI, forensic accountants came in. You just might as well get the fucking noose ready. When them motherfuckers come, those are the people that killed Jesus. When they show up, you know, 4 of those motherfuckers show up. You might as well just go put the cuffs on. Don't even bother. I'll tell you on the way there. You know what I'm saying? Because it's over. They're all nerds with glasses. They don't know nothing. They don't want to know.
Well, you know when they got the fucking calculator in their fucking hand,
trust me,
and the number 2 pencil in their ear.
Trust me, when they come, dog, Giso, they come with the chemistry set. It's over, guys. So unless the forensic accountants come, just call your mother, tell her, listen, it's over. You gotta get back the jewelry I gave you 3 years ago. They're coming to get that any minute now.
You're right, brother.
Man, it's a real pleasure to have you on.
Well, thank you for having me.
I want to have you on again.
No problem. Sure. There's more stories and stuff, and maybe by that time I'll have like a book written or something, you know?
I would love it.
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of things in my mind, but I got to get them somewhere before the mind goes. You know what I mean?
You got to run it through an attorney. You got to send it to the DA for clearance, and that's a hand job.
Yeah. I don't know if I got to do that anymore. Because I'm retired. I don't know how to
respect. They don't call you back in and bust your ball.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting. This is the most interesting thing I'm going to tell you. Then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Fucko was on the podcast before the pandemic. What's his name? The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh,
That's
shit.
like Andy
Jordan
Quayler
Belfort.
from the fucking 80s.
Oh, the Wolf of Wall Street, that was
Jordan, no, the movie.
Yeah, I understand. I know what it was.
Benicio del Toro. Well,
Yeah.
he was on the show, the real one.
Yeah.
Came on the show, we were talking about shit. And also he goes, I don't know if you know how I wrote my story. And I go, why? He goes, John was my jailmate, my cellmate.
Oh, okay.
And the fellow, he told me,
Yeah.
he was telling them stories about the stock market.
Yeah, because all the mob guys were, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what they were
There was a couple of names, you know, but what they were doing, you know what they do.
Yeah.
They push certain stocks, and these guys don't even have licenses, and then they close it down, and they short it, you know, and that was, you know, we were looking for a lot of those guys, too. I mean, yeah.
He talked them into writing a fucking book.
Yeah.
And it became a fucking movie.
Yeah.
That's my
And that's a
That's what I'm saying.
movie.
You sitting there bored, write a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Just to give you a heads up, he's going to take 10 points just for as the manager.
Five.
Just
His family.
He got it. He can have more than that, man. I don't get
His family, bro. Come
Talk
on.
about it. He always charged me 10.
Because
You got to go to fight.
you gotta hold your hand, you're gonna call me at night. Can I make the right move? I mean, I need that in my life. 2 in the morning. Lee, what's up? I can't sleep. This manager's got me going crazy. I'm over here, you know, dreaming about fucking hanging out with the DEA, you know. So,
Yeah, but it was nice coming. Nice. You're a great guy. All you guys are good guys. You bought some great fucking empanadas. You got a funny fucking laugh, and you got to work on that head cold, man. Yeah, take some dicks. My mother used to put some dicks by my
come
back.
back in 10 minutes. He'll be here because
Yeah,
he got sick once I came back with
no, I didn't.
the Mac Daddy of Mac Daddies. He started getting sick last Wednesday when he saw the box. He started getting twitches and shit. He knew that Lent. He knew that Lent was
What is this? It's like
This is
nicotine.
quick. Nicotine pouches. They come in 3, 6, 9, 12. Forget about it.
I got to put a couple of quarters in there.
No. I'll hook you up with one.
No, I'm good, man.
You put it under your chin. Forget it. You'll be fucking.
No, I can't do that. I'll
You'll
throw it
be
up.
doing 90 on the parkway.
Yeah.
Hey! You got your old badge. I just put it there with a disco light. Now
I do have it.
They don't know nothing. Just put the badge up with a disco light. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody will even stop you. That's the fucking funny thing.
Johnny, you got anything to say, brother?
Oh, God.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started. We got to get the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
the goat bar, but holy fuck, don't tell me.
No, we'll get the fuck out of here. Next time we'll talk about
The goat bar is
now it's 10
Bronx.
to 8. I'm already hungry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm already
All right,
thinking
man.
about shit.
We out.
We out like
Cutting.
fucking whatever.
Finito.
Lee, where you at this weekend?
March 29th, Broadway Comedy Club, 5:30 p.m.
Look at them. Don't forget to be there. Austin, Moon Tower is officially sold out, but you got May 18th at the Parks motherfucking Casino.
Yeah.
Right? Or August. May. We're working on May here and come out, and that's it, and that's that. I'll keep you posted. Lee, that's all you get.
That's all. I got Josh Wolf at Stanford Comedy Club.
You're going to
Make
Stanford?
something up, brother.
Where are you going to Stanford?
Stanford, New York Comedy Club. 2
Oh,
weeks.
Stanford, New York. Okay.
Stanford, Connecticut.
I think you're going real Stanford. I have the wig. That's a complete other story. I love you, savages. See you next week. Have a great weekend. Get ready for April. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means. It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet. When you're ready for war, bam, there you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, here's what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you're going to go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. What's happening, you savages? Happy belated St. Patty's Day. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Tuesday, the 18th of March. The church, New Testament, is here. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's going to get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast, and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor, he approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with the new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with a licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have ED or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about, okay? It's March. What is it? March, April? Forget it. You're starting now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through whatever that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them, you know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches. It's a beautiful Tuesday to be alive. It's just me and Lee today, just how you like it. You know, you guys, you put a fucking girl on here, you don't like her. You put a penguin on here, you don't like him. You know, you guys don't like nobody.
Who's the penguin?
Huh?
Who's the penguin?
I don't fucking know. I get emails. Why'd you pick the girl? What the fuck? How many boys can you put on here? How much dick can you smell? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring a woman in here to give her that fucking touch from time to time. I love having women in here because, listen, I learned from her. She was great last week. Yeah. So was the Italian princess came in here and enlightened us. You guys are like, why does there have to be a girl on the show? Well, it's better than looking at a fucking guy all night, right? What the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, the co-host tonight is the man himself. He was a little fucked up the last 2 shows.
Oh, I wonder why.
Today he went to a rehab. He went to a meeting, and he's making us drunk. I'm like, I wonder why. What the fuck you think? This is the church. This ain't no fucking daycare.
Yeah, well,
We come here to get down. This ain't no, you know, like.
Why are you saying I was? Like, it's like a big mystery why I'm this fucked up. You think I'm going around New York trying to find this shit?
I said, I gave 2 grams of muscle.
No, you did not.
Maybe 2.5. Maybe 2.5.
First of all, you sent me pictures of a scale because I told you I've been taking 3 grams on the road for a year. I know what it looks like, and it doesn't look.
That. 3 grams is time.
Well, then tell me what I'm taking. Don't say I'm taking a gram when I don't take
3
4 or
fucking grams.
5.
And then last week was the best. We got him on a timer now.
You don't take the timer. There's no timer.
Because it is the biggest story. Also, he wants to tell you stories.
No, I didn't want to.
He
First
looks
of all,
around. I'll fucking give him a cheeseburger. He'll wolf that thing down, okay? Give him a mushroom. He's looking around.
yeah. Anyone watching this would wolf down a cheeseburger before.
Last week we brought the meatballs, some special, the meatball kid out in Rutherford. This fucking guy, I go, get a pizza bread with a meatball, just put the mushroom in there. What does he do? He's sitting there cutting the meatball.
I didn't cut a meatball. I didn't. I took one piece of bread, I put the mushroom underneath, and I put the meatball on top. That's all I did.
Every week. Just now we gave 2 little pieces, 3 pieces of chocolate. Guys,
listen, my lawyer's here.
I ate the fucking 2 grams and the chocolate before him. And that's a fact. He was still over there looking around, dropping it.
Yeah, because you eat the mushrooms
He
dry.
squeezes it with his
You've been on
fucking
that hospital
chewy,
for a
fucking
month.
sweaty hands. What the fuck you think is gonna happen?
I never said that you don't eat mushrooms quicker than me. You do eat mushrooms
I eat
quicker than me.
anything quicker than you, but when it comes down to a cheeseburger, you fucking beat me or a pizza. So I told him, I said, listen, if you want to eat the mushroom with no drama, put it in the pizza and fold it.
Where's the pizza? I don't see any pizza.
We have pizza. You're like, I don't know. And when he eats these 25 milligrams,
That's all they sell. You can't get all right. No, hold on. You tell you every week, take edibles, and the strongest they sell in the between Massachusetts and New York is 25 a piece, maybe 50. I've been taking at least 5, not 8.
He takes some of his girlfriend, they rub each other's back.
We don't rub our
They
back.
watch some fucking movie on Lifetime or some shit.
First of all,
playing
Lifetime has some good programming.
Okay.
Don't need.
We got no Lifetime here. We go for the kill here, Lee. This is the kill shot.
Yeah, but I'm also out every night. I can't go out.
What
Fucked up every night.
Look, yesterday I had a half a chocolate bar. I buy those GMO things with a syringe. I can't smoke anymore. So I went to the weed store a couple of weeks ago, and he goes, Joe, if you can't smoke, put the syringe in with that GMO indica.
Oh, the RSO?
Holy shit.
That's good. I just had that.
Dog, I've been putting up. Yeah, that last Tuesday, it was like 7 degrees out. I sat there from 1 to 5. My wife left. They went to do 1,000 things. They came back. I was still sitting there. She's like, you're enjoying the sun, huh? I'm too fucked up to get up. What enjoying the sun? I'm fucked up. But I was fucked up out there. Just in my little rocking chair. The cat kept coming out. I would pet him. Then he'd go in. Then he'd come up. Daddy, come back. No. I'm too fucking high. I wasn't a devil. That's training on a Tuesday.
Yeah, okay, that's great for you. That's
This is
first of all, I have a day job. Second, it's fine. But I'm out on the. Everyone, you keep telling people
by
to plug
9:30.
me. I'm not home by 9:30. I'm never home by 9:30.
9:30. Mama gives
No,
you
I'm
cookies.
not home by 9:30. Jesus Christ, 9:30. I've been home at 9:30 in 6 months.
I'm back. I'm home now. It's fucking 9:30.
I'm never. That is a
Midnight.
9:30.
He lives a good life, this fucking.
Clearly. I do live a good life, but I'm also not home at 9:30 taking 5 milligrams. I am not.
Yesterday, I didn't do shit Friday night. I didn't do shit Saturday. So Sunday, I woke up and go, I'm going deep today. I went to the gym. I did this thing. I had a half a bar with that fucking. I put the whole syringe on. I'm up to the whole syringe. And I just.
How long has it been? A week?
35. Just one big fucking squirt. I ate that chocolate. Let me tell you something. Then I went to my buddies, and I brought mushrooms with me, and I ate it with a corned beef sandwich with the cabbage. I was fucked up last night. I woke up this morning. I couldn't even talk. I was so fucked up.
Yeah.
And I got right back up, washed my pussy, and I got out there. Before I went to the dentist, I went to the gym, rode the bike. I was a little dizzy, THC.
Yeah.
When I got to the dentist, even my friend said to me, Joe, you look a little out of it today. And I told him, I grew up with it, so I don't have to lie to him. Because I got fucked up last night.
First of all, this is for everyone who doesn't know. This is what they give cancer patients. And how long is that tube supposed to last?
2 days.
No, it is not 2 days.
Whatever.
Second of all, this is why you have such a high
They
tolerance.
don't give those to cancer patients.
Yes, they do. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. This is why medical marijuana exists.
At least
Because
I won't get cancer. I'm way
I
ahead
don't
of
think that's
fucking
what it is.
Okay, so you got to beat the cancer. So why let it get to you? Then you're gonna start doing it too. Beat it now.
Well, this is not to beat cancer.
Well, what do you bring cancer up for?
Because it's
You're
for
the kiss of fucking death.
Oh, so now you're gonna blame me if you get it?
No, but I'm just saying, who brought cancer up? You did.
That is true. I'm very sorry.
I fucking believe it. Just eat the fucking more.
And they've been gone for half an hour.
Well, you might eat some more just to show people how slow it takes. That's what we're doing. You want to do a video tonight of me doing a reaction to some black guy eating a rat? I'm not doing it. Okay?
It really wasn't going to be that.
Okay? I'm not doing it.
I'm also
We're
not.
gonna have we're gonna do a video tonight after this of how long it takes to eat.
I'm not eating more mushrooms.
Why not? It's one more little tiny fucking.
Yeah, one more little tiny.
Watch how long it takes.
It takes me a while. I don't like that.
On it and salt.
First of all, it's honey, which he never brings in.
I brought honey last
yeah, I
week.
knew you were gonna say this. You brought mushroom honey.
Yeah.
You're the only person in the world who gets high on edibles and then is like, I have the munchies. Oh, let me eat some more edibles. No, I don't think you don't. What are you looking at? It's fucked up.
We're in training.
You can't keep saying that. For
We're in
what?
training for 8, 9, 10 years because we're in training. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know what's gonna happen. What if, well, any day now, Russia's just gonna kill Ukraine. They're running out of money. That's almost over.
And I'm not over there.
Enough with this Ukraine shit. It's big bank, eat little bank. We've been doing it for 2,000 years. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? How much? Well, let's say if they get Ukraine, right? They're gonna come after the fucking Jews next. What if they catch you? You want to be trained. What if they
If they get all the way over here,
they start shoving you with edibles?
listen, when Russia reaches the U.S. borders, I'll take as many mushrooms as you want.
All right. Don't come crying to me. Because they're going to be giving me mushrooms. I don't feel nothing. I'm like that now. You can keep fucking sticking it to me, cocksucker. But you're going to be there, wait, I need a cheese cracker. I need a half a meatball. No, there's no fucking meatballs in Gaza. Okay?
Yeah, because they don't have pork in Gaza. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they gotta live with it. Anyway,
I'm so sorry.
on a positive note, you're so sorry.
On a positive note.
You're training. Training means we're Marines. We're not the Navy, we're not the Coast Guard, we're not the Army. We're fucking Marines. We go in there first. So, that's the deal. We're the ones that go in there and get blown up and lit on fire.
Oh,
You know,
so is I'm pre-lighting myself on fire?
Sure, why not? You're Jewish, you know. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. You go to the Jewry going on in the world right now. You don't know. You might be walking down the street and all these.
You keep saying that. One guy keeps messaging me. You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet?
You're gonna get hit in the head.
I don't want to get hit in the head.
One of those college students from Columbia that hates Jews all of a sudden. All of a sudden he's gonna have 3 beers and he's gonna clock you in the head with 3 little faggy friends. And don't come crying to me the next day. That's all I'm saying.
I apologize.
I don't know if you people have been paying attention. I've been paying attention to this because it's a fucking great question to ask yourself. Today, basically, the 14th, was 5 years since the pandemic started. Today was official. They shut everything down. 5 years ago, New York was going crazy. You know, St. Patty's Day. You're done with it. Go drink at home. You know what I'm saying? Go drink and puke and fuck at home. Same difference. But it's crazy. That's been 5 years ago. Now I'm not here to talk about Fauci or the pandemic or the fucking shot. I don't give a fuck. But it's so weird. Like, I want you guys to think about 5 years ago, how much your life has changed.
It's crazy. Like,
It's
you take the
fucking
pandemic out.
crazy.
My life is completely, like, if you had asked me, if you told me this is what my life would be, I wouldn't have believed you. It's completely different. There's almost, the only thing that's the same is this. And everything else is different. And it's, I'm not going to say not everything's better, but at least for me, I'm very, like, luckily, I'm like, it's like 1,000 times better than I would have imagined.
What were you going through when they said everything shut down?
We were living in LA. I have no idea really what I was, but I was close to 300 pounds, if not over it.
Over it.
Well, the thing is, I don't think so, because by December of that year, it was 336. So between March and December, so probably close.
Yeah.
But I was single. I wasn't very happy. But the weird thing is, like, I thought I was. I didn't think I was unhappy. There were parts of my life that I wasn't happy with, but I didn't think like the like this is probably the happiest I've been that I can remember in my adult life, which is crazy. But like new comedy I was having a blast at comedy, but honestly, I wasn't tired of it, but it was just I was really only doing open mics, and that can get a little bit old. And I was single and living in LA, and yeah, it's my whole life has done like a complete 180.
How has your mind changed since then?
Well, it's kind of I have like two different minds. I have like a stand-up mind and like a personal mind. My personal mind, I feel like I've gotten stronger. I've had some good and bad shit happen that like I feel like I'm definitely stronger. But we were talking before the podcast started about experience, and it's just until you experience certain things, you don't know how you're going to deal with it or who you're going to be. And like moving, like this move that I did over the last 6 months has been like a lot of good and a lot of bad and a lot of like just not easy. Like it's not that my life was easy now, but it was a lot more comfortable.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we did the podcast twice a week. I was in the same apartment for 6 years, and I wasn't really challenging myself, I guess.
No, we all got.
Yeah. And I like, you know, the weight loss, you can say. I joined the gym 2 weeks ago, which I would have never, you begged me for years to do that, and I never would. I went to 2 classes. I went to the yoga class, which I thought was going to be easy. Turns out yoga is not fucking easy. And then I went to a class the next day that made yoga look really fucking easy. I can't tell you, to take comedy out of it, how happy I am. Like, I don't know if anyone else watching this can relate to it. It doesn't have to be New York, but for me, it's New York. For me, New York has like always been the place I wanted to be. And so for me, I was waiting at the train station yesterday before a set, and there was a band playing in the train. And you're gonna make fun of me, but I teared up a little bit. And I'm not really a crier, but like I don't know, man. There's something about if 16-year-old me saw where I was, like he would be really fucking excited for what. And I don't know how excited he would have been looking at 31-year-old me. You know, it's been pretty crazy, and it's crazy because it's a lot changed in 5 years, but it's also been like the last year has changed a lot, I think, for both of us. I mean, I'm a completely different person.
You know, last week I was thinking about like, fuck, it's the same as the other pandemic. The 14th was on a Friday, and I got the call that was shutting down the movies, the store, and all that. And then Monday it was official. And I remember when, you know, you guys are gonna think I'm fucking crazy. I was doing 4 theaters a weekend, right? 2 podcasts, 4 fucking planes. I was trying to raise a daughter, and I was fucked up 3/4 of the day. Fucked up. Edibles, getting up at 7, doing 18 bomb hits. It was just too much. And it was, you think you're happy. You pick up money, you're doing stand-up, your sets are good. The store was fucking at its best ever.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the day they said, like, you're done. And like, I just was like, thank you, fucking God. And they were like, yeah, I'm not open up in June, not for me. Like after like the 3rd day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and I knew I was leaving already. I knew this was the perfect opportunity. When I came back here to shoot the Soprano movie, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in LA? I really was. I would come over to eat at night over here, and I would be home by 9. I would go, what the fuck am I doing in LA? And then I went back, and that pandemic hit, and I was like, thank God. And they would call me like, do you want to reschedule your dates? I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not rescheduling shit. Call me this is over. No, it's going to be over in September. You better be prepared. And they kept calling you to go to Florida and Texas because they were wide open. Like 2 weeks after the pandemic, like, yeah, go to Texas. Agents are calling you. I guess Pennsylvania was doing time. I'm like, guys, I don't think you heard it. I ain't going nowhere. And they were like, fucking get pissed.
Really?
Oh, because I was like, they're like, what are you going to do about these dates in July? Do you want to keep them? Do you want to reschedule? Cancel them. And they're like, what do you mean? Cancel them. Give them their money back. Don't reschedule. And then I moved in August. And I remember that I went to a party. This is already open. Not full, but it was kind of open. And I went to a party at the Florentine's house. And the sister goes, she goes, I was there last week at Parks Casino. And they still got your flyer up. You're going on next week. And I was furious. I went home and called the agent. I go, give them their fucking money back. Whoa, you're there. You might no. Give them their fucking money back. I got so uncomfortable during the pandemic.
Yeah, you really.
Oh, I was uncomfortable. I was irritable. I didn't want to hear it. I was sick of living in LA. Like, I was just done. Like, I was done. Like, for me, the pandemic was a fucking godsend.
And no part of you, and Parks is a different story because it's a big deal. It's like a big place. But like no part of you like wanted to get on stage just to like get that out of your system.
I was burned the fuck up. And I had no idea what it felt to be burnt out. And I was burnt out emotionally, physically, and mentally. Like my body was done. The anxiety was up to a different level. I was popping the Xanaxes, and the Xanaxes were giving me anxiety.
No.
Yeah, they were like fuel. It just bounced. It's called a bounce or some shit. And I couldn't focus. I could not focus. I still remember Ari coming to the house and me going, when is this kid gonna leave? Like, I can't have him leave. I couldn't have people now. There was no fucking way I could have people that close.
What was fueling the anxiety or the burnout?
The burnout was 10 years of not stopping. Dog, I didn't take vacation. You know me, dog. I mean, I'm one of those guys that we're going to stop now and take a 12-day vacation to Hawaii. First off, it ain't going to work out for me. Because I see everything in 3 days. After 3 days, if I didn't see it, we'll catch it next time. I ain't got time for 12 fucking days, you know. That was my mentality. You know, I'm a basketball guy. If you're not practicing, somebody else is. Absolutely. Okay, if you're on the beach for 12 days, there's a motherfucker out there that's practicing all day. And you're down there hanging out with Flipper. That works for 3 days, Uncle Joe. I don't drink. You know, I don't drink. So after like one drink, the sun hits you, I get a migraine. That shit's sail. You go to the water, you know, you see some people, you go to a restaurant. Time to go home. I'm going to make money. You know, that was always my mentality. Right. I don't understand people going on vacation. I never understood it. We ain't got time because I don't want to hear you coming to me. Going, what's going on? Like, bitch, you want to do vacations. You want to do vacations for 18 days. One for a fucking wedding for 9 days. Who the fuck are you? My main thing was like, who the fuck are you to go on a vacation? When you got $1 million, then you want a vacation, you don't have to worry about it. But you go on a vacation, by the 8th day, you're like, this is going on the Visa card. And I just lost 10 days of work with my family, and they're at Disney robbing me blind. Yeah. You know, that's all you're thinking about. But these are the same people that are coming to you through you. Don't know what's going on with my business. Well, every summer you go down the shore like you fucking earned it. Like you're Johnny Bumby. You're not Johnny Bumby. You gotta work, bitch. You know, I never understood that.
Has your mindset changed over the 5 years?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I still don't want to go anywhere for more than 3 fucking days. I got shit to do. Okay. Who's gonna sit there? You know, when you're 90, maybe you could sit there with your feet up like those dudes in a fucking Corona commercial. You know, Snoop Dogg, this white dude, they can't do that.
But knowing what you know, knowing that you burnt out, do you wish you took? I'm not saying 14 days to the south of France, but
I wish I would have took the time to smell the roses more. But that still didn't mean vacation. What I mean by that is maybe going to a concert a week at the Hollywood Bowl. I should have taken Dean Delray out to more concerts, maybe going to a couple sporting events. I should have done that. But I had so many people that cry in LA. So many people cry in life. I never wanted to be one of those guys. Somebody offers you money, they offer you a $400 gig. Can you imagine 10 years from now, you're fucking $400 short on the rent, and you're like, I should have taken that gig. That's how I think.
Did you see Bill Burr's special yet?
Yeah, bits and pieces.
Because his whole thing, like a big part of it was like how he changed his point of view for his relationship with his wife. And it was, you know, it was interesting. I thought the special was really good. But, you know, changing your perspective. So like now that you're starting to do more stand-up again, are you going to smell the roses more? Are you going to do anything?
I have a daughter. That's my rose. That's my rose. Where am I going to fucking go? Like, you know, you have to be around when they're young. You got to be there. Not they grow up like everybody else. Fucking half retarded. I don't know what my daddy is. You know, I don't want to live through that shit. That's my biggest fear, right? For I don't have daddy issues. I lived in LA for 23 years. Everybody I met had daddy issues, and you could fucking see it. So that's my role. Yeah, spend time with her. But at the same time, you know I was spending time with her before I left. Of course, I was always there during the week. On the weekends, I was gone. And she told me. She told me when she was done, you gotta stop. And I said, you're right. You're right. I got, like right now, I got shit people offering me. I ain't missing a softball game. Why would I? I don't want to miss a fucking softball game. Whatever you got to offer me, because every time I'm at a softball game on a Saturday or Sunday, I always ask myself to check myself. Where would I rather be right now? And you're right. You put yourself through scenarios. I'd rather be in a Chinese orgy shooting up morphine and just sitting there with my mouth open. That sounds like fun.
That does sound like
I'd rather be here.
Okay.
So that's how I feel. Like I can't sit in a hotel room all day on a Saturday ever again. Like ever again. Well, I did it for 30 fucking years. I did it for 30 years. To wake up on a Saturday, have a great breakfast, take a walk around the town, and now it's 1 o'clock. And your show's at 8 o'clock, and you got to sit in your hotel room, or maybe go to a movie, and then you call home, and my wife's out with the girls, and they're jumping up and down, the kids are yelling, and you got to sit in your lonely hotel room, listening to these kids having a good time.
Right.
So that was my smell the roses. Ever since they put me in a fucking hospital a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I looked at my wife and I go, this is completely different. So I changed my perspective. It's completely different now. You know, I always loved my wife, and you know, I like to strangle her sometimes. I love my wife, right? 25 years, but yeah, you have to look at things a lot differently. But that shit I was doing in LA, like I told you, I would take a boxing class or whatever, kickboxing. I get 16 calls in 45 minutes. I have to get up and go out and get at it for nothing. Nothing. You can tell me shit later. Nothing. Once I realize that I'm not picking up these phone calls anymore. Let them fucking call 80 times. I'm not picking it up no more. 16, 17 phone calls in 45 fucking minutes. Hi. You have a gig in 2 months. You want to know what music you want? Listen, man. Go fuck you. They bother you. They fucking, and then the agents put desperation in you. Oh, we got a gig for you. You got to take it. Gotta take this gig. And I'm like, no. It just was something that I just fell apart. That's what really happened during the pandemic. I just fucking fell apart. I was like, I remember still getting on stage here. It was an outdoor show. I didn't know you did one of those. I went out there and I see bats flying around and shit. There's a fucking something moving in the weeds, and I'm like, I got up there and I had to look around the whole time. These mosquitoes were biting me and shit. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I ain't doing stand-up for a while. I didn't do it for a long fucking time. And then after I got back on stage, guess what? So I understood it. That's crazy. Couldn't even break through like a barrier of couldn't even break through, couldn't take the material, couldn't be funny, didn't even care. Then I stopped again for like another 11 months. I'm like, I'm not getting on fucking stage. Fuck, I was done, guys. And I'm done now. Like, I get people offer me shit all the time. Movies, and I'm like, fucking, I gotta go away in bed, do that, and listen to that nonsense. And if it's like a high-end fucking movie, that I'm like the shit in the movie, because I'm learning something. But for me to do a movie for fucking people I don't know and go away for 4 days, I'm not doing that no more. I just don't, you know. If it's something exciting like Tom Cruise, I'm pushing him off a plane or something.
Right.
Fuck, I would love to Tom Cruise push that motherfucker off a plane.
Oh, yeah.
And I love him. I'm just saying.
You want to be the guy, yeah.
I don't want to do no fucking, they want me to go to Vegas to be a mobster. I'm not doing that the second week of July. Get the, it's 140 degrees. Yeah, and I got to shoot. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. I'd rather not have insurance.
Jesus Christ.
I'd rather not have insurance. I'd rather pay the money than have to put up with it. I want to do something that's cool. Right. You know? Stand up, same thing. If you think I'm leaving for a Thursday to Saturday, you got rocks in your fucking head. I'll tell you, I'm going to leave Thursday night after the show. Jesus. Although that once I start thinking about it, I'm like, I'm not staying here Friday and Saturday. We're catching the first flight out of here in the morning, and that's right, because I know me, right? So at least you do. That's what changed me after the podcast. I got a little bit more patience. I wanted to be around my family a lot more. I want to be, you know, I was out there in the wild for 23 years with those savages. And there was a lot of people that I really had a good time with in LA. And there was a lot of people who meant the world to me in LA. But there was a lot of motherfuckers I didn't like. A lot more than what I liked. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like, I liked a certain amount of people. I feel more comfortable now that I'm in Jersey. You know? Okay. And this is the comfort I needed. There was no way I was going to pick up after LA and move to another state. That was not going to happen. I was not going to leave LA. The only state I considered over Jersey was Colorado. Wow. But they didn't have no school the whole year. So I was like, I'm going back to Jersey. I can't take my daughter home for another fucking year. You'll shoot yourself in the head in the computer, in the back. Fuck that.
Do you think if Colorado had school, would you have gone there?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
But I think I would have been here, man.
Yeah. Would have been too much.
I think I wasn't ready to go and be a stranger again. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to be a fucking stranger in a land and stuff from scratch. No, I'm 60, but right here. And I love that I live here now. Where I live is a little on the boring side, but that's how I like it. You know, the other night I heard something outside. There was a deer that crashed into my house. I'm like, what the fuck is outside the yard, you know? And I enjoy that. And I enjoy my life now. I don't have much going on down there, which was a hard transition to Studio City, right? To just moving down there was rough. And I figured out, like, ever since the first of the year, I didn't even learn out of it. I used to always take a ride. Now I'm not smoking dope, so I don't even take that ride anymore. If somebody calls me from LA and I got shit going on, I'll go, you know what? I'll leave here at 7. And that's 4 in LA, and I can still talk to them about whatever they call me. That's the only time I'll take a ride. But I don't really want to hang out at bars anymore. I don't want to do anything.
How do you feel not smoking?
It was time. It was, she's getting older. Kids are starting to come over the house. You know, I smoke all day, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of those guys, I don't know how to do it like everybody else. You know, I get up in the morning, I have a cup of coffee, I give it like 30 minutes. And I'm sparking at 6:45. Most people are drinking coffee and watching CNN. What's Trump doing today? And I'm already fucking out the garage. Bang, bang, bang. Right. And that's what lets me know what the day is going to bring. Like, as sad as it sounds, man, I don't know what I want to do. And now, I'm not smoking. And again, I know what I want to do. And sometimes I just blast off with that syringe. I was going down there buying one a day. I went down there the other day, bought like 8. I said, give me all of them, dog, because this is going to be a long week. Jesus Sometimes I put it right on the mushroom. Oh, Lord.
You always act like you're sober. There's no sober
I'm sober.
at all. Which, by the way, these are starting to kick in.
Saturday I was sober. And Friday night I was sober.
Nothing?
But Sunday, shit. It's
The Lord's Day?
Yeah, you gotta be ready on the Lord's Day. You gotta be primed. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the week. But Sunday, it's just a good day to get fucked up early. It's 10 o'clock.
Do you miss smoking at all?
Yes and no. Because I'm addicted to this. You know, the fucking getting the bong and playing with your weed. You know, going to get it. It's good. 38%. You fucking dry it. You know, I have systems in my house. I have like the drawer when it's wet. Then I dry it in here. Then it gets promoted to the top shelf. And then I'll smoke it. I have like 4 kinds up here. But I have 3 kinds down there. So I had like this little game.
Yeah, of course.
Now the little game is over.
Well, because you did it, I don't know, 40-something years, 50-something years you smoked every day. Do you ever, like, think, like, fuck it, I'm just gonna smoke?
No, because I don't want to end up back in the hospital. Right? It doesn't make it. Listen, I don't know if that's what it was, but I know that I've been out of the hospital for 2 weeks with no problems. I'm not fucking gagging. I'm not choking. So let's blame it on the smoke. Yeah. In 6 months, I might feel a lot different. And shit, I got to do what I got to do.
Right.
But right now, but who knows? I'm the type of guy that once you're off something for a while, just go, why am I going to go back to it? I'm already off this for a month. Right. Start this up again. Which, and for me, it wasn't even fun anymore.
Right, exactly.
Because I had to go down to the weed store every 2 days and mix the weed around. And you got to find that there's just so much weed in Jersey. So you're looking at 3 stores every day. I'm looking at 3 different websites when I wake up in the morning, looking to see who's got the best weed. I don't need that shit no more, man. I'd rather put my energy into whatever the fuck I'm doing now. Right now, I'm just trying to get healthy. I got a couple shows coming up. I want to do the best job I could do. That's it. I have nothing else on my agenda. Everybody else can suck my dick.
And how does it feel? Because like I'm trying to compare you to me, or even just you 10 years into stand-up. Like now that you have all the power and all the control.
What power and control?
Because you can say, what do you mean? And maybe not, but to me, in my head, you could call any club in the world and be like, I want to come in, boom, boom, boom. I want to come in tonight. And you would never bump anybody.
No.
But you, at least for stand-up, the world is open to you. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure there's some clubs that might not like you or whatever. But like to...
I don't like that.
Exactly. But like to have that control and to be able to say no, like to say no to some things that I'm sure you 10 years in, like, what the fuck are you saying no to this for?
Here's the secret to this. Here's the secret to this. You really got to think about this. We've always had the control. We just never wanted to impose it.
How?
And as you, like I told you, I had a rule after the 3rd year in comedy. I don't mind coming into your club and showcase. But I would make, as you ever say something, as you're saying it, you know you're fucking up. Because I was saying it, I knew I was fucking up. But at the same time, it was saving me 6 months of my life. And I would call people up and go, how you doing, Sean, Joe Diaz? Yeah, your friend. I want to come in and do a showcase. Well, I'll be there Sunday night. Sean. And I would say it just like this. 3 years later, I'm going to come down there on a Sunday night. I'm going to showcase me like a gentleman. When I get off the stage, is there somebody going to be there to give me a week's worth of comedy? Now, that's 2 things. You're already putting the seed in there that I want a booking. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is tough to say this about it.
Yeah.
And number 2, I don't want to get off the stage after I kill and you tell me some story that you're going to tell the owner. Right. You just some $100 a night manager. I'm not going to your fucking club. They would hang up on me. Holy shit. Some people tell me to fuck myself, but I didn't give a fuck.
Saved you.
That little control thing was the whole thing that at least I got. Then they started with you gotta send a tape. How many tapes I sent in my life? One. And it was blank. Fuck you.
Yeah.
We've always had the control. It's just we don't take it. And then we get pissed off when people walk all over us.
Right. I ran into a situation, I wanted to fucking yell at someone yesterday, but he's associated in a way maybe with a club that I want to work at.
And they're not.
Right.
They're not.
Right.
Because they're bums. And they're going to threaten you, and they're going to say, you'll never work here again. And by the time you're rocking and rolling, they're not even in the business. Like the people that were in the business in 1997, when I got to LA, they were laying threats. I'm a manager. I never saw them again.
Right.
They got into real estate, into the .com business.
Right.
Yeah, they got into the .com. Everybody left. In 99, everybody got into that business. .com.
Yeah, tech.
A lot of those people left. So these people are the ones that feel like, oh, I don't like when you come to the club and do that. That's control. Anyone who knows a comedian knows you don't tell me what the fuck to say. Because whatever you tell me not to say, I'm going to go up there and say it first. That's why you don't put no boundaries on a comedian at all. So when I'm walking into your club and you're like, oh, excuse me, I don't want no fart jokes or no poopy jokes. Bitch, I'm going to open up with a fart joke just to piss you fucking off.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw this guy, Kevin Fitzgerald. Kevin Fitzgerald, you two guys are all young except for George. Kevin Fitzgerald had a show on the Animal Planet. He was a vet with white hair. I don't know, you guys remember. Old dude. That dude looks old. That dude will fucking take your throat out. He was in Vietnam. He was one of those crazy motherfuckers in Vietnam. Then he came back on the GI Bill and became a veterinarian. And then somewhere along the line he became a comic. But before that veterinarian shit, he was the Stones bodyguard. He was on tour with the Stones when that shit happened. They got stabbed and Altamont and all that shit. Kevin Fitzgerald, you look at him, he looks a little weird, but that motherfucker got stories, and that motherfucker's dangerous. So, in 1993, he was at the Comedy Works, and he did a joke about this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs, and it needs to be the egg. And when he got off stage, some big guy came up to him and he goes, Bill Hicks is here, you're opening for him. Mr. Hicks said not to do that joke. Next time he opened, he went back, thought about it, he goes, fuck Bill Hicks. He went up there and did the joke. The muscle guy came up to him again, and Kevin goes, I would have taken his fucking throat out. But Bill Hicks came up to him and said, hey, we told you not to do that joke and you did it. You're on tour with me.
Fuck, I would have done the joke.
Guys, you have to somewhere as a comic say this is what I'm gonna do, and if you don't like it, I'm moving the fuck on. But that's what when they tell you like we can't say this at my club. Well, you called me, number one. And number two, I'm saying what I'm fucking saying. And if you don't want to hire me after this, that's fine. Right? But don't you ever fucking tell me what I can and cannot do.
Because I've been struggling with, I don't like feeling like this, but the feeling that I've felt in New York with stand-up is a little bit desperate. And I don't like feeling like it. But there's just no, it's hard. You're just kind of out there.
You're out there, bro.
And with like, it feels like the Titanic, like the Titanic saying, everyone's in the water. That's where I am, right? Oh, well, yeah, right now for sure. But I'm just talking, like, just even comedy-wise, you're just waiting for someone to help you do something. And like, if someone told me I don't want to hear this joke or that, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
You know, feel desperate, but always have your fucking mouth.
I don't like feeling desperate.
You have your own mouth. Right. You know, it's like when I stopped doing coke. I was a complete different comic, a complete different individual, because I didn't want rough white feathers. God forbid I can't get my package clean. Right, you follow me? So, never mind the club or whatever. I was always concerned about that. Once I took that out of my life, it was completely different. And that's when my career really started, because I started telling people, like, this is wrong with me. Yeah, you gotta work Sunday. Now, if you know any of the stories about it, I didn't work Sundays when I was featured.
That's crazy.
I don't know what the fuck. I'm not working. Tell your mother. Would you call your mother? That's the attitude. You gotta tell people. I talked to you for a second. It's Sunday. Would you make your mother come in here on Sunday? No. when an agent called and said, "I'll audition for you at 5:30 downtown LA." Again, would you send your mother down there at 5:30? No, I wouldn't. And why are you sending me? Call them and get me a decent time. And they'll either say no or they'll call and give you a decent time.
Right. But like that's where I was going with it because they'll give you a decent time because they like you or they want you. And if you're just a nobody at the beginning, they're like, fuck you. If you don't want to come at 5:30, then fuck off.
But then when I started the story,
Right.
it was a store.
Of course.
Okay, it wasn't Phil's Auto Garage. You know, like midnight with a bunch of fucking, what do you call those little white kids from Brooklyn?
The hipsters, yeah.
Whatever the fuck they call it. Little fags, whatever, sitting there with the little fucking raccoon eyes.
Right, but yeah.
It's completely different.
Of course.
But I still remember doing open mics at 2 in the morning, and one day I decided I wasn't going to fucking do it no more. And then I started doing those early ones you do. They're fucking work. Hamburger Harry's at 4:30. There's no reason. The only reason to go in there is to go to Loose and put it up on the thing and go, here's my 5 minutes. And just hang yourself. They're rough, and I know the position you're in.
Right.
But you have to, right now they're giving you a wall.
Yeah.
You're a smart Jew. You got to figure out how to go around that wall. And they're going to give you another wall.
Right.
And you have to figure out how to go around that wall. And that's what we were discussing in the beginning. We got here today. We're talking about how important basics is. Like I was talking about, I could take lead on the league. Fuck my wife. Fuck Mercy. I'm going on the road with you, doing every weekend. And I'll take them to 3,000 seat theaters. We'll do 2 shows a weekend. And after 5 years, he'll be a great comic. Until he has to do a show in front of 20 people. He's going to lose it. Lose it. Your leg's going to start twitching because that you didn't cover the basics. So it's like that old commercial. Remember Pennzoil, George? You either pay me now or you can pay me later.
Yeah.
But you got to pay me, fucker. So get it over with now. Instead of, right now, you're a new man in LA, in New York. Mm-hmm. They're not going to open the doors for you if you're in No, you're in California. You already know that. You got to get there. Now, I'm going to be as honest as I can with you. I couldn't figure out New York. That's why I got the fuck out of here. Because I didn't know 4 people to bring to the show.
Right.
With George, and he would disappear.
Yeah.
I would pay him $10. I'll be right back. Damn, I want to get a lighter. Whatever the fuck. So you can't do bring a show.
Right.
Fucking animals.
I got so lucky yesterday with people.
And then the spots are 2 in the morning. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, New York Comedy Club would give me a spot. Mm-hmm. But I would stop on 81st Street to get Coke and do the Coke before I had my spot and I have to cancel my spot.
Right.
So it was always a fucking nightmare for me. So I chose to develop in Colorado.
Right.
But you're doing a great job here considering. Now, like I said to you, I would love to walk with you to the New York Times as well. Mm-hmm. You want to do 20, give Lee 10. What's that going to do for you?
Nothing. And
now you're forcing my hand.
Right. And I've never asked you for that. I wouldn't
do it.
Right.
Because I know where it would end off. Mm-hmm. If we did it in 10 different clubs, 9 of them would hate you. One of them would go, I like the fucking kid.
Right. Dude, one of my, and it's, I don't know if this is something to be proud of or not, but like one of the things I was most proud of in LA was that like I never had to call my parents and ask for money. That was one thing that I just took pride in. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people listening who don't, whatever they think about me being a stand-up, I know that I'm working really hard at it, and it's what I want, and I don't want to look back in 10 years and be like, oh, I only got in because Joey called X, Y, and Z. I'm having, as much as I'd love to be in at all the clubs right now, and I'd say yes if they called, I'm having fun, doing the bar. The only place that I'll have me right now is barbershops. I do barbershops every fucking month. Someone invites. I feel like it's like they're fucking. They bring me to a barbershop, and the shows are great. But I've done like 8 barbershops, and it's like, what the fuck? I'm the only guy with no hair in a barbershop. But I love it. It's been, dude. New York is, and I did. It was a weird. Because yesterday I did, I think, 3 mics. 2 of the mics would have got canceled. And what I use mics for now is I really only use them to just say the words. Johnny Rock in LA gave me great advice of just like you can't go there looking for a response. You just go there to practice, and like that's what I'm using them for now. Is just as a because it did. If I hadn't have done those mics in my set last night, wouldn't have gone as well because I changed. I'm not at a place yet where I can look at my notebook and like see if things are gonna work or see if the order is right. I have to do it, and then I'm like, oh, okay, then that. So for me, that's what I'm using that stuff for New York because I'm nowhere close to figuring out New York, but I'm further along today than I was in January when I really started. Because like even when I got here in September, I was gone every week. I was here in town for 2 days a week, maybe.
I was watching something the other day where what's his name? Schultz.
Andrew
was on Club Station.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Rogan, and he goes, Rogan has made a lot of millionaires, And I thought about it. I was sitting there going, what the fuck? Rogan didn't make millionaires. He opened up the door for people, and people still had to do the work.
Yeah.
I know 10 guys that Rogan was helping they're still feature actors. I know comics that Rogan got with Dave Sussman. They're still feature actors, I still remember getting a long issue out of somebody going, must be nice for Rogan to call Adam Sandler. I'm like, fuck off. Do you really think that's how they do shit? So I know the feeling of people thinking that they made a call for you. No, they didn't make a call. They said something on a podcast, and I had to deliver goods every fucking night.
Right.
I still had to write the comedy. I still had to go down there. There's people, look at Last Comic Standing, open up the door for 10 comics. Where are they today? Teaching comedy classes.
On Zoom.
These guys had opportunities. They just didn't know what to follow. I always thought about this. People always want to get on Rogan. When I started, it was always Letterman. It was always Johnny Cash, Johnny Carson. Right. Well, that's the one thing. It's what you do after you get that. That's going to rock it. It's not getting that. I got my job. All right, now what? You got the job. Now what the fuck are you going to do with it? That's what you're always planning. Like I'm always planning not what's in front of me. I'm already planning exactly how this goes down without moving a finger. I let things do it for me. I'll give you an example. I'm doing the card next week.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay? No, but don't nobody knows it. I'm opening up the time to do 20 minutes. No, because I didn't earn it. He called me and said, earn it. Do you want it? And I took it. Now, the picture that somebody's going to take of me and post, I don't have to do the work. There's 18,000 people there. Let's pretend 100 would take a picture and put it up with the post the next day. The next day, just people see it and they go, I'm going to go see where I can buy a ticket. But I know that. I'm using it as a workout. I'm using the garden as a 20-minute fucking workout. I got no material to do.
Yes, you do.
I'm using it as a fucking workout. But I already know where it's going to take me. Like, I'm already thinking like that. You're not going to get that from just starting comedy today. You're going to get that from over time and doing it. And you start learning different fucking things, and that's what I like about what you're doing right now. Don't worry about where you're at. You're doing it. That's the most important thing. I know 20 people at home right now going, I want to send them. I want to send them and watch the Knicks tonight because the Knicks are going to beat the okay. The Knicks are more important to you right now. I know 100 people. Like I said, we could put a fucking sign out tomorrow. Put a building in New Brunswick by Rutgers and go, be the next Joe Rogan. Learn how to podcast. I could quit doing comedy. I have a sucker in there every fucking 20 minutes. I want to be like, I shaved my head, I got tattoos. It's crazy. People think, not but the work. It's nice. It's nice to be a bartender. Remember those Jordan when we were kids? Yeah, Bruce Willis was a bartender. And somebody went in there and put him on Miami Vice. Like you bought that fucking line. No, he had to go to acting class. We didn't know a bunch of shit. Like when he got Miami Vice, he was involved in 20 things already. When he was shooting Miami Vice, he got the show on ABC. But growing up, they said, oh, he was bartending. Some guy went in there and saw him bartending. Unless he's sucking dick behind the bar, doing this shit. Now you don't remember. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't remember.
Right.
That's, we all think that things are going to happen from fucking influencers, these girls that are hot. And they're like, oh, if I do one profile, somebody will put me in a movie. They're not putting you in a movie, but they're going to fuck the shit out of you first. You're going to have sperm coming out of everywhere like a Harvey Weinstein kid. They'll put you in a movie, but I don't want you to think that putting you in a movie because of your artistic fucking whatever. They're putting you in a movie because you got big tits. And they'll just they'll cut you out. They'll tell you a movie, they'll cut you out. You'll be the next, who's that really hot chick that's in all the movies? And she's a fucking nightmare to work with. I just saw her acting in a movie. First off, it was the worst movie I ever saw in my life. The first, The Expendables. Okay. God, that's terrible. But the Fox girl, that's her name? Megan Fox, she was in that. And I'm like, this is what she's going to do the rest of her life. Somebody fucks her, she's hot. And this is it. But there's no fucking great roles for her. There's no fucking pretty women for her. Or, whatever the fuck those girls are.
Well, let's take that out, though. So, because you did it in acting, so you did $100 a day. If someone called you for The Longest Yard when you were just in LA and you had only done a couple of things, would you have been ready or what?
Well, I would have got ready, Rich. Sometimes you got to get ready. So for me, I have two trains of thought here. The one train of thought is you could just read a book so much. That's what we have as Americans. I want to be a writer. Let me go to fucking the place and buy 20 books on writing. You just killed yourself in 5 years reading. Right. You're going to get good at writing is to write. Even if you start with, I'm going to the zoo today. It improves. Over the week, I'm going to the zoo. It's going to be a sunny day. Today I'm going to kick the fucking ape in the stomach. Whatever the fuck you're going to do. We've become too booky and we think too much. Okay? When I got called for basketball, you think I went to an acting class before that? You think I knew anything about acting? I knew about Bruce Lee flying through the air, and I knew about The Godfather. I liked Marlon Brando, how he acted, but I didn't know anything. I still remember going on that set and going, step on your mark. And I'm like, what mark? And they're like, the marks, your marks. And then I remember going to another acting job, and they were saying the same things to me, and I had to tell them, I don't know what I'm doing.
I know it, but they're like
and they're like, how the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. And the only thing that saved me was that girl, her father was big, Sidney Porty. Oh shit! And that was his daughter. And when I was with the Snowmass, Sidney Porty used to come into a video store with that little black girl, and I asked her, I go, you ever go to Snowmass as a kid? She goes, yeah, all the time. My dad. I go, he used to come into Command the video. Ask your dad next time we talk. She goes, I'll ask him tonight. She came back, she's like, yeah. Oh my God. I go, yeah, your dad used to come in. So she was kind of nice to me.
Yeah.
She was like, I'll show you what to do. I go, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Bro, as soon as that movie ended, as soon as that TV show ended, I borrowed money from Josh Brooks and I got into an acting class. Right? He was following me because now it was getting serious. Like, I thought I was just going to fucking, go up there and they would give me lines and shit. So I didn't know.
How dare they?
You want me to read? Oh, yeah. So I didn't know what I was doing. So then I went to an acting class, and then as I was doing the acting class, I started booking while I was doing the acting class. And it kind of came together. But I didn't just do it. Like, there's people that'll tell you, there's schools in California that if you go to their act, they'll tell you, you can't go on auditions for 2 years. 2 years? You know what? Fuck you. You don't even know what you're talking about because now they get to blend it together. Like where they get to go to class. Right. It's like being a union plumber. If you're an apprentice, you gotta go to Peterborough twice a week and learn how to fucking burn shit. And then you're on the job. Right. And you might start as a laborer carrying pipe. Right. But eventually all that shit's gonna mix together. So you're gonna be doing pipe and then you go over there and they're gonna be teaching them to do the same pipe. That's what it all is really insane. 1,000%. But I would never tell you you're gonna be my comedy student, but don't get on stage. No, I want you to fail. Right? I want you to come with questions for me every week. Going, I did my best material, and they threw a tomato at me. All right, let's see what. Let's start from the videotape. Let's see the videotape. But that's what I think that people, they get too booky, and then they'll end up doing anything, or they get into something without really. So it's kind of a catch-22.
It really is. Because it's like, as someone listening to it, not mad at you or anything, but it's like, you can't, it's hard to be like, okay, get prepared, but then also don't do some of the stuff. Like it's, it's like sort of like if you have to prepare doing certain things, like certain roles or certain set, like doing the open mics, doing those 4 p.m. open mics. And it's hard to know when to cut it off for yourself.
You cut it off when you think it's time for you. Listen, you know what the difference between a professional and an amateur is and anything?
What's that?
A mindset. If you really fucking think about it.
But there's a lot of people who are really sure
they're
good.
You as a laborer, coming here every day and bang nails and shit. But you'll feel like a laborer until one day you look me in the eye and go, what do you think you and the guy can paint? Right? You know what I can do? I can do this too. I'm a fucking painter. And I want $15 more than what you're paying me. It's your decision.
Mm-hmm.
An amateur and a professional, it's you. It's not somebody else holding you back. You decide when you're going to go out and do this as a fucking professional. They want me to be here at 8, I'm going to be here at 7:45. I'm going to be the best motherfucker in this room. That's the difference between an amateur and a professional. It's not,
Right, but then also, and going to all these open mics and these shows, I see it. There's people who have that mentality that you have, but don't have the skill.
Well, listen, there's a lot of people who are complacent. And that's the thing that'll kill you the most. Is you gotta ask questions. Right. The cat died 7 times because he was fucking curious. Not because he sat there, looking out his window and the old lady who does the yarn every day. Right. The cat looks out the window and goes, look at that fucking bird. Maybe I'll kick his fucking ass today. And then he goes after the bird, fucks him up. He comes in, has a catatuna, and then you follow me. You're right there.
I'm great, but because there's definitely people, and people could be listening, asking it to me, but they're like, yeah, I know you've seen it. Comics who just aren't funny, and like to make the decision, like if they're listening right now, and they're like, okay, I got to do this. I'm not doing it, but then maybe they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, what's right for them. Isn't it kind of weird?
Let me go. All right, we'll talk about it. I gotta talk to these people about DraftKings and better how perfect, and then I'll come back, give you a time to relax. I can see that.
Yeah, everything is moving right now.
Yeah,
so
everything's moving.
I'm really trying to keep it cool, to be honest with you.
We'll be back in 30 seconds. What's happening, you beautiful people? Uncle Joey here to talk to you about March. When it comes to college basketball, nothing is for certain. You'll watch upsets, buzzer beaters, top picks going home early. Get it on full action with DraftKings Sportsbook. You understand me? Whether it's the live betting, exclusive content, promos, parlays, it's the thing to do this March. The birds are chirping, the sun is out. We need some more action, okay? Now, if you haven't put a bet in with DraftKings before, first time, here's something special for you. Ready? New DraftKings customers, new customers only. You're going to bet $5 and you're going to get 200 in bonus bets like that. Viva la France. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code JOEY, Joey. That's code JOEY for new customers only to get 200 in bonus bets when you just bet $5. A fin to get in. Who's better than you? Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
This episode is also brought to you by BetterHelp, one of my favorite sponsors in the world. Why? Traditional in-person therapy can cost you anywhere from $100 to $250 a session to $400. With BetterHelp's online therapy, you can save an average up to 50% per session. Listen, the summer's coming. It's that time of the year. Mental health is just as important as physical health. So it's time to get that brain a checkup. Listen, I was with BetterHelp for like 9-10 months. They helped me out a lot with anxiety. They gave me a couple tools to work for. What's the color of the wall? Blue. Okay. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They've served over 5 million people globally. One of them has been me. If you want to switch therapists, you want it, it's done. It's easy to get started. It's easy to fit into your schedule. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z, today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com, HELP.com/Diaz. And BetterHelp will help you out. Trust me when I'm telling you. I give you my personal fucking word on this. And that's it, guys. We're back, bitches. Don't forget, if you're hearing voices, BetterHelp will help you. And if, DraftKings, it's March, baby. It's the month you've been waiting for. Anyway, we're back to talk to T about hearing voices. He calls fucking BetterHelp once a month, this poor bastard. Anyway, Lee, you're talking about fucking Lee, listen. Who the fuck am I or you? Have you ever had somebody come up to you and make a weird remark? Like the first 5 or 6 years you do comedy, people come up to you and make the weirdest remarks. And sometimes your feelings get hurt. Sometimes you don't know how to really handle it. You're just starting out. You know, and I'm from North Bergen. I still remember doing a show in the city, and your uncle and a bunch of guys driving me. And on the way back, they're like, "You suck." Right in the car. They're like, "No, you suck." Like, that guy was funny, not you. You're not funny. And that's how we were raised. We weren't raised with, "Oh my God, that was so brave." My friends will look at you and go, "You know what? You suck tonight. That was god awful." And I was sitting there in the back of the car, ready to cry, just doing coke. Like, okay, I suck. And then it hurts. It's not good. So who the fuck am I to tell somebody they're not funny? I think somebody rather hear their mother's on whore. Yeah. Somebody going, you know, you're really not funny. You should quit this shit. Because there was a time none of us were funny. And one day you just hit a fucking stage point. It's like anything else in life. You go to jiu-jitsu, you get fucking torn apart for 18 months, and one day you decide to do something, and all of a sudden it just changes. With stand-up, it's like these people get punched in the head for a living. We were talking about that before. They can be retarded after one punch, or they can be retarded after 5,000 punches. You just don't know what punch is going to make them a fucking retard. It's going to make them call BetterHelp and go, yeah.
Oh, they're going to love this.
So I could never ever tell a comic or a human being that they're not funny. If they believe they're funny, let them go. Let them go. And you'll see these, the one comedy, you'll see open micers that show up everywhere and talk to them and go, "Bro, you ever, I come down here, I do this, I go home, I hear voices, I live in my grandmother's basement." They'll tell you what they are. Right, then 8 years from now, you'll hear they killed them. I swear to God, when I lived in Seattle, I'm not being a joke here. You know, plenty of open mics killed them. Some guy got off stage at the comedy store, went to the hotel, and jumped off the top of the fucking hotel. You know, this is the shit people do. Like, this is their whole life to me. Right. You know, and this happens to musicians. How many fucking idiots go on that show, The Voice? You know, do you think about that? How many people, your mom's like with one eye, she got diabetes. Who ain't good in the shower? I'll go down to The Voice. Okay. And you go down there, do Dolly Parton that sounds like Joey Diaz. And they tell you, "Come back, that was great. That was great. We'll call you." You know, how many times can you hear that? Yeah. So I can never tell somebody they suck. They have a dream, and then let them go out there and pursue it.
But like, have you? And it's tough because I mean that's not always how a stand-up.
Now, from the other side of that, let me just tell you something. About 10 days ago, okay, I'm not gonna lie to you, I saw a name from LA that I had forgotten about, and the first thing in my mind was that I said this to myself. I go, she didn't shoot herself yet because 20 years been trying this.
Right.
25 years. So on the back of I mean, she got there. She was there 5 years before I was there, and she's still doing this. So I forgot about her. I've been out of LA for 5 fucking years, so obviously I forgot. And I go, she didn't shoot herself yet. That was my first reaction. So I get it. Like right now, what I know, I would have left LA in 2013.
Wow.
I wasted my time for 8 years. I could have done whatever I was doing anywhere else because all it is now, you just rotate. You're doing the goddamn jam, the improv, the laugh acting, the comedy stuff. And you're just a revolving thing. And if you do get something out of that, it's like, why am I going to go see him? He's going to be at the comedy store tomorrow night. It's just a revolving door. You're wasting your time.
Right, but for stand-up specifically, you don't think being like at the store once a week helped?
Not as of 10 years ago.
Wow.
It helps you. But if you're already established at the store,
well, I mean,
you're established at the improv, and you're established at the Laugh Factory, why are you still there if you're not acting? You're just going around. Every night, I got another show, I'm not doing whatever. It's just a rotating door.
Right, but you said you would have left in 2013, and I'm not talking about career. I'm not even take career out of it. I'm talking about you, because you know when you're funny, and you know when your jokes are where they're supposed to be. Do you think you would have been as funny if you left LA?
At that point, in 2013, I was doing comedy, 20-some fucking years already. I mean, 2015. I thought I saw a mouse.
I thought I seen a lot of things.
It was a little leaf. But 2015, listen, one thing about me and my comedy career, I don't base it on anything. Anybody ever want to fucking say anything to me, I just say one word. Comedy Store from 2016 to the pandemic hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, bitch. You want to say something about me? Come on out now on Tuesday and Thursday. Look at those lineups and what do you want to say? What the fuck do you can't say a word to me. Can't say a word to me. Because those lineups will never happen again. When you're following Bill Burr and bringing up fucking Rogan or bringing up Ali Wong or bringing up Whitney Cummings, you saw those lineups.
Yeah.
You saw those rooms in the main room. Forget Netflix special and all that faggotry that they got, the Howard, the Mark Twain Award for comedy. Right. Mark Twain gets something like that. The only thing that counts in my world for me was those nights at the store.
Right.
If you ever had any fucking doubt, come on down, motherfucker, and try it. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. But you didn't. But you're somewhere else trying to fucking lay claim. Don't even. For me, it wasn't anything else. It was those 4 years. When you walked in there on Tuesday, most people would faint. Because I know I felt like fucking fainting. When I would come around that liquor store, when you get all loyalty, I'd go like, why am I going down there? I'm going down there to destroy my career. I'm going to the ADCC, whatever the fuck that is. If I have a bad set down here, it's going to get around. Mm-hmm. So when I would hit that fucking stage, I made sure. Like I just heard Judd Apatow went back to the store. That's because Papa's not there. Because Papa jacked him so bad, he had to go to... When you're not that funny, then you go to another club called... What's that club? Largo. That's where they call it alternative comedy. Oh my God, that's so brilliant. That's where you go. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that kind of comedy didn't work. That comedy was never designed for the Comedy Store.
Right.
Like if you go into the club in the city, I'll take you to the club in the city now, that shit wouldn't work at the Comedy Store. It would not work. She engraved Marines. That's what she wanted. Marines. People who jump out of a plane, land, and instead of it exploding, they make you laugh. That's what Mitchie Shore trained. Mm-hmm. And I was a part of that. So everybody, all these, these people that you see on these comedy award shows, like Steve Martin with an arrow in his head, he could suck my dick.
So like, I'm not
saying nothing disrespectful to nobody. I'm just telling you how I feel. And if you have a problem with that, come on down.
Right, and I'm. But you also said at the beginning, they said if you knew what you knew now, you would have left.
I would have
before
left.
That.
I would have left. But that is something that sticks out of my mind. I'm happy I did.
Okay.
because I was part of those fucking lineups. And
You were just part of them, dude. You were a fucking.
a lot of people wouldn't make those lineups today. A lot of people would walk and look at that lineup and go, my mother's in bad shape. I'm going to run home, you know.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I saw it. For years, you couldn't be an Okie doke comic and walk into the store. It was not going to work for you.
No.
And now, over the years, it's gotten softer. And, oh my God, I love your hair. That shit did not work.
Forget. God damn it. It was someone else. I just was watching like a really great comic talking about competition. And he was saying that it wasn't. Oh, maybe it was Bill Murray. I don't know. But it was Bill Murray. But it wasn't so much like Bill Murray. You know, I'm not in the stand-up sense, but in an acting sense. He's like, okay. And that's what the store felt like then, and I wasn't part of it, but to like, it was all the best in the world being the best. So if you were even a step below, it would have been like noticeable. It would have been noticeable, I think.
Very noticeable.
And I think, you know, it was like that's. I'm glad you stayed for that too, because like, dude, I don't know, and I just like going to shows back then, and having people like, whether it was the 20 minutes of the store or the hour, it was just a crazy. I've never experienced stand up like that.
No, it was hard hitting. All those people that wear hats, that take pictures of themselves smoking a cigarette, that think that's cool, they disappeared from that. Anybody with scarves, you know, guys that wear scarves to be cool on a Tuesday night, they disappeared from there. Tattoos and piercings, that shit didn't go over. It was a stage and a microphone. And you better bring it. Just like life. You come with all disguises you want. The piercing, yeah. Come with all disguises you want. When that shit blows over, either you got it or you don't. You can wear your little skull caps, smoke a cigarette, and be cool in front of your friends. But when the shit comes down, either you got it or you don't. Those hats, those tattoos, those hairdos with the spike, you know, I'm going to put blonde streaks. So my friends come up to me and go, oh my God, no, that's not right. And that's what happened. That's why you go to some comedy clubs, people out there with like a suit with sneakers on. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. This ain't a costume party.
Yeah, there's a lot of
You know, this ain't a costume party. You know, and that's why I always respected the store. I respected coming out of the store. I saw a fucking dude play the piano one night at the store, and Eddie Griffin went up and he goes, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. There's the comedy store, bitch.
Oh, no.
And we fucking, and the guy would kill.
Yeah.
The guy would kill with his piano. He was a black guy. La, 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 la. Like, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. The guitar center's done. You know, they play all the guitars you want, drums and pianos. It's not fucking town. And now what they, I'm not even going to get to the subject then, because I have people banding up a fucking, banding ship. But, you know, right now you're a spot leader. You have to make it, you have to be funny and figure it out on your own. That's it. You have to figure this out on your own. In time, you'll latch on to a club that gives you 7 spots a week. That'd be great. And then you can work your shit. It's going to take one person to get me out of New York Comedy Club. I banged the system. That's what happens. For years, you're over there sending tapes, going over, and all of a sudden it takes one guy to go, I play top 55 guy. You want me to call him club? And that's what happens. At least you're not at home. And that guy said to you, I'll talk to him tomorrow. What if you just sit at home with your girlfriend? Nobody gives me a spot. I can't get through New York. And all of a sudden I get you. That's a New York Comedy Club. Now you're fucked. Yeah. You're there. You're prepared. Like when you do, people think I used to go on a Rogan podcast and just get high. I love that. Right. I love that. Everything was planned down to my shirt. Yeah. Everything is planned. I want you to think I'm stool stoned. Yeah, keep thinking that, motherfucker. That's how I robbed you. And then you say, he's a thief. Because you thought I was not going to, you thought I was too coked up to put a gun to your fucking head. Well, I'm not, okay? Yeah, I'm not, okay? So, it's the same thing. When I went on Rogan, I knew I was going on the Tonight Show. Right. So you better bring some shit to make him go back, and the people at home go, what the fuck is he talking about?
That's that.
Because he's got 1,000 guests on a year.
Right.
So if you want to go in there with your Opie Duck story about your grandmother or some bullshit that your father got a splinter, you got to go over there and drop it. And that's the comedy scene in New York. When you get your chance, listen, bro, you know this to do a spot in front of Richie Show when you're doing comedy for 8 years. It was scary, but I knew it was that. Or me going back to Northburg and to sell drugs until I got shot or OD or died. That's how I fucking did it.
And it's weird to think this. This is the first thing I've been confident in probably my entire life.
What? Comedy?
Yeah. It's I know confidence is not something I feel a lot. And I thought I did. Like I liked editing when I went to college for it. And I was okay at it. But this comedy being confident in comedy, and I'm not saying for where I am, but like the last 2-3 months, I feel very confident that I didn't.
Why do you feel confident? Because you're prepared.
Okay.
Okay, nobody likes surprises because they're not prepared. Right? Yeah. You're prepared, motherfucker. And getting on stage every night, I know, listen, man, 5, 6, 7 years of comedy, it sucks. It sucks. You're trying to give up your job. You're trying to quit your day job. You're trying to make enough money every month to keep that. There's always a club that doesn't want to talk to you. There's always, there's always an obstacle. But there's obstacles in life. Right. So the first obstacle you have now is getting rid of this fucking job and shit. That's one obstacle. Now you got to make enough money to pay the bills and all that shit. And that stress alone will kill you. And that's why you don't go on vacation. Right. Because the first, you become like, I always tell people, I love working on commissions since I'm a kid. You know why? Because on the first, you're married. There's no Joey Diaz been doing comedy for 30 years. There's none of that. We're even on the first. And that gets my dick hard. I never wanted why I'm working for this. Well, you have a ceiling over your head. So go for it, motherfucker. If you're on commission, you got to tell Mama, we're not going to Parakeet Island this year. And stick to it. I don't give a fuck. Dump me. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't have time to lose. When I'm 60, then I'll fucking go to Parakeet Island or whatever idea your family has or all this shit. If you want something, you gotta go for it, man.
Yeah.
And that's it. You're in New York. You're in the fucking major leagues. So you gotta go home and think about how do you belong in the major leagues.
I know, but
maybe you're looking at this differently. I want you to look at it like, what am I going to do to belong in the major leagues? It took me 7 years to realize I was in the major leagues. And I stopped smoking coke and I go, I'm in the major leagues, motherfucker. What the fuck am I doing with my life? You're in the major leagues, not as major as LA, right? But you're right there. So you have to switch your thinking and get, how am I going to get noticed? Because that's pretty much it. You have to get mentioned before you get noticed. So somebody's going to have to go, man, have you seen this little fucking Jew-lease I had? He was on fire the other night at this place, Yeah. It's such a fucking catch-22. And you guys think like, look, I'm going to go to LA, you can't get an agent. Well, why can't I get an agent? Because you have to have something. Well, the only way I can book a movie is if I have an agent. Well, I'll figure it the fuck out, right? And you walk out of the office going, what am I going to do? Okay, I got to go down to a fucking thing every Wednesday. George, remember? Every Thursday I used to buy that stupid magazine that they used to sell at all the newsstands in New York. Well, they sell those in LA too. And you got to go in there over the paper and go, oh, I'm going to go do a college film that shoots at night with 3 Chinese kids that don't know how to shoot a film. They're going to shoot my film. And that's what I did for 2 years. I just applied for all those, and I would get it on Wednesday, so the envelopes went out on Thursday, and I would hear back by Friday. There was no, and I would do that while I was cooked out. When I get home from the comedy store, I'd fucking do those envelopes and write out with your hand instead of typing, so that when you put the time into it, it's fucking A to Z. It's not just, it's A to Z, and that's why people understand. And that's why people become magicians. Because they don't want to work it. They don't want to work it. So
Right.
you got the world by the balls. You're young. You got money put away. You know, it's time to really sit down and write your goals. Not overthink shit. You know, you're the type of guy that you have a plan and then mid-war you change it.
Yeah.
Stick to that motherfucking plan. You haven't even really executed it, but stick to it. Put your new reel up every 15 to every 33 months. But I gotta see it on Facebook. I gotta see it on Instagram. I gotta see it on my daughter's Instagram. Like if I look at her Instagram, but I get Instagram,
Right.
I see somebody sharing it on there. That's your. Those are little things that you do, and even if nobody sees it, who's right? The universe is always fucking watching. And even if nobody's in the I didn't get into your package, it's great. You get one of the 2 fucking late when you pop up. The package will leave coming, but that's how you have to look at it, but you can't give up. No. Listen, don't get down on yourself, bitch. I get down on myself, and I've been doing this for 33 fucking years. And I know in the beginning when I was struggling, I'd really get down on myself.
Yeah.
For a few days. It's an emotion.
Like if you bomb, you get down on yourself.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like what? And right away you'll know what happened. Yeah, when you bomb, as soon as you get off that stage, as soon before your girlfriend comes up to you, oh my God, you were so funny. No, I wasn't. Shut the fuck up. I already know what I did wrong. I went up there with too ego. I went up there with too much ego. I went up there with too much bravado. I didn't introduce myself properly. There's 1,000 reasons why you didn't bomb. And yeah, in my mind, all those reasons, shove them up your ass. I bombed because I sucked. And you can give yourself all the wins. You know, there's comics that the microphone system keep telling yourself that. Right, telling yourself that stupid excuse. You bombed because you suck. Go home, have a roast beef sandwich, and come back tomorrow. Let's try this motherfucker again. It's the same thing when the Haitian kid beat you up. You're not going to stay here. You're going to have a roast beef sandwich. Go out there and go, let's go through the Haitian. Let's get another 3 fucking rounds. And if you get beat up, it's the same shit. You go home, have another roast beef sandwich, and go out there and win. And eventually, you're going to get a punch in, and eventually, you're going to knock the motherfucker out.
Right. And I'm definitely feeling that, man. I think
I can see right now that you're feeling
you
that.
know exactly what I'm feeling. Fucking the only place in the world. Let's take all these mushrooms and then have a normal conversation. What do you mean?
1 gram.
First of all, you sent pictures of 2 different mushrooms. There are 1/8. Also, you get here, a Ziploc bag, 26 different mushrooms in there.
I gave him the mushroom.
No, you did not.
I sweated my daughter. I weighed the
And even if you did, that's still 3 grams of mushrooms. I'm fucked up.
Fuck, Lee.
What do you mean, who gives a fuck? I don't give. I'm not. Did I complain one podcast? I'm just fucking.
I hate mushrooms every week with John Paul. Let it go, Lee. Stop it. You're not in training. You do that pussy shit during the week. Those 25 milligrams when you play high. And then you come here and look what happens to you.
I was fine.
You can either pay me out.
I've been great. I didn't say one other thing. I've been lean out of space in a long fucking time. Because you keep saying.
Because you're really dally.
No one's still dally. I'm not too fucked up.
I gave him a smaller one.
No, you didn't.
I'll show you right now, motherfucker.
A smaller one.
I'll show you.
Yeah, it was short, but it was thick.
I gave him a smaller one.
A smaller one.
Look, I showed you this.
You're using pictures from 8 months ago. You were trying to I forgot about this. No, last week I kept saying you didn't weigh it. And then, dude, you're like, no, I didn't cry. You said I waited. You looked at the pictures in October. You're like, I took them, I waited, and I'm just looking for the picture. You were in October looking for mushrooms that you don't really shit at and grow them out with mushrooms.
I don't know a word he's saying.
You know what I'm saying.
I don't know nothing.
Yes, you do.
He's just over there getting all like, it's like Gaza beat up your mom. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you keep saying I'm doing shit. I'm lying and I haven't cried once.
It takes you 20 minutes to eat them.
I'm so sorry that the mushrooms don't taste good.
You come on, they don't taste good.
Who cares? You don't want to take me eat them.
You eat that fucking lizard meat.
What lizard meat?
That shit you've been eating for 30 years.
You keep saying that they paid the restaurant paid Google off to take lizard meat off the review. You can't do that. There's no lizard meat. God,
You've been eating lizard meat since
I
that
can't
day.
say anything about food in my entire. I'll be 60 years old saying I like this restaurant. Lizard meat.
Yeah, listen, you know why? It's like sucking a dick when you're 21. You're never going to win an argument after that. You know that. Yeah, well, I would have done this.
I didn't eat lizard meat. You said I ate lizard
20
meat.
years ago, that's never getting forgotten. You ate lizard meat. At
I
that
did not.
restaurant, on top of the French, and they told you it was carnitas.
First of all, I like carne asada. Not carne. You like
That
pork.
was not carne asada, dog.
Ugh.
This was the worst restaurant. You could see it was condemned, and he's in
It was
there.
not condemned.
20,000
Now
restaurants
maybe.
in North Hollywood. This
They
guy
all
would
were condemned in North Hollywood. Have you seen North Hollywood? The entire city was condemned.
One night I gave him and his girlfriend a gift certificate to a fucking fine dining
Morton's.
establishment, Morton's, and these guys still didn't take it. Yeah,
We saved it. It was also for lunch, by the way. So
she wanted to eat some
this is a
fucking
relationship
mystery
10 years
meat
ago.
somewhere.
Why am I in trouble for what she wanted to do when we lived in LA?
Because it falls on you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
I did it only in 2025.
Gift certificate for Morton's, and instead you went and got mystery meat somewhere because she wanted to get mystery meat, and so did you.
Okay, maybe I did.
A fine
I don't know.
restaurant.
Taco sounds good
So
to
now
me.
you're gonna fucking tell me that.
So the first day you get the gift card, I have to use the gift card?
Exactly. Immediately. It's like if I'm going to Burger King,
Right?
if somebody gives me a fucking card to Maestro's to get a steak, there's no double thinking, Lee.
I wasn't double thinking. Dude, I don't know.
You
I don't
didn't end
remember
up
what
at the
happened last
steakhouse,
week.
did you not?
What?
You didn't end up at the steakhouse.
Probably not.
No. So that means
But
you
what does this have to do with today? What are you talking about?
Because-
The steak I didn't get right away
Look at him.
in 2016. Look at me.
Look at him.
You're just saying this like it's a normal conversation.
He won't stop.
Oh, you won't stop.
No, he's
This is
red.
in 2016.
I haven't seen him that upset since fucking,
You're bringing up fucking a relationship that was two
Well,
relationships.
that's what I said to you. Once you suck a dick, I'll never get forgotten.
What
Once you
dick
eat
did I
lizard
suck?
meat, once you eat
I
lizard
didn't eat lizard meat though.
yes, you did. You kept eating it over. We used to go to a place. Delicious breakfast place. Best bacon you ever had.
It was good bacon.
Ask me. How many times you went there?
I went
They
a
would go
bunch.
to they would go to Denny's. They eat
We
that.
would not go to Denny's. No. You're lying. You're
Denny's.
fucking fake news. I did not go to Denny's. The thing that you get upset about is that I would get it to go. I lived 2 blocks away, and yeah, she wanted to get. Yeah, but I didn't go to Denny's. They had fucking AIDS bacon. You went. I went to Denny's with you. When that place was open, we would go to Denny's. You know, I looked at
I'll
my
tell you, get
chicken.
food. Look, he's been eating lizard meat,
I haven't.
French fries,
Come
and
in
shit.
where I eat, motherfucker. You'll
Long
see it.
Beach.
Yeah,
Now-
carne asada fries is good.
Listen, I know carne asada fries, but the problem was there was no carne asada on those fries. It was lizard meat or pigeon, because you love those restaurants.
Well, the pigeon tastes good, motherfucker. I don't know what the
That's
fuck
right.
you're talking
And now
about.
you want to say that with your little juice feet. You want to say that. Anyway, guys, it was a great show. This poor bastard.
I'm fine.
2
You're
hours.
fired up. You're talking about
We're going to
2016.
start documenting how long it is to eat one.
I'm still not done with the
1.5.
mushroom.
All right, let's say the gram. Let's say the mushroom was 1.5 grams. It still took him 22 minutes. He
Who
looks
times
at it.
someone?
He looks at it. If I gave him a fucking egg roll, it would be done
Yeah, because it's a
in
much
3
more
seconds.
enjoyable
They could be
experience.
2 days old, and he would eat it in 3 seconds. The mushroom, but they don't taste good. What about the lizard meat?
I didn't eat lizard meat.
Yes,
And
you
if I
did.
did eat it, was good.
Yeah, because they creamed it up.
Thank God.
They put cream on it, they came on it, whatever the fuck you wait.
Oh, no, they're coming on it?
Yeah, that's right. Anything but fucking straight up cuts up. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the show today. Sorry about this fucking mutaj.
What did I do?
Never ate the mushroom, never wants to be in training.
I'm in trouble.
We're soldiers here. Look at the shape. Last week, he looked like he was doing coke. Every time we called him Lee, what? What? That wasn't me. But anyway, Lee, where you at this weekend?
This weekend, I'm at Off Cabot, Friday and Saturday. The 29th, I'm at Broadway Comedy Club.
That's next week.
I know.
I didn't ask you about next week.
I told you.
I asked you about this week.
I know, and I told you where I was.
All right, but don't mention next week.
All right.
This week, we're at the dojo on Wednesday night. That's it. Doing a couple sets. I owe you people a shot. just before the hospital stays. And that's it, motherfuckers. I love you. Tip Top Magoo. I want to thank DraftKings. I want to thank BetterHelp Lee's people and Blue Chew. And I want to thank you guys for watching. Stay black. Have a great week, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joe here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's going to get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast, and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor. 2 days, and listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with the new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting fully online, you chat with you get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about, okay? It's March. What is it? March, April. Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand me? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through whatever that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? We're back! Like herpes. It's March the 11th, Tuesday. A beautiful day to be alive. I know I wasn't here last week. Shit happened. I was in county jail, but we're about to start this motherfucker right now. The church is in session, bitches. Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's time to make feeling good nice and easy. Ditch all the boring guided meditations. All you need is Via. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality, hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create serious results. Whether you want more focus, better sleep, or a boost in your love life, Via has you covered. Listen, Uncle Joey, you guys know my tolerance is off the chain. I eat like 2 of these daytime. They call them daytime 100 milligrams. I'm ready to go. Last night I ate 8 pieces of toast with butter last night. Who does that? You understand me? That's what Via does. So customize your Via experience by choosing the type of relaxation you're looking for, along with the level of THC you want. With products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels, they'll have something for everyone. So if you're 21 and older, treat yourself to 15% off and get a free gift on your first order. Use our exclusive code Joey, Joey, at viahemp.com. Again, Joey at viahemp.com. Please enjoy the free shipping on orders over $100. That's viahemp.com, code word Joey. Thank you for supporting the podcast. Welcome back to church! What's up, dog? We're back. We have the beautiful and talented Miss Rachel Feinstein here today. We got my man Lee Sayad, who didn't want to eat a mushroom. You know, that. You want to eat a mushroom. looking at it.
You're
You gotta put it in a meatball sandwich.
It wasn't a gram.
Unbelievable.
You'll see by the end of this episode what wasn't a gram.
It's a
Motherfucker.
gram.
It wasn't
It's
a
a
gram.
gram.
And then they gave me 2 of them. Each one had 8 different caps on it. It was bigger than any marshmallow I've ever seen. And it wasn't even blue. It was already fuzzing over the blue.
I slept with the between my toes that night.
I know you
So,
did.
nice and ready
I
for
took
you.
like 7 grams. I'm gonna be fucking on the floor.
That's
by the end
okay.
of
We
this
got a
episode.
couch for you.
Yeah, mushrooms are not like a Jew's drug.
No, they're not.
They-
Jews don't do well with
They
drugs. That's why
encourage
we have
every-
Manischewitz. It's the most disgusting wine in the world. Jews don't get fucked up.
We can, I feel like we can drink, but like if I do mushrooms, like it just accentuates every quality I've been trying to erase my entire life. I'm just gonna be like shivering in a corner.
I ask everyone, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me?
Jews love to party. Epstein and Yahoo.
Epstein,
They love to
come on.
party. Yeah.
Is it the first Jew you have to
Leave
bring
us
up?
our best, please.
Who?
That's like, what if you bring up Cuba, we bring up Castro? Why do you gotta bring up the worst Jew?
Who? The worst
Epstein is
Jew?
a great opening
Well,
joke.
he's Jewish, but just, he knows how to throw a party. He just fucking left the list on. Netanyahu, on the other hand, ain't that stupid. When he fucks you, he kills you afterwards. You ain't telling no stories. There's no list. There's no plane manifest. There's nothing. That's a real fucking Jew. You understand? Anyway, how's it going?
Welcome to the podcast, right?
Oh my god. I don't know. I'm dressed like a district attorney, I realize for this. I should announce that I really overdressed
No,
today.
you look fantastic.
Thanks,
You got
guys.
class. Not like these fucking wenches.
I just
They come in here with the titties sticking out, trying to get fucking spots at the Comedy Cellar. Dirty bitches, you know what I'm saying?
so
You can't. You hold your own like a woman. Fuck yeah.
thank you. My Colombian friend, gay friend, did my makeup at Pico's. I was like, hey, do you think I look okay at Pico's? Yeah, that Colombia did a good job on you.
So she did your makeup or something? You look great.
He's like, yeah, the Colombian did a good job on you. That was his way of phoning in a compliment. And that was like the best he was gonna do.
Is he gay too?
Yes.
Oh boy. Gay Spaniards are the best, aren't
Oh
they?
yeah.
Anybody can be gay. Meet a Latino guy, that's a fucking
They
faggot.
run a fucking
Those motherfuckers are old school fags. They get the training in the Bronx with the bodegas. You ever see the movie Brooklyn?
No, Brooklyn.
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 It's a
Spike Lee
Spike
movie.
Lee
Yes,
movie.
I saw that. Yeah, a long time ago.
The best scene in that movie is when the kid goes into the bodega and the Puerto Rican tranny's in there with a wig tipped over. He got like a black eye from the night before. I grew up around those guys in the Bronx.
Right.
Like when I used to go to my mother's dry cleaner, I always saw a Puerto Rican tranny, and they push it. This is way before. This is 40 years ago. They were the heels, the fucking makeup, the wig was always tight.
What was it called?
I feel like
Cuban ones?
a lot of like gay guys, I feel like they know more about being a woman than women do sometimes. They'll give me notes where I wouldn't even occur to me because they've been thinking about it. Especially if you kind of want to be a woman, like you've been thinking about it your whole life. Like I don't know the difference between like a pencil skirt and a regular skirt, but like yeah, a gay guy will be like they'll fucking notice you and they clean me too. They notice I have debris on me because still a comic, I'm like an animal. Yeah,
Well,
they
Joe,
teach me how to be a woman.
you were saying that in San Francisco when you were there were like these Cuban dudes who had a girlfriend.
Yeah, in Cuba, in the old days, you could have a boyfriend that was really your girlfriend. You dressed them up in prison, they get backhands. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. They give them backhands. Shut up, cállate. You know, fucking tremendous.
I feel like since I've got here, I have so many questions. I feel like this is the oldest reference ever, but I feel like Sandy from Greece. I'm like, what do you mean a backhand? Like I need everything explained to me now. Like I came here looking like a fucking paralegal. And I'm like, can you understand? Tell me about the dark days and what the bad boys did. No, I don't understand.
Listen,
Did that break
take that
off?
little gay fucking friend of yours and tell them, say, what do you do on Tuesday night? What happens in your world? Because that's when they're wizards. They're fucking wizards. And I've said this before. Men, the fireman, all of us in this room, we're just living till we die. Gay guys get their money's worth every fucking night. And it's all the dirty shit we dreamed of as men. We just haven't got the balls to do it. But gay guys, like we said, that they were in LA on Tuesdays. There was a place that had a tent in it.
Right.
Because our friend was gay at the comedy store.
Still is.
And he still is.
That's great.
And he said he would walk in the tent and you had to fuck somebody or suck his dick.
Uh-huh.
And unless you knew the person was, you gotta go back in the tent. Like, it's torture. That's real fucking abuse. But you never see a gay guy go, I was on Epstein's list. He did bad things. No, only we get in trouble for that shit. Straight guys.
So wait, you're saying that the list, I mean, I think we could establish it. We could probably establish that Epstein is not a good guy. Like I'd like to distance myself.
Epstein? Yeah, no, it's just a joke, but.
No, I'm being absurd.
He's not a good guy at all.
No, he's not. No, he's not a class act. But no, I'm just being an asshole.
Gay guys are class acts, but they do dirty things. Like Eric,
Right.
used to have a kid come over every Monday, rub his feet, then jerk off on his feet, and give him like $100. Who does that every night? Come over, cut my toenails, and you want to jerk off on them? That's a party. I won't tell if you won't tell. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Wait, what did you say about the toenails?
he would cut his toenails and come on his feet, jerk off, and come on his feet. That's it. The guy just,
Oh my goodness! Now your grandma didn't tell you about fellas like that, did she?
No.
I know a
No,
class act.
Nano would have
If
lost
you
her
really
mind
want
if
to get
she
sucked off proper, I know a class act. It'll cut your toenails for you too.
this motherfucker.
That was your bar mitzvah gift,
Oh
right?
my motherfucker told me he was meeting a gay guy one night.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just, I mean, what other country did you get on that?
What's wrong with it?
I want to get suck my dick or whatever, and some gay guy go, I'm 3 blocks away. Like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
They'll throw us in jail for doing that. If we just put out on, what's that app that people go on? Grind. No, the one for women too.
Tinder.
Tinder. You go on Tinder, I'm looking for somebody to suck my dick. Some chick isn't going to raise her hand. I'm in Cliffside. Come over. But gay guys, who told me that? They were looking at somebody's
The other, coming here, because Eric, we started, he was before me, but we were doing open mics together. Showed me Grindr. I was on the bus the other day. Coming here, this dude had Grindr open on the bus, which is crazy. And the message said, I can't make it, but my boyfriend will be home in an hour and a half if you can make it here before then.
Oh my.
They live like doctors.
Oh my God! I just started sounding like the lady from Greece again. I'm like, oh my stars! I've never heard of someone getting sucked off that briskly. That is also like one of my other friends. I can't remember who it was. It was a comic, but he was telling me that like they have like a Planet Fitness that they meet in like Midtown, and like they write on the back of the guy's ass. Like there's just an ass waiting, like just in some sort of Planet Fitness bathroom. Also, you got a lot of time off if you have like 8 hours to get slammed to your Planet Fitness, and they just write like a line. You know what I mean? Like each person that fucks them gets a Sharpie or something. They just write another. Yeah.
Them motherfuckers are crazy. You go to jail for that.
Yeah.
But they get away with it. They leave. They're happy.
They just put a little tip on like some website, just like I don't know if it's Grindr or something. The next level of filth website. I don't know if they're just like there's a waiting ass in the Planet Fitness.
But that's the thing about like it's not a big deal to them. Like Eric used to do it between open mics.
Wait, what do you do exactly?
What do they do?
No, not they. I mean, not all gay men collectively, but Eric.
Eric was my favorite. He used to call it taking a walk with his Grindr. He would drive me home once. He would drive me home after I got too fucked up with Joey. And I'm like, do you want to call you an Uber? Thanks for driving me home. He'd go, no, I'm going to go take a walk. And he would just text me at 6 a.m. that he had been out. Because it tells you literally, like, on every other app,
Right.
It's like, hey, so-and-so's a few miles away or lives in New York. Grindr's like, hey, there's someone 18 feet away from you.
Oh, my
And you can
God.
just message him right away. It's amazing.
And that's it. There's like,
Well, they have to say yes.
yeah. But no, Norman has a joke about this, about there's no guardrails. Like, so men can there's just two disgraceful people operating very quickly so they can get right to it. Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. It's a
Yeah.
different world.
I can
He told
imagine.
me that he would take his victims to eat hot dogs. And I'm like, why hot dogs? He goes, we gotta get them ready.
Wait, the
He goes,
Why don't we call them victims?
subconsciously, you gotta get them ready. They're sucking on a dog, and then you.
so the hot dogs are like prepping them for the dick.
Yeah,
It's
that's
hilarious.
After that, I'm like, I wish I was
No
still
one
dating.
would ever come up with it. No one would ever be like, I take them to have hamantaschen first.
Nah.
Then they can go down on me.
Right?
Yeah,
I'm
no
taking-
one would
I'm
ever.
taking all my dates to hot dog stands together.
Now I'm distracted trying to think of what would be the prep food for
Jewish food?
no for going down on for
A nice brisket would be nice before.
brisket. Yeah.
Yeah, brisket would be able to do it. if you're black, then they see that brown meat, you know.
Oh, I keep wanting to do my grandma's voice again. Whenever I would want a man to eat me out, I would say, go have a taco first so we'd get used to the shape. All right, let's not being so disgusting.
You're looking nervous over there.
Well, yeah, it's already fucking kicking in. I'm looking nervous. I'm looking fucked up.
You're not getting
Wait, are you really fucked up?
Yeah,
Right now?
it's about to. Yeah.
It's about to is amazing. You can barely form that sentence. It's about to is
Yeah.
great.
That's pretty much, yeah. I'm feeling fine right now, but it's definitely kicking in.
All right,
I'm
relax.
laying my ass.
Lay back, relax.
Lay back.
It's gonna be all right.
Everything's going to be fine.
How long you been doing stand up now?
I think you're going to be a star in show business.
How long you been doing stand up?
Oh my God, at least 20 years, 20 something years. Yeah, forever. Yeah.
You started in the city.
I moved to New York, yeah, like right after I graduated high school, and I started stand up pretty soon after. I moved with this guy in his band called Dick Sister, and then Dick Sister dumped me. I was like the Yoko Ono to Dick Sister. They really didn't want me around. I was on tour with them, which consisted of like 2 dive bars in Michigan or something. And he was like, "Yeah, you're bringing the band down. You got to beat it, kid." Yeah. So I think I was just cock blocking him. He knew he could get a wider stream of puss, so he kind of shed me. But then I was in New York, so I was like, and I never went to college or anything. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna try stand up. I moved from Bethesda, Maryland.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. So you're back from Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland.
I'm surprised you didn't bump into Ari down there.
Oh yeah, Ari's from Maryland. I always forget that. Yeah.
I used to do comedy in Bethesda.
What's that? You did?
Yeah.
Where did you do comedy in
Tyson's
Bethesda?
Corner.
Oh yeah, I know Tyson's Corner. We used to go to the mall there when I was a kid.
There was a comic from New York that moved there and ran a room on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
For years. I forget what his name was. They finally closed it down. It was a hotel.
Right.
And then after we do the set there on Fridays, we would shoot to the headliners.
Was it a Holiday Inn? I feel like I might have heard about
That was the Holiday Inn.
Yes, I think it was one of the
Tyson's
first times
Corner.
I ever did stand up. It just bombed in front of my entire family. Yeah.
That's the
Like
place.
all my aunts was like, you know, when you accidentally make eye contact with one of your parents when you're bombing, and it's just so horrifying.
And they're
Yeah.
looking at you like, Jesus, you should have stuck with the piano.
It's even worse because like my parents are really open. So then if I do something sexual in front of them, it's particularly humiliating because it's like they're so encouraging. Like I think I was doing some joke about like a mediocre hand job and I accidentally made eye contact with my father and he was like, "So very good. Do you really?" I'd almost rather he's disgusted that he's gently encouraging my terrible hand job joke.
Hand jobs are never good anyway.
Yeah.
After you 10, who wants a hand job?
Nobody needs that. You're right. It's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. Some guy was telling me, he's like, oh, he goes, I still go to this massage place. They give great massages. It's a knock and tuck, whatever. I'm like, that's disgusting. They come on with that sticky hand, with that little stick, that little Chinese hand. You have no idea. That's disgusting.
Handies, whatever your thing.
Look, they tried to give me a hand job in 1995, and I ran out of this place in Michigan.
Who was they?
They did the switch. I went to Michigan, and my shoulder was hurt, so I saw massage. I go in there.
Oh.
The chick at the door was fucking tremendous. I'm like, massage, yeah, $60. Okay, well, no, okay. I go in there, and also they throw the D team. This chick looked like she got shot in Vietnam and fucking hit with a missile. It was fucking not good. And she came in like, hand job, $40. Why would I give you another 40 on top of this? So first of all, I didn't have it. I didn't really have the $40, so I started arguing with $2, $3. But no, I just didn't want a hand job.
Yeah.
Nothing move for a fucking hand job. Do your thing.
Yeah, it does seem like an unnecessary step. Yeah, I mean, just to either go all the way or it's that kind of, it's a fool's errand.
Who wants a fucking hand job when you're 30? You want it all, bitch. It's like going to a strip club. That's why I don't go to strip club.
Yeah.
Because they stop at one point. You go to Toronto, those fucking strippers are crazy. I know there's other places you could go to, but usually the girls that do that, you don't want them. It's like going to a new beach.
Right.
A little new beach, nobody's there that you want to see naked.
Yeah, there's a real supply and demand issue with the tits at a nude beach.
And they're like, look at me, I'm at a nude beach. Nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, they're never the ones you're searching for at all.
The guys are skinny, they got no muscles, their ass is dragging.
Sure.
Why would you take your pants off? I wouldn't take my pants off anywhere. I know what my little Cuban ass looks like.
I had a cousin that would always breastfeed, and she would breastfeed like in front of everybody, and like it's like, but it wasn't the tits you wanted to see. Like again,
No,
yeah.
those
And also, she would have both out. Like, you don't need the second tits. It feels very unnecessary.
Have you seen me do that on Instagram? Every once in a while, that's how I know I'm scrolling for too long. There's people who breastfeed on Instagram and they don't take it down for some reason. No, it's disgusting.
I mean, at least one little.
But why does the nipple have to be out on Instagram?
Oh, those chicks are hookers. They're showing you your tits. Yeah, if you go on the back pages, they're always milking some of it, but they got pretty nice titties. You can't argue that. But we want, listen, we got a lot of people like pregnant women. People love that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
With another guy's baby?
A lot of guys have a thing for pregnant women.
I don't fucking know.
That is disgusting.
Listen, I'll tell you what, when you see a woman who's pregnant, she's a lot fucking prettier.
Oh, she's beautiful.
It does. They just skin up real nice, like ladies.
Yeah.
It's true.
Fucking ankles are a little thick, but that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect.
I was covering it the entire time. Like, I was dressing like B. Arthur the whole time I was pregnant, and then just trying not to dress it on stage. But then everybody knew when I told them. Yeah, it was like kind of the last. But I always felt like, I don't know, it's weird to do stand-up when pregnant. You know what I mean? It's a strange feeling because people just are distracted, and you can't be as much of an animal as usual. It's just a weird thing.
I like the Alley Walk special.
Oh, she was brilliant. Yeah.
She was really good. The first one, done a bunch of
I do feel like Allie was incredible and Rosebud because they addressed it head on. Rosebud special is really, really funny. I feel like they addressed it head on, and I think at the time it had been uncharted territory for me, so I really didn't know how to. Yeah.
Well, I've never seen it.
But Allie's was brilliant. Now I kind of wish I could go back and not hide it because I'm like, oh, now that they cracked it open, why not?
Why did you feel like you had to hide it?
Well, at the time I had a pilot, and they told me that they were going to be shooting the pilot. They basically had like a verbal agreement to buy the pilot, and they were like, we're going to shoot. And then, of course, I got pregnant as soon as we sold the pilot. So I didn't think they were going to want to shoot me pregnant. And so I tried to hide it and just I just wore a lot of loose kind of menopausal capes, and it was ridiculous. And then I told them, and they were like, oh no, we don't want to shoot you when you're pregnant, but we'll still buy it. I had a script deal, but I didn't have the pilot. They're like, we'll still buy the pilot. We'll just buy it after you have the baby because we don't want to shoot you holding groceries or whatever, box of laundry or something. And then COVID happened. And so then the pilot never happened. Yeah. It was for Fox. Yeah. Yeah. But I was like, as the moment I sold it, I just went into, it was in the Fox building or whatever. I just went to the bathroom and puked, and I was like, I'm telling you, I'm pregnant. But we had just gone to check. We went to a fertility person to see if I could get pregnant, and they just said I couldn't. So the doctor said something like, oh, a lot of women, when they really want to be pregnant, they can sometimes imagine that they're, and I'm like, no, I'm pregnant. Because I'd already had a miscarriage at that point, so I knew what it felt like. And I was like, no, I'm pregnant. But he just kept being like, oh, wouldn't that be nice, sugar tits? It's not an option for you. You're a little too old for that. But I could tell I was, yeah.
It's so crazy when you first start comedy, you hear people get deals, and they come up with a sitcom, and you say to yourself, maybe that'll happen for me. Then it does. And then you realize what a pain in the ass it is, and how the stars really have to be aligned.
Yeah.
If not, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Dog, I had 2 of those fucking deals.
True.
And one were almost ready. They're like, well, nah. Everything has to be aligned, because then they make you get a show creator. And everybody's got to like each other.
Yeah.
Usually they give you a deal for a year. You got to find the writer. That alone is 6 months. That alone took 5 months. You got to talk to different people, and you got to see what the fuck they've written. And you don't want to. If you're a dirty comic, you don't want to get it written by, what's a good show on? I don't know, some fag show on CBS. Is that the one with the ghost? You ever see that show? CBS. They have a show about ghosts. The show's been on for 4 years. The worst show I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I would love to see you on a ghost show. I would love to be in some kind of reality haunted house with you. Wouldn't that be so fun? Joey Diaz with ghosts.
No, I don't like.
I think you'd be funny with ghosts.
I don't like ghosts. I don't like midgets.
You don't care for that?
I'm not believing.
The fact that you put midget after ghost is fascinating.
Oh, they're in the same world for him. They're not real.
Listen, I was in the hospital.
Wait, do you believe in ghosts, or do you just not like them?
I believe.
Yeah.
I see them.
Yeah, because we had a weird thing because we bought this house. So this is my first house. Pete bought, my husband bought it with Bitcoin. And so we live in this Bitcoin house, and it's like 100 years old. It was the only place we could buy a house because it was the only place that they would take it. Like, it's all cops and Foyt is my neighborhood, not a Jew for miles. It's like at the 9/11 Memorial Gift Shop or a neighborhood. That's where I live. But they were like, it's the only place they would take Bitcoin because there was like a bank there that would do it or whatever, you know. So we live in this like 200-year, I don't know, it was a really old house, and when we first came to the house, they had these Victorian outfits were laid on the ground, like when we went to go look at the house, and it was like a little baby's Victorian dress. It was disturbing, a weird thing to leave out, right?
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing. That's like a voodoo thing.
Yeah, and they were kind of these Victorian nightgown, and I was like, wasn't that strange, you know? And then and I just kept thinking about it. But then we got the house, and then later on, I don't know if I should be talking about this, but fuck it, I'm talking about it. But later on, so one day I was out doing a club, and I looked on the cameras in the backyard, and Pete was grilling in the backyard, and my daughter was playing next to him. And then it's a live feed, and next to her, I saw this little girl. I don't want to sound like insane, but I saw a little girl with long braids who was like really pale. And so I called Pete, and I'm like, but I didn't see it like, oh, I saw a vision. I just saw it clear as day. So I called Pete. I was like, who's the little pale girl next to Frankie who's playing with Frankie? And he's like, there's nobody there. And I was like, what do you mean? There's a little girl there, you know? I see her. And then I went back in the footage later, and I didn't see her. I wasn't high. I wasn't on anything. And then later on, when he was at the firehouse, I'd hear these really loud sounds at night. And the lady that owned the house told me, if you ever hear anything weird, call me, you know? So I called her, and I was like, oh, I hear these loud sounds. And she was like, I was thinking you were going to call. It was like an old horror movie. You know? She was like, my brother died on the way back to the house, and he was hit by a car. And ever since then, he used to play with his dog in the kitchen, and there would be loud banging sounds. And then she said her sister, also who passed in the house, but I guess after a certain period of time, you don't have to tell anybody. You know, it's like a certain amount of time goes by. What's that?
You have to hold it a secret that somebody died in your basement.
I think there's like.
Why is there a statute of limitations on this? Just hold that. I want to know.
What is it?
That's a Shroomy boy. Relax.
He doesn't know anything. He has no idea what humanity is on. He's just rocking. I love that he's just kind of like rocking back and forth.
Well, this fucking pillow's getting in my way, but I don't want to. Yeah. Why is there statute of limitations? I'd want to know if someone died in my house.
No, so do I. But my mother bought a house in '73, and the people didn't tell us that the husband fucking hung himself in the garage like 4 or 5 years earlier. So it was the same shit. I used to hear that motherfucker come up the stairs at night.
It was terrifying me because he'd be at the firehouse and I could hear things on the stairs. And like,
in 6th grade, I moved out of my house. I told my mother, I'm not living with these fucking spirits.
What would your mom do with the spirits? Did she try to clean them out? Because I was like,
they burn
sage and stuff.
They lived there.
Because I asked somebody for what I should do, and they said holy water. So I was like, I don't know. I'm like a Jew. I don't know how you get holy water. But so I had to ask a Catholic to get me the holy water. Will they give holy water to a Jew? Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
They will? Okay.
You just go to church.
You just be like, I am Rachel.
You just go to church, put the cup in the water, and put the lid on. They don't know what the fuck.
Really? Oh, so there's just like a little bath there?
Yeah,
I know nothing.
The priest blesses it every day.
That's
That's bullshit, too. That ain't no holy water. That's fucking...
Really, it's just anything.
You know, I mean, these fucking priests...
That's what they get. You just dip your, like a sponge or something? I didn't know that.
Freaking out right now, yelling stuff at it. You don't just
you go to church, you have to, like, do it, and then the sign of the cross.
This one, I always mess up when I try it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Such an idiot. But there's a second one, right? Isn't there this one?
Yeah.
That one's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a quick one.
Yeah.
That's for like Catholics in a rush.
Yeah.
You ain't got time to fucking, you know.
I wanted to be Catholic so bad when I was
It's overrated.
It just seems so cool. Really?
Yes,
Doesn't it seem
they're
cool?
overrated.
being Christian, being all like
Yeah.
Christian is so much better than Jewish. It looks better. But A, Christmas is better. B, did you ever have to like go to like the high holidays when everyone else had the day off from school.
Yes, it was.
The microphone's gone. Sorry.
I love how many times you've had to do it for me. I just look such a dumb hole right now. Like all the men have to help me with the microphone. I'm like, how do you?
But no, it's not fun being Jewish, and now it's fucking.
Yeah, now it's
mad at you
getting
for
a little
being Jewish.
dicey. But I will say, but Catholics. Yeah, they give you a hard time. I get the craziest DMs. I'll be like, I swear to God, I'll just be promoting a show, and somebody called me an oven magnet. I'm like, can a Jew promote a show in Tampa? Not be being called a goddamn oven magnet? Also, oven magnet is, I guess it's just some derogatory term for Jews, but it's particularly hilarious because it's like this person's obviously not a Holocaust denier because they acknowledge that we went to the ovens, but like by calling us oven magnets, they're kind of acting like we just couldn't get enough of the ovens, like we just gravitated towards them or something. Oven magnet is the dumbest thing I've ever.
We were eating at dinner. We were eating dinner like the first night Saturday. We were talking about something the Jews came up. I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, when I read that, I still remember being like the 5th grade, 6th grade, we came about the Holocaust, and it bothered me. Like, it just bothered me. Then I think about the American Indian, what they did to them. And that's why I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, the Indians could do whatever the fuck they want, and the Jews could do whatever the fuck they want. They could shoot as many people, Hamas, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, go. Because they got thrown through wolves, and for years I was like, nobody stuck up to them. Nobody went over there with a fucking missile and dropped it on a fucking German. What the fuck was going on?
Oh yeah, nobody did.
That is the sickest thing. I have never done I'll torture him with Auschwitz jokes and shit. But on stage, I won't make an Auschwitz joke, and I won't make an abortion joke.
Right.
Two things.
Why abortion? What is it about abortion that makes you just
me.
think you don't want to do it? Yeah.
You're gonna cringe a woman, Maybe she had an abortion. She hooked up with a Chinese guy with one leg, and she's,
I was like so touched, and that was a hilarious thing to follow up with. I think I have a sensitivity.
That was just for me. That was just.
Sure, that was your line of what you had felt uncomfortable with.
Not an abortion joke. I make fun of Catholics all day. No abortion jokes and no Holocaust jokes. It just.
Do you know what I was jealous of with Catholics confessing? Like I was just like, it seems so satisfying to just go and confess everything, and then you're just done with it. Did you like confessing, or was it like?
Yeah, but if I knew what I knew now, I'd go in there and make up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like to really get them going. I killed 2 people in the fucking 7th grade last week just to make them read the paper and shit. Like we got lie to the motherfucker. As I got older, I'm like, I never did that as a kid because I was always very. When I was a kid, I believed in it.
Yeah.
I go in there and tell them, I shoplift. You don't listen to your mother. You look for the Playboy magazine or something.
Would you have like your worst thing you did, but then you would just say? Would you say the real things that you did, or would you have like? I heard that Catholics have like they have like the foil thing they say, and not the real stuff. So yeah, instead of saying I killed a prostitute, they're just like I didn't listen to my mom or something.
That was pretty honest with the guy.
Yeah.
And then one day I'm like, fuck him. What I gotta tell him my shit for? You better tell me some fucking stories of what you did. And then I'll tell you where the fuck I'm coming
That's
from.
a good point, actually.
After a while, I was like, what am I? And then now I'm like, fuck, I wish I'd go in there now and tell him, hey, listen, I'm the one that's killing all the women in New York City.
That is the funniest idea ever. And that would be a great sketch to just go in and start name 2 different murders.
That would be a great
just like, I killed a few pros, I killed a few Coens, but besides that, it's been a solid week.
Let's test his moral fucking whatever. Let's see if he fucking watches and calls 911.
But it just seemed like a very cleansing and neat thing. And I hear a lot of Catholics, they have bad memories associated with confessing, but for me it was like I used to make my brother hold up the sheet and stuff, and so I would confess in between. It just seemed like very satisfying. You just get rid of everything bad you did and start all over again with more filth the following week, right?
Well, that's what there wasn't that much shit to tell at that age. There wasn't much. When I was really into it,
But aren't you supposed to say like I took the Lord's name in vain? Like that's. And now you're talking about murders.
That's every day. That's why, the goddamn or something like that. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
No, I was never really. I just took it as I was raised really Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what. To a certain age, it still fucks with me.
Like the guilt.
Fucks with me to a certain age.
Yeah.
And then Cuba is a Catholic fucking country.
Mm-hmm.
So like Thursday nights when most kids, what's that week? Holy Week. My week ended on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, there's no music, there's no TV. Friday, there's no music, there's no TV. Till fucking Saturday.
Wait, this is just like the Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, no TV, no music. That's torture when you're ready. You're like, fuck Jesus.
No,
You
yeah.
understand? I'm missing Batman like a motherfucker because Jesus died. That's nothing to do with me.
Well, you went to boarding school.
Yeah. I went to
Boarding school.
Yeah.
Was that traumatizing?
Traumatizing.
Like the boarding school sounds terrifying to me.
If it was just regular boarding school, like military or something, it wouldn't have been so bad.
Do you think that if you didn't go to boarding school, I mean, obviously you're a great, incredible comic, but do you think if you didn't go to boarding school, you would have been traumatized enough to be a comic?
I would have been traumatized by just the life we were living. That's why
Right.
my mom put me in boarding school, so I have to see the shit that
Right.
those animals were fucking living through.
So she did it to protect you.
Yeah, because there was a lot of shit going on then. So when I came out, then I still stuck to the rules. But once I smoked pot, I'm like, sorry, God, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
I listened to your book, I read it. I'm the type of guy that if I go to church, even now, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, I get really sad. Like I'm crying in church.
Mm-hmm.
And I like wipe a tear. That's why I couldn't get high and go to church because I get so fucking depressed.
Yeah.
Church just seeing the 12 signs. Please stop yawning, goddamn.
Am I yawning? I'm about to puke.
Are you?
Are you really?
No, I'm okay.
There was 2 little grams of mushrooms.
That's not in the middle of the
No, I won't make
Let's
it
give a
down.
little bucket.
Yeah, have some water. Yeah,
I'm
have
good.
some
I'm
water.
good.
No, you need a drink. You're not drinking enough. Have some water and have like an Advil or something. And you need a little snack, like a bar or something. I don't know. You need a little
Bullshit.
something.
Bullshit. He was happy, meatball jumping up and down. Fuck him. No, it was really weird how it was just traumatizing how the nuns treated us.
Mm-hmm.
Like that wouldn't have been accepted today in something, but it was the 70s.
Yeah.
That's what your parents wanted. The nun to bang you in the head and make sure you ate all your string beans. I fucking hated string beans. So they would beat me for that. For not eating string beans. Like, what the fuck?
Can you imagine?
Like,
I mean, what level of heightened twat do you have to be to beat a kid for not eating string
And they
beans?
fucking turn that ring around and give you backhands and shit.
Oh my
So,
god.
yeah, it was not fucking. Now I go to church and it's like, it ain't even the same church that I grew up in. They got a gay singer. What the fuck?
Do you,
8 in the morning with a scarf around his neck.
when you,
The fuck is he doing singing?
what are the, wait, you don't want the gay guy to sing?
I don't mind if he's singing, but what's he doing here at 7 in the morning? He should be somewhere stitching up his asshole from the night before. If he's a real gay guy, he should be there with the St. Bernard.
If he's
What the
real,
fuck
it's
is-
amazing.
man, did you-
But what are the stations? I know I should know these things, but what are the
Stations of the
stations?
Cross are like, it's like what happened on Thursday. They came to get him, and then they take him to the judge. Pontius judged him.
Oh, I thought it was like levels of sin. How dumb is that? I thought it was like, oh, if you get a hand job, that's at the first station.
Well, they don't tell us. Like I was telling Joey last week. It was what's the before Easter with the on the forehead?
Palm Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, Ash Wednesday.
Ash Wednesday. I grew up in Massachusetts and around a lot of Catholics, but they didn't take off from school to do it. And I'm Jewish. I went to school in Boston. I was 19 years old before I was walking around being like, why does everyone have dirty stuff on their head?
I would think that too. I didn't know. One time I got a babysitter and she was very religious and she was like, oh, do you mind if I give your kid she was going to bring my kid to church and it was Ash Wednesday. And I was like, oh, and then she smeared my kid. I don't know smeared. She put the schmutz on my girl. Yeah. She was like, I didn't, but also I kind of feel like that's a second question. I was like, sure, you can bring her to church, but she didn't ask if she could put schmutz on her. But she did. But it's okay because I like Catholics.
Deal.
Yeah.
I believe, I really do. And today I really believe because who else would give me a fucking baby at 50 years old?
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to get everything out. Like, when I sit there and look at it, I go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This just didn't come from
Well,
somebody knew I was hurt.
yeah.
So,
And then did you feel like you started over when you had the baby? Like your life
no,
started?
I go to church now and I'm like, I ain't doing this shit. Fuck you.
Look at me, Diane Sawyer over here with my dumb question. And did you feel like that was a turning over? Like, shut up. Yeah, it's like I didn't go to college and look at me interviewing him. Like, and was that your pivotal?
There's so many things that bother me about churches because they're not even real.
Yeah.
And my wife said something. She goes, one day your daughter got sick at church. Nobody turned to help her. I'm like, fuck that place. We're not going back there again.
Yeah, no, that's
But she even tried her religion, that country shit. You know, they stand around.
What's the
I don't
country
fucking
shit?
know. And she was like, those people are fucking weird too. It's not
Wait,
the
like Quaker? What country? Church? Oh, like
know,
Baptist,
they-
Ed 7, the talking in tongues and all
This
that.
lady gets a heart attack, like, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No, that is hilarious. The talking in tongues stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
That's crazy.
Do you think that when people are doing that, like that they're fully experiencing it, like that, or they think they are, or do you think people go in there and just like fake it to get people off their backs?
They think it. It's like
Right.
when you see people healed, and also the guy's playing the drums. He's been in all 9 years in a coma, and also this fucking charlatan comes over, hits him with the Bible, the guy gets up, and he's singing dance tunes and shit.
It also just seems like exhausting. Like it's exhausting enough to have to get up and sit down. I don't know if that's true in church and temple,
Yeah.
right? We always have to stand up and sit down. That
They have to
enough
kneel
is
in
annoying
church.
enough. Imagine if you had to just go around like chirping and screaming and all,
Yeah, how
all
is this
manner of
church?
nonsense.
What Jesus would want a fucking fat nun to smack a kid?
Yeah,
That's
no.
what, like, I started thinking like that. Like, what Jesus? Jesus told you could smack me, you little fat fucking.
No, that's insane. Is your wife religious?
She was.
Also, I feel like there's a difference between church and religion. Like, I feel like there is, I mean, I do think a lot of the evil shit
I was a
happens.
little turned off at the church, and I got to be honest with you. I was like, what am I going to do? I go, you know what? I don't know if you know this. You're Catholic, right? If you don't go to church on Sundays, it's a mortal sin. And if you kill your wife, it's a mortal sin. And I'm even like, there were so many gaps in it that I didn't like. Like, we got to rewrite this motherfucker.
Yeah, and it's the same level of sin as missing
it's
church
like,
and
we
killing
gotta
your
rewrite
wife.
this motherfucker. Like, now the church says you don't have to eat fish on Friday. I don't give a shit up for it, because I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow. But I
Yeah.
won't eat fish the whole Lent. How's that? We'll make a deal. I'll eat fish on Fridays. I'll make sure I'll just eat fish on Fridays. That's the most I can give you. But
Yeah.
for me to say, I'm giving up chocolate, I'm giving up espresso martinis. Nah. I don't even drink espresso martinis.
I was gonna say,
I think you want to keep your options open.
Yeah, you want to keep the options open, you know.
But that's
These
crazy
ladies
that it's
say,
the
whatever
same.
fuck during Trump. Good. Let's see how that works out for you, you fucking. Nobody ever wanted to fuck you anyway. Now you just make it easier for yourself now.
It is funny when a woman will take herself off the table and everyone's like, we were set. Yeah.
You know, it's just, religion is great to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to ask the people, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
So religion is me coming in here and giving me half of my salary? What fucking religion is that?
Right.
You're supposed to give me something. I know you want me to keep the light turned on, and I'll agree to that with you.
Mm-hmm.
But meanwhile, you're driving a Cadillac or a BMW. No, that's why I don't donate to causes. I'd rather give somebody the cash.
Directly, so you actually know where it's
Because I
going.
give it to American Heart Association. The two people are driving fucking cigarettes, whatever. You know, the two presidents are driving Bentleys, and everybody else gets. When you donate,
Right.
if you read the fine print, they're only supposed to get like 17%. And the
Yeah.
rest is there, what do they call it? Administrative. Well, fuck, how many administrators you got?
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious about that too.
Phil
Yeah.
donated $20. Bah! It's all that. That's the shit that pissed me off. So something
Yeah.
happens, like the fires. Let me tell you something. They've had so many benefits for these LA fires, and the best is with 3 comics that don't draw, and the proceeds go to the fucking fire. Listen, they're never gonna build a house if you keep doing shows.
Well, also, I don't understand why they don't. I feel like people should put them right to the victims and their GoFundMe's in there. But then, like some stuff where they're like, "Oh, we've got free skincare." I'm like, they need a fucking house, bitch. They don't need powder. Yeah, like they'll be like, "Oh, free spray cans for anyone that was affected by the
And
fires."
prove me wrong. New Orleans, Katrina, that mayor went to jail for 10 fucking years for dipping into all that money. It's just, guys, they steal everything.
You can always tell by like how pretentious somebody is by what they decided to give during the fires.
The worst
Because
is when people
sometimes,
have
yeah.
like a benefit to come over their homes, like to support everybody. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. My wife said that to me one time. Maybe you should do it. No. Get them out of here.
Wait, like in the home?
Yeah, like what do those people do? Not presentations. When they come over.
Sell Tupperware?
No, the stupid shit. Like even the mayor this year. The fucking guy wants $2,000 to go to this party. Like what fucking you?
Oh,
2,000.
for God, come on.
2,000. You know what 5 Chinese women will do to me? With a sticky hand. Do you have any idea what I could do to 5,000 for $2,000?
I don't. I want you to explain it.
Well, it's a nice time. Trust me.
How many hand jobs can you get for $5,000, Papa?
I don't want a hand job. Let me take a
You'd
break.
be great giving bedtime stories. Just like
I'm dying to do, but I love all that shit. I love all that shit. Let's take a minute here.
Sorry.
He has to pee and throw up. We're going to talk to you about.
I know he is unwell.
Yeah, look at that.
Do you have any idea what state you're in right now?
You should have had Maryland. We want to talk to you about a few sponsors. We'll be right back, top smokers. What's happening, beautiful people? The church is brought to you by Nicotine Pouches. They've taken nicotine pouches to a whole new level. They use the best ingredients, not none of that cheap stuff. You know what I'm saying? These pouches are made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp. So you're getting a smoother experience that won't hurt your gums. Thank God for that. I love this strawberry watermelon. Just do me a favor, Nick. Make it a little bigger over here so I can see what flavors I got. Every week I got to look into these things. Nick, this gigantic. This is all. I love the strawberry watermelon. So you can hit the sweet spot, whether it's 3 milligrams, 6 milligrams, or 12 milligrams. If you want to see the devil, go with 12. With a range of flavored and unflavored options, you can choose your own adventure. You know what I'm saying? It's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like your Uncle Joey. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through our exclusive URL. That's nickpouches.com/church, CHURCH. If you're not Chinese, you didn't win the smell the big contest, so I know you're going to have time with that. So it's nickpouches.com/church, and you can use this code up to 3 times. That's how good of a company Nick is. Don't wait. Get 35% off now. nickpouches.com/church, and check out the church bundle with my favorite flavors. All right. Nick products are only for adults and legal age, and every order is age verified. Don't even think about it, you little sneaky bastard. This product contains nicotine, and nicotine is a very addictive chemical. 2025 is off to a busy start. You don't have time to worry about nutrition. You need Factor. Factor makes mealtime simple with fresh, fully prepared meals that you just eat and eat up like a savage. Whether you want to pop them in the microwave for 2 minutes or heat them up on a skillet, you're saving tons of time. I love the ravioli, and then they have this one with 4 chicken legs that have like broccoli cream on them. Delicious. Listen, Factor has 8 dietary preferences, so no matter what your lifestyle looks like, they have something for you. It was easy. I went on the site. They asked me what I wanted, high protein, blah, blah, blah. It's easy to get started. Factormeals.com/Factor Podcast, and use code Factor Podcast to get 50% off your first box plus shipping. You ready? That's code Factor Podcast at factormeals.com/Factor Podcast to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first month. I ain't saying Flash Podcast no more. Enough. I don't know. Factor Podcast. What's going on here? Anyway, I feel good when I eat the food. The chicken legs are tremendous, and you'll enjoy them too. So, back to the show. Thank you for supporting the church, New Testament. What's happening, beautiful people? We're back. Goes back from break. Now we're back up to beautiful Rachel Feinstein. Buzz.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, always.
Oh God, it's good to be here. I bombed so bad once near here. In the middle of my show, this guy just stood up. I think it was at a high school. I don't remember the name of it. This guy stood up. I was wearing overalls, and he just goes, "Get off the stage, Super Mario Brothers!" And I threw those overalls in the trash after. You know, you're just like, ugh.
You were talking about in your special, someone threw a piece of pizza at you?
Yes, I've had snacks thrown at me. I've had bottles. Somebody threw me a note that told me to go back to the kitchen. I feel like at that time, if they had seen me in the kitchen, they wouldn't have wanted me to return there. But yeah, I've had a lot of things hurled at me on stage.
Someone threw pepperoni at me once, and that's
Really?
about it. Yeah.
On stage?
Yeah, it was at the dojo in LA. I made a bad joke about her being transgender. But she was, if you know the LA comedy scene at the time, she's the one. She's beautiful. She came to all the comedy, to every
Was she
Kildown.
really a woman or was she?
No, originally she was born a man, but she was hot. And I made it. The other comics were fucking with her. I was like a year in the stand-up, and I said, "Look, you ladies are fucking up. The hottest girl in here has a dick," and the audience loved it. She didn't think it was that funny. She threw pepperoni. Yeah.
She threw pepperoni.
Yeah, she called me. I was about 100 plus pounds heavier too, so she called me. What's the guy from Always Sunny?
Somebody threw a soft taco at me.
Yeah, Danny DeVito.
It was a taco though. It wasn't pizza. It was a soft taco. But
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
there's kind of a sadness to the way a taco sort of falls off your tittage, though. It was sort of a dumb moment. But I definitely had a lot of things hurled at me before.
I can't believe that people throw shit at a woman on stage. I can't believe that shit. You know, that, and since I started comedy, I thought women were funny. I've always thought women were funny. I mean, I grew up on Lucille fucking Ball.
Yeah.
And the other chick, I've always thought women are funny. And for years, people kept saying that idiot that got fired from Letterman for saying women are funny.
Who said that? Yeah. People do still say that. Even when you get a compliment after a show, they'll be like, and honestly, a lot of women say it too. They'll be like, I usually hate female comedians, but you're good. And you're like, yeah, usually. And then whenever they have like a female comic tour, they would always make it be called like Pumps and Punchlines or like Bleeding Across America or something. Like it could never just be, it was always like they have tits, but then they also do comedy. And there was just some asshole with like a you do the math expression. I'm like, we just do stand up. Why do you have to keep, they're like, what, tits and God, how do they possibly work? Yeah, I don't know why that always happens.
Like, what are they getting so upset about? Because I just saw your special on Netflix, and it was mostly about your husband. But what were you talking about before that they get so upset about?
I don't think it was like me specifically, honestly. When I had a soft taco thrown at me, I honestly think I was performing at I'm not name dropping, but I was performing at the Culinary Academy of Vegas because obviously I'd made it in show business. And I think they just wanted to microwave something, and the microwave was behind me. I think I was an impediment to the microwave. Some bitch wanted to microwave like a Hot Pocket, and she told her boyfriend to throw a taco at me because I was like standing in front of the Hot Pocket station. Yeah. I don't think it was like I'm so controversial that I make people question things. No, I think it was just like I was in the way of them. Yeah, their taco station.
In Miami, they would throw fucking chicken wings. That was black night. And they would throw them even at black chicks. You're black and you're throwing them at black chicks. I never understood that.
Did you have a wing thrown at you?
No. That shit I did 4 years into comedy.
Yeah.
Somebody came up at the stage and I hit up with the microphone.
Did you really?
Batteries were everywhere. Blood. I don't give a fuck. Sue the club. I got off the stage and got my steak and left like nothing happened. Fuck you. You're gonna come fuck with us on stage. That's a security problem.
Yeah.
And
What's security?
A lot of clubs don't want to pay. They want to sit behind the fucking thing. So
I'm not like a big guy. What do I do if somebody attacks? I just go, you obviously don't know who my father is. And I just run. He's Howie Feinstein. He's a lawyer. And I just run out the building.
Kick them in the fucking balls as hard as you can and run.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's what girls got. Kick them real. They're not even going to expect to look. And they look.
Yeah.
What's that midnight run with De Niro and that dude? That's how you would always get away from the guy. The guy would turn and hit him. Fucking, they don't know.
Yeah, nobody's afraid of my little juke fest. I have a wind down move that does not scare people. Nobody cares about a little gist like this. I've got nothing. I've never been in a fight in my life. We don't fight. We get, we litigate.
You litigate, and there's smarter ways to fucking do it.
Yeah.
But I never understood that, how people could just throw a chicken at a woman on stage, or even myself. I had one problem when I shot my first special for fucking CISO, whatever the fuck. There was listen, you ever go to a show, well, not you because you're a woman, but let's say, like Joe Rogan. Mm-hmm. He had, like, when he was on his radio, there was 30 women in the front row. But there's always that one husband that has to come. Mm-hmm. He ain't funny. Fuck him. Why are you coming? Sit over your friend. I'm coming. And then they come and they sit there the whole night. The girls are laughing. He's
Yeah.
the husband that's just, you see that.
You see that again and again. You
All
always
the
see
time.
some guy who looks backed up because like his wife, he hasn't gotten laid with his wife in the last year or so, and then she's laughing at this comic, and so he thinks that equates to he's never going to be inside of her or something. And I'm like, well, why did you not bring her that comic club in the first place?
See these
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, they just frown and glare at you. Yeah.
Look at this wife. She's not funny. Okay.
Whereas I feel like a female comedian does the opposite for a man. We're like a cock assist. We do the opposite of cock block because there's not like no guys like if I could just get better female comics. So I feel like we make your wife look nicer. Like I feel like there's a lot of couples that walk away from my shows and they're like, you know what, I got a good lady at home. You know, like,
That's fine.
they're like, I don't rub her knee enough. They just see me, just this loud ass bitch, you know, just yammering about God knows what. I mean, yeah, my husband clearly, he's a chief now. He should have married like an esthetician or a nurse. I'm just out here talking out of turn. He doesn't need this hassle in his life. Pretty soon they'll play this tape and he'll have left me for some nurse named Gina, which is what he should have done the first. Like,
I love funny women. Like I've never been that uptight on stage. I had a friend once. There used to be a comic in LA. She was a female Sam Kenneth. And she was fucking fun.
yeah,
She was at the store for years. She didn't travel. She had 4 kids.
yeah,
But I saw a lot of people struggle behind that. And guys' egos.
yeah,
Not. And I had 2 instances. I saw her blow away Nick Apollo.
wow.
Nick Apollo.
Because Nick crushes, we used to crush. Yeah. Did he laugh? Did he get angry?
Took her hand when she brought him up, pushed her hand.
Oh my
That's the
God.
last time he performed at the store. Because Mitchie was real. But another time she was in La Jolla, and
Yeah.
I was doing something in San Diego. So that day I went to the club, and I saw the feature actor. He was a good guy. And I'm working the Chinese food. I go, so who's closing tonight? He's like, me. And I go, dog, you better be careful with this fucking chick. You better be real. Even me would say, you better be careful. Because Saturday night, it's date night.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
go around a little bit.
Precious.
Let's flip it. Let's think about your common sense. Do you really want to go up there? If she gets a good one going as a feature actor, you're done.
Yeah.
Why don't you just end it? Go up there, do your dirty, get in the car, and go home, and let her just go. No. So that's what happened. Early show
And then
Friday.
she destroyed.
Second, the rest of the weekend, she had a feature. And he was not happy about it. I remember seeing him that day. I was fucked up. Then they started making excuses. She was dirty.
I opened for this guy once and I had like a really good set before him. I don't even know who he was because it was like a road guy from years and years ago. And after he got off, he goes, you don't have to say all those things. And he gave me like a soft face rake. He was like, shh, you don't have to say all of that, sweetheart. I'm like, don't tuck me in because I fucking killed before you.
Be killed.
But yeah,
When a woman starts killing, because you got to think, Saturday night is date night.
yeah,
I want to play that ego thing. I just want them to watch a good show.
right.
For years, I always brought a women feature.
You were always really nice to me because I only met you once, but many, many years ago, I auditioned for Mitzi, and you were really sweet to me afterwards. Like, I didn't know anybody in LA. I was staying at my elderly aunt's house, who was like an hour and a half away. I was still a full-time nanny, and I was just so nervous about my audition for Mitzi. And she passed me, but I just didn't really have the money to go back to LA and keep, playing there. And I think I didn't really know what it meant, like I didn't understand the whole system. And yeah, I would go around with like, and I would just, it was so embarrassing. I would just go around with like I didn't know any better. I'd go around with like a business card and like hand it to people, and people were just like, no one needs this. But you were like, I was like, what does that mean? You were like, it's good. She likes you. You did something interesting. And yeah, you were very kind to me.
I love that
Yeah.
fucking store on Sunday nights.
Yeah.
And the women, when they go up there and come into this room there, again, trying to fucking be movie stars.
Sure.
Because she looked at comics.
Yeah.
She didn't look at you as a pretty chick. She looked at you for being funny. That's why you saw women from all shapes and sizes up there.
But when I was in LA, I always felt like insane just because I'm just like such an East Coast person. And I would get extra nervous there. And people could smell it on you when you're from New York and LA. Like, I would just go into a store and try to do the smallest thing. Like, I remember going into like ordering like cheese at like a like a deli type place, and they were just like, "Oh, you're from the East Coast." Like they could just hear it right away because I just have that. I'm a lot, you know, and I don't realize I'm a lot, you know. And they were like, "Okay," like they're just like, "Yeah," you know, like I don't have that like kind of conversation before the conversation. In my mind, like immediacy is politeness. So I just come in and I'm like, "Can I have that?" Like, and they're just like, "Whoa, settle the fuck down." Yeah, like this guy's just been napping on the beach all afternoon. He's like, "Bitch, fucking yeah, take some mushrooms." Why are you in a rush? But so there's that feeling when I see somebody that's from the East Coast in New York. It's like in LA, like it's like handlebars. I'm like, "Oh, okay," or you were nice to me, and you're like, "I get you," you know, like and you're sweet.
Sunday nights I would watch all the auditions. That's why I took that job. Because I could talk to her. I could sit next to her. I didn't know you, but I could sit next to her. So when she was watching it, somebody can come over and go, "Hi, Mitz,"
and interrupt her. Oh, so you would like protect her. That's cool.
So I sat next to her. So nobody, if a friend of mine was showcasing, they would get 100% attention from her. The same thing for me. But I showcase, Eddie Griffin sat down next to her. And he told me, because I didn't want no motherfuckers in here.
Yeah.
Why you on stage? Because that's what you do. You sit next to her. And when people come over, "Hi, Mitzi, get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, I remember being like, I remember I got like close to getting, I don't know, what was that show? They brought In Living Color back, and I was like, you know, about to be on it. Like I got to like the top 5, but I didn't get the show. I don't know what year it was. It was at least 10 years ago. It was a while ago.
When MySpace was popular, I went to an audition one day. I knew this woman. She had put me in a lot of roles. Very nice. I have her phone number. She called me a couple of years ago. She goes, "You haven't come into audition." Like, "I'm in fucking Jersey." And she goes, "Oh my God, I'm so happy." But she asked me if I knew you. And I'm like, "I don't know what fucking Rachel Feinstein."
I did meet you many years ago, and you were nice to me.
Facebook, MySpace.
Yeah.
And I sent you a thing.
Really?
Somebody wants you to audition. I forget what her name is now.
Oh, that's so cool.
I mean, I knew when she was fucking single on the trot. Now she's got like 4 daughters. That's how long I was out there.
Yeah.
So she asked me, and I would always, you know, she would always like ask me what I thought. "What do you think about this girl?" And she came to you. I'm like, "Oh, fucking Rachel Feinstein."
Yeah.
And she had the store, and you're like, "Nah, it's New York." And MySpace shit. I never heard back.
Really? I definitely didn't see that message because that would have been Christmas morning for me. I would have been so excited. But I remember being out there. But you were nice to me. I talked to you at the store, and you could tell that I didn't know what the fuck was going on around me. You're like, "She needs a little guidance right now." And you like explained a few things to me, and you were nice to me. And I think earlier that day, I had done some audition out there, and I was really nervous for it. And like in LA, like they have these auditions that are like their office is also kind of like their living room, like everything's blended together. In New York, everything's separate. It's like you have your fucking office and you have your house. Like I just didn't understand what the fuck was going on. I was like, there's a bunch of bitches on couches. Like it's like California, they're like cozying up. There's a fucking dog in my audition, you know? Like I'm like, I practiced this audition for like a month. Like I was so nervous about it. I was teaching myself how to like weep on camera. It was an emotional scene. I'm in the middle of auditioning, and the dog just starts sniffing my dumb crotch. And I'm like, "This is my moment, bitch." You know, and she's like, "Don't worry about Zoe. This just means she likes you." It's like, yeah, your dog can't just eat me out during the audition. I have to get through this. Yeah, and I was, but that would be like what would happen in LA. Like I just didn't understand the vibe. I'm like, people either like here it's like you work out or you don't. There it's like we're gonna have a meandering hike, and you know what I mean, and just like and read each other's auras. And I'm like, no, I want to go to the gym for 30 minutes and be furious the entire time, and then go back home again. I want to go to a New York sports club and just play some kind of music that infuriates me and be done with it. Like I don't understand. It's like we're half hiking, but you know we're also doing spiritual like rock work on each other or something. I'm like, yeah, I want to work out or read each other's signs.
Well, you're in the audition. You yes, look at that. Really? I'd love to go and get yoga with goats.
Yeah, but the dog was going down on me. It was really distracting.
We'll do a job, and I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to do. I'll get the dogs, the whole fucking thing. But until then, let's just get the job going. In LA,
yes.
And I noticed that in New York, I went to 3 auditions in the city. They were all in hotel rooms.
Right.
They were always in somebody's One time I went and I saw fucking
Hotel room,
the
yeah.
really good-looking dude from, he's married to Victoria, the soccer player Beckham.
Oh yeah,
He was
yeah.
staying at the hotel. I'm like, what
Really?
the fuck are you doing there? Staying at the rock of the house.
I went to an audition once where they asked me, when I got to the audition, they asked me, it was for some like independent film network or something. And I was just doing that, just bullshitting. I didn't know shit about independent film. I knew nothing. I was a deep moron. And I feel like also I get credit for having more information because I'm like sarcastic and Jewish, but I'm like, I didn't go to college. Like, I don't know your like art film. So we're in the middle of the audition. A lady was like, well, why don't you tell me some of the film? But I was being funny, so I was kind of getting close to getting it. Like, they liked me. And then she's like, why don't you tell me the films that have most inspired you? Like the indie films that really changed the course of your life. And I was like, you can't say like, I couldn't be like Caddyshack, you know? So I was like,
That's what I did. I went to Emerson, and it sucked because everyone was like, "Oh, my favorite film is it was that French one. I can't. It doesn't matter. It was in French. And I like Anchorman.
Like I feel like all those art films, it was like The Boy in the Red Balloon or some shit. And I was like, Coming to America.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know. So I said, I remember that there was an actor. There was a movie with Diane Lane, and it was like I don't even know if it was an independent film, but it was a movie where I think she's an affair on her husband, and I think it's Unfaithful or something.
Yeah,
Yes.
Richard Gere.
Right.
Richard Gere played Dog.
I loved that film, and the guy in the film, I can't remember his name, but they said, what are your favorite independent actors? And I said Gabriel Garcia Marquez. They said if you could be with one man, like one independent, like, you know, actor in a movie, like, you know, who's the sexiest one to you? But I didn't remember the guy's name in Unfaithful, so I said Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who apparently is like some elder author that wrote like 100 Years of Solitude. He was like 96 or something, and they just looked at me like, this girl doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about right now. I was like, oh, you know who, if I could have 24 hours, no questions asked, you know, who could really punish me? And I was like, Gabriel Garcia. And they're like, I think he's, are you sure you know what you're saying right now? They're like, because he's dying, and I believe he's 97 right now. They're like, yeah, bitch, he has colon cancer. Yeah. He could be your grandfather. And I'm like, he can do anything with me. No rules and no apologies. And I just didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
It's crazy, man. That whole world.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, I feel bad for people that don't do stand-up at least, or don't have something they can do immediately, because it's like, at least with us, no matter what happens, we can go on stage. We can go have fun with our friends and talk some shit. Like, I'm not sitting around waiting. Like, once that dog was eating me out, I knew that I wasn't going to get a call back. But I could go up at the store that night and, like, meet you or have something else exciting happen, you know? So I do feel like it saved me from waiting for this, you know, imaginary call from, like, Mr. Hollywood that's going to put me in the pictures, you know? Because at the end of the day, like, I could still go have a laugh with some friends, you know?
Stand-up, I don't know. Stand-up is a fucking wild animal.
Yeah.
I learned what stand-up was till Roseanne was on Larry King Live.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked her, he goes, why did you throw the ABC executives out of your Christmas party? And she goes, I'll tell you why. Because none of them knew what the fuck they were talking about. She goes, you got to remember one thing about comedians. We produce, direct, write. We do it all. We don't even know what we're doing.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
We're doing it all. We do it all. That's why people come up to you, hi, I produce a show at Gotham. Go fuck yourself. Go produce a pillow fight. Get the fuck out of here. I'll fucking produce that.
You're right. We do have to do all of it, and we do have to like develop some level of street smarts too, because we're just hurling our bodies all around the world. Yeah.
No, I think that stand-up grounds you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of actors got famous, and they all went to the store, or they did stand. You know, Michael Keaton, Andy Garcia. They all experimented with it just to see where it took them.
Yeah.
And they just moved on. If the ones that become actors, and then when things get bad, they want to do stand-up, I'll smack you in the fucking face. Those people from Saturday Night Live, I love them to death, but they're not stand-ups.
Right, yeah.
They're not stand-ups. And it pisses me off when somebody will say to me, you know what's really funny? This guy. And I'm like, hold on. That's a comedic actor.
Yeah.
That guy gets cut. Cut. You didn't say the line right. The line is this. Okay, and he has to say it again. And all these idiots gonna laugh all over again. Mm-hmm. No, we don't have that stand-up, bitch.
No.
Okay? They're a comedic actor.
Yeah.
Stand-ups. It's me, a fucking microphone, and bricks. That's it. Fuck your chicken wings. Fuck your nachos. If you watch all those early Richard Pryor fucking albums, that was it something I said? The other two that I like that you can't say now because you know.
Yeah, no, I do also feel like when people, when I was on the road a lot, like, you know, like the year, you know, not some like years of my life were crazy where there was nobody else waiting for me, so I could just be on the road. But I do feel like you also learn what actually makes people laugh, and people will very quickly go to you like, oh no, that's not really funny. It's like, I've taken this to the depths of hell and back. Like, and that's when I also realized when people would be like, nobody wants to laugh at that. Nobody's ready for this. Like, I'm like, it's not true. People, you go anywhere and people will laugh at anything. They don't care, you know, like, and that's the one thing that I do feel like people kind of will dismiss stand-ups, but I'm just like, we know, because we go around every pocket of this country and we actually know what people are laughing at today, and that they don't give a shit. Like, that's why stand-ups were the first people to know that, like, the woke thing wasn't gonna last, like the thing about being worried about everything you're gonna say, because at the end of the day, people don't care. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Like the bitch that's writing me a joke about like, how dare you disrespect your husband, he's a hero or whatever. And I'm just like, the firemen are the ones at my show. Like it's like my show's now 80% fucking firemen who just want me to trash them. Yeah. I'm like, no, they don't give a shit. You think they care? They hurl their bodies into burning buildings, come home and punch a wall. You think they're worried about some Jew's joke? Yeah, they don't care. Don't tell me what people care about.
That's why people ask me all the time, how come you don't go to those clubs in the city? I'll tell you what. Because if I walk into one of those clubs and I see those little young pussies cringe, I will knock the fuck out of them and go off. Like, I will go off, you little fucking faggot. Your mother raised a faggot. Look at that. You can tell they don't eat egg yolks. That's how come they all became pussies, because this new generation, nobody wants to give them egg yolks. They eat those egg whites.
Egg yolks?
Because egg yolks are one for each fucking nut. That's the way it is. Since you were born, you ate 2 egg yolks a day, one for each nut. Then some white guy said, no. They're not good for you. Now look outside.
That's
all these
amazing.
little skinny faggots with the fucking blue shoes and the brown. Look at these young guys. They do fucking little rings on their head. They look like a fucking... Those are fags. They don't even know they're fags yet. They have no idea.
I do.
They have no fucking idea.
Egg yolk makes you gay theory is the most amazing thing.
No. We can do from the fucking egg yolk.
Don't you think the gay guys don't give a shit? Like, you could say anything to gay guys.
Oh, anything. They love
As
it.
a crowd in general, I'm just saying, like, gay guys, usually they don't give a shit.
When you start comedy, you always have these things you put in your eye. Mm-hmm. Like, I hated doing comedy for people with white hair.
Right.
As soon as I saw somebody with white hair, I'm going to bar them. No, you're not.
Right. No, you have those little things in your head. That's for true. Yeah.
I can't say this. Dog, I saw Andrew Dice Clay light a room full of fags up in fucking Vegas, and they loved it. They were crying. He's bringing them up in the thing. He went up there and told me this. They're going to build a whole new hotel for the faggots. And you know,
I feel most afraid when I'm like, well, the time that I have been nervous in the past was like when I'm doing shows in front of like old Jews, because I'm like, they are disappointed in me. Like I am a disappointment to most Jewish fathers. Like, yeah, like they don't want me out there going rogue like this, talking all this shit, you know?
Don't start laughing.
No, I do feel like now I've gotten past it, but like I think in the beginning, like I remember when I did the last comic standing and I got eliminated, and I was next to like Felipe Esparza, who's a really funny comic, but like, you know, I didn't know I was going home, first of all. You know, you like don't know you're going home yet. Like I thought I had another show or something. So they go like, comics, please step forward. And I was really feeling myself, and I was like, this other comic, Tommy John, again, really funny. I was like, Tommy, let's do like a dumb dance when they tell us to step forward. I was like, I'll do like a shimmy. So I was doing a fucking shimmy, and then they told me to leave. I was like mid shimmy. I'm like, wait, no, I'm not supposed to leave right now. I was like just doing the dumbest, and then I got a million texts, not like, I'm so sorry they eliminated you. Like, were you just doing a shimmy? And I'm like, no, but ironically. But I do feel like a lot of times, like when I looked at Felipe's crowds, they had signs for him. Like the Latinos come out for their fucking people. You think the Jews were proud of me up there? They were like, oh my goodness, it's just too much.
The Jews invented this shit. In Auschwitz, they were doing somebody was doing stand-up. Right? They're all getting ready to die. Let me tell you a joke one time. 3 Jews and a Nazi walked in. There goes the match. There goes the oven.
I do feel like there's a lot of times there'll be like a Jewish couple on my show. And I don't think they knew that they were going to see me. Like, I feel like they leave and they're like, Diane Feinstein seems very uptight tonight. I don't know why she's dating that police officer. Like, I feel like a lot of times old Jewish ladies leave my show and they meant to go to a different show. Do you know what I mean? They're like, Mamma Mia was supposed to be good, but then we saw that terrible whore. And, oh, well.
No, I used to, I think all comics had, like I said, I didn't want to talk about abortions or Auschwitz. We also had the same thing for audiences. You always have, like I remember going to North Carolina on a college run. I was so excited. Oh my God, Chapel Hill. I hated those motherfuckers afterward. They fucking would laugh. They didn't you in college. This is shit you laugh at. You don't
I do feel like sometimes at colleges they're really uptight. Yeah.
Yeah, this is 15 years ago.
Really? Yeah.
Before the wokeness. I don't know if I'm 18, all I want to hear about is tits, pussy, and fucking beer, right? That's, nobody wants to hear about anything else. When you're 18, 19. I thought, not down there, dog. They were like, what the fuck are you talking about? All right, I guess I gotta go.
Wait, what? Also, it's the fucking college's fault. It's a college. It books Joey Diaz at a college. What the fuck do you guys think? Which college? First of all, that's what I want to know.
It's the same thing. They had a wet t-shirt contest at that time. So they brought up two comics at a wet t-shirt contest, and then I followed the wet t-shirt contest. So I'm like, I'm in Flint. I'm gonna go up there and talk about a flapjack titties.
Yeah, if you follow damn tits, it's on them.
Yeah, her titty smells like curry. No, they just stared there like. I'm like, okay.
There was a wet t-shirt contest.
In between, which you hate that shit as a comic. You just want to get back to your.
Oh my God, the worst thing I've ever had to follow. I did a gig once, and the woman was like, "Oh, just so you know, really quick before you go up." And she said this. I swear to God, Joey. She said it like it was just an offhanded thing. She goes, "Oh, so they're all ready for you, and they're just one quick thing, and then you go up." And I go, "Oh, what's that?" And she goes, "Just a special needs choir singing the Star Spangled Banner." Which I would argue, she said it offhandedly. Oh, nothing. Just a special needs choir singing the Star Spangled fucking Banner. And then you. I would argue that it's better to follow Hitler. Because I can trash Hitler. I can't trash. I'm not going to make fun of a needs choir. I would much rather follow Hitler than follow a special needs choir.
Night. Where was this? Do you remember where this was?
It was like at a temple in I think in Jersey. It was like a temple gig in Jersey. But it wasn't like during the day. It was like an evening, some kind of fundraiser thing or something.
And everybody there on Friday night, I want to see a bunch of little retards.
I think some of them were their parents. So they were like emotional and weeping. And then they're like, and now keep it going for this trash pig.
Yeah, everyone got it sold to them as the special needs choir.
Yeah, and by the way, the special needs choir was jumping up and down afterwards and hugging each other. Like they didn't think they could make it through it. So I can't go up. I mean, you can't acknowledge it. Don't you think it's so much better to follow Hitler than a special needs choir?
No, it's
because Hitler can make fun of him,
The Midwest. The Midwest have the goofy things.
Yeah.
The Midwest always have the fucking people up before the show. We want to give a special shout out to all the fucking Army people in the area. If you have more than 2 fucking kids that join the Army, this ain't a good fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. No, they don't take the rich kids to the Army. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah.
When you work the Midwest, you always have those people. Let's keep it going for the armed service. Listen, they don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
Tell me the material.
I know.
And you always have to walk off in the back. My son's in Kuwait getting up as we speak, or whatever the fuck.
You're right. They don't want to think about that.
On his head. I just after a while, you just be on the floor. I'm not coming to be no more.
You're not going to want
how much money they made me, or how bad I did it. I'm not coming out. I would do comedy. There's just a couple states.
I know.
You learned right off the bat. I did a show in Chicago once. It wasn't even Chicago. They told me it was whatever that. What Chicago called the state? Illinois. Fuck it is. It was at the edge of. It was like the capital of meth.
Yeah.
During my show, everybody was fucked up. And then when the parents left, That's
thing?
Huh? It was a Mexican restaurant. They were bringing headliners in once a month. Guys, and there were only 2 planes out of there a day.
This is bringing up gigs I've done because
Oh my God.
yeah, the thing that at a certain point it's almost like abuse. Like it's like I've detached. I've gone to some of the darkest places in the world, and you just detach. You're like a child going to a meadow where it's safe while your uncle's abusing you. Like I'm like, this is bringing up memories for me. And it was like one time I remember it was my fucking birthday. And I was on stage freshly dumped by some guy, lost my suitcase. I was like in a fucking some university sweatshirt of some bitch that owned the club. Then she's like, just so you know, we don't have a sign outside. We lost our sign rights. Like that's how poor this town was. I'm like, well, how are they going to find the club? I don't know. She's like, I'm sorry, Shelly, but they need a sign outside, you know? On stage, like 10, 9, 8, like how did I not just hang myself? Like that's when it's like how did I not just walk into the ocean and drown?
It's so you're in Iowa. and the crazy thing is that as a comic, you want to do comedy, but this ain't where you signed up.
No one told me any of this. Yeah.
I didn't sign up for it. I thought stardom was something different.
Yeah.
Stardom?
Whatever the fuck it is. I don't know.
Human decency.
Human decency.
No, it's true. No,
Why would they?
I was in a laundromat, you guys. People were doing their laundry.
Oh, yeah, I've done laundromats.
Yeah, I've done laundry.
I put a laundry
And the
shot.
name of the show didn't even have a ring to it. It was like Suds and Laps or something. And there was just like a few lonely people doing their laundry and me following them around the laundromat, just bothering them with my dumb act. And then you go home after that, and somehow I didn't kill myself. I don't know how. It's anyone's guess.
I used to go off and cry and do coke. What the fuck am I doing with my life, man?
I love when the door's on stage, so they have to come in through you.
Oh God, that's the dumbest
That's
thing.
always my
I did
favorite.
a gig in Amsterdam where the guy kept they open up the show and they act like the guy could barely make it in. Like he goes through the kitchen like, oh, he's like skidding on stage, looking at his watch like, yay. And then they bring me on stage. I actually had a pretty good set in Amsterdam. The next comic goes up after me. He was bombing so bad, but we were dying laughing because it could have been me. It was just like a border thing, you know. He was bombing so bad they didn't have anything to cut to. They just cut to some fucking Austrian bitch drinking an empty glass.
They were filming it. Oh no!
She was just like, Yeah, I mean, you know, there was many moments on stage where I was just like, I wish, but I had no backup plan. That was the thing with me. Yeah,
I
nothing
said to
else.
myself, if this fails, it's going to kill people and sell drugs until there was a club in New York, the old Triple N. Do you remember that?
I do.
The open mic started at 11. I was in there one night with a suit on. You know, I'm like a fucking idiot. Like, I'm going to make it. I'm in New York City, and I'm doing comedy with 9 people. But I see the chick's hand going up and down. It was a client. She was giving him a hand job at the old Triple N. Like she met a homeless girl.
Are you
outside.
serious?
Yeah.
Oh
like,
my
but then 2
God.
nights later, I saw Leguizamo go up there. And he treated it like it was Master Sweetheart.
Yes.
And that was all I learned. Oh. You know, it's just a set, guys.
Yeah.
But once you see a girl doing a hand job, you're like, I'm like, this is not what Lenny Bruce talked about in this book.
No.
Lenny Bruce did not talk about this in his book. Nobody does. We forget, but then when people bring it up, that
But I
hand
will
jobs.
say, like, at least with you guys, like, you go off stage and you, as comedians on the road, you get laid. Like, do you know what it is to be a female comic on the road? Like, you might die. Somebody could kill you. The club a lot of times tells you think it's like a good thing to tell the audience where you're staying. They're like, I'll come and stay at the Holiday Inn. It's great for the guys. They're like, here's where you can come blow me after the show.
Yeah.
But for us, I'm like, oh yeah, stop by and make a suit out of my skin after my fucking 10 o'clock show. And I'm not going to kill myself. I'm in Idaho. Yeah, like, so I do feel like there's another level of like active danger, but I do, you know, you have, I guess it was some combination of not having any other skills for me, and also just like, you know, I loved the high I got. I loved it. Yeah.
There was no backup plan. And you know, what you say that if comics, we want, yeah, we've got girls, but those girls are a nightmare.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. Wait, why was that the moment? Are you?
No, because they are. You know, I think about it now.
Were you thinking about some old lady about 20 years ago? Yeah.
No, they were worse. About it now, like
Right.
all those girls were mentally challenged or something, because they would come to a show ready to fuck the comic.
Right.
Well, again, you're in small towns.
Well, the opposite happens to us. Like, guys will come up to me after a show and like give me a pound. They'd be like, "Good shit." Like, they talk to you like you're a man or something. You know, like, not that I would have wanted to hook up with a stranger. I was, you know, but it just like just to have somebody like, oh, maybe they'll ask me on a date or something. It's a comic that, yeah, this doesn't happen. Yeah, you're just throbbing and lonely.
Really hot, and they'll stay away from them.
Never, ever,
and they
ever.
just assume things in their mind. There was so much married or whatever, but don't think it's a fucking. I have 1,000 stories about those crazy women.
Really?
That came into your room, like, why? I let them in my room.
Yeah.
Why? Now I wish they could fucking just leave, you know?
Yeah. And then they don't leave. So you've had to, yeah.
You just learn, and you're like, that's it. Nobody else is coming in my room no more. I'm going outside and get a blowjob or something like that.
I remember, I think Jim Florentine, we were talking about him before. I can't remember if it was on this now, because now at this point I'm kind of drunk. But Jimmy would, you know, help me when I first started. And I remember sometimes, like, he would do a thing. I think it was that he would, when he was trying to get laid, he would take all the, oh, that's what he would do. He would take all the furniture out of his hotel room and put it in his features room, so there was nowhere else for the girl to sit but the bed. Can you imagine Jimmy just moving a coffee table like down the hall at some La Quinta, just so that yeah, no, it's weird on the road. I will say that. Yeah.
I hope nobody ever. And you know what? Nobody's ever, even for them, like that chick from fucking Beaumont, Texas. Better not call now and say she remembers what happened, but none.
No kid, no pop-up kids, no surprise kids.
Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just the weirdest thing that I learned so many things about women at the comedy store. Like a woman on a fucking date would come and then blow a comic in the bathroom while she was on a date and go back to the table like nothing happened.
God damn it. He probably was a hack too. If I could, I'd be the Robin Hood pussy and take it away from some of these hacks and give it to the give it to the good writers. Probably was it. Yeah.
It's a really weird. Listen, you got to be crazy to understand.
You have to be insane. Obviously, I'm unwell, but also I also feel like a lot of times, like I would be opening for a guy. I don't know if you ever had this experience, or like some guy would be featuring, and I would be like, the guy would be the biggest hack, but then he'd be the loveliest, nicest person you've ever met in your life. So you do meet these people that are just mentioned. They've been on the road forever. I remember I was like selling my album after my show, and this guy was opening for me, and he was selling stickers that said Beaver Hunter Catch and Release Program. And let me tell you, they were like flying off like hotcakes. Like he sold every last sticker, you know?
Well, that's what they're there for. Like
Yeah.
They'll talk, because I'm featuring right now. That's what I do. Mm-hmm. And they'll talk, they'll be like, oh, I sold out of every shirt, and they made $1,600 in shirts, and they do.
Yeah.
That's gross. Who would want to, I wouldn't want to have to do that joke to sell that shirt.
And sometimes it'll be the sweetest guy too. Like, you know, and you could see the fatigue in his eyes when he was saying it. He's like, I'm a Beaver Hunter, catch and release program. Come on, ladies, just $5. Just at the end, you could just see, like, again, like he was just gonna go back to his room and like do a line and finalize his divorce. Like he was just trying to make money. You know, like it.
I loved it. Yeah. And then it's just, once I stopped doing drugs, I'm like, I don't want to go on the road no more.
Yeah.
Because I would go on the road to do drugs, and my wife wouldn't know. And I was like, fuck it. Once I got clean, I'm like, I don't want to go on the road no more.
I don't know if you've covered the story or if you don't want to talk about it, but what was like the last thing where you were like, I can't do drugs anymore? Like, what was the thing where you stopped?
Listen, I was trying to quit for like 3 fucking years. Mm-hmm. You know? Because I knew I was going into the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going into the major league. You can't bring this shit into you.
Right.
You're in the fucking major leagues. I did that movie for Adam, and I really got motivated to quit. And then it was just a thing that happened 3 days. My friend got cancer, and she was in the hospital for a long time. Real dirty comic. Comedy still regular, but she loved it. And I went to see her in the house, and she was talking to me. She goes, God wants me to not do dirty jokes no more. She goes, if I live from this, I'm never going to do a dirty joke again. In the middle of all that, she stopped and she goes, you got to stop doing dope. And the way she looked at me, she was dying. I knew she was like a week or two away from dying. But how she looked at me, like, you got to stop doing dope. And I was like, I thought about it. And then I had something here. I had the whole weekend here. They put me up at the, what's the fucking hotel off the 3 where they sell Howard Johnson, where they sell fucking, they sell saltwater taffy and all that shit. I don't know if it's still there. This is about, this is 2007 when this happened. I remember like being excited to come here, and I bought coke that Friday. And I went back to the room and I'm like, you know what? I'm not in the mood to do this. And the next day I got the call. She died.
Oh my God.
I'm really not doing this package. So it was like, and I went back to LA, and they had a thing for her at the Comedy Store, like that Tuesday. And I went, and it was LA. So even people who didn't like her were there, like, eating the food.
Sure, of course, yeah.
I saw this one motherfucking producer that I knew she had problems with. He's back there eating the food, like nothing. I said, and I had coke in my pocket. I'm like, I'm not going to go through this without doing coke. And when I got on stage, I was doing some material, like, I just stopped. I go, you fucking cocksucker. How dare you come to the fucking wake? You used to talk shit about it. I go, you're not even funny. You're not even a fucking comedian. He's like, his name was Jeff Valdez. He was half Jewish, half Mexican. That was his fucking act. He'd come out with a hat on, with fucking he put like jingles on a yarmulke and play the guitar.
Oh God, why is he
You're a
asking?
fucking comic, motherfucker. And he goes, well, my name is on the wall. I'm like, that's from sucking dick. His wife was there. Everybody was there. I don't like that shit. You don't like something where like, I'm paying my respect. You don't need to pay your respect. You don't like him. Get the fuck out of here, you fake fuck. I just drove into this motherfucker. And I just said, listen, I'm going to wrap this up in 5 minutes. When I get off the stage, if you're still here, I'm going to fuck you motherfuckers up. And this motherfucker goes, well, my attorney's here. I'll fuck him up. So when I put that mic down, I had 20 comics on me like, Joey, don't even. He laughed. They had to leave. And I remember that night I didn't do the coke. And I was like, fuck. Then that week, my wife brought 2 kidneys upstairs. And they were going to die. They had anemia or whatever the fuck it was. And I liked the one, but I didn't like the other motherfucker. The one kid I didn't like. I'm like, die. But the other one I was sad about, like he was going to die. And I kept feeding him oatmeal and shit. And I went to bed that night. I was doing coke. And I went to bed that night. And my wife woke me up before and she goes, Jimmy, DJ died. And I was like, close the door. And I go, you know what? This other cat can't die. And I ran to him, I got on my knees, and I go, God, if you save this motherfucker, I'll never do coke again. Trust me, I was like, man, Yahoo. I had my fingers crossed, you know what I'm saying? Behind me, she's fine, yeah, sure. I got these motherfuckers. That cat lived. I never did coke again because I made a promise.
That's incredible.
And it was a promise to God. It was a promise to me as a man that I had to do that. It was time. Like, it was just time. And I tell people all the time, I did so much. I did more in 18 years than in my whole life. I couldn't imagine if I would have done coke all my life. How much more I would have done.
Do you think you would be alive today if you kept going, or no?
No, I was
No way.
to die.
Right.
Because I was already getting jokes on my back.
Yeah.
I could feel them joking on my neck and stuff. So I knew, and again, I didn't want my wife to find me on the floor.
Yeah.
There's some people who are cut out for that. They find you, they call the ambulance, and they move on with their lives. I knew she couldn't handle it. I knew that if she woke up and saw my little fat feet itching, she wouldn't have made it. That would have been rough for her. So I was like, I'm saving her life, saving my own. And that cat lived. And I got a fucking chain on that cat.
Oh, that's such a beautiful thing.
Made me from that cat.
And I bet you anything, you telling that story will really, really help somebody. You never know who your story is going to help. It's a powerful story.
I was looking at 48 years, and that wouldn't stop me from snorting coke. I would take furloughs to get an ounce of coke, knowing they were going to test me on Monday. And then I have to drink vinegar.
Yeah.
And fucking put dreidel on my dick, you know, to
Dreidel on my dick is amazing.
Please, you have no idea. So it was just over. Like one day, it just said, you know
one day you're like, I took this to the plate, and you knew something in you knew.
It wasn't God, it wasn't anything. At one point in your life, as a man, as a woman, you gotta go, this is over today.
Yeah, it's over.
Like,
It's a wrap.
today. There's no coming back. There's no, I relapse. No, there's nothing.
Yeah.
You're a fucking man, bitch. You know, and now you get these people, I'm clean for 90 days, drinking water, I'll smack you. You weren't even supposed to do drugs.
Yeah.
You're so fucking proud of yourself. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Lee does not know where he is right
I've
now.
been here the whole time.
Every hour it's almost jarring because I'm like, oh wait, he is here. Is he okay?
I'm fine.
It's just really weird what the shit you gotta put up with people now. The stories, the fucking, and you're like, it's that easy. Do you want it? Or you don't, bitch.
Yeah.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Yeah.
It's that easy. But people, you know, want to do 9 rehabs. If you're not ready to stop, you're not gonna stop.
Something in you knows, yeah.
Look, these idiots go to jail. And what happened in jail? They all get the Bible. Oh, the Lord. Fucking 2 feet off that fence. That Bible goes up in the air.
Yeah.
Once their homies come to pick them up and they smell
At the end of the day, you're ready or you're not.
Get
Whether it's your dreidel dick theory or a fun-loving kitten, you're gonna fucking be ready when you're ready. No, it's true. I feel like sometimes just something, but also I feel like that lady, you loved her and she changed the course of your life and you knew that she really loved you. I do think that kind of, you know, don't play soft piano music under my monologue, but I know nothing. But I'm just saying, like, I do feel like sometimes that kind of drug use, and I say this as somebody who has loved alcoholics my whole life, I do feel like it comes from a sense of, you know, self-loathing. And if you know somebody loves you, and if you really see it, it can change the course of your life. Just really believing them in that moment.
It's like
You know.
that fucking peanut butter, the jar one. With the uncle, he's got muscles, steroids, and your grandma. It just takes that.
It takes like that one person.
Maybe I don't know. It was just weird when she said it to me. She said, God wants you to stop doing coke. She like stopped the conversation. She looked at me. She goes, God wants you to stop doing coke. I was like, fuck. Okay, good luck. But
But also, who she was very close to you. You know, you knew she was about to pass on.
she used to hold it.
Right.
When I was selling coke at the comedy store, I would give it to her at night to hold. To her and her husband. I would go over there the next day and get it.
Right.
I would go knock on that door at 5. I need that shit.
But she had that insight probably towards the end of her life.
Was a gang
Yeah.
Her husband was a Crip.
Yeah.
She was Mexican. The husband was black as could be, tougher than nail, Crip.
But coke is, yeah, I mean, like,
He ran his own set, and one day he comes up to me at the comedy. She's like, "Can I talk to you, brother?" I gotta get on this Adam Sandler movie. That's my favorite motherfucker in the world. I'm like, you're a Crip. Like Adam Sandler, he's going, I'll kill for Adam Sandler. So I had to bring him on the show. I told him he was my probation officer. And Burt Reynolds got a hold of him for like 8 hours. He said, I became friends with Burt Reynolds. I got a fucking number and shit.
that's amazing.
Yeah, I like it. You know, my probation officer wants to come to them. Like, yeah, I got problems.
I do feel like coke also, like, I did coke for a few times when I was like in my early 20s. I loved it. I don't really have as much an addictive personality really, but I was like, even I knew, I was like, this is delightful. Like, and you know when you find your drug, I was like, this is my drug. But I'm so vain that I look like shit the next day. Like, you look jacked up. No, it was mangling me. Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, I'm 20. Like, I can't do this to myself. I was like 20, 21. Yeah. And I stopped. But also, I feel like people lie on coke to such a degree that it's like, that is one thing that helped me to decide that I wasn't going to do it again, was just like watching other people on blow, because nothing makes you look more ludicrous than when you're not on blow talking to somebody who is. I remember I was dating this guy and just, he's like, I'm not doing it. I know you want to fight right now, but I'm not on anything. He's just like a wild alcoholic. I'm like, there's blood all over your nose. And he's like, I'm not taking the bait. I know you'd like to pretend I'm high right now, but I'm not. Yeah, he was fucked up out of his mind, just drunk and high, and then he just sort of slowly fell into the carpet, like right after he said that. He was like, "I'm not doing it, bitch. You want to fight with me? You can go ahead and fight, but I don't get high." And that's just yeah.
You meet those coke fiends on the road. You can put coke in their asshole, the pussy, on their titties. You know, it's a
I didn't have that shared experience with you.
fucking savage.
I didn't put his. I never put titties. Coke on no titties.
You put a fucking ice cube, or you put those rock candy.
You know what I love is that you respected me enough to think that I might have had that story. Like I'm like, oh yeah, the good old days when I was lighting and fucking smothered some bitch's cans with blow.
I wasn't even headlining. I was featuring for Joe.
Really?
All those motherfuckers was great. When I get Joey Diaz, that's why Joe called me the breeze.
Oh, because you got me.
I would go right to the office, give me an advance.
Yeah.
You gotta check with Joe. Listen, give me the fucking advance. Just give me the fucking 100. I would take the $100 bill and I would buy coke.
Could you find it anywhere?
Yeah, the waiter.
The waiter. I guess everybody has it. Yeah.
And whoever they tell me, like, stay away from that girl. That's the girl.
That's the girl. Right.
Well, you bring home and she does 2 bumps and she's like on the chair. Oh my God. She's grinding the fucking chair on blow. I can light candles in her asshole. This is gonna be great. And then I would just go to Miami.
Right.
I would go to that improv down there in Coconut Grove. And then book the features for 2 weeks in a row. Ooh, I would leave there. Fuck it.
If you had any money left, would you be able to just blow it out? Once you started, you didn't stop.
I would leave Miami owing them $250 for the next time. And I just finally got the owner's credit card. All right, I got the general manager's Joe's dog. These motherfuckers together in New York City. I got it. He gave it to me once. I said, I'm going to Montreal. And he just took his American Express card, the improv, and put it on the table. And tell him, you can pay me out of your check. Shit. I was booking flights everywhere on that fucking credit card.
Oh my
God. I was booking flights on that bitch. And then Joe, you know Joe, the guy from fucking Tempe? I don't know if you ever met him.
No.
He's the owner. He's one of the owners. I was there the first night he got on. December, like 30th, 1999, 98. He was just a fucking assistant manager. And he was so green that he would turn and count the money at the end of the night. But this way, and he would look at the safe. I would go in there, take $100 right off the top, right in front of him. He goes, Joe, let me get another 100 advance. What are you talking about? Give me another 100. He's like, you don't have no money. Let him go. Call fucking Joe. Because Joe was the boss there.
Wow.
Call Joe, wake him up. I got whatever I fucking want here. He didn't even know I already had 100 that I stole from top of the thing. That's where the Butts boys robbed the safe.
Wild.
They took $19,000 that Friday night. Dog, Miami Improv.
That's why they made my check now.
Were you on the road with him like during these days?
No, I know I don't have hair. I'm 36, which is terrifying. But no, I swear to God.
Wow, that's insane. And did they just that like stealing from the safe of the owner, like that is like that's wild.
If you're that stupid, I gotta rob you.
Yeah.
If you're gonna leave money out and look somewhere else at the TV show, I'm gonna rob you.
I'm that stupid.
But I'll take like just 100. I'm not greedy.
I'm so ADD. I'm like a perfect person to steal from. I'm shedding debit cards. I always have some dumb sack that's wide open like a fool.
I was fuck wild on the road.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so
you
know how to.
Yeah. I'm on the road driving. I go to Kmart and take something expensive and walk around. I wouldn't even walk out. I walk right into the counter. My aunt gave me this coffee maker. Really? All right, let's put you have a receipt. No, I lost it. It was a holiday. Do you want check or cash? That's a tough one. You know, because they're like,
right.
You don't want fucking cash. Give me the cash. Then they give you the tax, the plus tax. So you would even get the tax back. No fucking idea.
Did you ever, were you ever afraid? Like, it seems like you never worried you would get caught. Who taught you?
Jersey,
just growing up in Jersey. That's the thing. It's like I grew up in Bethesda, Maryland. Like, yeah, the most naughty thing we did was steal stickers from the mall or something. Yeah.
You just get better at it. You just know the fucking body moves and the body language of people. They have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
I always said, if you're gonna let me rob you, I'm gonna rob you, even if I'm a Catholic, just to show you that you're a dumb.
Can somebody knit that for me, please? I'd like it on a sampler. If you're gonna rob me, I'm gonna fucking rob. Like that. Also, you have to know, you have to be ready at any moment. Doesn't it make you anxious when you're robbing people like that? Like, aren't you always thinking you're about to get clocked? Like, do you have to sit in a diner like next to the wall or something? Does anybody know what I'm trying to say right now? Help me. Like, you know, you have to sit by a wall because you know somebody always wants to yeah.
I don't think you'd stick around for that long.
No, I charged the guy $2,000 to join the mafia in Colorado. I brought him an application, okay? If you're that stupid, and he gave it, and you know, he still calls me. I never heard from those people. Yeah, you understand what I'm trying to say, deep down? I'm an old school fucking.
How do you say that you want to conversation?
No idea. Don't even start. We can sit here for days, not even hours.
That'd be amazing if he was like he was in a pancake house applying to be the general manager, and he's like, "I got a better offer for you, kid."
I still remember casting directors.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I was with a certain agency, and they're like, "This casting director," and I would get her a pound of weed, and I would take like half out and do the bowl trick. I would spray it with a bottle so it's be heavier.
Oh my god!
Next day you take that out, that weed is dry. That motherfucker's half gone. And she would call me back. I don't know what happened. Okay. Oh yeah, we're fucking. And then I just got to the point if you didn't give it to me, I was going to take it. And that's when you complete. I had no parents. I had nobody to say I'm ashamed of you for being in jail. I was like, fuck it, let's have some fun. If you're gonna.
Did you change like once you stopped doing blow? Did you change like the way you operated everywhere? And did you tell people? Because I would imagine if you go back to these places, they're like, oh, there's crazy Joey Diaz. I can go, do lines with him. Like, did you tell people that you weren't doing it, or how did you stop yourself from the temptation?
The criminal activity when I met my wife. The only thing I did when I met my wife was I always had a Robert light at 7-Eleven. That's just as old. If you're gonna put the lighters right there,
sure.
So that kept my powder dry.
Right.
Just stealing those lighters every once in a while. I did something like on a movie set. I could take the roller skates from the first movie I was on. I started stealing roller skates. By the time the movie ended, there was a roller skate over slide tape. Everybody was walking around with a roller skate. Yeah. Basketball. That was my first movie.
Really?
I didn't give a fuck.
But how did you stop? Like, how did you have a time where you like comedy? Yeah.
I never talked about the comedy.
And once you just knew you hit the end of the road, so that there wasn't really as powerful a temptation because you're like, I've done that. I've done every possible.
I see people do it all the time.
Yeah.
They get help. They get steady. 6 months and then they do something that's so stupid. It doesn't even make sense. And I remember still going to the comedy store in 97, flat road, living with a stripper, fucking. And I'll never forget the checks came out at like 4. We would go up there early and work. When you give me the check, it's like $130 check. That's how poor we were.
Yeah.
I still remember going up there on Friday and seeing like 3 bottles of Jack Daniels for the weekend, whiskey, cases of beer. And I gotta take those motherfuckers, a case of Jack Daniels, you're not gonna hold that for a long time. That's why I don't. And I remember going like, if I even fuck around up here, it's gonna ruin my fucking comedy career.
Right.
That's the whole thing. Don't let your character ruin the best thing.
That's a beautiful saying. I never heard that. Yeah.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
If you like to suck dick, don't mix it in with what you love.
Yeah.
And that was my problem. And I just kept it going. And I kept it on my own. And I never did it with people. I would do one line at the comedy store and leave. Just to get the little fucking window. Today I was thinking about that. I would go to my towards the end because we were talking about how high my tolerance is.
Yeah.
When I quit coke, I would go over there and buy half a ball, 125 at about midnight.
Wow.
And I couldn't wait to get to the light. If I had the light, I'd snort fucking half of it. That's a half of 8 ball. The whole thing. And by the time I got to the line and upstairs, I was a little high, and then I had to get another half 8 ball. But I could snort a half 8 ball in one shot.
Yeah.
And that's pretty fucking sad.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty fucking sad. Like, so I just didn't want to mix my personal life with the comedy store. It worked. It worked. You know, it fucking worked. Yeah, we did stupid shit up there, but not enough to ruin my career. I never got banned. I never got banned out of that. You got what they used to call that?
Bands, yeah. Like nobody ever said they wouldn't have you back, even after you robbed their safe. That's when you got a good personality.
You know what's crazy? Welcome to that.
Really?
After college, you see it. Eddie Griffin was banned. A lot of people, she was banned for a while, and then you work yourself back in. But
Yeah.
shit, don't take it out no more. You know, don't take it out. It scares people. Never
The fact that she just had to say that again and again, just
Yeah,
like
she was
exhausted,
great.
this poor woman. She's like, for the love of God.
She was great to me. Like, she knew who I was. Like,
Yeah.
The second night I was a regular, I threw fist up there. And she loved it.
And did you have other people that were like, after that, your friend that passed, that cared that much to say that to you? Did you have other mentors, do you feel like, after that, or just people that kind of helped you to stay clean and not to go back to that life?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Because they don't listen. They don't give a fuck. You know,
Right.
They don't care. Like, I was telling my nephew this year, this last New Year's, was the first time I saw somebody smoke coke. Maybe 15 years. I never saw that. One urge, I have to do it. Like, I did not. I just knew it was not for me anymore. And I know, because who I am. But if I ever did a line again, I'd be dead the next day.
Yeah.
Because I made a promise.
Yeah.
I made a promise to myself, which is better than anybody else can make a promise to.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, if I did just a little bit, my life would go being crazy. Daughter would disappear, the money would disappear,
Everything.
my wife would disappear, podcast would disappear, you know, everything would disappear. So I always knew that. Even if I didn't score it ever again, just breaking my fucking word as a man, I would have been done.
Yeah. I bet it has helped other people.
No, I love robbing people. I love to go into a fucking, you know, these little young faggots now, they're selling meth and all this shit. What are they selling?
Only you can say the most beautiful thing in that.
You fucking walk in there with 3 gorillas, kick that door down, shoot up, watch them feed themselves. Get against the wall, suck my dick. Yeah. It's hysterical. That's what we do in the 80s.
Yeah.
Nobody was ready for cocaine. Nobody was ready. So after all the gangsters started doing it, when I came back in 84 from Colorado, all these people that were like decent people were doing it. They didn't know that's not the business.
Right.
This is great, selling coke, bitch. And then we got motherfuckers from North Bergen who will kick your fucking door down and take it from you. And that's what they were suckers.
Right.
This business, they didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
They just saw people singing and dancing and getting their dicks sucked. But they never thought about the big bad wolf. They never thought about the big bad wolf. And it was crazy. I had a protector when I lived in New Jersey all those years. I had 2 protectors. I had a cop and I had a buddy of mine, Mike Running. He was off the fucking chain, crazy. My friend Ashway had to call me to the side and go, that motherfucker don't pay for cigarettes. He just walks by the counter and takes them. He was a crazy growing up. I saw him do some crazy fucking things. When I left here, I was like, what am I going to do without my protector? And I had to become him. The only way I could survive was by becoming him. He was off the chain. Like, he didn't even let you put your hands up. You had something in your head before you opened your fucking mouth.
Yeah.
And that's what got me in trouble all the time. That we're from Jersey. We're from the New York area. We ain't got time for this.
Yeah.
And then you smack them, and what do they say? I'm calling the police. You were just talking all this bullshit. What police? What police? I've been involved. What you think was gonna happen? You just called the motherfucker. And you thought he was one of your white buddies from fucking, church, Oh, here, motherfucker, too. No! You're gonna get knocked in the fucking head. That's what.
There's nothing funnier than someone that doesn't expect to be
Watch what
punched.
happens in today's world.
Yeah.
These YouTubers, they think it's cute to come up to you and say, oh, my thing is fat. How about I smack you in the fucking mouth? Let's see how fucking fat you are, motherfucker. And
How about I shoot you?
They call it 911.
Yeah.
They call their attorney, you know.
Wait, you guys, am I fat and I didn't know?
No.
That's all I took from that. No, I do. You can't read the comments. I read the comments and I drive myself crazy. Yeah.
That didn't slide when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Didn't slide at all.
Yeah.
And it just didn't slide. Like, you know, if somebody said, fuck you, Script, okay, look, we're out. And that dude would not say it. I'm going to own the police. That would happen. You just said that. You knew it. You knew what to expect. You know, if you didn't, you're a fucking idiot. Then you got to get hit.
Yeah.
That's what today's society doesn't see.
Yeah.
He's a tough guy with the tattoos. Everybody gets a tattoo. And they're a tough guy. Bro,
Right.
knock it the fuck off. When I was growing up, you had to do 20 years to get a tattoo. Or be in the Navy, shoot a jack. You know, you had to do something. You had to do something. Okay? You had to do something. These women, man, I sucked 1,000 dicks when I was a kid. You get raped at a biker rally. And if you lived, you got a tattoo of a heart on your fucking foot. You know what I'm saying? If you lived. If the sperm didn't kill you. Now, you got all these women, a gun, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, I mean,
I don't care.
Look at me acting like I have any point of reference for this. Yeah.
I don't care, okay? I don't care. You gotta say the truth. If not, it's the
Yeah.
truth.
When I hear these tales, I'm so surprised somebody hasn't punched me in the face. Like, I'm just like, I guess, because I have a mouth on me, but I haven't been tuned up yet. Never say never. No, but I do think also it's just because I grew up like, I mean, the worst thing that could happen to you was like, yeah, you would get kicked out of like Hebrew school or something. I mean, I didn't come from a tough line of men either. Like, I come from, you know, like lawyers that can't process dairy. Yeah, like that's like the worst. Yeah, that's what I come from. Yeah,
Going back to the 2 egg yolks. Look at it.
Nobody has tough stories in my past. Like, yeah.
When 2 egg yolks, nobody was allergic to fucking peanuts. All these little, my daughter made the best fucking brownies this week.
Yeah.
She put walnuts. I'm like, thank you for putting the walnuts. You know, all these little fags. Even my daughter feels that way. 12-year-old little girl. She tells me shit from that, and I'm like, okay, I'm not fucking crazy.
Right.
You know, this is the truth. Ever since we started eating egg whites, the kids got it. I'm allergic to walnuts. I'm allergic to raisins. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you tell an Irish motherfucker with 9 kids, the father's a fireman, you're gonna come home and tell him. I'm allergic to peanut butter. I can't eat the motherfucking saving that's off a tree. You better eat the fucking peanut butter. I don't give a fuck if you go up to fucking aesthetically. Fall from the mouth. I don't give a fuck. You're eating that peanut butter. But now the parents play along like, oh yeah, he's allergic to seafood.
No, Pete is he's like the opposite. Like,
No. I'm saying like,
yeah.
women, I'm allergic to lobster roll. You better suck a big dick. You know what I'm saying? You're allergic to lobster. The fuck is wrong with you? You're a woman. You gotta eat lobster. That comes with lobster, sperm, balls, and fucking and banana pudding. I don't fucking
Yeah, like he doesn't remember when Frankie was my daughter was like 6 months, but he's the opposite. I feel like firemen are way the opposite, where they don't give a shit about anything. You have to be on fire for them to give a flying fuck. But like, yeah, I was like, she can't eat carrots yet, you know? Like, she was trying to give her a carrot. She's like 6 months. I'm like, she can't eat that. He's like, I wouldn't worry about it. I know infant CPR. I'm like, you're not supposed to test it out on your own kid. He's like, don't sweat it, sugar. I know infant CPR. Like, how about just don't feed her carrots? Yeah. But no, I mean, I didn't, these stories are fascinating to me. I literally have no point of reference. Like, I'm like, also, I played some of these clubs. I'm like, this was going on? Well, I had no idea. I thought the biggest scandal was when they didn't give me my bonus on the Late Show. You know, like, I had no idea this was happening. I heard about this Kansas City one. Yes.
The steam would break the wing, the glue, PPR comes out.
Also, I think I came in a little after, like, people were doing stuff with Blow.
That was 2003. The first time I did it was 2001. That fucking guy, Roger Paul, booked me.
Oh, yeah.
He made a comeback to call me in 2000. I was shooting SUV. He goes, can you do the club? I can't do Tuesday. Wednesday. Okay. Let me tell you, I get the fucking airport. Like at 10:30. I said, I'm looking at the wall. This cop. I'm like, fuck. I don't know, you know. And I looked at the manager one day, he's like, you got your license, I got your label. You gotta tell them you're driving. I don't do fucked up. All right, I get the luggage and walk out. He's like, he's driving. Okay. Hey, creepy girlfriend in the back. And they start smoking coke. And I'm like,
God.
I hope you could save me something. The guy's like, no, I'll stop this fucking car and get that fucking cop. Don't play with me. It's 9:45 at night, bitch. Okay, we just found the grand. I'm not fucking. Oh, some of these clubs are fucking, you know, they were hysterical.
Yeah.
You're still on the road. I don't want you to get tortured. I don't want you to get fucking. There was a couple
I remember. Oh yeah, there's a lot of insanity.
At Gersh, when I was coming up, there was an agent. Real good looking to the waist. I don't know. She never did yoga. Like harassment. She was battling all the black guys.
Right.
So many of them, they moved her to literary. Oh my God.
Moved to literary is amazing. Like that would be the logical.
Yeah, there's no black office. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't fucking know why they moved to the literary. Oh my God.
So yeah. I mean, like
You have no fucking idea. This is the craziest world.
I had no idea any of this was going on. All I know is Joey's a bad boy, and I'm never going to this part of Jersey again. I'm terrified. I'm lucky I didn't get mugged by a bunch of hoodlums.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I didn't. Yeah, like I said, I've been litigated.
I sweat like a faggot eating a corn dog in this motherfucker.
You're right next to a leader.
Turn this fucking heat off.
Yeah, can we take a quick break?
No, we're taking a quick break. Rachel,
Yes.
where's your dates?
I am. I don't know if I'm going on the road ever again. It's out there. I think I'm not. I'm a secretary now, bitch. No, I'm on the road. Where am I? I'm going to be in Chicago and a bunch of other cities, San Diego, LA, and Texas. Next week I'll be in Texas. You can go to rachel-feinstein.com or go to Punch Up Live and you can look my name up and also watch my Netflix special. It's called Big Guy and it's streaming right now. I learned so much today, Joseph. God, it's scary out there.
I was going to tell you about the pop rocks. That's a party too.
My grandma told me about that.
Yeah.
She was like, wait, pop rocks on the pussy. There is nothing like it. It's my favorite thing to do during Hanukkah. Dreidel and some pussy pop rocks. It's a perfect cocktail.
Suck it. It's like the 4th of July. It's popping. They don't know what the fuck to do.
Fuck the up.
You're like, fuego. Oh my God.
Dreidel.
I had a great week. I got no fucking dates. Yeah, I do. I got
You got fucking
Moon Tower.
Yeah.
Moon Tower. The second show. There's still tickets. I don't know what's going on in Jersey. They say it's sold out, but it's a bunch of people. I don't know. I don't even know. Oh, May 17th. Vegas. Parks. You know, Philadelphia. I know they still got tickets. I never even announced it. How fucking crazy am I? I've been in the hospital and shit. I had these guys. So choice. I fucking peeped them. Those cafe table eat nothing. All right. We'll be back next week with another fun-filled episode. And we'll have Rachel back to explain all that other shit to her because she's a nice girl. Love you, cocksucker. Stay Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's time to make feeling good nice and easy. Ignore the boring guided meditations. All you need is Via. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create serious results. Whether you want more focus, better sleep, or boosting your love life, Via has you covered. Listen, Uncle Joey, you got my tolerance is off the chain. I eat like 2 of these daytime. They call them daytime 100 milligrams. I'm ready to go. Last night I ate 8 pieces of toast with butter last night. Who does that? You understand me? That's what Via does. So customize your Via experience by choosing the type of relaxation you're looking for, along with the level of THC you want. With products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels, they'll have something for everyone. So if you're 21 and older, treat yourself to 15% off and get a free gift on your first order. Use our exclusive code Joey, Joey, at viahemp.com. Again, Joey at viahemp.com. Please enjoy the free shipping on orders over $100. That's viahemp.com, code word Joey. Thank you for supporting the podcast. It's Tuesday, the 25th of February. It's almost over, cocksuckers. Anyway, we got the church, New Testament. We got a nice guest, and it's Tuesday morning. Let's get this fucking party started. What's happening, you bad savages, you? I'm going to talk to you guys about Onnit. Onnit is one of my all-time favorite companies. We haven't spoken about them in a while. You know, I go on my little alpha brain cycles from time to time. Now they've improved alpha brain. They got alpha brain powder. They got alpha brain everywhere. And it's tremendous. The new mood is still intact. I love everything from Onnit. You know, the kettlebells, the club bells, the whole thing. But I can only help you with supplements. Go on there. Start your year off on the right foot. It's the second quarter. Come on, let's do this. Right after the tax breaks, you're getting ready for the summer. You want to look good. You want to feel good. Everything's beautiful, right? Go to Onnit.com right now. Press in code CHURCH. I'm going to get you started with 10% off and service, a great quality product. That's what I meant to say. Product. So go to Onnit.com right now. Press in church. Look at the supplements. There's a list of them, and they're all good. And tell them Uncle Joey sent you. Church, get 10% off your first order. Now, without further ado, let's get this motherfucker started. We're back, bitches. What's happening? We got my main man in the house tonight, Mr. Paul Vizzi, Virzi. I just can't say it because my fourth tooth.
What other words can you say?
We got our words. We got our main man, fucking Lisa Ayat over here. He's sober today, no more.
I'm not sorry. I just took 150 milligrams.
38 years old, man. I can't keep doing this. Are you fucking nuts? We do this till we're dead. We do this till we're dead. We're Marines, dog.
Yeah.
That's it.
The Marines don't take 400 milligrams in an Oscar winners
There's
here.
no giving up. Before you become a SEAL, they give you like 1,000 milligrams cold.
And I've done that
And
800
no water,
times.
so knock it the fuck off. 1,000 milligrams and no water, and you sit there.
First of all, no Navy SEAL has ever taken 1,000 milligrams.
They don't take it, somebody gives it to you. You know what I'm saying? It's the fucking Navy.
What's the most you ever taken?
2,200.
What?
I took 3,000 was the biggest for me.
Yeah, I think about the same.
You go to hospital?
No.
What's happening?
We send people to the hospital.
What the?
I swam in the Hudson. What is an edible going to do to you? If you swam in the what is an edible going to do to you?
Your immune
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh, shit.
That's like white kids from Iowa. I don't know what to do. My
Yeah.
heart was bleeding.
Yeah.
The East Coasters here. What are you talking about?
No, listen, as much as I'm laughing, that'll be me.
We're from the East Coast. Remember
Yeah.
your father used to beat your mother
Yeah.
and your heart was beat? The same fucking thing.
They got divorced before he could beat her.
Yeah, but who cares? You mean, like a neighbor beating up his wife, you're hiding under the bed and shit when you're 8. You hear it. Are you loving? Are you loving?
Oh, man, 21. I would be fucked up, man.
Huh?
There was one time, we were like in high school,
And I'm not a big weed guy because I get that paranoid anxiety shit, But I was a drinker, I would drink. We would go, we did that 40 shit. We would drink the 40s and all that shit, right? We would just call people over, give them $5 and pay them a little. They would come out with either the Old English, Crazy Horse, OD Crazy Horse, that shit, right?
Those are your neat.
So yeah. So my buddy had a Riviera.
That's when you were still black.
We had a Riviera. We go down the FDR with Wu-Tang pumping. Seriously, Wu-Tang's pumping. We're going down. We think cool, skipping school to drink in Manhattan, do dumb shit, and we picked up a hitchhiker off the FDR, and he gave us weed, and like assholes, we went back to my buddy's house and we smoked it, dude. I hit this weed, and I remember, I don't know how long the time was because it did something. It was laced. I'm staring at my buddy's kitchen floor. And I don't know if I stared at it for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I just was staring at it. And then I looked up at my friend, and the pattern of the floor was on his face. And I fucking started shaking. And I'm laying down on the couch. He's rubbing my back. He's telling me I'm going to die. I said, I'm going to die and have a heart attack. I go, how long was I sitting there? It was fun. So after that experience, the weed, I don't fuck with it. But it was still, who smokes something?
I'm new to New York.
That's
the FDR highway.
That's the shit you would have loved.
Yeah, when a stranger gives you weed, that's what
it was a stranger hitchhiker. And we just fucking smoked it. It did something to me, man. It fucking did something. So I got a hitchhiker on that highway. It was just going like this. He was walking up, and it was off the side. My buddy was, come in. He ran in the car real quick. Hey, can you take it? We took him.
Did you ever pick up a hitchhiker, Joey? Because you
I never know. Unless you're hot. I ain't stopping. You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest. Are you going to stop for some guy who looks like Grizzly Adams? No. It could be 100 degrees. You're like, fuck this dude. There's a chick out there with a white dress and a thong on. You see how fucking. And she can have 20 zits on her face. You're still pulled over. You know what I'm saying? You're still pulled over.
I get a look. I have to look at him.
Dog, I had the weirdest experience. And I don't know. The other one, Nebraska. I was coming back from Michigan, and my fucking tire blows out. And I kept sitting on the side of the road, and a chick pulls up, and like a Toyota, fucking smoking, with a white dress on, fucking flip-flops, dirty chick. And she's like, get in, I'll give you a ride to town, all right? And she's like, you should come over. I'm like, oh, shit. At that time, years earlier, HBO had a show called The Hitchhiker. And, it would be a guy picking up a chick, and he would fucking suck, and he dropped her off in Jersey. So I'm young. I'm 20. I'm not fucking young. I'm 30-something. And she's telling me all this shit. I'm like, I'm getting fucking pussy. And next thing you know, yeah, if you're hungry, go back to the house. People got prayers at 6.
Got what?
Prayers. I live in a whatever, like
a commune.
Yeah.
Oh,
say
okay.
prayers and Catholic or Christian. I'm like, you can drop me off at the gas station. That was the end of that fantasy. Fuck, I'm gonna go say prayers.
Pray to get laid.
I'll work you to death. I don't want to pray for pussy. You know what I'm saying? In front of a bunch of other Christians and shit. Because it's tough to focus. When you want to fuck somebody, you ain't praying.
No.
You're saying, God, how good is that ass taste?
Yeah, let's get back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, brother. You got a show this week?
Yeah, I got a bunch of shit coming up. Big tour coming up.
No, but you got Wednesday night.
Oh, Wednesday night, do a dojo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd love to do it, but they're going to take this fucking ball out of my ear finally. So I don't know what's going to happen. They're going to give me stitches and shit. I'm going to look like a Doberman with a bandage on.
Oh,
you know, you ever see when a shepherd gets his ears done? People take
a little cone around your neck.
Yeah. Leave him at home. The poor guy don't even want to be out. The dog's like, Jesus Christ. They took me out with this fucking... Dobermans had that. Not German Shepherds when you fix their ears.
When they clip them, they clip the ears to make a point.
So I don't know what's going to happen Wednesday. I don't know if they're going to give me pills. I don't know if they're going to put me out. I have no fucking idea.
Oh, shit.
They might just shoot me. He's an Indian guy, so I trust him. You know what I'm saying? Those Indians got a steady hand.
I love like when you say stuff like that, like we're supposed to know what it means. He's an Indian guy. Like what is it?
I don't know. He's good. You know, India only sends the best here. They don't send our meat. What's America? We'll take you.
You want an Indian doctor?
Yeah,
we want Indians.
Really, it's changed. I was gonna say it's not Jews anymore. It's Indians.
No, but
it's either.
Okay,
it's either.
Yeah, it's like half down the middle.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Fuck.
Yeah,
So they're taking it out? I didn't know they found what like that. I didn't know there was anything in there.
They're gonna slice it and clean that motherfucker out. I was supposed to go for a second opinion tomorrow, but every time I call, it's a 20-minute wait. They want to put me back into the rotation. They call me in an hour. Go fuck yourself. They can call you when you're jerking off, or you're taking a shit, or you're walking in the house with groceries. You're like, listen, I just got groceries.
Yeah.
Call me later. I called you 3 hours ago.
What happened, though? What was it?
A yeast infection, and then I got a little yeast infection, and something started hurting again. I kept going to the doctor. There's something there. No. Put the scream on it. Just yank it the fuck out. Get the cocaine, shoot it in my ear.
Get it out.
Get the fucking knife. Let's go. Why we? Like what? This was going on since October with this fucking guy.
Yeah, I hate that. I go to the doctor. Get it done now.
Yeah, what we doing?
How long?
And I got body work. I got shit to do, Jack. You got old shit out. I gotta get my teeth fixed. I gotta go fucking fix my ear. I got glasses. Yeah.
You got all the senses got to be.
Yeah, I've been fucking using a reading glass. I've had these reading glasses, CVS's. These things are like you can step on them, light them on fire. Everything else breaks.
Do you even like do the test with those glasses to see which one helps? I feel like you just don't pick one, and it might not even be the right one.
No, they have numbers on them. Right, 2.75, 3.0.
Oh, okay.
3.0 is the highest. After that, they give you a dog. They give you a stick and a dog.
I'm excited to get that fixed. It's been hurting me for a while. Your ear.
Oh, some days I have a headache on this side and the ear banging on this side. And every morning I got to open this up and let the fucking shit draw.
Oof, is the hearing fucked up?
Dog. I hear what I want to hear. I got selective here.
Yeah.
Why you do a gig for $50? What? Get bucks over. Dollar English.
My ear's fucked up.
My ear's fucked up.
Get that number up. I'll fucking hear you better.
Number up. I hear you better.
Yeah. Oh shit. I know, man. I got all kinds of. I got back issues.
That's right.
Neck issues. I got herniated discs.
Oh.
You know, because I'm an asshole though. Like I'm in my 40s. I play basketball on Sunday, Monday nights. Take it seriously. No, but you know, like you act like it's gonna be recreational, and then next thing you know, I'm like, dude, I'm close to a triple double. It's nuts. Close to a triple double. What am I fucking nuts? My wife said to me, she goes, if you fucking get hurt, go home with one of your friends. You're not coming back here if you fucking tear something.
Just see that Tom Segura tape.
Oof,
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was.
How come you still playing basketball?
I wouldn't do that. You know, I'm athletic, I guess, but his shit looked like a fuck. That was
Yeah.
Hey, that was fucked up.
And people, once you're over like 35, it's a different game. Once you're over 40, it's a really different game.
It is.
What? Hey, listen, I remember getting out of high school, and one Sunday, high school, they said, come to where that football player was from. They had a flag football league. I played one game in the covered. I couldn't walk the next day. Flag football. I'm lifting weights. I'm fucking drinking. I'm snorting coke. I'm the best of my life. And I go play flag football. I can't get out of bed on a fucking Monday.
Yeah.
I was 21. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, it's all changes. It all. But once you get over 40, man, all that shit gets
It's funny you say that because that's what they said. They said the most injuries for dudes over 40 that plays basketball, they tear their knees. It's fucked up, man.
Jiu-jitsu, basketball. No, I can't lose weight. So in LA, during the pandemic, a bike ride, and that was okay. I got the helmet.
I forgot about that.
Everybody who gets a bike, it goes into the garage after 3 times and collects dust. It's the fuck.
During the COVID, everybody was fucking John Paul Keely. Everybody was riding their bike everywhere. I got the shop ride. I do this. Once the COVID ended, everybody's bike. That's what happened to other people. The one that you bought. What's the bike you ride at home?
Oh, the Peloton.
They sold 2 million of them during the pandemic. Now they're like, nobody wants a Peloton. Everybody's got them on a yard sale.
Oh yeah.
Go to the yard sale. Give me the small 20. Take it because it's just a coat hanger.
Now it's like Rent-A-Center. They do it for like $20 a month. They don't buy. You can't like they were like $2,000. I remember those bikes.
Yeah.
They were expensive.
Fuck that.
And I remember I took a bike ride. And I went and got my tooth done and fucking. Oof. And I got up that morning, my tooth was hurt. I can't see them in my glass. So all the pills were together. So I thought you gave me the amoxicillin. Whatever. With the amoxicillin. It was the bike with my pop and those. I get on the bike like Johnny Bar. It's 8 in the morning. I'm out there. I'm fucking. Not Magnolia. Was it Magnolia? The big street where The diner where the restaurant was. That's Magnolia.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Where Marie.
Yeah. It wasn't Magnolia, but Colfax.
Colfax.
Yeah.
I'm on Colfax. I'm having a great time in the HOV lane. You know,
Yeah.
that little bike lane they got. I'm sticking to my P's and Q's. I wouldn't ride behind anybody because they're breathing and the shit's spitting and you're back there. You're sucking COVID, all his germs. So if there was somebody on a bike in front of me, I would cross the street and go opposite and be right. So I'm driving the fucking bike and all of a sudden I'm starting to feel fucked up. I'm starting to sweat profusely. I'm fucking sweating. I've only been riding the bike for 15 fucking minutes. What's going on? I mean, it's coming out of me. You know? And listen, I can even ride the bike between the lines. I'm going outside the lines and shit. I'm not even in the line. And then I went to get on the sidewalk and I fell.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, that's no good. I'm taking this fucking jet back to the house. And I went back to the house and I'm there, ready to make the turn. And I fucking fell.
Well, you got it back on the bike?
Yeah, I didn't fall the first time. I was just high.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
fell.
not walking from cold water and fucking so fast back to my house.
Call an Uber. I thought you
Fuck
fell.
you.
Okay.
Fuck that. You ride that bike. You were saying like a soldier.
You left with it, you got to bring it back.
Yeah, you got to bring it back. I fucking hit the thing. I'm right to make a turn. And right away, I just fucking went down. And some guy was looking at me and I'm shaking my head. He's shaking his head. I'm like, it's not good. But I got the bike up again. I got out of it again. 20 feet later, I fall down again. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
This time I landed on my chest. I thought the fucking thing was broken. I went we do we're by ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you don't need a camera for this shit. You
No.
know what I'm saying? This is for your entertainment purposes.
Oh, dude.
I fell in Times Square like a month ago.
You what?
I was running to a mic and it had one of the crosswalks that had like a little island in the middle, and I didn't see the curb, and I just kicked it, and in the middle, I just went. For some reason, did time slow down when you fell on the bike?
Always.
Because I was falling, I could feel myself, and I got my hands, and like tourists came over and saw if I was okay. Like
It's embarrassing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, when you fall.
My
I got right up.
my brother, I guess he just was with some whore online that he get found online, like a Craigslist whore back in the day. Like, you know, back in the day, you could just go to Craigslist, and like my brother was like a shy kid, but like if you wanted to get laid, you know, he would. So this is, and this chick, I guess, like he called me up. He goes, man, because my brother's one of these. He passes out when he sees blood and shit. So when he goes for a physical, he has to. They know, like he lays back. He can't see needles in a movie. He goes out, right? Yeah. So
that's what I do.
So he does the same. No, he can't see. So
he look the other way.
He calls me up. He calls me up. And he goes, yo, dude. He goes, I think I fucked this woman without a condom, man, and I don't know. I just met her, right? So I was selling at the time. I was selling phone, cable, internet, door to door in Queens when I dropped out of college. So I was knocking on people's doors in Queens at 6 o'clock at night selling phone, cable, internet. That was my job, and they gave us a hard hat for no reason. I had a hard hat. I had a fucking hard hat. You know what I would do with the hard hat? I go, yeah, you see those lines up there? Meanwhile, we did fiber optics in there, but I was just talking shit, right? I had a clipboard and stuff, so people would let me in. It's the true story. A Greek woman lets me in, right? And she had kids, but she was probably in her like mid-40s. And as I'm sitting there signing her up, I realized she's coming on to me. She's talking to me about a guy she's not with anymore. And she goes, I like younger guys. She goes, I was just at a nightclub with Greeks. She goes, me and my girlfriend took home these 20-something-year-old Greek kids. I'm telling her I'm Greek and Sicilian, and I'm 23 at the time. And she's into it. My brother's calling me. Yo, I fucked her without a condom. I go, buddy, give me a second. So he's going, Paul, you got it? And I said, Christian, I can't talk right now. I got to go. Next thing you know, he's on the train platform. As he's going down, somebody screamed, get him an ambulance. He came off the thing and was just so worked up about fucking this woman that he fucking just went down on the platform at the subway. But he said, what Lee said is true. He said it was slow motion. But he said while he's going down, he hears call an ambulance. They said call an ambulance while he was down. but in his mind, he was fucking like this. But he was freaked out about that, man. And he fell in. I go,
wait, did he fall where the trains were? Or did he fall down the stairs?
No. Like in between the trains.
Right.
He was on the platform and he just was like really distraught over what happened. And he went down. Yeah, but he heard somebody say call an ambulance. but he was down when he hurt.
Does he blame you for not being able to talk?
Everything worked out. Like he was, everything worked out.
Does he have HIV now?
He's fine. No, he's fine.
He got a little twitch.
It was the one time it freaked him the fuck out, though, man. It freaked him the fuck out.
That happened to me with a condom on.
What?
At the 1040 Club, I was 17, and these animals went over there, and I didn't have my own car. And I got stuck with it. And they paid for me to go in the back. And I had a condom on, and she jumped on top of me. And she was fucking just grinding on. Like, this is disgusting. I could hear the condom. And the mattress was fucked up on the bed. It was one of those ping pong pools, the beds that you open out, and
What's a ping pong
that's
pool?
what Cubans call it. It's a little ping pong pool. It's one of those beds that you open up and you lay it down. And you
Like a cot?
Yeah, like a cot. You sleep in your godmother's room.
Right.
This place was a 1040 Club. It was a hooker place.
Oh.
And the city was $9.99 plus tax. 1040. So fuck it. It had like beds, but cubicle walls.
Oh, yeah.
Like little cubicle walls. You can hear everybody fucking. And she's on top of me. And I'm like, oh, God, get off. I didn't know what to do. And finally, she stopped. She goes, for an extra $10, I'll let you eat my pussy. And I just threw her off. I'm like, you fucking Billy Goat. I'm not licking that greasy thing.
Remember those shitty futons with the wood that would break? Remember the futons?
I broke a couple of them.
You know what I mean,
Oh, yeah.
right? The thin wood.
Yeah, the Jack people weigh 100
yeah.
pounds. You gotta put a Cuban on there that weighs 200. Ralphie May had a futon.
No.
When he first moved to fucking
Rest his soul.
Los Angeles, that motherfucker had a futon at Joy Medina's house. And I went over to see him. He was laying down like that. And when I walked in, he gets up out, and he got up, and you're.
You know what a futon is, right? Yeah. Oh, dude, it was. Nothing was worse though. Nothing's worse than when you were gonna hook up and the bed situation was shitty, like a shitty mattress in the corner.
Who needed a bed?
No fucking.
When I was young, there was no bed in the corner. Like
There's no bed.
What do you mean, no bed?
No, you got up against the corner. You don't give a fuck, right? When you're in the heat of passion, she's like, ouch. You try to pull her hamstring, pull her leg back while you eat a pussy in the car. You remember the car? Remember that fucking in the car? How disgusting was that? And you had to push the seat up. And
no, that was the
your
worst.
legs had to fucking stick out the window. And
Yeah, I had a Toyota
I
Tercel.
in 69. I almost died in a fucking car in the back with a chick in Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan. She's a little Arab chick.
You almost died?
Yeah, because I couldn't breathe. She dropped on me in the back seat. She just dropped that hip on top of her.
She sat on your face?
Oh, fuck yeah. I had my nose in her asshole. I just smelled falafels, fucking. Fuck it.
Oh, fuck.
1995, my first road
How do
gig
you
ever.
remember the year?
Because how are you going to forget somebody sitting on your face? Her legs gave out. She just dropped on my face. And I'm like, I sound like a fucking kid with autism. I was about, this is not good tonight. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get canceled for this one. I don't give a fuck. I'm 62. I got nothing to lose. Take it all. I don't give a fuck at this point. People going to try to say, yeah, take it all. I don't give a fuck.
That shit's going away anyway, I think.
What?
Just every.
No, that was all a bullshit phase.
Yes.
The people who bought into that shit. There's some people who made it back. There's some people, who just didn't. They let it happen.
Yeah.
Don't let it happen. Stick up for yourself.
Yeah.
Say, this is why I did it. If you don't like, go fuck yourself. And then, you're not going to have a job. You're not going to have a sponsor for a while. So you got to start from scratch. And then 6 months, it's gone.
But you're right. If you're honest about it, and you go, yeah, that's the way. Like, it's funny too, because when you're breaking balls with friends back in the day, it was never malicious. It was never malicious. I never used a slang word against a group that was malicious against a group. It's just what you called your friends. You would joke with your friends. You talk shit with your friends. Then when you did it on a podcast or you did it on stage, these people were able to like go at you, and you're going, you don't know me. You don't know the person.
They went after me for a podcast where I told a story about 1997. The podcast was done in 2009, and they came after me in 2020, and I refused. I was like, you bitches suck my dick. All of it. In fact, I put a story about going down on a one-legged woman in Boulder. I delivered Chinese food to her, and they'll beat her ass and shit. Yeah.
But it was also your parole officer.
Yeah, she was my parole officer.
It wasn't just a woman.
No, she was originally my parole officer. Then I got off parole and things happened.
Now, can I ask you a question about when you say one leg, is it like half or like
No,
the
she
top?
had like a limp. So in my mind, I always thought that this leg was off. She got shot in Vietnam. She was good looking. So when I went to take her pants off, I took the pants off the good leg because I didn't want to know about the bad.
Bad leg,
I didn't want to get in the way. We got a nut, and all of a sudden she's gonna tell you she stepped on a grenade. I don't want to hear that. I'm ready to fucking eat some ass. Also, I got to hear a fucking Vietnam story or whatever war she went. I don't know what happened to her. Very good looking, very good, tall. And then I just put it up. I said, "Fuck it. If you like that story, wait till you listen to this one." Bam.
Yeah.
And then it was your brother who called me and said, "Listen, they wanna fucking wave a white flag. They don't want to do this stuff now because fucking like people from the podcast went at those bitches."
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was classic.
Well, it's weird because, like, I think one of the reasons podcasts are so big is because people feel like they connect with the host,
Well,
and it's honest.
Just because we're talking the way we normally talk. They're not seeing us on stage doing a bit, telling a story. They're seeing us shooting the shit here, having fun, and